Lehkonen will pick it up at center ice. Here he comes. Wide left again. He has to score to keep it going. Lehkonen holding, shooting. Save made by Anderson. It is over. And the Whalers have won in a shootout.
Draymond Green into Horford, back over to Draymond, and there is the horn in Golden State. Denver loses game number 1 of the year. They got out free throwed by the Golden State Warriors. Final tonight from San Francisco, 137 to 131 in overtime.
Double Dipperoo.
Two really good games, two horrible results. Nuggets and Avs both lose last night. It is a Bud Light Football Friday, and we will get to the football here in just a bit. But with those two games, and we'll start with the Nuggets. They opened their season yesterday, and there is, I think, a ton of good from that game. And also some things that just, you go, yeah, not great. The best thing I can say is that the not great part came from things that are entirely fixable. So we'll get to the not great in a second. But first of all, for Aaron Gordon to drop 50, and we watched the way that, in a rare case that doesn't happen all that often, a player goes from not being a good shooter to being a good shooter. And basically across the board became much better. I think of shooting as I think of things like accuracy in a quarterback or location for a pitcher in baseball. I think for the most part, it's something you're just kind of born with. And you can get better at that category, but I think it's very marginal. You know, the more you work at it, you can get better at it, but it's something you possess or you don't. You know, it's kind of like guys at the end of games being able to hit big shots or whatever, or having that, quote, clutch gene or whatever you want to call it. I think it's something that just some dudes have and some dudes don't, and it's really hard to improve in that category. And Aaron Gordon is someone that he's improved in a way that I think very few in the history of that sport have. Like, let's be honest. Throughout his entire career in Orlando and the first few years here in Denver, Aaron Gordon couldn't shoot. Aaron Gordon was a dunker. He was somebody that used his brute strength and physicality to make plays happen. And then last year, he's a career, let's call it 32% three-point shooter, and he shoots 44% from three last year. You're like, well, okay. He played basically half the year. Maybe that's a little bit of a fluke. You know, maybe it is, except for the fact that his free throw percentage made about a 13-point jump from his career average last year, too. So you're shooting threes better, and you're shooting from the free throw line better. That ain't a coincidence. That's just you got better at shooting. And then last night, he throws up 10 of 11 from three-point range? Really? I mean, that is pretty remarkable. And so if there's any sort of like the best thing that I took away from that is the Aaron Gordon becoming a better shooter thing is absolutely real. And if you would, did anybody think Aaron Gordon was capable of a 50-point game? But he does that on opening night. So that's the good news. Another piece of the good news. It wasn't, 48 straight minutes of really good Jamal, but Jamal looks like he's locked in early in the season. Finishes with 25 points. He had 10 assists last night. Was he perfect? No. But we know how much Jamal is sort of a slow starter to the season. And the fact that he had a game that I think is, if he did that for you every night, if he goes 11 of 20 from the floor with 25 points and 10 assists, you'll be happy. Some late game decisions and late game mistakes that I think got to get cleaned up. But I think that's just a byproduct of that being the first game of the year, and you played against a team that's played already. So that, I think, is a couple of positives. Another one, did the bench overwhelm you with amazing things? It wasn't overwhelming, but they did what I've been begging for the bench to do for years. Can you just keep the game even when you're in? And everybody on the bench unit finished in the plus category of plus minus. I think that's going to look a lot different as you move forward. It was still a night in which Jokic played 41 minutes and Jamal played 40 and Aaron Gordon played 39. Valanciunas got 12 minutes. I expect that to be higher on average. All kind of depending on game situation. Like the guy who got the most minutes off the bench last night was Hardaway, who had 22. But when the bench was in, they did their job. I think these are all positives. The negatives are ones that I'm not that concerned about, to be honest. The negative's this. Jokic didn't play well. Do we expect that to happen consistently? No. He's 8 of 23 from the floor. He took 13 threes, which is, whenever he's got that sort of three-point total, it's one of two things. He's not having some consistency in the paint, or the team is down and he's got to shoot them way back in it. And the case last night, I think, was the former. Those little floaters and little putbacks and stuff like that just weren't falling in a way that he's probably used to. And so he was trying to find something from deep, and it just never happened. Not only is it fixable is the wrong word. For him to go 8 of 23 from the floor is fluky, I would say. So that is not a concern. And the other things is like in the case of Cam Johnson and Christian Brown. Christian Brown played 38 minutes. He had 6 points. He was 3 of 7 from the floor. Cam Johnson had 5 points in 32 minutes. He was 2 of 8 from the floor. The Christian Brown stuff will get fixed in a hurry. We saw that all last year. He had a career year because his minutes increased. But we saw he became a much better three-point shooter last year. He was really good in transition. Just not a lot of opportunities for it last night. Not concerned. And then Cam Johnson, he's new. This is where I think if anything's going to take a while to get figured out, it's going to be him figuring out what his role is within this offense and this team. And if anybody was thinking Cam Johnson was going to come in here and light people up for 25, I'll remind you what the role of Michael Porter Jr. was last year. If you get an open look at 3, then knock it down. If not, then odds are you're probably not going to have huge games because that's going to go to Jamal or Jokic, or I guess now Aaron Gordon dropping 50 points. Only so many people can eat. So for him, it's just about, can you knock down the shots when you're open? And I think that'll get figured out as we move along. I said this heading into the game. I thought the Nuggets would lose last night. You're playing against a decent team, a good team, and the Warriors in their house, and they got a game on you. So you're trying to get and you saw it early, right? When the Warriors just jumped out in the first quarter to a 10-0 lead. It's like the Nuggets were trying to play catch-up on a team that's already played this season. I hate that the NBA does this. I think that you should have, if you're playing your opening game, playing it against a team that's played already doesn't seem right. But that's how it matched up. Now, in the Avs case, they play a good Carolina team, and they just get blitzed in the first period. I mean, for as good as Wedgwood has been this year, he wasn't really on his game, and he wasn't really done any favors. I mean, they trade 2 goals within the first 4 minutes, and then you give up the shorty. Couple goals later, they're going to Trent Miner. And to Trent Miner's credit, I mean, he steps in there after the Hurricanes like really wear you out in that first period, and he kind of settled things down. And to the Avs' credit, they just kept chipping away and chipping away and chipping away. And in that third period, you find a way to get the game-tying goal on a power play. Thank God, finally. But it's sort of the same case that you've had all year. If you don't end the game in regulation, if the game ends in regulation, the Avs win. If it goes anywhere beyond that, then you come away with 1 point and you come away with the loss.
Brett, you know how sometimes you have a game on and you're not necessarily actively paying attention, but you're still consuming it?
Yes.
So that's what I was kind of doing with the Avs. And, I mean, Nuggets, we had the double dipperoo, trying to put one eye on each game.
Yeah, that was tough last night again.
Yeah, so I was listening to Moser on the TV call, and at one point I heard him say, "And the Avs will head on the power play for the 7th time tonight." And I said, "Wait, hold on. Let me. Did Moser just say 7 times for the power play? And the Avs don't have 11 goals?" And then they got another one. Didn't they get? They got 8 or 9 power plays.
No, there's 8.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here.
Moser told you yesterday, if you guys are listening yesterday on the show, he said that in the last 4 games, they've, or is it, how many was it? It was 3, or it was 4 in the last 4, something like that, heading into that game. They didn't have many opportunities in the previous games to really try and find something on the power play. And Moser said, Carolina takes penalties, you will get the opportunities on power play in this game. And they did. They had 8, and they only got a goal on 1 of them. This is officially something we need to be concerned about. You know, I'm giving this time. It's still 8 games into the year, but you combine the fact that you go back to last year, and it's what ended your season. And now you enter this year with a huge struggle in trying to make that thing go and work. And you can make a direct 1-to-1. Like what lost the game last night, there's a couple things, but if you're better on power play, you probably come away with a dub.
By the way,
one of the goals that you gave up was when you were on the power play.
Little peek behind the curtain. When I was going to grab that piece of paper for the stat bit I did, I almost spilled all of my coffee. So there's a nice little stain here on this Broncos cut sheet.
There you go.
If you want to know what Darren Rizzi said yesterday, you're going to have to look through the coffee. But no, I just, to what you said, Bednar, when he was talking to us on Wednesday, Coach Bednar, you asked him about the power play and how it was doing, and he said, well, you know, we're not getting many chances. We had 1 power play opportunity in the game that we just played, and we've had, 4 in the past however many games?
4 games or whatever,
yeah. So he said, we're not really getting many looks. And so I said, you know what? That's fair. They haven't had many chances to work out the kinks. They got a new coach overseeing it, blah, blah, blah. After last night, it may be time to dust off the old panic button, the old power play panic button.
I just... There's something about how they, like, I've wondered this for a while, and it's nothing against Brock Nelson, but Val is on the second power play unit, and that one confuses me. Val 2 years ago was your leader in power play points because he was on that first unit with McKinnon. And I think he just does a really good job of getting dirty and doing the stuff that not a lot of guys are willing to do. It's something I would consider throwing him back up there, because I think it's time to try something else. I mean, you can stick with this and you can keep trying to make this thing sort of go, You're still, look, you're 5-0-3, still haven't lost a game in regulation yet. You have the ability, if you want to try and keep this experiment going. But I think you need to get results at some point before it gets too frustrating. So we'll get back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. We have a whole bunch to talk about today. That little gambling probe thing is starting to make its way deeper and deeper. We'll get to that in a bit. But Bud Light Football Friday, what is the main focus to get a win against the Dallas Cowboys? We'll get to it next. Texas saying they did have Val move up to the number 1 power play unit at the end of the game. That's when they scored. I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've been mentioning this for a couple of weeks now. You know, and I rely a lot on numbers because I know that they can lie to you and numbers can tell a different story than maybe what's actually happening. But for the most part, numbers are accurate. They tell you the story, or at least they give you a clue to the story. And when I look back at Val Nichushkin on the number 1 power play unit a couple years ago, and he led the team in points throughout the regular season, I believe he did it in the postseason too. I don't know why you wouldn't want to keep that there, and maybe that they decided to make that change later. I have no idea. Now, again, the Avs have come away with points in each of their first 8 games. They're in a good position. It's just about tweaking the smaller details to make everything start to work. They've been a really good defensive team for the most part this year. Weren't very good early last night, but then tightened things up. But the power play's got to get fixed. If that gets fixed, hell, man, you're probably the best team in the league. If you have that power play clipping along at, 24.5% or what they're usually at, around that number, it feels like you're unbeatable. And now you got a back-to-back this weekend. My hope, is that Mackenzie Blackwood's good, healthy enough to play in one of those games and get your number 1 goalie back, and then you can just kind of have this battle between him and Wedgwood over who's got the hot hand for the moment, and you can kind of ride those out. Now, because it is a Bud Light Football Friday, let's talk about some football.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Thank you. Cowboys provides a really intriguing matchup. To their credit, the Cowboys were laughed at and mocked in the offseason. Why? Because a generational type of pass rusher in Micah Parsons was traded. Their defense is trash, and they can't stop anybody. God, is that offense good? Whenever that offense takes the field, they are a threat, not just to beat you with a 10-play drive that goes 70 yards for a touchdown. They're a threat to beat you on a 2-play drive that goes 70 yards for a touchdown. They're a threat to beat you on the ground. They're a threat to beat you through the air. They have a multitude of weapons that even really good defenses have hard times accounting for. They are also playing to be taken seriously. We thought that, hey, man, maybe the draft picks that they acquired, by the way, the player that they got back in the Micah Parsons trade, I know their defense is bad. I don't know if people truly recognize how good interior defensive linemen are because they don't stuff the stat sheet. It's one of the reasons why I think that Aaron Donald is arguably the greatest football player I've ever seen in my life. That a defensive tackle had a 20-sack season that's non-human. Taking a double team every play, pushing through it, and getting to the quarterback 20 times is unreal. But we recognize Aaron Donald because he put up numbers. But when you look at guys like Zach Allen, when you look at guys like Kenny Clark that the Cowboys got in that trade, he is an absolute problem up the middle. And if the Broncos have these grand plans of running the football effectively, or they want to get the football, they want to throw the football effectively with Bo Nix, and you have pressure coming right up the middle, then it's an issue. So he is certainly somebody that you need to account for. But on the other side of this is once again a true battle of, can your offense do anything of substance consistently? The start and stop nature of how this offense operates is going to be what plagues this team. You ask me how they lose? How do they lose this game? How do they lose in the playoffs? What prevents them from winning a division title, a conference title, a Super Bowl? The inconsistency in which the offense operates will always be the answer. There's other things that are bad too. They are incredibly poor in the details. Good football teams do not finish the year second in penalties. Good football teams don't make those kind of boneheaded mistakes. Good football teams don't field the kickoff at the 5-yard line and run out of bounds. The details are not that of a contending team. But they have this explosiveness to them that sort of makes up for some problems. You know, there's one thing that is undeniable, and even you, I listen to these podcasts with former players on it, like Deshaun Jackson has one, and they all say the same thing about Bo Nix. They don't really know what Bo Nix is, but you get in the fourth quarter, Bo Nix is a killer, and that's the truth. But against better teams, that won't be good enough. Like, part of the reason why you were able to come back and beat the Giants, like, yes, they had this lead at the end of the game. The Giants did. Big lead. You were able to rack off touchdown after touchdown after touchdown, but they also gifted you a pick in the middle of that. Set you up at the 19-yard line or something. They did score late in the game to take the lead back, but I just think when you're facing somebody like Dak Prescott, you're not going to get that opportunity. You cannot rely on the opposing team to sort of bail you out. The offense needs to be way more consistent in quarters 1 through 3. Now, how do you go about fixing that? I don't know. I don't know what you do. Because it's not just the passing game. The running game feels like it has a tough time starting games effectively. And until they get that figured out, how many times, guys, have we been watching a Broncos game and been pissed for about an hour and a half, and then they finally start to get things rolling? I mean, the difference is this. They aren't just bad when the game starts. They look like one of the worst offenses in the league. And then when the fourth quarter starts, they aren't just good. They look like one of the best offenses of all time. And that wild back and forth nature, it's too volatile. Like, guess what? You're going to have a fourth quarter where things don't click that way. It's going to happen. And you need to have breathing room leading into moments like that. You know, when Sean Payton talked yesterday, he had the back and forth about the screens.
When you look back at the screen game, you know, especially early, it seemed a little bit touch and go. Is that
yeah, and then there were some big ones.
Yeah.
Did you see those?
Yep.
How many?
A couple.
How many big ones? No, how many big screens?
Maybe 2,
No,
3? No,
not enough. But watch it. Obviously, there's some looks that we didn't block exactly how we wanted to, but we ended up with some big plays by Tyler, Ingram. Bidet had a couple, so I'm not on the screen count. Next question.
So
no, don't start counting.
For him, when we talk about big plays, the screen game, big, I don't know what that constitutes. He said Bidet had a couple. Nelly, he finished with 2 catches for 19 yards. So what's the couple?
Well, that's an average of, 9.5 yards per play?
That's not a big play.
Pretty explosive. There you go.
Don't count.
It's okay. But it's kind of what I thought for the last couple of years. with Sean Payton. You know, when he had Russell Wilson, it was different because he had a quarterback that I just don't think he knew how to work with and a guy that didn't gel with him. And so I'm willing to give him a pass for the Russell year. And they were effective at times. You know, they had that little run in the middle of the season. But, like, just even from that clip, he talks about, hey, we didn't block that very well. I don't think you do a good job blocking on the outside with your wideouts, period. And so if that's the offense you want to run, if it requires good blocking from your wide receivers, well, what if you don't have that? And so there's a stubborn nature in, again, the comparison I've made to Sean Payton is he seems like a scientist. And he goes, I have a formula that I know that works. And so he wants to stick with his formula no matter what. The issue is, look, science was my worst class, so bear with me here. Whenever you conduct an experiment, there's variables that change each time that you do it. And you try and eliminate as many of the variables as you can, but they exist. And in this case, for example, okay, here's one. You guys ever tried to bake anything like cookies? You ever notice when you bake cookies, even if you're doing it from one of the store-bought brands, here's how you bake the cookies, and then what else is there, Nelly? Here's how you bake the cookies in altitude. There's a different recipe when you are in altitude because it affects the way that the cookies rise in the oven. I think the same thing's sort of in effect here, except it's not the altitude that's the variable. It's your guys don't block very well on the outside.
And actually, while we're throwing out half-baked metaphors, here's one that I've been thinking of. And you can tell me if this makes sense or if this holds water.
Just real quick to finish this and hang on to what you're about to say. The point is, I don't think he's adjusting for the variables here. He goes, this is my formula and this works. And I go, it does when you have the right pieces, but when you don't, you need to make adjustments. Go ahead.
Right. And so your head goes to science and baking. And where my head went with this whole offense, play calling, having trouble getting things going, what came to mind is a few years ago, one of my friends asked me to give him guitar lessons. And so I started teaching him every now and then whenever we could find the time. And we got a pretty good foundation laid, but but the problem that we ran into is there were some times that I was trying to explain something to him, and I've been playing guitar for so long that sometimes I forget the things that a beginning guitar player would or wouldn't know.
Sure.
So I would say, do this. And he'd look at me like a deer in the headlights, and I'd go, oh, sorry, you have to warp your fingers this way, press this fret.
Right.
And one time we had a guitar lesson with 3 people, and the new guy that joined us, a different friend of ours, he's okay. Like, he's pretty good at playing guitar. He can play Wonderwall enough to impress his wife, but, like, that's about it. So sometimes I would say something to the guy I was teaching, and then the other guy would go, oh, sorry, what he means is... Because that guy isn't as experienced as guitar as me. He could be like the go-between. And sometimes that's what I feel like is happening with Sean Payton. This guy has been calling his playbook for, what, 20 years?
Yeah.
30 years?
Close enough.
And he's going to Bo, and he's talking like John Gruden to Chris Sims in Hard Knocks. He's going, X stick looky, white, right, left, spider, 2 wide, banana.
Well, the issue with that is, but it's not that Bo Nix is incapable. I don't think that's the case. But I do think that Bo Nix is trying to be such a good soldier for Sean Payton that he's trying to be Sean Payton on the field instead of be Bo Nix. Like, I think there is a number of times that he is just, you see him in the pocket and it's all processing. It's all that little circle that ends up on your computer that's just, it's trying to figure things out. And with him, he is such a good athlete that I think you just got to let him play and simplify things a little bit. You know, there will be times where he needs to be the ultra processor and the computer chip that's standing in the pocket. And then there's times where it's just, we got to go make something happen. And guess when that happens? It's the fourth quarter. When you're down 19 points, Like, we just need to go make a play. And that's when he takes off and runs for, 20 yards on a scramble. That's where he finds, extends a play, scrambles outside the pocket, finds somebody downfield. That's what all that stuff is for. And I think if they just let him sort of find a rhythm and not think constantly, it's a lot better. And so I hope that's the case because I'm very nervous about what the Cowboys offense is capable of, even against the Broncos defense. So we can get back to this in just a little bit. Can always watch the show on Twitch and on YouTube, but you can listen anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So, a whole bunch of football over the weekend, along with the Avs and Nuggets games. They'll all be here on 92.5. So, tonight, Pine Creek at Regis Jesuit.
Tonight.
We have high school football. Tomorrow is going to be Avs and Bruins at 1 o'clock. And then Nuggets and Suns at 7. And then Sunday, Giants-Eagles is going to be at 11 a.m. on AM 950. The Avs and Devils will be on at 11 o'clock as well. And then it's Sunday Night Football between Packers and Steelers. So all of that's going to be on 92.5 or 950 over the weekend. So if you're in your cars, jump in. We'll have a game on, I guarantee you, at some point whenever you're in the car over the next couple of days. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. I am very excited about this weekend. There's some details about the Buffs that came out yesterday that is very interesting. We'll make Nelly sing here in a few minutes. Deion said at his press conference the other day that when they had their bye week, the expectation from his players is that they would come back on Sunday, and some of them did not adhere to that request. So Deion said there's going to be consequences for that, and you will see them. So when you wonder why some guys aren't playing, that's the reason why. And then I saw what he was talking about. There's a whole bunch of dudes out. What is the total number here of players that are out for the game? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 players for the Buffs have been ruled out for the game this weekend against Utah. 17. There's also one other player that is doubtful and 3 that are questionable. We're talking about over 20 players that might not play in this game due to either injury or, I guess we're calling it suspension. This is a big game against Utah. You know, the Buffs get this really nice win right before their bye week. They kind of get themselves back in position to stick with bowl eligibility. It's still a very much an uphill climb, but they did give it at least a little bit of a run with what they were able to accomplish heading into the bye week after beating Iowa State. So they're 3-4 right now. They got to go 3-2 the rest of the way with a pretty, for them and where the Buffs are at, a difficult schedule. At Utah tomorrow, Arizona at home, at West Virginia, Arizona State at home, and then at Kansas State. Is it possible to go 3-2? It's possible. But it feels like if you win this game against Utah, it would do a lot for your case to try and make it. And to miss this many guys is tough, because what I thought to myself is there's a balance between discipline and trying to keep your goals ahead of you. And I have a lot of respect for Deion for being like, I don't care. I told you guys you need to be back on this day. Some of you didn't adhere to it. So you're going to get punished. You have to run program like you have to.
The injury report for all those guys should say out, parentheses, FAFO.
Well, yeah.
Because I think that's what happened. That's what they did.
I don't think they have to list the reason why the player's out. So out of all these names, some of these guys are injuries and some of these guys are just whatever Deion's talking about. But I have respect for him. Like, it would be very easy to say, hey, man, we got to make a bowl game. I can't suspend these guys. We need them. And you chose like a little bit of ethics over the results, and I have respect. At the same time, not making a bowl game would hurt a lot. Losing to Utah would hurt a lot. Utah's been a thorn in your side for a long, long time now. Now, you did, if I remember right, they got the win against Utah last year, didn't they? If I'm remembering correctly, yes, they did. They beat them pretty badly, 49-24. So recently, you got to win against them, but historically, they've been just the better football team and become, I think, quasi-a-rival in all of this, just because regionally they're close enough and because they play a tough brand of football. I would love for CU to eventually get to a place where they are Utah. Competitive, top 25 team consistently. You kind of know what you're getting year in, year out. Like, if he became Kyle Whittingham, great. You obviously want more than that, but it'd be a good starting point. Just being competitive year in, year out. So it's a big game. Now, I got respect for him for sort of drawing a line in the sand saying if you cross it, here's the consequences. Now, something else I noticed yesterday, and we got really in the weeds of the gambling thing in the FBI probe. But there's a reason for it. It's if your sport is being tainted and tarnished by predetermined results that the viewing public is now starting to question, you have a real case of unintended consequences surrounding the integrity of your sport. And the second that becomes questionable, your entire sport starts to teeter. The news yesterday surrounding Terry Rozier and then Chauncey Billups. So Chauncey has been taken into custody on this poker aspect of it. But there was something in the FBI report that is making people think perhaps it had to do with the basketball too. So I'll read a little bit of this investigation, and you tell me who this sounds like. Co-conspirator 8, an individual whose identity is known to the grand jury, was a resident in Oregon. Co-conspirator 8 was an NBA player from approximately 1997 through 2014 and an NBA coach since at least 2021. On March 24th, 2023, the Portland Trail Blazers played the Chicago Bulls. Prior to the game, the Blazers' record was 32-40. The team was out of playoff contention with 10 games remaining in the season. Co-conspirator 8 told the defendant, Eric Ernest, that the Blazers were going to be tanking. Co-conspirator 8 told Ernest before the news was publicly announced that several of the Trailblazers' best players, including player 1, an individual whose identity is known to the grand jury, would not be playing in the March 24th game. That sounds a lot like somebody named Chauncey Billups. And if that's the case, this becomes an entirely bigger problem. Because not only, Nelly, would that be an admission of giving insider information to people who are betting on the game, which is, first of all, a giant no-no. Secondly, it's an open admission to tanking, which is not allowed in the sport. Now, do we all kind of understand that tanking happens? Yeah. But you cannot say that out loud. These are now bigger problems for Chauncey because it doesn't just mean poker. It's like banned for life from the game of basketball, name stripped out of the Hall of Fame, legacy tarnished stuff. And this will beg the question moving forward of, well, how many people are involved? I just realized I talked way too much and I need to make you sing. Nelly?
We're really going to do a betting segment here now?
Yeah. Yes, we are.
Pretty!
I didn't bet.
Pretty! Brady and his legal bets.
Brady and his bets.
He bet legally.
It's all on the up and up.
X-ray card readers. Brady! Brady! Brady!
What a great transition.
Brady and his bets.
Hey, for the record, this isn't sponsored. This is just to make you sing.
It's sponsored by Brett Coin.
Brett Coin, that's right. So a couple of games this weekend. The first one I'm going to take, believe it or not, the 0-7 Jets. Or I'm sorry, let's start with the lock. My lock is in college football. I'm riding Vanderbilt again this week. Home team, 2.5-point favorite against Missouri. Both teams 6-1. Both teams in the top 15. I'm trusting Diego Pavia to get the win at home. He's really good at home. And I think that he can outlast Missouri, who has been sort of scraping by for a few games this year. A 9-point win over South Carolina, a 6-point win over Auburn, and the loss to Alabama 27-24. I'm going to ride with Diego Pavia. And then on the NFL side, my underdog of the week. The Jets are 6.5-point dogs to Cincinnati in Cincinnati. The Jets' defense has been a lot better since they've gotten healthier. I'm still not trusting the Flacco thing immediately in Cincinnati. I think they keep it within a touchdown. There's your 2 picks for the weekend. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
This is Kale McCarr.
It's a double dipperito.
Lehkonen will pick it up at center ice. Here he comes. Wide left again. He has to score to keep it going. Lehkonen holding, shooting. Save made by Anderson. It is over. And the Whalers have won in a shootout.
Hey, Colorado, it's Brucey B. It's a double dipperoo.
Draymond Green into Horford, back over to Draymond, and there is the horn in Golden State. Denver loses game number 1 of the year. They got out free throwed by the Golden State Warriors. Final tonight from San Francisco, 137 to 131 in overtime.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. We'll get to the football in a bit, but the games from last night, both good games, both bad finishes. Let's start with the Nuggets because they open up their season against Golden State.
I'm going to blame Cale McCarr for calling it a double dipperito.
I agree. His fault. But
I don't think that Cale McCarr caused Joker to go 2 of 13 from the from 3-point range.
It's a double dipperito.
It's a double dipperoo. Let's get it right. I don't think it was his fault that Joker couldn't throw the ball in the ocean last night.
Well,
it just sets a bad tone.
That's why, actually, I thought the Nuggets were probably going to lose last night just for all the reasons that we kind of laid out, that it was, on the road against a tough team who played already this year. And you saw it at the very beginning. They went down 10-0 because they were trying to figure out the pace of the game when the Warriors played a game already. Now, the problems that the Nuggets had last night are wholly and entirely fixable in something that I'm not concerned with. Oh, did Joker shoot badly? It's not going to be a problem. That'll get fixed. I'm actually more interested in the things that went well, which was Aaron Gordon's transformation into a knockdown shooter is one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen.
I did not have Aaron Gordon going nuclear on my opening night bingo card. I did not have that. I knew he was a much better shooter, but the most mature response of the night, and Nelly, let me know when you have it. This man goes out, puts a 50 on the Golden State Warriors, knocks down 10 threes, is absolutely unconscious, but they lose the game. How many players, modern players in the NBA today, if given a game ball after that, his first 50 piece of his career, how many players would take that game ball and say thank you?
Almost all.
Probably not Aaron Gordon. Right. Not Aaron Gordon. Listen to this.
They're asking if I wanted the game ball, and no, I don't want to take an L home with me. Oh, thank you.
That's so mature. I'm so proud of him. That is so unparticipation trophy-like. That is the best response I've heard from a player in a long time. Take your game ball and get it out of here. We just lost. Well, that is so cool.
Just to kind of hone this down, Moj, I think of shooting in basketball the same way I think of accuracy with a quarterback, or I think of location for a pitcher. I truly think it's to a certain extent, it's something you just kind of have or you don't. And yes, you can work at it and you become better at these things, but you're just kind of born with that sort of gene in you. And if
not
you're
AG.
Yeah, but this is what I'm getting at. If you're a bad shooter, can you get better? Yes, but you won't be a great shooter. He went from a bad shooter who just dunks and does stuff around the rim and uses physicality to somebody who is a knockdown shooter, in transition, pull up from three. That is something that is entirely rare in that sport.
Vince Carter did the same thing.
Yeah.
Vince Carter did exactly that.
Vince Carter is also a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that
I was doing my own game. Yeah, I was doing my own game last night, guys, and I got a chance to watch, obviously, the end of the Nuggets. And I honestly thought after the Warriors missed the layup and AG buried that three, I thought it was over.
Yeah, I mean,
late in that game, I thought it was over, man. I thought it was over. And then Curry hits that three from the logo.
That's where it's, sometimes you just go, okay. When Curry does that guys, that was for Steph, it's different. it's a terrible shot. I mean,
for anybody but
10
Steph Curry.
feet outside the three-point line with a guy right in his face, and he buries it. You're just like, okay.
Yeah, that's one where you shrug your shoulders and say, what are you going to do? And I know a lot of people are going to give CB heat, but, I mean, there have been many more players defensively oriented who have lost their way against against Steph Curry. The guy is unstoppable when he gets in that zone. Unstoppable.
He did the sleepy time thing again, and
well, he earned it.
I'm a little
no, but Brett, man, stop with the he earned it. The sleepy time thing is just so disrespectful.
Stop with the being fair, Brett. Stop with that.
It didn't bother me one bit. It didn't bother me. They won the game. I know you can hate him. You can hate everything he does. He lit you up. He won the game. He can do what he wants. Home court lit you up.
He also got to the free throw line a billion times.
Doesn't matter. Yes, that was a charge, by the way, and not a block. That was a ridiculous call. I don't understand that. Dorsberg saying that Cam Johnson got in there late. But they showed the replay.
Yeah.
He was there fine. It was a charge. That was terrible. But he can do what he wants when he wins and he makes
zip it, Doris.
When the dude makes a half quarter to tie the game late, once it goes to overtime, I sort of had a feeling the Nuggets were going to lose. That game should have never gone to OT. You got to win in regulation. Joker's got to knock down that shot. Joker missed shots he normally makes in his sleep. He's not in shape yet. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not in shape. And there's some other things out there that we could talk about. It's game one. If Michael Porter Jr. went out there and finished with 5 points on 1 for 6 from 3, we would be having a cow, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Cam Johnson thing is going to take time.
I know.
It takes time to figure that out.
I'm just saying, if that's MPJ, what are we saying today?
Well, here's what I'd be saying. I'll be honest. Here's what I'd be saying. Do you want more from him? Yeah. At the same time, when you have Jokic and Murray on this team, they're going to get shots up, and then somebody else dropped 50. How many points are going to go around?
I get it. No,
that's what I would be saying, though.
Sure.
I mean, yeah.
If you look at the box score, though, I mean, that's why I'm not concerned about it. We have to be fair. I think MPJ was the subject of scrutiny many times when it wasn't fair, is all I'm saying.
Yes, exactly.
Agreed.
And also, he rebounded.
Aaron Gordon.
Rebounded. Hey, one thing about MPJ, if he didn't score, he rebounded.
He did.
Cam Johnson
He went and
had
got the ball.
3 rebounds.
I'll say this, though. If not for Aaron Gordon and his unbelievably wild productivity at the three-point line, the three-point shooting for the rest of the team was abysmal. I mean, absolutely atrocious.
Well, I mean,
awful.
Joker attempted 13 threes.
Which he shouldn't be doing, dude. I don't care what you say. You shouldn't be – if you've got the advantage on the inside – you shouldn't be throwing it up that many times from outside. I don't think you should be anyway. I don't like that. That's my own personal opinion.
I mean,
your big fella should be eating and eat Draymond and so on.
He attempted more threes than Aaron Gordon did, who made 10 of them.
He usually just does that when the team is like really struggling.
Yeah.
And they weren't struggling. They're in the lead for
He
most of
attempted
the
more
game.
than Steph Curry did, for crying out loud. He attempted more than Steph.
No, man, it's shocking when you see an un-Jokic-like performance. And I know he got a triple-double, which is becoming, commonplace, obviously. But the finish of that game, when Aaron Gordon is a flamethrower like that, they went back to their two-man game to finish it up, right?
Yeah.
Jamal and Joker. And that didn't bother me because it works. But on a night when a dude's gone for 50, you wonder, should we just let him shoot?
Yeah. The answer is yes. He can't miss. By the way, this was Inside the NBA talking about AG.
But this one, before we go to break, this falls in the category of you just can't make that stuff up. Aaron Gordon has made 10 three-pointers tonight, tying Terry Rozier in 2020 for the most in a season opener in NBA history. I kid you not. We'll take a break. When we come back, the finals rematch.
You probably should go to a commercial after that.
And Pacers.
You can't make this stuff up.
They're going to Portland tomorrow night.
So AG, 10 of 11 from three-point range, 50 points, great. Now, Moj, in the game you were calling, you talk about getting just blitzed to start a game. You spot 4 goals to him. I know it was 1-1 after about 4 minutes. But you spot 4 goals to him, and in different ways. Was Wedgwood good? No. Was he being helped much in that first period? No. Here's the story, though, Moj, and you know what's coming. 8 power plays. You said that they were going to get opportunities before on the show yesterday. You said that Carolina will give the Avs opportunities on the power play. Yuck. 1 of 8.
Yeah. Again, I will make zero excuses for it at all. Carolina's penalty kill is very good. You saw how aggressive it is, right? You got to be able to break through it. They came in about 93% this season already. So obviously they are in one right now on the PK. Carolina is. They're really connected and really aggressive. Number 2, Freddie Anderson. I think that Landy said it best in the postgame. He got a piece of everything. I mean, he literally got a piece of, like, everything that came his way, he got a piece of, okay? Whether it's a great stop, whether he's, making a stick save, kick save, whatever, or just barely getting a piece of his shoulder or his elbow or the inside of his blocker or whatever. He got a piece of everything. And then you simply aren't firing the puck enough. I would love to see 5 shots per power play. Just pour the puck at the front of the net type of stuff. That's what I'd love to see until you get out of it. But you had plenty of opportunity there, and you didn't take advantage, including late in overtime when, again, you don't have your full 2 minutes because time is running out on the clock. But there's all kinds of ice, man. If you can just win the draw and get set up, you've got the best players on the planet in wide open ice.
Well, I noticed they
couldn't get it done.
They did something late in the game, Moj, and I've asked you about this. I've wondered why this is the case. You go back 2 years ago, your leader in power play points was Val Nichushkin, and he's not on that top unit. And I was like, why not throw him on there and see if he can find that magic again? They did late, and they scored. And I wonder if that's going to be a more permanent thing. I hope it is.
Very well could be. Jerry Bednar indicated yesterday that in terms of line combinations, that he's going to give these guys a chance to ride it out, okay? I mean, look, they're 5-0-3. They haven't lost in regulation. They've got a point in every single game so far, at least one. But you have opportunities for more, clearly. He said he's not going to tinker at all with the line. He's just going to throw them out there, keep going, keep going. He said he's not going to be quite as patient with the power play, so maybe Val is part of that top unit now again, and he parks his big old 13 butt right in front of the net. Nothing came easy offensively last night. I mean, absolutely nothing. I mean, they had to work their tails off, and that's the way it is on most nights, but work their tails off for every single dang goal in that game, man. Carolina gave them nothing. I think the Avs, I would argue to you that, again, it's not Eric Robinson in that first one. Look, it's throwing up the boards out of the zone. I don't think that Eric Robinson flying down the wing, sniping top corner, top cheese in a tiny shoebox is on my bingo card, but yet it happened. Okay, fine.
The play that normally when you give up a shorty, you lose the game. That's the play that's sort of like, oof. That the play hurt my heart.
Yeah, I don't know what Gabe. I don't know if he heard something.
Yeah.
What he thought, but he threw it out of the zone right to center ice, and Jarvis in stride just took off. And Jarvis is a good player. I mean, he scored 30-plus goals the past 2 years. He's got 7 already in 7 games for the Whale this year. And he made a great play. I give him all kinds of credit in the world. I mean, he's a very, very good player. Carolina is a very good team, dudes. They're one of the Cup favorites.
It's crazy that Carolina is in this position considering how much they foiled the whole Rantanen trade. I mean, it was such a dumb move on their part, and yet here they are. They're still loaded. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, well, because they've got good players and they've got really good coaching, too. Rod Brindamore is a very good coach. And then without 3 of their top 4D, arguably, certainly 3 of their top 5 right now.
I mean, but
Miller's out, Gostisbehere is out, Slavin's out. What?
They rented the dude for a month and got nothing, basically. They got
not even a month, couple weeks.
I know, that's...
Well, hey, you think I got thoughts about Mikko? You got to talk to the people from Carolina.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh boy,
I'm sure
he's not on
Did he
Christmas
give them
cards
bad
left.
information?
I don't know, Vic. I think it was the same kind of thing that happened here. I just think that the failure to take control of the situation is a problem, and that's a Miko thing, and I don't want to get into it anymore. But nonetheless, and then Cale Makar with a very uncharacteristic turnover. I mean, he threw it into Taylor Hall, bouncing puck. He blocked the first pass, and then it goes down low, and Stankoven's by. See, here's why I don't really blame anybody. I mean, I guess I do. Taylor Hall's in strong in the forecheck, fine. If Cale Makar has the puck in his zone, I mean, you fly the zone. You get the hell out of there because he's such a sure thing to get it out, right? He is such a sure thing to get that puck onto somebody else's stick out of the zone. You sidestep Taylor Hall and whatever. I think Hall got on Makar faster than he thought he was going to. And that caused that whole thing. But that's why Stankoven's by himself down there banging away at the pad, and Wedgie sort of even puts it in himself. I mean, he's got brand new pads that are slick, that won't stay on the damn ice, and it's sliding backwards across the goal line. Because you figure, okay, well, it's on 8 stick. He really doesn't need any help back there. He can skate his way or pass his way out of anything. He hits Taylor Hall like under the arm, and that's what started all that crap.
I got to say, I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but Rod Brindamore's face, he looks like he owns a funeral home.
I don't know what to do with that information, Brett. I'm trying to process what a funeral director looks like.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how to describe it. He looks like somebody who owns a funeral home. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I would like to crown 4980, texter 4980. Put your name on your text. Come on, man. If you've listened to this show, put your name on your text for the most ridiculous comment made on this radio show in a long time. Fellas, I know you work for the owners, but let's stop with the title talk for both teams, Avs and Nuggets. The window is closed. It's obvious. What? For you to type that into your phone after game 1 for the Nuggets and an Avalanche team that is yet to lose in regulation.
Vic.
It takes... Do you understand how much, I don't even know what the word is for you to type that into your phone?
Vic, the Nuggets lost last night. They are now a game away from being eliminated from postseason contention. Do you not understand how this works?
Oh, you zip it, Doris! I thought I was emotional. I thought I had emotional swings. That person, 4980, you just jumped off a cliff emotionally.
Yeah, why would you read that one out of all the texts coming here?
Because the emotional, the ravaging of emotions after wins and losses amaze me. And sometimes, and I hate to go here because we talked about it yesterday, sometimes I do wonder, do people get this bent because they lost money on the game?
I don't know. Ugh. I don't know. Brett, not to make a joke at the Rockies' expense, but if it's April 2nd and they lose game 1 of the year 13-2, you can pretty much write them off. Okay? There's 161 to go, but we know it's over. Home slice here needs to chill the hell out. That is comment.
Like that one, but that's just okay. Then just live your life stupid. Then I'm not going to help you. Go ahead. Yes, they're done. They're not title contenders. I saw 48 minutes worth of basketball, and now I've made my definite decision in a game. By the way, they should have won if not for an insane Curry 3. I mean that too, but whatever.
Is this the funeral home director?
Tell me that guy doesn't look like he runs a funeral home.
So
you tell me.
I'm just curious, Brett. How many funeral homes do you frequent?
I haven't, but in my head, when I picture a funeral home director, it's this guy. He walks in and he goes, "I'm going to show you some caskets."
Oh my God.
That's what it looks like. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh man.
Tell me I'm wrong. He doesn't have now not some rundown bad funeral home, but I mean like high end guy.
You're hitting a little too close to home for me right now.
Yeah, he's also got some Addams Family vibe to him.
Why, Moser, did you do what my parents did? My parents already went out and got all their funeral arrangements done. My mom described it to me. Got everything.
You know what?
Headstones, all of it.
I want to go like Donnie in the Big Lebowski. Stick me in a Folgers can.
No, I just want to throw you in a dumpster.
Stick me in a yeah, that's fine. Stick me in a Folgers can and throw me into the wind. I don't care. I don't care.
Here's a good
Don't
news.
waste the bread. Do not waste the bread.
Moj, hopefully, 30, 40 years from now when we get to that point with you, I'll be sure to go pay Rod Brindamore a visit, and I'll make sure you get the finest Folgers can.
He'll still be around. Right. I don't even think they have coffee cans anymore. I don't think they have big old coffee cans like that anymore. They call them in all these little bags, and fancy little tabs that hold the bag closed.
No, you can press me into a diamond. You can wear me forever. Nah, no thank you.
We're nothing. We're dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
I got two.
Somebody said he has resting funeral home face. He does.
Okay.
I got two dogs.
Look, I got to get ready to get on this friggin' airplane. We got to get the break. Nelly, Heather's out today, by the way.
We're over already. This is what happens when we get the double dipperoos back. So 303-504-0925.
I know it was not a successful double dipperoo, but, man, it felt good to have a double dipperoo.
It did. It felt good to have one again. Now, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. Speaking of football, I'm really nervous about the Cowboys. And it's for one reason in particular we'll get to next.
Brand new Ford Bronco Sport at Silterhar Motors. What do you think it is? Well, it starts at $25,999. Wow. It's a very popular rig. You can lease one right now for $299 a month. That's also amazing on an incredibly popular rig. It's Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Prices, well, they're the lowest in town. Cash, finance, lease, trade. They've got you covered completely. And over 1,000 new and pre-owned cars on the lots right now. A ton of brands to choose from. They have what you're looking for, and they've been around for over 65 years. That should tell you something. They do it right, and people want to come back to them. Do yourself a favor right now. Shop online as we speak at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Get started there. Then get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth in Broomfield. You'll be glad that you did because it's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. The Broncos take on the Cowboys this weekend, and I am getting increasingly more nervous as the week goes. Some weeks you feel better about a game as it approaches. Some are the opposite. And I am in the more worrisome category because I feel like this is going to give me a pretty definitive answer to this question, but I don't know how good the Broncos are defensively yet. They're good, but are they elite level, holy hell good, or are they just pretty good?
Are they generational good is what you're asking?
Yeah, because if they're that, then you can do a whole bunch of things this season, like a lot's available to you. If they're not with the offense that they have, then they're just an okay team again. But I'll tell you who really scares me. Ironically, Javonte Williams really scares me this weekend. And I don't think the Broncos, for all the things they do well on defense, I'm skeptical about their run defense. And there's something about the way that the Cowboys O-line, with the threat of their passing game, just adds to what is now a healthier Javonte Williams, where, God, think about the mess it would be if you get to this game on Sunday and the Broncos lose and Javonte goes off for like $140.
You know, sometimes change is good for both parties. I don't think anybody in Broncos country barked when they let Javonte Williams go, correct?
I certainly
Am I mistaken?
didn't. No.
Nobody did. So he probably wanted a fresh start elsewhere. He got one, and now he's thriving. So I'm not going to take a page from the Moser school here where he barks at every single player that leaves town. I'm happy for Javonte Williams. He landed on his feet. He's the second leading rusher in the NFL. Good for him. He wasn't wanted here anymore.
Yeah, I'm not bitter against Javonte Williams. I mean, listen, he dealt with major injury, and Leggy, I think, is correct. It's a 2-year process from that to try to get back to being a whole player again. And I loved his comments. You know, I mean, he's a good person. He said, look, I got down here to just click between myself and Schottenheimer, and I told him how I wanted to run. He's like, good, that's exactly how I want you to run. And so it seems like a really, really, really good fit. So good for him. I hope he's not a problem. I hope he's not a pain in the tail coming up on Sunday.
And
I have
a
feeling
he
he might be, but I have a feeling he might be, but hopefully he's not.
So let me ask you guys this. There have been 3 teams that I think offensively pose a challenge to the Denver Broncos. The Indianapolis Colts, the Chargers, and now these Cowboys coming in. Those are the 3 teams I can identify.
Yeah.
I think the Cowboys have the best offense of the 3.
No, they might have the best offense in the league.
So having said that, this should be the toughest challenge, correct, for your defense?
Yes.
Should be. Yeah, and I mean, you saw the Chargers last night too. Look, they are staying hot on the heels. Kansas City's going to be hot on the heels. We know that. So you've got to continue to make hay. Dak Prescott, say what you will about him, when he's fully healthy, I mean, this guy can really throw the ball around the yard and play the damn game of football. And they're playing great right now because he's got all those weapons. And again, Brett, like you talked about yesterday, that running game, an effective running game, takes pressure off, and it keeps defenses so dang on. It's that if you're Dak Prescott and you're like, oh, did they buy into that play action? Oh, well, there's CeeDee Lamb right over there. Oh, guess who's over here? Is that my guy, George? Yeah, let me throw it to him. I mean, it really, really helps. Really helps.
And I think it's the one spot. You know, this, I didn't bring up the Javonte thing to be like, hey, don't you wish you had him back or anything like that. I'm more nervous because he's the second leading rusher in the league, and I think that your defense can get exposed through the run game. It's happened before this year, and you bring up, Vic, when you
It's only happened one game, Jonathan Martin. It's only happened one
Jonathan
game,
Taylor.
really. I'm sorry, Jonathan Taylor. That's the only game where they looked soft in the middle. I mean, give me another running back that had a field day against the Broncos defense.
The Chargers, even without their top backs, I felt like Hampton had some running room in that game. The point is this, though, that The nature of how the Broncos offense operates, which is freaky, 3/4 of nothing and then just an explosion of whatever they kind of want to do, it just means that the defense has to be on their game. And the good offenses that they've faced have been able to do things against them. The Colts did whatever they wanted to against you. The Chargers didn't they have 400 yards of offense, 400 or more against you in that game earlier in the year? When they faced better offenses, it feels like all of those, when you have a generational defense, they should be able to tamp that down. And it just hasn't happened against the better offenses they faced, which makes me nervous because the Cowboys are really good.
Sure.
Really good.
If that's the case, then why is the old computer saying, hey, man, Broncos are about a 56-44 favorite in this game?
It's not a lot.
Yeah, that's not a
No,
big,
I guess it's not a
number.
lot. But, yeah, but I mean, if you're – I don't know what to make of the Broncos in the last 3 weeks, hide nor hair of them. I don't know what to make in these 3 football games.
It's a great Ray Charles song.
What?
Hide nor hair.
Well,
Just saying. I'm just saying it's a good song. You can continue.
I don't know what to make of this team. I mean, they're Jekyll and Hyde. They're up and down. I don't think anybody knows what to
why?
make.
Why are they up and down? Why are they Jekyll and Hyde? Because their offense doesn't do anything for 50 minutes of a football game.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you can't – that is playing with the ultimate level of fire. And I will say this. I mentioned this earlier, Vic. I think you agreed when I said this earlier in the week. Those games against Indy and the Chargers and better offenses and even last week against the Giants, in which the defense looked like they were getting a little bit exposed, I can put a lot of that on the offense for not doing anything. You go 3 and out, you put them on the field 50 times, you're going to get burnt every once in a while.
I've said this for 3 years. I said, I think when you see wrinkles in the defense, when you see holes in the defense, as we did in the Giants game, early on, it looked like they were having communication issues.
Yeah.
The tight end being wide open down the right seam, the crazy things. But toward the end of a game, when the defense looks up at the scoreboard and they notice a 0 next to the Broncos, I think some part of you is like, well, we got to do something because these dudes aren't doing anything. And that takes you out of your game. Now you're overcompensating. You're playing out of position. I'll give you an example. Do you remember when Hufanga was out of position on that touchdown run that they gave up?
Yeah.
I really believe that he instinctually saw something. He's like, I'm going to make a play here. Well, trying to make that play gave up a 29-yard touchdown run.
Well, I thought about this in the Jets game. I was thinking to myself, God, is the best chance the Broncos are going to get to score is when the defense is on the field?
Yeah.
Like, honestly, do they just jump a pass and take it back to the house for 6? Is that your best shot?
Listen, in my world, I think a complementary football team, a defense isn't always going to be dominant. A defense isn't always going to hold teams to 10 points or less. A defense should give the offense a chance to win the game. That's my estimation of a good defense.
Yeah.
Give your offense a chance to win the game. That's all I ask.
And they've done that. I mean, they've done that this year. It's just a matter of can the offense do anything with it. And it's part of, we can get to this later, but the clip that we played of Sean Payton going back and forth with that reporter the other day about the screen game, he said at the end of that clip, Bidet had a couple of big screens. I went back and looked at the stats, the box score from that game. Do you know what Bidet had? 2 catches for how many yards? What would you say? If Sean Payton said he had 2 big catches in the screen game, Bidet. He had 19 yards on 2 catches, which is fine. Would you qualify that as big plays? I sure hope not.
That's why when he said it yesterday or 2 days ago, that's why when he said it, I'm like, I guess for a coach, man, when you grind for a first down on a screen, that's probably a big play. Hey, we got the first.
Suppose.
I mean, it's all about your perspective, I guess, because to me, big play would be nice screen to Bidet, and he takes it 23 yards up the field and puts you into field goal rate. That kind of thing.
Yeah,
right?
Moshe.
Yeah.
Like, do you think
Did you hear me?
Do you think if how about this? If
That's what "that's it" means.
If Detroit or if name another top offensive league, Dallas,
Yeah.
If Detroit dumped off a screen pass to Jahmyr Gibbs that went for 9 yards and a first down, would they qualify that as a big play at the end of the game?
It's not a big play. No, I mean, and maybe with recent happenings, that is a big play for the Denver Broncos.
Hey, we hit George Pickens on a bubble screen that went for 8 yards and a first down. Big play.
I think of big play as an explosive play, a yard-getting play.
Yeah, 20 or more yards. That feels like a big play.
Game-changing play. But I think Deshaun Payton right now, big play is, hey man, we needed a first down. It was a critical play, and we got it.
We all have a different definition of the word big.
Well, yeah, Vic. I'm sure I'm sure in Oz, you're a friggin' giant.
Like Moj.
Would I be the largest human being in the history of your mom and dad's village?
Well, I was going to tell Moj, when I go back to the village, and am I not a big man in the village?
You are. Brett, they would think that
am I Wemby? Am I Wemby in Italy?
You'd be Wemby. Yeah, you would be, 100%.
If they saw you in the village, they would think that aliens exist.
Yeah, those ladies in Vic's parents' village are all like 5. I mean,
4'5".
Yeah, you're posting people up at 5 foot, big time. Yep.
I'm just looking at one of those old ladies. Buenos dias.
Looking straight down at the top of her head.
Exactly.
Oh my God, dude! Come on, man.
So
the hoop is still there, dude. You should do that. Next summer we gotta go. You get a basketball and just challenge all comers, old ladies, dudes, kids,
everybody,
whomever's in the village.
Not gonna
you
play.
Challenge everybody.
He wouldn't even play the media game. Nobody wanted to give the white boy a taste.
Oh, hang on a second. Vic, in the media game, I would have played against Jared Dudley.
He didn't play.
In Villa San Michel, I'm playing against 5'4" people. I dominate. I'm all in on that one. Chad Brown joins us next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and we're joined today by Chad Brown. Sorry for the craziness yesterday, Chad. It's like I've never done this in my life where I have tossed our show to an FBI director. That's never happened. So thank you for joining us today. How you doing?
I am fantastic, and I do understand where I rank in the hierarchy of things. When Mr. Basketball in Colorado is part of a a FBI investigation, I get bumped. It's all good, my friends. Happy Football Friday to you.
Happy football to you. Can I start right there just before we delve into football? I'm reading a Mark Kisla column in the Denver Gazette this morning, and his last paragraph really had me when he talked about this is what sports has become, sadly. A great large part of the audience now doesn't care about the wins and losses of their team. They care about the wins and losses in their pocketbooks when it comes to betting apps and all that. And I'm saddened to hear that, because it's not why we got into this. Does that bother you that sports betting has become so rampant, so big that it affects people that much?
Yeah, it does bother me. It does. Now, obviously, wagering has been a part of sports as long as sports have been around. And so even though it was underground and not embraced by the leagues, it was always there. But now it's become so ubiquitous. You turn on the largest sports network that's ever been built in ESPN, and ESPN Bet is a part of almost every show and every byline. It's just there every time you turn around. Once upon a time, it was frowned upon to talk about the point spread and the over and under. Now it's embraced by almost every single show. So I'm bothered by that. And probably the biggest point is your point, Vic, is that now we've created a generation of sports fans who aren't in love with the mythology of sports. They're not in love with the history of sports. They're not in love with the passion and the poetry of it all. They're in love with what it can do for their pocketbook or the angle for which they view the game. So it started a while ago with fantasy sports, and now it's obviously the gaming and wagering. And I think it's taken away from the beauty of what sports is supposed to be. The essence.
Yeah, it's not why we got into it, right? It's not why we got into sports. We didn't get into it for over-unders and all that crap. And a lot of times we find ourselves talking about it, and part of my brain's like, what are we doing? Whatever happened to competitive spirit? Whatever happened to, I just want to beat the other team. I don't care if Aaron Gordon hit the over on 3 points attempted, but a lot of people do, and a lot of people react when they do or when they don't, right? And that bothers me.
A lot of people come to me with wagering questions or fantasy questions, and I'm like, I'm not your guy. I'm just simply not the guy. I don't view the game through that lens. I view how to win a football game. What makes someone a good football team? Whether this guy, to your point, hits the over or under, how many points total are going to be scored, that's lost on me. I just rather talk about the winning possibilities and the losing possibilities.
I totally agree. Chad Brown with us. The Broncos are favored by 3.5. Do they cover?
I knew that was coming.
No, Chad, honestly. I'm so concerned this weekend because the Cowboys offense is so explosive and the Broncos offense is just nothing, everything. If the Broncos defense Pat Surtain said they could be a generational type defense, why do I have this fear that the Cowboys could put up 30 on them then?
Because the Cowboys offense is that good. They're number one in the NFL in total yards. They're number two in scoring. Dak Prescott, who's been a very good quarterback for a long time, is now playing the best quarterbacking of his entire career. So this Broncos defense is very good. There's no doubt about that. But they are built to kind of play from ahead for the most part. They want to get a lead. They want to get after the quarterback. They're built for that. If somebody can stay sustained, if somebody can stay balanced, this Broncos defense, like most defenses, not necessarily poking holes in who this defense is, but most defenses are going to struggle if an opponent can run the ball and pass the ball as the Cowboys can. And because the Cowboys score so many points, it's hard for the opponent to get the lead and then begin to play one-dimensional defense. that's not how this Cowboys team or this Cowboys offense operates. So, but as good as the Cowboys offense is, the Cowboys defense is also pretty bad as well. So there's a opportunity for the Broncos to win this game, but I have a difficult time imagining Bo Nix and this offense competing with Dak Prescott and the Cowboys offense score for score all game long.
Yeah, but the over-under on Javonte Williams' yards is 63.5. Do you think he's going to be up for blood?
Javonte is going to run hard. And again, to the balance point I just spoke about, the Cowboys can't just have Dak Prescott drop back and throw the ball every single play. They know that's going to play into the Broncos' hands. They're going to have to keep the Broncos' defense and Vance Joseph honest and run the ball. So at the risk of violating what I just talked about there, I think you got to pound the over on Javonte Williams because they're going to try their best to be balanced and to keep the Broncos defense, on their heels a bit and never allow them to think one-dimensionally, let's pin our ears back and get after the quarterback.
We got almost a year and a half's worth of evidence with Bo Nix. If I just leave this open-ended to you and just say, Bo Nix as a quarterback is what? What's your answer?
I was on a show yesterday, and of the 2024 quarterbacks, you would have a difficult time saying there's a better quarterback of the guys who were drafted in the first round. Caleb Williams has been up and down. Jaden Daniels, while great last year, hasn't been so great this year, and he's actually going to miss this week's game. Drake May, he's putting something together good this year. But Bo Nix has had an odd level of inconsistency, yet that is consistently good enough to win football games in the end. So I think the story is still unwritten on all those guys. So I'm not saying that Bo Nix is going to be the best one of all when it's all said and done, but I think the total body of work probably puts him in the lead and with a narrow lead. So Bo Nix is in the right direction, considering all the guys who were drafted in the same round as him last year.
That finish last week against the Giants, is that the craziest finish you've ever seen from a professional football game?
It is. 5 touchdowns in one quarter. That is just absolutely bananas, man. I can't recall a game of any kind of magnitude that someone's offense performed that way, that consistently. The Giants defense, they broke them essentially as that quarter went along. Despite a great effort by the Giants defense, they could not keep pace with the Broncos were doing offensively. And of course, that begs the question, well, why don't the Broncos do that all the time? It's not realistic to go that tempo all the time.
Plus, the defense isn't going to lay back all the time and play, send only 3 dudes like they did late in that game.
Right. So all those circumstances lined up, it ended up feeling to me almost like a Ocean's 11 movie where everything had to fall in perfect place for the next thing to happen. And it happened, fortunately for the Broncos, but that's certainly not a sustainable way to go about trying to win football games.
Chad Brown with us. One other thing here, Chad, with college football this weekend and CU. So Deion drew a line in the sand with his players and said, hey, after the bye week, you guys have to be here by Sunday. I guess a whole bunch of guys did not follow that protocol, and they're going to be out. I just looked at their game designations as of right now. 17 guys are out for this game. 17.
How many big names on that list? Or how many starters on that list?
I have to go back and find it, and I'll do that in a second. But there's a balance here between you need to be disciplined as a head coach and have an ethic about your team, and also you need to go 3-2 to finish with bowl eligibility. Where do you find the balance in that thing that Deion's trying to dance around right now?
I think you're talking to the wrong guy if you're looking for some leniency there. I was coached by Bill McCartney. He sat down Eric Bieniemy. He sat down all kinds of amazing players. He sent guys on the bus home from Miami, Florida in the Orange Bowl.
When the rules are the rules.
The rules are the rules. And if I start making exceptions, then suddenly I don't have any rules anymore. And so if I have a team of exceptions, then I don't have a team anymore. So I understand what Coach Prime is trying to do, and I think he recognizes that he's probably got a little bit of wiggle room post Travis Hunter, post Shedeur Sanders, coming off the bladder cancer and now coming off, further blood clots, that he's got a little bit of grace built in here. So if he does not make a bowl game, yet he still shows the things that a head football coach is supposed to be about, at least he would earn a bit of grace from me, in particular for this one. But this Utah game coming up, Utah is probably the most physical team the Buffs will play all year. I have yet to see the Buffs respond to a physical team in a very positive manner. I thought it was encouraging last week what they did against Iowa State. I'm not sure if they've got enough physicality on the football field to deal with Utah Brings play in and play out. I hope they do.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure about that.
You know, one thing I do admire about Deion, he's as much a new school as he is old school in coaching, right? He does so many new school things, you know, the music when you're trotting out to the field, a lot of the things we see in the stadium, you're like, wow. And then
He
old
basically
school,
spearheaded the transfer portal stuff.
yes. And then the old school just mentality of, nah, man, nah, we ain't doing that here. I admire that so much, and I agree with you. Why? You can't let the team, you can't let the players run the show. Once you do that, you've lost control. It's over. Well, why even coach?
Yeah, and so I think the folks who look at wins as the most important thing, and pardon me if I'm putting a stamp on you, not you guys, but some listener out there that makes you feel uncomfortable, are probably the folks who look at sports through the wagering lens and the gaming lens. What's in it for me? I want my team to win X amount of games, rather than my coach still has a responsibility to turn boys into men and to lead an organization that's got some backbone and some culture to it and some standards and some expectations.
Last question. You are a resident reptilian. Is that what you call people who like snakes? What do I call you?
We are herpetologists.
You have herpes?
The study of reptiles. No, I do not. But herpetologist, herps, is the generic term for reptiles and amphibians within the scientific community. So people who breed reptiles, we would be herpetoculturist.
All right.
So I would probably stamp myself with that brand.
All right. So let me ask the guy with herpes. I saw in my backyard last week as I'm mowing my lawn, true story, I took a picture of it, a baby rattlesnake. All right, because I verified it was a baby rattler. What do I do in that situation?
Considering we've had so many reptile conversations, Vic, and every time you appear to be completely frightened and afraid.
Nothing's changed.
I don't think you should do much other than call animal control because of your, we'll call it lack of comfort around the creepy crawly things. Chances of you making a mistake when trying to remove this baby rattlesnake from your backyard, I wouldn't suggest you getting out your rake and trying to flick him into the green space or put him into a trash can or a bucket. Put a trash can over him, call animal control. They'll be happy to deal with that animal in a safe way. Now is not the time for you to go reptile vigilante in your backyard, Vic.
Well, I ran inside, shut the door, and just waited.
Yep. That's probably right. Good call, Vic. Chad Brown joins us every single week. Chad, always appreciate it. Who you got this weekend?
I am headed out to the lovely Ames, Iowa for BYU Iowa State.
Oh, nice.
What will end up being a very good Big 12 matchup. I know it's not as sexy as Tennessee, Alabama, which I had last week, not as big on the national radar from a college football perspective, but still will be a very, very good football team, and BYU is definitely legit.
Chad, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Chad Brown joined us every single week. Coming up next, lay it down. Stick around. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Moj has to get out of here and get on a flight here in a few minutes, so we're going to lay it down in just a second. But, Moj, did you hear this last night? Palmieri goes to the box for 2 different penalties. And the ref says to him, I don't think he meant to have his mic open, but he does this.
It's going to be a high stick, it looked like.
You want a slash or a cross check?
No,
Islanders 21, 2-minute minus.
That wasn't supposed to be on the mic. That was the referee talking to.
Yeah. Why does he care what the penalty is called on him?
I don't know that he does. He was just complaining. I will say this. There was a slash on the hands, and then there was a cross-check in the lower back that knocked the player down to the ice on that particular play. So, yes, it could have been either one. And ref's like, look, stop your griping, Holmes. Pick.
Oh,
Fine.
he was
want to
saying, why are you complaining? I got you for 2 different things.
That's right. So you pick which one you want to sit down for. So he gave him cross-checking.
You want reckless
a
driving?
slash or a cross check?
Reckless driving or speeding?
Yeah,
Take
which
your
one?
pick. 3 seconds.
So good.
Go to the box, please. Go to the box, please. Now.
What was that from?
That was Quinn Hughes. He was chirping the ref on his way to the box. That was against the Avs. You may recognize another voice in that broadcast.
3 seconds.
Go to the box, please. Go to the box, please. Now.
That was me. I was just like, who the heck was that?
I love those little open mics. Stop throwing things on the field, please.
You going key.
Them tortillas, the nachos, them tortillas.
What do you throw? Tacos?
Tacos. I said
Anyway,
everything but the right thing, didn't I?
Most, before you leave us, it's time.
It's going to be a little abbreviation. I got to hit the road, Benelli. Let's rock. I really have 5 games this week, 5. I know that sounds crazy, but there's 4 college games that I really, really like. 1 pro game. Hey, I don't know how to make hide nor hair of this, to be honest with you, because it doesn't smell right. But, Brett, we believe in Baker Mayfield, do we not?
Yep.
The Buccaneers have owned the New Orleans Saints in recent memory, have they not?
They have.
Okay. New Orleans, by the way, is terrible against the spread this year. Terrible. 2-5. Okay? They're a 1-6 football team. The Buccaneers are good against the spread. They're favored by 4 on the road at New Orleans. The Buccaneers got roughed up by our Detroit Lions. Gabe Landeskog's Detroit Lions. Did they not?
They did.
Okay. I feel like this is a Baker get-right game. Baker Mayfield's too good to not lay it down against these guys. Am I right?
Don't look for my approval.
Oh, damn it. You're supposed
laying
to
it
help me
down.
with your bread coin. All right, here's what you're going to do. Wait in your kid's room.
Mm-hmm.
When the Tooth Fairy comes,
Yeah.
you're going to rough up the Tooth Fairy.
Yeah.
You're going to take that Tooth Fairy money.
Mm-hmm. $2.
You're going to head to Blackhawk and you say, hey, Doris, don't zip it today, Doris. I'm back. Baker Mayfield's just too damn good to let that 9-point performance against the Lions linger and linger and linger for a 5-2 football team. So you say, Doris, here's $47.93 from the Tooth Fairy.
Mm-hmm.
You put it right there in front of her and you say, Doris, do me a favor, dear. And you're a very sweet lady. Later!
Oh, you zip it, Doris!
All right, let me. By the way, Doris Burke, I didn't see it. Was she mouthy last night, or what was she?
Mouthy?
Yeah.
No.
Sort of her job.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, my bad.
You were mouthy during the game, too?
Yeah, well, you're so mouthy for 3 hours.
Listen, man, the Ole Miss Rebels are coming off.
Can you imagine going up to a broadcaster? Why are you so mouthy?
It's my job.
The Ole Miss Rebels are a damn good football team. They've dropped to 8th in the country after that tough loss last week. But they're on the road at the Oklahoma Sooners. Look, man, I just think Lane Kiffin and Venables and company, those guys are really good. That's a damn good football team. They're going to be in the national playoff. As you go on the road, well, actually, my bad. It's already done. Forget about that.
What?
I'm losing it.
What just happened?
Nothing. But let me move on. Let me move on.
Something just happened.
Yeah, who was our darling in the early part of the season, Brett? Who's our darling football team?
I'm so confused on what's going on right now.
Okay, our darling football team was the South Florida Bulls, okay?
Okay, gotcha, yes.
They're on the road at Memphis this week, both 6-1 football teams, but when you look at South Florida and the way they've rebounded after that one tough loss, those quality wins in the early part of the year were enough to sell me. Get the Bulls. They're on the road at Memphis. The Tigers are getting 5.5. I don't care. I'm going to take the Bulls. I'm going to lay the 5.5. I'm going to lay it down.
I watched you malfunction. It was just.
I know I did.
I just saw Control-Alt-Delete in real time.
Is Indiana really the number 2 team in the country? Are they really? Really?
I mean, they are.
They are. But are they 25.5-point favorites? Number 2 team in the country over UCLA, number 2 team in the country? Are they that good? Look, UCLA is not going to go to Bloomington and win this game, not by a long shot. But it just feels like with the way that UCLA has been playing since firing Deshaun Foster, and listen, Vic, do you call it the power of the hair? What do you call it, the power of the OC? You tell me.
Jerry World. I don't know. Jerry Neuheisel is the new it thing. He's got the it. He's the it guy.
And UCLA, dude, has been on fire since they fired their head coach. 25.5 just seems too much in a Big Ten matchup. UCLA is playing much better football. The Bruins will go to Bloomington and they will lose, but they're getting 25.5. So here's what you're going to do, Brett.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to walk through the parking lot and you're going to go, oh, look, there's a quarter. Oh, my God. Somebody at the cart return dropped a quarter. You're going to pick it up. And then you're going to do that at every single damn King Soopers and Safeway parking lot around the greater Denver area. By the time you're done, you're probably going to have about $8. You're going to spend $300 on a flight to Vegas.
Okay.
You're going to go to the Mandalay Bay, and you're going to say, hey, look, Jimmy, yeah, it's Brett. I'm back. I got $8 in my hand. I like getting 25.5 on UCLA and Bloomington. So you know what I'm going to do, Jimmy? I'm going to lay it down! And then finally, I'm not going to go with full 5.
Hang on. Should we get ours picked? Should we get our picks out of the way before you make your last one?
Please do.
Vic, do you got something?
Yeah, you go first.
So, top 25 matchup this weekend. Texas A&M and LSU. Mm-hmm. I just don't think LSU's all that great. Their offense is struggling. Nussmeier was supposed to be like the Heisman favorite.
Everything's on the Aggies here. Wow.
And it's not that much of a spread because Texas A&M, when they do win, they don't win by much. But Texas A&M has somebody that I think will be in the Heisman talks late in the season, and Marcel Reed at quarterback. He's very good, doesn't turn the ball over a lot. They're just really solid all around. Texas A&M doesn't have too much of a weakness. Good defensively, they're good on offense, and Marcel Reed is a dual threat guy that can do both, and this becomes a matter of, will LSU be able to keep up with Texas A&M? I don't think so. And with the spread only being 2.5, I'm going to take out my satchel. I'm going to reach in my satchel. I'm going to grab my coin purse.
Mm-hmm.
I start to count my coins, and I have a buffalo nickel, and I have a golden dollar, and I start to take those out, and I walk up to my girl, Alice. And I go, Alice, I'm back. I have $15.25 worth of coins in this little coin purse. But I also have Granddad's pocket watch. It's worth a lot more. I'm going to put all that in my hands, look at Alice dead in the eyes. I'm going to say Texas A&M 2.5. Lay down!
There's the bread coin. Vic, what do you got?
You know, I was going to do one, but after what happened yesterday, I don't know if I want to do any more betting for the time being.
Okay. Well, we're not really betting.
What
this
a
is sort
baby.
of fake betting, okay?
Oh,
this is fake.
Wait, did you get a phone call from somebody from the village? Did you get a phone call saying you calm it down?
It just doesn't feel right. All right, I'll give you one.
No.
I'll give you one.
Vic,
BYU
it's
at
an
Iowa State.
unsolicited Vic pick. They never feel right.
BYU at Iowa State. We saw what Iowa State
That's
is.
a setup.
All right, we saw what they are, and we know what BYU is. Iowa State is somehow favored by 2.5 in this game. They're favored, which surprises me. I think BYU goes in and wins this game by 2 touchdowns. So I'm going to ask you, to go to my dad's old car wash in Lakewood on Colfax. Go to the third bay. All you have to do is knock on that third bay where the money goes in, the coins, and coins actually start popping out because it's broken. It's been broken for years, and nobody knows that. So just knock on that bay a little bit, on that little coin machine. You'll get free money, wash your car over and over again, whatever's left over, take it to the window, and lay it down.
It's me, Mario.
I got two more, and they're going to be real quick. Diego Pavia, I'm a believer in him. I'm a believer in Vandy. 6-1 Mizzou at 6-1 Vandy. Holy crap. The Commodores are only laying 2.5, boys. It feels like free money to the Moj. That's what it feels like. I cannot believe that Indiana and Vanderbilt are both top 10 programs in the country, but here we are. Life, the universe works in mysterious ways. Take Vandy, take Pavia, take his mom, and lay it down. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. We know the Theo Vaughn thing, but okay. And finally, this is one that I feel like This is one I feel like I have to make, because if you have not been riding the Cincinnati Bearcats, then you don't know what the hell you're doing. Would it blow you away to realize that this weekend you have the number 1 offense in the Big 12 in Cincinnati versus the number 2 offense in the Big 12 in the Baylor Bears? You heard me right, Vic. The Baylor Bears have the number 2 offense in the entire Big 12. Jeez. But this game again is in Cincinnati, and the Bearcats cover week after week after week, and over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And the Bearcats, they're only laying 4. We love our little quarterback. What's his name, Brett?
Sorsby.
Sorsby, that's
right.
right.
You forget his name every time and you have to ask for it?
Yes.
Brendan Sorsby. This kid is a dual threat and has been all season long. Bearcats at home feels like free money to me. So take all your little change purse, Brett Satchel, get on Vic's Pony Express horse. Ride it until it stops, okay? Because it's going to run out of gas. Then you jump on the new horse.
Yeah.
And then you look back in your little tote bag there, your little leather tote bag. You say, oh, my God, is that the payroll for the railroad? Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, I'll tell you what, before I get to 20 Mile Road here in Parker, I'm going to do a little detour. I'm going to head to Blackhawk. I'm going to go see Mikey. He's been waiting for me for a long time to say, Mikey, I got the payroll here. Don't worry, I'll pay it back because I'm going to win big. Get the payroll here for the railroad. You take all of these dollars or whatever they are, bearer notes, it doesn't really matter at this point. You put them in front of him and you say, Mikey, I like the Bearcats and Sorsby -4 at home. You take that and you lay it down.
Jesus. And there you go. Another edition of Lay It Down with the Moj. So there's a lot more to get to. We'll get back to the Avs and Nuggets games in just a second. Also, a new detail in the gambling story that I want to get to.
Doesn't it make you feel a little hypocritical that we're jumping into these gambling stories and talking about just
why?
No,
and we didn't do anything wrong.
I didn't do anything illegal.
Segment.
I didn't do anything illegal.
You know, Vic, it's just really heartbreaking to see what happened to Chauncey Billups and how somebody gets duped like that. Lay it down!
Oh, my God.
Vic, just for the record, I talked about the gambling story and then went directly to Brady and his bets at the end of the 6 o'clock hour. Just so you know.
But see, that's how intertwined we've become in this practice. But then again, now that I think back at it, when I used to listen to Irvin Joe, when I was a wee little boy, and it was the late 80s, early 90s, and Irvin Joe started sports talk radio here in Colorado, they had their picks of the week every week. Joe Williams used to give them on Fridays for his college football. So nothing's really changed. Nothing's changed. It's just now legalized.
But there's nothing weird. I don't think there's anything weird about it. It's these people did illegal things.
Yeah. All right. I want you to help me clear my conscience.
There's nothing to clear.
I don't think you need to.
But what I was going to say, and this is more of an NBA thing than it is anything else. There's details that emerged about co-conspirator number 8 yesterday.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's just.
Let me just tell you a Cliff Notes version. We'll get into more details of this later. Co-conspirator number 8 is described as this. A resident of Oregon, an NBA player from approximately 1997 to 2014, and an NBA coach since at least 2021. You tell me which description that matches. Because that now became a story of tanking and letting people know before games when guys were and were not going to play.
Yeah.
But it sounds a lot like Chauncey, which now becomes an NBA thing, not just a poker thing.
Yeah, that's a different matter now.
Yeah. So we'll get to that in a little bit, but back to the Avs and Nuggets from last night. Mose, you got to run?
I got to get to the airport, homies.
Okay.
Everybody's almost there already.
Have a good trip, buddy.
Okay, yeah, it's crazy because the NHL is sending the Avs. They're going to be on the East Coast like 48 hours, dude. Because it's a day game in Boston tomorrow, an earlier game in Jersey on Sunday, and then straight home.
Yeah.
They never send teams from the West out east for less than 3 games. Usually it's 4 or 5. This is a 2-gamer. It's just an odd start to the year.
Enjoy.
Oh my God, he's still going. He's still going.
Enjoy the East Coast.
Say hello to Tiny, Gino, and Big Lou.
Yeah, I'm out.
Join Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac for a live broadcast at Jackson's in Lodo today from noon to 3. Bud Light will be on site and giving away a pair of tickets to the Broncos Cowboys with the Bud Light Tailgate VIP passes. See you at Jackson's in Lodo at noon. Back after this.
Dan Capless Law has a motto. They've used this motto for years. It's the truth. The truth wins. And in high-stakes personal injury cases, it takes a lot of skill, experience, and resources to find and prove the truth. That's what they do best. Dan Capless Law has proven it's very good at finding and proving truth, which is why it's won so much. The track record is pure. Record-setting results, including an unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. That only happens if your cause is true. If you need Dan Capless Law Firm, you need help for a serious firm in a serious case, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis, call them today, 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551, or hit them up, dancapleslaw.com.
This is Kale McCarr. It's a double dipperito.
Lehkonen will pick it up at center ice. Here he comes. Wide left again. He has to score to keep it going. Lehkonen holding, shooting. Save made by Anderson. It is over. And the Whalers have won in a shootout.
Hey, Colorado, it's Brucey B. It's a double dipperoo.
Draymond Green into Horford, back over to Draymond, and there is the horn in Golden State. Denver loses game number 1 of the year. They got out free throwed by the Golden State Warriors. Final tonight from San Francisco, 137 to 131 in overtime.
Double dipperoo, double loseroo yesterday. 2 good games, both with chances to win. They just couldn't finish.
I would love
Double
to give
dipperoo.
concise, sort of conclusive commentary on what happened in each of those games. If you want to handle the Avs, I can handle the Nuggets.
Well, I mean, the Avs, they put themselves in a giant hole. 4 goals allowed in the first period. They were not disciplined defensively. They turned the puck over again a little bit too much, and Wedgwood just didn't have it. You know, the biggest story that you're going to find with the Avs, though, is it's the same sort of thing that we've been talking about all year. They had 8 total power play opportunities in that, and that doesn't even include times where you were 4-on-4 and other situations like that. They scored once on the 8. And if the Avs want to be a team that is as threatening as they were when they won the Stanley Cup, they have to have that power play clicking around. Last few years, it's been somewhere from 24 to 25%. And it was going into that game at 11.5, and it's staying around 11.5. I don't know what the total is now, but after going 1 of 8, it's not going to be much better. But they might have found something later, because I was wondering why Val Nichushkin isn't on that top power play unit when he was a couple years ago, and he led the team in power play points over the course of the year. Seems like they might be going back to that because they did score on 1 power play with him on that unit. So maybe that's a sign of things to come and things to stay. But more than anything else, you put yourself at a deficit like that, and here's the theme of the Avs season. If the game ends in regulation, you win. If it goes anywhere beyond regulation, you lose. But they are still without a regulation loss this year.
I thought Wedgie was tired.
Could be. Could be. I mean, it could be just that he was off too. And that's where I think this weekend, if keep your fingers crossed, Mackenzie Blackwood is healthy enough to play in either game, you're going to get at least in this back-to-back. It's either going to be Minor or Blackwood making a start, depending on his health. So we'll see.
The Denver Nuggets, after digging a hole early, they were down 10-0 before the broadcast even flipped on. They were down 10-0 to the Warriors. They battled back. They take the lead. At one point, they're up double digits. Aaron Gordon is having the game of his life, a career night, 50 points for Aaron Gordon, 10 3-pointers. He made his first 8 threes. He was 8 for 8 at one point. Nuclear is what he was. And the Denver Nuggets, late in the game, led by 7. Then they led 116-109, again, 7, late in the game with 2:42 to play. Still, you're thinking, okay, just close this thing out. Just hold it. You're up 7 late. And then the game changed. And I hate to always say changed on one call, but Cam Johnson is in the paint. He's got both feet set. Steph Curry bowls right into him, and they call a blocking foul. And they didn't even question it. I thought that the Nuggets should have reviewed it personally. They didn't use their coach's challenge. They didn't. They should have. Because I think that could have been turned into a charge. After that play, of course, Curry knocks down both free throws, and the Nuggets were outscored down the stretch 10-2. It goes to overtime, and they lose in overtime because Steph Curry is Steph Curry. He had a freaking 35-foot three-pointer to tie it up late.
Right.
But what a wasteful performance by one Aaron Gordon, who has turned into a three-point demon. The guy is remarkable. It's amazing. I almost wanted to send a playbook over to Steve Kerr and say, hey, Coach, he can hit the three. Your guys kept laying off him as if he's Aaron Gordon of 3 years ago. It's not the same Aaron Gordon. He can hit the wide-open three. after the game, Nelly, if you have that sound, Aaron Gordon, as they're apt to do in the NBA when you have a big game, a career game, they give a game ball to that player because he scored 50 points for the first time ever. Here's what Aaron Gordon had to say about that game ball.
They're asking if I wanted a game ball, and no, I don't want a game ball. Take an L home with me. Oh, thank you.
I love it. I love the dog in him. I love the mature response. Who the hell wants a game ball when you gave up a lead and you gave a game away on the road that you feel you should have won? I love it. Because how many players in the NBA today, be honest, what do you think the percentage of players in the NBA, if they put on a career performance like that, would have accepted that game ball?
Most.
80%?
Yeah. Yeah.
But see, Aaron Gordon has bigger things on his mind. He has bigger aspirations. He knows that this team is a championship team. And he knows that they let one slip away last night. Uncharacteristic misses by Joker late in the game. He was off his game.
Yeah.
When closing time came around. I thought Jamal Murray, and I don't understand how some of you evaluate basketball. I got into it with somebody last night about Jamal Murray's performance. Jamal Murray, I thought, was great.
Me too.
25 and 10. He looked fast. He looked bouncy. I thought Jamal Murray had a great game.
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon had a great game. What was not to like about Jamal Murray's game last night?
No,
Are
I'm with you.
Kidding me?
It felt like he was starting the season with an intensity that we've been begging for over the last few years.
He
Yeah.
had 10 dimes and 25 points, man. If I got that out of Jamal every night, bank that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, if Jamal averaged 25 and 10 a night, that's not just an all-star, that's an all-NBA player. Yeah, you take that. The question I have, the bench unit looked better, like Vic. They were all in the plus category coming off the bench last night in plus minus. I am curious.
I have to be honest with you. I would like to see more minutes from Jonas Valanciunas.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Yeah, 12 minutes. And once again, maybe it was just because the game was close and you had
Brett, this is one of the reasons why, and they're not going to say it. He's not going to say it. It's one of the reasons why Jonas Valanciunas at first
was hesitant
to come to Denver because he would play behind the best player in the world, and he didn't want to be stuck with 9 to 10 minutes a night.
See, this is, again, an example. Tim Hardaway Jr., of all people, was the guy who played the most out of anybody off the bench
22.
last night. The reason I was so excited, and by the way, when he was on the floor, I thought he was good. Like, Jonas played well when he was on the floor.
4 or 5, 8 points, plus 4, 3 boards, 2 assists.
I know this happens occasionally where your starters play, 40-plus minutes in a game. I just don't like seeing the first game of the year, Jokic is out there with 41 minutes. You know what I mean? I thought the whole point to having Valanciunas is that you can play him like 32, 33.
I don't disagree with you. I was waiting for that Valanciunas Joker combo at some point.
Yeah.
And I know that Golden State plays small. And I know that Golden State plays a completely different game. They're screening from the perimeter. A lot of them are illegal screens, but they've been getting away with that for years. I get it. But you know what? Use your strengths too. Make them stop you. Don't settle for threes.
Yeah, I'll say something else, by the way, in regards to the starting five. Texture says, Jokic, Jamal, and Gordon are the only starters to show up. Give Cam Johnson a second to figure out how to play within the context of this offense. Like, just give it a minute before you start to get really judgmental about him. Secondly, I feel like this is your monthly reminder during Nuggets games. Everybody in your starting five can't score 25 points. I tried to explain this with Michael Porter Jr. over the last however many years. Mm-hmm. And the games that he had 8 points. And it's one thing, Vic, to have 8 points and go, 1 of 15 from 3. It's another thing to have 8 points and shoot the ball 7 times. When you have Nikola Jokic on this team, how many shots is he going to get a game, Vic? 20?
Get as many as he needs.
Yeah, ballpark 20.
Sure.
Jamal, what's he going to get? Ballpark 20?
Yeah.
And Aaron Gordon just scored 50 points last night. The ball can only go to so many different people. It's like when you have a game in which one wide receiver has 16 catches for 190 yards, and you're like, well, why didn't the third wide receiver have 10 catches? I'm like, well, because the ball can only go to so many people. You only have so many opportunities. And I just don't think people get it. That they just look at it, they're like, well, God, Cam Johnson had 7 points. Bleh. Yeah. And you're so right. If that was Michael Porter Jr., it would be...
He'd be flamed today.
Totally.
Yeah.
But I would remind people again, the ball can only be shot by one person each possession.
I get it. I get it. I mean, you'd want a little more, though, just looking at the numbers at 5 and 3 from a guy who played 32 minutes.
I get it. I totally understand. It's always going to be a sticking point.
Okay. I'm not going to stick on that because it's game 1, all right? And they're going to be fine. I thought the part of the game that frustrated me most is the closing.
Yes.
Because normally the Nuggets can close, and the game should have never gotten overtime. Again, they led late. They squandered the lead late. And then with the ball in their hands to win it late, they failed. And it happens every once in a while. We're used to them we're used to them tearing the heart out of the Golden State Warriors at Golden State. Joker's 3 to win it. Monte Morris's 3 to win it. I mean, Joker had a good look there. That's a shot Joker makes in his sleep.
I would say at the end of games, one thing that they need to realize that is different from years past.
Yes, I know where you're going.
Aaron Gordon's clutch in moments like that.
I
And
thought
he
the
was
same
hot.
thing.
Like,
I
you
thought the
can't
same
just
thing.
X him out.
Yeah.
And I understand the two-man game is the way you want to operate at the end of the game because it's really good and it's damn near unstoppable when it's rolling. But also, you got a guy who's got, what was he, 17 of 21?
He was beyond unconscious. So maybe
feed him the ball a few times.
I don't disagree. I don't think he got enough. Heck, he hit the 3 to put him ahead late in regulation. And I'm thinking to myself, this guy is so out of this world right now. The last play should go to him no matter what.
I agree. Yeah. And by the way, it's just I don't think the Nuggets played bad. I thought they played pretty good, actually, for the first time with a sort of new-look lineup. And you were playing your first game against a team that it's already played. I thought you played well. It took a couple of Curry miracle threes that he does occasionally to even put them in position to send that to OT.
A couple things I would have redone, just in hindsight, and this is what happens. You get these out of the way in the regular season. I would have asked for a challenge on one of those calls late, one of those Curry calls. I mean, you saw the one where you got 3 free throws too. Another one of those, come on, man. Come on. One of those, come on, man. That, the chart, I would have asked for a challenge on each of those. Don't go home with your challenges.
Yep.
Don't go home with your challenges. Use them late. And I would have liked to see more Jonas Valanciunas.
Get back to this game in a bit. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight with Kreckman and Lindahl on the call with the action between Pine Creek and Regis Jesuit on 92.5 at 6:30. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA. When we return, when it comes to the offense for the Broncos this weekend, it is pivotal that they do one thing. Get to it next. Circus Sports has everything now. It is basketball, hockey, World Series starts tonight. You have football over the weekend, college and pro, and that Broncos game where they have all the game props that you could imagine. The point spread in that on the Circus Sports book, 3 points in favor of the Broncos. The over-under 51, but take a look at some of those props. Bo Nix passing yards, 235.5. A whole bunch available to you on that Circus Sportsbook, so download the app right now and get in on the action with the best app in the game. Circus Sports. Download it right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, that's allowing Dak to play, very well. I told the defense, they got the two receivers and they got the runner and the quarterback, and that's where it starts in this league. Of course, the offensive line, but he is playing at a high level also. He looks like he's got his legs back. Explosive. He's breaking tackles. He's catching the football. He's playing on all three downs. So I'm happy for that dude, man. He's such a great person. Obviously, that's our opponent on Sunday. So we got to get him stopped, but I'm happy for him.
Vance Joseph talking about the challenges the Broncos face in stopping that high-powered Cowboys offense this weekend. I'm going to go back and play a clip from a couple of days ago, a back and forth between Sean Payton and a reporter about screens.
When you look back at the screen game, especially early, it seemed a little bit touch and go. Is that
yeah, and then there were some big ones.
Yeah.
Did you see those?
Yep.
How many? How many big ones? No, how many big screens?
Two,
no,
three,
not enough. But watch it. Obviously, there's some looks that we didn't block exactly how we wanted to, but we ended up with some big plays by Tyler, Ingram. Bidet had a couple, so I'm not on the screen count. Next question.
Tell me I'm good. Here's the sort of comparison I made in the appetizer, Vic. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not a baker, and I know you aren't either. But I know there's a science to baking. You have to be pretty precise with your measurements on things. This isn't like throwing spices on a meat rub and then just being like, yeah, it looks about right.
I threw a pizza in last night. Pretty proud of it.
Frozen pizza?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Michelin star Vic over here.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
The thing that I realized, though, is when my wife makes cookies, I didn't know this, that there is a formula for baking the cookie, and then there's a formula for baking the cookies in altitude. It's different. When you bake at altitude, it bakes differently. And here's the point that I'm making.
Like, wait, cookies are like athletes? They have to take on oxygen? And
No, seriously. There is on a box, like if you get a store-bought brand of cookies, it tells you altitude recipe. It's different. And
was this Coors Field?
Here's what I thought about. Like, I think Sean Payton is a guy who has perfected a formula for baking. And now he's trying to bake at altitude, and it's not the same. And here's what I mean. When he was in New Orleans, he had wide receivers that were really good at blocking. Really good. So maybe some of these screens and swing passes worked a lot better because you had guys who were capable of doing that. I don't think these wide receivers are. I don't think guys like Troy Franklin are good enough at blocking on the outside yet to make these things work. And he hasn't adjusted for it. And I think he's just trying to beat his head through the wall and make this thing work when it's just not going to. And that is also leading to a whole bunch of different issues, which I think that Bo Nix is a lot better when he just goes. When he's not trying to be Sean Payton on the football field, he's trying to be Bo Nix. When did things really start to turn in that fourth quarter? Was the defense playing softer? Yes. But what did Bo Nix do that he hasn't done for a lot of this year? He ran.
Yeah.
He's a dual threat guy.
Well, that quarterback keeper that led to the touchdown was beautiful.
I think when he's able to do things on the ground, it makes him more comfortable. It gets him more in a rhythm. And it has him play more to the style of his game. Mm-hmm. Like, you do that in the passing game all the time. You have him on rollouts. You get him out of the pocket. But I really believe that if he takes off and starts to run more, it opens things up and it just makes him more comfortable. And I think they got to do that this weekend. Because, Vic, like it or not, you're going to have to score. You want to win this weekend. Like, a lot. Dallas is going to score touchdowns. It's going to happen, even against a good defense. How do you keep up? I think running the football with Bo Nix is a big part of it.
Running the ball with Bo Nix comes with two parts, though. It's an effective thing because he's effective at doing so, but in the back of every coach's mind is the injury thing. How many times do you throw your quarterback out there? Although I saw in London, did you see Bo truck that DB? He's a tough dude, man.
He probably shouldn't.
Yeah, but he trucked him. I mean, look what's happening to Jaden Daniels. Not that he got injured by running, but you just put yourself out there a little bit more. And the other factor, I think, why is he is so bent, Sean Payton, on establishing that pocket quarterback a la Drew Brees.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's not, though. He's
I know.
not. And so you have to make adjustments for that. And this is where I'm saying,
Or
like,
maybe they're saving that stuff. Maybe that's why they got so much
halfway through
better.
the year. What
I
are
know,
we saving
but
it for?
Well, last year they got better as the year went on, it seemed. And maybe certain situations call for more than others. I don't disagree with you, dude. That play call that led to the touchdown where they took student body left, right? They pulled guards to give him some help.
Just
to
like
go
quarterback
left.
power, you know what I mean? Like,
I wouldn't mind seeing that on every drive. I'm not joking.
And if you're worried about him taking hits and stuff like that, quarterbacks are smart
down.
enough. They understand when they're about to take a hit that you just go down, run out of bounds, something.
You know what's crazy? Patrick Mahomes probably runs more than Bo Nix.
Oh, I bet he does.
Maybe
I'll
not
look it up.
designed runs.
I'll look
not
it up right
designed
now.
runs, but he runs more.
So at this point in the year, Chiefs are on primetime again. Good Lord. Playing Monday. Chiefs 4-3, Broncos 5-2. Bo Nix has ran the ball 38 times for 172 yards. Patrick Mahomes has run it 42 times for 250. You nailed it. He's ran the ball 4 more times than Mahomes, and he's gotten about 78 yards more.
So if Mahomes can do it, why can't Bo?
That's what I'm saying. And by the way, Mahomes is not nearly as athletic as Bo Nix is.
Not as effective. Although Mahomes is a magician in knowing when to go out of bounds,
yes,
when to turn it on. You know, he looks slow, but he's not. He does a lot of things out there to manipulate defenses. He's very good.
By the way, Mahomes runs the ball quite a bit. How often do you see him hurt? He had that one game here in Denver where his kneecap was like backwards.
And that was throwing the ball.
And that was on a sneak, wasn't it?
I thought, oh, yeah, you're right. That was up the middle near the goal line?
Yeah, I think that was on a sneak.
Yeah, you're right.
That's
when I remember Shelby Harris said after the game, I looked down and his knee was backwards.
Yeah. You know, last year, Mahomes ran the ball 58 times total. He's already at 42 this year, so he's added like a lot more of that to his game, probably because they aren't as effective running the football this year.
You know, okay, you bring up a good point. So what has the Broncos offense struggled with the last few games? The first half, right? The opening drives, the first. Maybe this game, open the game with a couple design quarterback runs.
Just mix it up.
Open it up.
He's one of those guys, too. If you run like a true read option, no RPO, I'm just talking read option. It's either you give to the running back or you keep. I think that would be a nightmare for teams to deal with because Bo Nix is incredibly athletic and fast.
The RPO is frankly getting me a little PO'd.
But again, I think that... Okay.
Would you rather see the game open up with a bubble screen to Troy Franklin or a designed run by your quarterback?
Yeah, designed run, please.
Just R it, man.
Like, do you think there's a part of Bo Nix, he's his football dad? Right? Sean Payton was the guy that believed in him from the very start, wanted him all through the draft process, and has catered everything to make him successful. Is he aspiring to be too much of what Sean Payton wants as opposed to what he wants to do?
Well, I'm sure he's conflicted. Your coach is telling you to do one thing. Your instincts are telling you to do another, right? I mean, in the back of the mind, he's always going to have that voice saying, stay in the pocket, stay in the pocket, don't get sacked, stay in the pocket. There's things that are going on that we know nothing about. It's an inner conflict. You could see it at times. You can see the inner battle.
Totally.
And then late in the game, he's free of that. The chains are off. It's like, yeah, whatever. Let's go.
Yeah, we just got to score. Forget how the offense is supposed to be run or who this play is supposed to be designed to go to. Just do it. Find a way to make it. And, God, man, I really hope that changes, and you're right. Early in the game, I would love to see some different stuff.
Someone says on the text line, you guys sound like you're play calling for Tebow. No.
And let me ask you a question, Vic. Is Jaden Daniels a good quarterback?
Yeah. Does he run a lot?
Does he run the ball frequently?
Yes, he does.
It's not a Tebow-style offense.
We just gave you a guy. We just gave you the comp. Patrick Mahomes is considered one. I mean, come on. Patrick Mahomes runs it as much as Bo. That shouldn't be the case.
Is Lamar Jackson pretty good?
Yeah.
Does he run the ball a lot?
Josh Allen ain't bad, huh?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Pretty.
He runs the ball a lot, too.
Pretty good.
I mean, all those things.
We ain't talking about Matt Stafford here, who's old.
Right.
It's not Jared Goff, who's not athletic.
At halftime of tonight's Pine Creek and Regis Jesuit game on 92.5, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. A whole bunch more to get to here. Stick around. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Lot going on today. So we'll get more into the Broncos and Cowboys game over the weekend, the opener for the Nuggets yesterday, along with the double dipperoo as the Avs lost in overtime as well.
God, I mean,
right, I guess in a shootout.
I have to learn something. I have to learn to treat the season as a marathon. It's probably one of the reasons why I will never run a marathon, because I'm that idiot who comes out of the gate as fast as possible.
Talking about the Avs and Nuggets yesterday?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Nuggets game specifically. Yeah. Why I've never run a marathon and never will try, because I run too fast and I'm out of gas after mile 4, whatever. Can't do it. So I consider what I'm about to say and treat me like a child, because I'm looking at the game and not the forest here. I'm looking at this game last night. Gave that away. Just gave it away.
Yeah, I'm kind of unbothered.
I know you are. But I that's why I could never be a coach. Could never do it, because I dwell too much. I'm a dweller. I had trouble sleeping last night, and I know that it shouldn't bother, but you gave that game away.
So 2 things real quick, because I do want to get back to the Nuggets and the Avs. Number one, the Chargers beat the holy hell out of the Vikings yesterday. I mean, just demolished them. Did you see how hurt Carson Wentz was, by the way?
Yes.
He hurt his arm. It wasn't his throwing arm, his other arm. But I can't believe that Minnesota kept trotting him back out there. He obviously wasn't very good, number one. Number two, he was really, really in pain. And number 3, you got a first-round quarterback that you drafted that's sitting on the bench behind him. Why not play him?
When's he supposed to be healthy?
No, I think he is. Isn't he healthy?
I keep hearing about J.J. McCarthy's ankle. Was he even active last night?
Well, you know what? I assumed that he was, because I thought he got cleared. But
I don't think he was. I think they had somebody else listed as the backup. Obviously, they didn't want to go to that guy.
Max Brosmer?
The venerable Max Brosmer, dude.
I guess I don't know. I thought, well, no, because Brosmer came in and he played last night, so no, I guess not. But I'm with you. I thought McCarthy got cleared. Anyway, it was just domination by a decimated with injuries Chargers team, but they're still hanging around. So that's one thing. Here's the other. Wanted to get to this earlier. A few more details that have emerged from this gambling story yesterday. And we said, hey, it's pretty bad that Chauncey's involved in this poker thing, and if all these allegations are true, that he was sort of the big fish that reeled in some of these patsies, for lack of a better term, to cheat them out of some money in this poker game as they were cheating, that's bad enough. And then I read this. It's called co-conspirator number 8, an individual whose identity is known to the grand jury, was a resident in Oregon. He was an NBA player from 1997 to 2014 and an NBA coach since at least 2021.
I don't understand how the law works, why they just don't say his name. I mean, why is it still co-conspirator?
Yeah, it's Chauncey. I mean,
clearly.
Yeah. But he revealed information that Portland was going to tank the last 10 games of the year. They were out of the playoff race. And he gave the information of guys who were not going to play early to other people who put down a ton of money on this. That is now a different discussion than just the poker stuff, Vic. Because now that turns into, I don't know if it's rigging NBA games, but it's one thing to give out betting information before the public knows about it, because that's illegal. The second thing that I think is pretty big, that's an open admission of tanking in that league, which we all kind of understand that teams do, but they are not allowed to say out loud.
Yeah. There are so many conflicts, and again, when the leagues decided to get in bed with the betting companies, I think they took a long look at some of these conflicts that would arise. They had to, right? They had to.
Yeah.
But the money was too much. The money was too much.
Right.
This is the last thing they wanted to do. This is the last thing, was get in bed with betting companies. But the money, hey, full disclosure.
But hang on.
Full disclosure. The betting companies during COVID, what do you think kept sports radio afloat? What do you think kept most of the sports television industry afloat during COVID? The betting companies did.
Can I say something real quick? Because I've seen a lot of people do this, and I don't really get it. What does ESPN having ESPN Bet, or the NBA doing DraftKings commercials, or the NFL doing FanDuel commercials, what does that have to do with anybody doing illegal activity gambling-wise?
Nothing, but...
I don't know why people always make that one-to-one. Like, do you think this wouldn't have happened? Like, let's say everything else is the same, but they didn't take... These leagues didn't take the advertising money. Yeah. Do you think anything changes? Because it doesn't.
No, I don't think it does. But what it does is it puts more people in the game. And when you put more people in the game, you might have room for more of this manipulation.
What do you mean by that? Puts more people in the game?
More people's eyeballs are on the game because of gambling than they were maybe 10 years ago.
That's not because of a partnership with the leagues. That's because it became legalized.
Yes,
and that has nothing to do with the NBA.
But you're promoting that. You're attracting more people to the game for that, and it just adds that element. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, because I'm here to argue with you. I think the books, the corporate books, the betting apps, they actually help find some of these frauds, these underground frauds.
Oh, they absolutely do.
Without them, you wouldn't find. Without the betting company, Jonte Porter and those uneven bets, they would have never been discovered.
Right.
Because they track this stuff.
Yep.
It was much harder to find it before betting companies because it was all done on the down low.
You're totally right. Texture says, I'm not disagreeing with you, Brett, but the term entrapment exists for a reason. There is no entrapping anybody by taking an ad from DraftKings. Again, the issue that's at play here has nothing to do with a partnership for television ads between a gambling company and a professional sports league. The issue at hand is that it's become so widespread because it was made legal that it opened up avenues that didn't previously exist. Could you bet on sports beforehand? Yeah. Yes, but you had to go through a bookie, and it was kind of like a shady sort of thing that you were doing, unless you were in just Vegas or somewhere like that.
Here's sort of where I draw the line, and call it a moral fixation, call it whatever you want. I hate it when I see college kids, high school kids that have access to betting apps, and they don't have much money, and it becomes too big a deal. I mean, go to like a college fraternity and watch how deeply they're into this. It's no longer just a fun little game. Some of them get in trouble.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed that.
Oh, well, Vic, I was one of the people you're talking about. I didn't have any money, and I put a little bit too much money down at times.
And did you sell your services to the mob?
Well, no.
Are you telling me that you tipped games at Nebraska Omaha?
Oh, yeah. You could really get a really good line on the UNO baseball game. Yeah, for sure.
But you know where I'm coming from on that, right?
With just the random college kid, or you mean like athletes?
Yeah, I'm talking about the design of this. I look at it differently. The whole betting thing, this is not like me trying to make money or a kid. It's sort of supposed to be fun. And I think most people look at it that way. It's a way to gain interest in a sport that perhaps you wouldn't be interested in before.
Yeah.
Or a team. It's an interest thing. Let me throw a little pop on that just to give me a reason to watch the game, right?
Right.
But then we got, there's other avenues where you're not going to make a living doing this. Are you going to change your life? If that's your intent, you're going to lose.
Yeah. I don't know if I can make the point I'm trying to make any clearer to people. And I don't think they're understanding this, because I got another one saying it's complete hypocrisy. They say, hey, gambling is bad, but we're being funded by Vegas. The actual act of gambling on the game is not a bad thing. It is legal. It's a vice. It's like drinking or smoking or anything else. Should you do it? Yeah. Probably not. But in moderation, it's fine.
Yeah.
The issue is when people do it illegally by trying to rig the sport. That's never been okay.
Sure.
And I don't know why people aren't understanding that. The fact, I have zero issue if the NFL wants to run a 2.5-minute FanDuel ad during my football game that I'm watching on Sunday. It means nothing. Now, if a player takes money to tank it, that's a completely different thing we're talking about.
Brett, I don't disagree with you, but you got to understand, your vantage point on this comes from a different generation. You sort of walked into this betting stuff. I've been in the business.
Vic, I was 30 years. It wasn't legal.
I know, but no, I'm talking about from a professional standpoint.
I got you.
You have to understand something. When I started in this business, go back to 1991. You're in the media business. Do you understand that for the first 30 years of my career, do you understand how taboo it was to even talk about gambling?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that you didn't do, like, when we talk about lines and over-unders,
Al Michaels didn't even mention remember when Al Michaels at the end of football games on a field would be like significant for some, and we knew exactly what he was talking about?
When I was doing sports on the news for Channel 4, you never entertained stuff like this.
Right.
It was completely off limits and taboo. It was end of the world stuff. It would get you fired.
Yeah.
So for me, in a snap, in a ruling, and Colorado's one of the first to do it, just like marijuana, just boom, it's legal. You grow up not talking about it, and then all of a sudden, you're talking about it every day.
No, that part's changed a lot. Yes, that part has. But I see smart people doing this too, where they're making the one-to-one of, well, what did you expect when you took gambling money for? And I'm like, that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But anyway, the big thing here that the NBA is going to have to battle is if more of these details emerge. I just watched a video with Tim Donaghy in it, and he says he thinks this is just the tip of the iceberg, that there's going to be a lot more that comes out of this.
Wait, Tim Donaghy, the former ref?
Correct.
How am I supposed to believe him?
He did it.
So? What makes him a credible witness? He lied to people for years.
He did.
So what? So if you lie to me for years, so now I'm going to believe you?
Hang on, Vic, but he's kind of an expert witness in the category of rigging games.
Sure.
You can't deny that of him. So he's saying he thinks this is the tip of the iceberg and a lot more is coming. And I promise you, Vic, there has got to be a full-on assault in that NBA league office trying to tamp down any conspiracy of any of this other stuff going. Has to be. Yeah.
You know who's the biggest fan of this whole news breaking, though, is Kawhi Leonard, because we haven't talked about his free trees in a while.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. All I'm saying is when you legalize something, and Colorado's legalized two things that were very, very, at the time, people were on one side or the other. When you legalize something and you have more of it, what do you think is going to happen? What do you when you have more of something that you suddenly make legal? Do you think?
See, this is what I'm getting at. This is what I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
There's more opportunity to get that something, so obviously there's going to be more opportunities to abuse that something.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
It should be matter of fact.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I mean, it's pretty common sense.
But are you talking about? See, this is the individual sports fan that's betting on the game. Are you talking about the athlete rigging a game?
Cracks. Things go through the cracks. Things fall through. And I don't know if you disagree with me. You know, the mob for years ran gambling circles, right? This is where they made the bulk of their income. Mm-hmm. They lost that now. They lost it to Vegas. They lost it to the betting apps. They lost it, and they're like, damn it, we got to make up this money.
Yeah.
Now they're squeezing other ways to find it.
No, I understand that part of it. I still don't know how you get to a place where you have somebody like that's actively rigging a game. And I think the bigger concern for the NBA is not Chauncey Billups, at least for now. We'll see what other details emerge. It's Rozier.
The other thing you have to understand, too, because I'm with these players a lot on the road, and I hear things being said. Do you know what it's like to be a professional or even a collegiate athlete, and you lost a game or you had a rough night, and you got to hear from fans yelling about, you ruined my prop bet, or
yeah.
Do you know how much of that takes place? Do you realize how prevalent that is? It's unreal.
Yeah.
It's unreal. Go into a player's social media and see what happens after a game.
Yeah, it's certainly kicked up.
Kicked up.
You know what's
kicked up. It's inflamed.
Well, you know what's different is that fantasy football, they got that stuff, and they used to complain about it. Like people would bark at them if they had a bad game for fantasy football. Here's the difference with fantasy football. Vic, you need to wait 4.5 months before you realize if you're going to win money or not. That's a season-long thing. Gambling on a game is instant. It's every day. You know what I mean? It's a huge
That's why
difference.
when I go on social media, I have to keep telling myself, is this guy yelling at me because he lost money or because he's upset about the game? See, I'm not going to say that all my thoughts are always pure, but I'm always worried about the game. I'm about the game. It's not about betting for me. It's not about did I lose something. It's about the game. So I'm always wondering, are people this upset because they lost more than just a game?
Vic, I remember distinctly, this was 2 years ago. Me and some buddies went to a Rockies game. It was a day game. And we got to Coors Field like 5 minutes after the game. Not even that, 3 minutes after the game started. So we're walking to our seats. And keep in mind, the Rockies are terrible and this place is empty. It was a little bit cold that day. Vic, by the time we sat down, it's the top of the first. The Rockies are down 7-0.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, what the hell do you do now? You know what we did to help pass the time at the game? We bet on balls and strikes. $1 each pitch. Was it going to be a ball or was it going to be a strike?
I've done the same thing. I went to a Rockies game with friends, and we sat there and we had this little game going, a couple bucks here and there, because it's sort of, again, you got more than just watching the game. There's more at stake.
He's got his phone open on DraftKings or FanDuel or Circa Sports or whatever, and it's like $1, ball. Throw a ball outside. We go, yeah.
Yep.
$1,
hey,
strike.
Brett, we all have our vices. And a lot of it is competitive. I don't know if you can. I cannot play golf without putting something on the line. Can you?
I can, yeah.
But do you play the same golf?
No, there's a different intensity when you have stuff on the line, of course.
I can't do it. And maybe it's a vice. It's a problem. It's the only sport I bet on. The only one. Like, you don't go to I don't go to DAC and put, that'd be funny, if you're betting on pickup basketball.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
Oh, how about this? Here's some breaking news in the NBA that doesn't have to do with anything gambling-wise. Our old friend DeAndre Jordan just signed a 1-year, $3.6 million deal with the Pelicans, so he's back in the league.
Oh, good for him. DeAndre did not want to quit. He obviously did not announce his retirement for that reason. I'm glad he found a team.
Yeah.
At the same time, as much as I love DeAndre, man, it's great to have a backup center who can shoot.
No kidding.
Who can shoot.
303-504-0925. Got drunk takes coming up in a little bit. Get back to the Avs, Nuggets. Look ahead at the Broncos game this weekend against the Cowboys. Stick around. Okay, so some breaking news here. The Nuggets lose their opener last night in overtime to Golden State. Had a chance to win. A bad game for Joker and an incredible game for Aaron Gordon. But some news that's just coming down here from Bennett Durando. The Nuggets are planning to send 2024 first-round pick Deron Holmes down to the Grand Rapids Gold to develop in the G League throughout the season. And this is one of the things that we were wondering about Vic. Bennett also says the team doesn't want to rush him. Holmes missed last season with the torn Achilles. We kind of assumed that he would be part of this rotation a few months ago, and then it looked increasingly like he wasn't going to be. And if you're not going to play him, he needs to play somewhere.
Yeah, I saw this one coming, especially in the preseason. He wasn't getting much time there.
Yeah. Is this a still rehabbing from injury thing, or is this a there's not room thing?
I think both.
Yeah.
And he's not ready thing.
Yeah.
He's not ready. He's not making an impact. If he were ready and making an impact, he'd be playing.
He was in the games that I watched from him in Summer League, because that's where he really played this year. He didn't play like a guy who was 6 foot, what is he, 6'10", something like that, 6'9". He doesn't play with a guy like that size. It's a lot of outside stuff with him, and maybe he needs to develop more of an inside game to go along with it.
Yeah, Julian Strawther didn't play last night either. He didn't get any time, and this is going to happen when you develop your bench by signing free agents. Those guys that are used to playing, they're not going to play much, so they got to earn that playing time back.
Spencer Jones did.
Spencer Jones played 6 minutes specifically to come in and guard Steph Curry and some of their shooters. That's specifically his job.
So just a little tidbit of information there.
He's +5, by the way.
Deron Holmes is sent down to Grand Rapids to get some PT. Now, Vic, I've told you over and over again, this game against the Cowboys makes me nervous. How do you feel about it?
I'm going to give you the same response I gave you last week. I don't know how to feel about the Broncos because I don't know what I'm going to see offensively.
Yeah.
And if you have no expectation offensively, how can you make a deductive prediction? I have no idea.
It's not
what
so
am I
much
going to see?
It's not so much like a prediction is what I'm looking for. It's more like, to your point, because you have no idea what offense you're going to be given game to game, quarter to quarter, play to play. The only givens I can kind of take is what does your opposing team look like and what do they bring to the table?
Yeah.
And I know that if the Broncos want to stay in a game, their defense has to play at least decently well. Last week was kind of the exception to it. But at the same time, in the fourth quarter, it was 19 points. It's not like they gave up 30. The final score was 32, but it was 19-0 with what? 13 minutes left in the fourth or whatever. I just need the defense to play at a standard that they aspire to against this offense. Because if not, I think this game could get ugly. I'm actually shocked that the Broncos are favored by 3.5. I think that feels like a really big number to me.
The Cowboys, when they look at Denver, Dak Prescott specifically, the Broncos are one of two teams that have had his number. Broncos have beaten Dak Prescott down big time. Do you remember when Vic Fangio took the Broncos into Dallas, when Dallas was going good and just beat them up?
Yeah.
Something fierce. So Dak against the Broncos has not had a good record. The Cowboys, let alone last few years against the Broncos, not a good record. But I'm going to tell you this. That Cowboys team is better than it was the first couple weeks of the season when you saw them come out of the gate, right?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this is a disaster. They're getting better. They're getting better. The Broncos, the one thing I'll take away is if they're trailing late in the game, I'm going to keep that TV on with a whole lot of hope because now they've earned that. The Denver Broncos have earned, I'll call it the Elway factor. You never turned off an Elway game. Never turned it off because you never knew. And the Broncos, in the last 3 weeks, I'm not turning it off. They're never out of it.
They certainly stay into it. How weird is that, by the way? We were really curious about how Bo Nix is going to be able to handle close games heading into this year. My God, does he have the ability to rally his team back from a deficit in the fourth quarter and win a football game for you? Now, Vic, it's like the only thing I'm not concerned with is with Bo Nix. Like, the only thing I'm assured of with a Bo Nix game is that in the fourth quarter, he's going to give you a shot. Everything else, I don't know.
Well,
That's
because
what's
he's climbed
weird.
that mountain, right? And we had that question last year. The question last year is, can Bo Nix win a game for you when you're down late? Can he do that? And into the season, it still remained a question, right? It's no longer a question. It's been answered.
Can I ask you what you prefer? If I give you, hey, we know that Bo Nix is going to be consistent every single game. You know what you're going to get. He's going to go out there. He's going to throw for 265 yards and 2 touchdowns with no picks. And I said, you can get that every single game.
Yeah.
But you don't know if he's going to be able to come back and win a game for you late. Or the opposite, where you have no idea what he's going to do for 3 straight quarters, but you know he's going to play well in the fourth when you need him to.
My blood pressure says, give me the consistent Bo Nix.
Yeah.
But my excitement factor says, give me the one we saw the last 3 weeks. So, get a dub. Either way, get a dub. Now, there's part of it, the way you saw these games unfold, where you can look at the way they finished and say, well, really?
Right.
Was that skill or was that fortune? But if you do it 3 times in a row, it's more than fortune. There's something there.
There is.
It's real.
It is. I can't shake a little bit of the word fraudulent being in the mix for a lot of those wins in that game.
You could say the same thing about, for everybody, and I keep hearing this, well, that pass that was intended to go to Sutton and caught by Mims. Yeah, okay, the Giants scored a touchdown that was intended for somebody else, and it goes the distance. I mean, you could say that about every game, every player, every team. The fraudulent PI call. Come on.
Yes, and Sean Payton would punch me in the face if he heard me say this. The way that you've won 3 straight weeks is really weird, though. It's really weird.
No.
It's a credit to him, but it still is all 3 of those games odd.
Come on. No.
Aaron Rodgers said, because they're playing Sunday night, we'll have that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Packers are playing the Steelers in Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers says this is not a revenge game. Do you think he's telling the truth?
Of course not.
Aaron Rodgers thinks everybody's sliding him all the time.
You've heard enough out of that guy to know the truth.
Do I think he hates Green Bay? No, I don't think he hates Green Bay.
But there's people he wants to prove wrong.
He wants to rub their nose in it.
Sure.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. He wants to rub their nose in it. And
you know what? There's nothing wrong with that either.
Yep.
That's
I totally
human
agree.
nature, right? Hey, you don't think Javonte Williams wants to come in here on Sunday and go for $160?
Yeah. Yes. He was actually interviewed about that this is his sort of his revenge game.
Mm-hmm.
And he downplayed it too. He said that the decision to move on was mutual. Doesn't mean that Javonte Williams doesn't want to shove it down their throat for 150 yards this weekend.
100%.
And really drive the point home that, hey, look what you're missing out on. I mean, of course.
Isn't it amazing, though? 2 guys leave. Javonte Williams is almost revered. They talk about how great a guy he is. Russell Wilson is invited to leave, and it's World War III.
Yeah. Can I ask you one other question? Looking at the games this weekend. Bears-Ravens. Just as a guess, what do you think the spread is in that game? Just as a guess.
Let me think. The 4-2 Bears against the injury-ravaged Ravens. I will say, and it's in Baltimore?
In Baltimore.
I would if you told me what the spread would be week 1, I'd say what, Baltimore by 2 touchdowns? Is it the Bears by 2? I don't know.
The Ravens are favored by 7.
Okay, that's crazy to me.
That's what
Is
I'm
Lamar
wondering.
playing?
Like Lamar, he's been limited in practice, and let's even say that he does play, Vic. But they weren't winning games even when he was in.
I know, but that's a big difference if he plays or doesn't play. Huge difference. So how much of that is on his availability?
I think that's telling you all you need to know, that Lamar Jackson's probably playing this weekend.
Yeah, somebody knows he's playing.
But doesn't it also say something about the Bears?
By the way, does it always... How does Vegas always know?
Conspiracy antennas are going up now. They always know. No, you're right.
How did...
Vic, I told you last week.
Tell me at the... at the end of a game, no matter what sport you're watching, and the numbers seems to hit more often than not, and you're like, how do they know?
Vic, I'll be the first one to tell you. I feel like I got a pretty good read on Detroit. Last week, they played Tampa Bay. They had 5 of their top 6 defensive backs out in that game against Baker Mayfield. And the Lions were favored by like 6 points. And I go, no way. No way. Like, I thought they were going to lose. They crushed them. They held them to 9 points. Baker Mayfield. And I'm like, how did Vegas know that?
My buddy, who is a rampant college football gambler, does it. I mean, he's been doing it for years. He texted me the day of the CU Iowa State game and said, how the hell is Iowa State only 2-point favorite? And I'm like, huh? I don't know. I don't know.
And see,
Vegas knows.
Yeah. Every single time. There's always a line, like multiple lines like that over a weekend where you go, that doesn't sound right. That sounds absolutely incorrect. And they're always right. Always. Which maybe I'm kind of questioning the Broncos spread this week. They're 3.5-point favorites against the Cowboys. I'm like, that sounds pretty steep for a game that I feel like is fairly even.
Wait a minute. 3.5 is steep in your world?
For a game that I feel like is a pick'em, 3.5, yeah.
I wonder, I don't know what, we're talking about this again. I feel weird what prop bets are out there. But what are the odds this weekend of Brandon Aubrey breaking the NFL record 66-yard field goal by Justin Tucker, who did it for Baltimore, of course? If they cross midfield, if the Cowboys cross midfield, and they have an opportunity to attempt that record-setting kick, hell, if it's at the 50, so if you're kicking from the 50, it would be a 67-yard kick, right?
Yeah, 67, 68, somewhere in there. Yeah.
Do you know how badly I want to see that? Even if it costs the Broncos 3, you know how badly I want to see that attempt made on Sunday?
I was just going to say the same thing. So, for reference, I had to look this up, but I remember this because it was hilarious to watch. Do you remember back in the day when Lane Kiffin was the head coach of the Raiders? And he had Janikowski.
I remember this incident.
And he lined up at the end of half
at
for a 76-yard field goal.
Was it that long?
76. Now, Janikowski was hilariously short. Like, laugh out loud short. But please let Brandon Aubrey try that this weekend. Please.
I guarantee he's not going to be short. He may be off one way.
Actually, Nelly, can you pull
he
that
ain't gonna
up?
Be short.
Find that Janikowski 76-yard field goal attempt. I want to watch that behind me. Because if my memory's serving correctly, I don't even know if it made the end zone. But I want to see this again.
That would be funny, though. Let's say Dallas attempts a 70-yarder. Let's say they attempt a 70-yarder.
Yeah.
They miss. Then the Broncos turn around and attempt a 65-yarder.
Yeah, just goes
and
back
then they turn around and just...
just a literal kickoff. This is what you want to have. All right, so hang on. Let me see this again. I haven't seen this in years. So this is, again, 76-yard field goal. Oakland is up at the time.
Just looking at that is ridiculous.
So Janikowski has his feet at about the 32-yard line on the opposite side of the field. Okay? All right, now let's see it.
It just looks so stupid.
Here's the kick. It's up. It's wide. And it's caught at the 2. It was 12 yards short.
That's just funny to watch.
Again, you're so right, Vic. Seeing him line up at the Janikowski has his feet on the opposite 32-yard line.
Brett, listen to me. Watch my mouth. Listen to my words. You know, and you've heard me go on heaters about genetics and how genetics is sending us down a very dangerous road.
Seabass was the genetic freak then.
I know. There will come a day where a guy lines up, and that's going to be a field goal that is expected to be made based on what I'm seeing.
There's no
Brandon
way.
Aubrey's leg right now at midfield is a legit weapon at midfield. That's legit. Where in years past, if you're at midfield attempting to kick, you're like, what are you doing here?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you exactly what you do. You put a guy back there and you're like, we're going to return this for a touchdown is what you're going to do. But I'm with you. I want to see it. So Get our final thoughts here. Drunk Takes coming your way next. Is this true? So the Broncos against the Cowboys this weekend, they're wearing the old throwback D helmets that we all love.
Gorgeous.
I was looking at their injury report, Vic. So I know they got problems at left guard that they've had to cycle through, not just Ben Powers, but also Matt Peart. Here's the Broncos injury report. You ready for this? Jonah Ellis, shoulder injury, full participant in practice yesterday. Mike McGlinchey, foot and ankle, full participant in practice yesterday. That's it.
And that's it? Yeah, it's
That's
clean.
it. That's
I saw
it.
that too.
Like, that's a really clean sheet.
Yeah, that's about as clean as it gets this time of year. No, it's an opportunity. A couple things surprised me, too.
By the way, just quickly, all injury reports are brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Go ahead.
Tyler on their PR staff comes up with the extra mile every week, and it comes up with some stats that you would never know. Can you tell me who the second leading receiver in the AFC is right now, yards?
Second leading receiver in the AFC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yards,
straight up yards. Let me just look at the teams real quick. So I got to roll through.
Yeah, it's Cortland Sutton.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay, is that because Cortland's having a good year? Is it down year for a lot of wide receivers in the AFC?
Well, Jamar Chase has 629 yards.
And he was working with Jake Browning.
And he also caught like 140 passes in one game.
That's true.
469 is second, and that is Cortland Sutton, followed by Stephon Diggs, Tyler Warren, and Keenan Allen. Another stat that I would never have anticipated, the Broncos have 2 active streaks that are the longest in the NFL. They have the longest home win streak right now, 8 games in a row. They also have the longest current win streak in the NFL. They've won 4 in a row.
So they're tied with Chicago?
Yeah.
God, dude, this is pretty crazy, actually. So, Cortland just got passed by Keenan Allen, but he played last night. He's got an extra game on him. Taking the Chargers out of the mix, you would never guess who's third in the AFC in receiving yards. If I remove both Keenan Allen and Lad McConkey, who got extra yards last night.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can include those 2 because of that extra game.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about through 6 games.
Yes, 7 games. Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I know. I saw that name. I was like,
Stephon
what?
Diggs.
I know.
Of the Patriots.
Yeah. That tells you Drake May's having a season.
And then do you know who's after that? Is Tyler Warren, the rookie tight end. What is going on?
I know. Well, it tells you Danny Dimes is having a season. That's what it tells you.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that's your leaders? Like, no disrespect to Cortland Sutton and Stephon Diggs. I didn't think they'd be second and third in the AFC. And now you go to the NFC, Vic, it's JSN in Seattle has 819 yards. Puka Nakua's got 616 in only 6 games. Pickens got 600. Justin Jefferson's got 600.
I know.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's got 550. Igbuka's got 530. Like,
Imika Egbegbo.
Dude, the thing I'm
it's like
looking...
they're playing a different sport over there.
What a weekend of sports we have on tap for us. What
Oh,
a night of sports watching last night. I just love it. But this weekend, with all the games going on, when we get to Sunday, the one matchup I cannot wait to see is those 2 receivers for the Cowboys, who are both extremely talented, different type of receivers, extremely talented. I want to see that matchup against PS2 and Riley Moss and what happens. Are they going to do the old thing? Are they going to pick on Riley Moss again with George Pickens?
I was just going to ask you, are you nervous about Riley Moss?
Well, I mean, if you're Dallas, let's assume that PS2 takes CeeDee Lamb. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. But let's assume that's the plan. Do you go full Cincinnati now and just say, okay, we're just going to trot out Pickens and go and go and go?
I'll tell you what makes me nervous about Pickens on Riley Moss. Riley Moss, I don't know if you know this. I think I saw this stat right the other day. Fact check me if you can find it, Nelly. That Riley Moss has the lowest completion percentage against him of any cornerback in the league. When he's targeted, they only complete 39% of their passes.
Yeah.
That's a huge, oh my God, that's great.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, and this is why I think Riley Moss sticks out to people. What does happen with Riley Moss?
Big plays.
Huge plays.
Yeah.
You know what George Pickens does?
Big plays.
Huge plays. So he's got 607 yards, which is fourth in the NFL right now. Pickens does.
Which would lead the AFC.
He's done it on 36 catches. That's it. Just for reference, Jamar Chase has 629, so he's got 22 more yards than him. Mm-hmm. He's done it on 22 more catches. Mm. Like, it's just big plays being matched up against Riley Moss, which is going to be a problem. Get to Drunk Takes in a second, along with our Nuggets ticket Thursday yesterday. We gave listeners the second chance on the website, which is altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTicks. And our winner for the fifth and final pair of tickets to the home opener tomorrow is Jeremy Martin. Congratulations to Jeremy. You get the pair of tickets to the game tomorrow, and stay with us every Thursday for Nuggets Ticket Thursdays on Altitude Sports Radio.
We're a sports radio show, right?
Mm-hmm.
We talk sports.
Yes.
Well, that's
Sometimes.
right? This is not smooth jazz. It's not news talk. It's not politics, right? Sports.
Yes.
This is the year 2025, and we just did 3 hours of sports talk, and not once did we reference the World Series starts tonight.
Yep.
That's all I have to say. Isn't that crazy?
I feel like that's too long in between games, to be honest with you. It's been too long.
But we just did 3 hours of hardcore, hard-hitting, journalistic sports. I mean, to the core, minutia, detail, research. I mean, it was like a 3-hour brain operation. I was in there carving it up, surgical. And now we bring up the World Series. And I got nothing.
I got something. I really hope that Blue Jays offense shows up against the Dodgers pitching, because they've been showing up the entire postseason, and I can't have it die now. And that's what I'm worried about, is that layoff going to take their offense off a beat. That's what I can't have happen, because I can't have the Dodgers win again.
I mean, we just did 3 hours of cumbersome, ultra-layered, to-the-core, sports fanatic, analytical nerdball. We just did 3 hours of that. Who do you think I am? I am.
I would disagree with your assessment of the show.
And now we got Drunk Takes.
That's right.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly, congratulations to... Oh, I don't know how to say his name. Brett Koshin? Koshin, I think?
Well, if you pronounce the CH like a K, it's Brett Cocken.
Okay, what are we doing here?
That's why I said Koshan.
Brett Koshan. Brett Cocken. Who are you?
Spell it for me. I'll move into this.
Kochan.
That's Cocken.
He just picked up his Nordiques jersey the other day. Nice guy. Congrats, Brett.
What is the name? Did you ask him?
He said I nailed it. That is Koshin.
Oh.
Yeah. What's next?
How do you miss the
It's not
first
an injury.
game?
He's managing.
Yeah.
What could you possibly be managing that you couldn't manage the entire offseason?
His load. The load management.
Just the easiest joke you can make. It really is. What's next? The great deals and easy and free delivery and easy pickup. Get it out. I'm trying to find the read.
Oh!
And I got people throwing things around me at this desk. I'm just trying to do my job. Sorry about that.
A Safeway.
Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio number 25. It's my favorite sports station. Number 25. What's next?
Yeah, that's not it. It's STRAW. You don't even know how to spell it. STRAWTHU.
No.
STRAWTHER. There you go.
There you go.
Strother.
Yes, Strother is what we're looking for. What's next?
The Cowboys haven't done anything since Nelly and Brett were eating at the teeth.
They're
I prefer suckling.
Yeah.
I mean, eating is
a weird
That's
way
just
to
a
phrase that.
weird way to
really
put that,
weird,
dude.
Eating involves to me like chewing something. I don't like that at all. All right, last one, Nelly.
How
Go
old
ahead.
were you guys in 1993?
3.
Point State. I don't
So
think
was-
Nelly was
that's
even
not-
thought of yet.
Nope.
Yeah, I was -1, so I wasn't even eating or suckling or any of that.
Well,
That's also true. All right. Loaded weekend. Keep it tuned right here all week on Altitude Sports Radio, whether it's the Nuggets, the Avalanche, the NFL, college football. It's all right here. And we'll discuss it all on Monday. Go eat something today.
What a stupid radio show.
As Vic said earlier, professional journalism for 3 straight hours today. Have a great weekend. Talk to you on Monday. Love you. See ya. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio, number 25.
Lehkonen will pick it up at center ice. Here he comes. Wide left again. He has to score to keep it going. Lehkonen holding, shooting. Save made by Anderson. It is over. And the Whalers have won in a shootout.
What, from your perspective, what went wrong there in the first?
Casual defending. That's what it was. That's it. I don't need to elaborate on it. It's pretty obvious.
No good. Rebound down to Jokic. Denver could go 2 for 1 if they hurry or if they want to. Gordon has it. Looks like they're just going to settle for just a bucket here. Gordon, top of the key, over to Jokic. Back over to Gordon for 3. Got it! Aaron Gordon! His 10th three-pointer of the game puts Denver up 120 to 117. Curry has it in the midcourt circle. This is probably a game-winning shot here for the Golden State Warriors. He goes to the left hand, dribbles it out to Butler, right side of the corner. Head fake Horford, drives instead, throws it on top. Three-pointer Butler. Got it. Denver down 6, 133 to 127. Back the other way is Murray. Jokic 3. That one's no good. It's a ball game right there.
Like, they're asking if I wanted to game ball, and no, I don't want to game ball. Take an L home with me. Oh, thank you. So it sucks.
It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Welcome to the morning sprint with nobody who's usually here on the morning sprint.
Don't do KJ like that.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Come on, Jay's here.
Even KJ's putting in extra hours. He was here with me last night doing those games. Matter of fact, well, I guess I should mention, I'm Mark Burno, that's Rob Trujillo, and that's KJ Granderson. We're coming to you live at the Backs and Shanker Studios. We got 2 hours to talk about anything in the world of sports you want to talk about. But last night, both the Avs and the Nuggs played, and we had some Thursday night football and obviously some big news in the world of sports with the FBI arrest yesterday morning. But KJ, let me ask you this question. Because me, you, and Springer were sitting here all night long. We had both TVs going. We had the Avs on one TV and the Nuggets on the other TV. What game were we yelling at the most, do you think? What game were we screaming at the TV the most?
Oh, the Avs.
Yeah, it was the Avs, right? But it was because we felt like we were just like digging Aaron going off. AG just raining down threes because Golden State was daring him to take them. And he's like, okay, not only will I take them, I'm going to make them. But like the Nuggets game was in control until it wasn't. You know what I mean? So it felt like the Nuggets had that game under control until they didn't. The Avs game, obviously, Wedgwood gives up 4 goals in the first 11 shots. He gets pulled. Trent Miner comes in, and you're down 4-1 after the first period. But then you rally to force overtime, but you're right. So I don't know, man. Both those games were crazy.
It was supposed to be a great night, and don't get me wrong, no panic here, right? Like I don't think you are either.
Well, that's the problem with an 82 and next year 84 game regular season. You're like normally, if this was an NFL game, I would be losing my mind after what happened for the Nuggets last night. You know what I mean? But it's like, yeah, I get it. But I mean, David Adelman said it in the postgame show because he was asked, he was like, hey, how does a loss like this affect how you're going to play on Saturday for the home opener? And he was like, nah, man, we got 41 more at home and we got 40 on the road. You can't get too high or too low with these things, man.
You felt so good about the Nuggets in the first half, like a 70-point first half.
Yeah, they were cooking. Man, AG just raining down. Like
Jamal looked great.
Jamal had a double-double. Joker had a triple-double. Aaron Gordon had one of the best games of his career.
And I'd say Joker didn't look great.
No.
And he had a triple-double.
Yeah. He was doing that triple-double thing. But yeah, he didn't look like 60-point triple-double Joker. But once again, it's the first part.
Right, and he'll get into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 8 of 23 is not ideal. Yeah. But once again.
And here's the thing. That last shot that he took at the end of the game.
I thought it was going in. I thought
because
it
always goes in.
Yeah. It went in and it went out. It did that and came out, and I thought that was a game winner for Joker.
It always goes in, or he's able to get. He's right at the rim anyway. He's able to just get that tap back, put back to put it in, and when it didn't go down, you're just like, oh, that was it. Like that was how they finished this, and instead, if we go to overtime.
Yeah, because the Warriors jumped out. Well, listen. You lost because Steph Curry started cooking, right? I mean, what are you going to do because I thought the game was over with that AG 3, right? The AG 3 that put him up 120 to 117 there at the end. Because at the end of regulation, that was hella dope, where Steph comes down, hits a 3. Aaron's like, oh, yeah, I got you. He hits a 3 to put the Nuggets back up. And then Steph hits that crazy long 3 with 2 dudes on him. And what are you going to do about that? There's nothing you can do about that.
You called it 2 ways, though, yesterday. First, you asked the right question. Is Jamal Murray the second best player on the Nuggets now?
Yeah. I did ask that, and it turned and not last night. No, not last night. It was AG.
Yeah, I mean, he was incredible last night.
So,
and then you also asked, hey, listen, is Steph Curry going to be enough offense that you're afraid of that Golden State Warriors team?
And it turns out that yes.
I said no. But I still think no, right? Like that was. I don't think he can do that for 82 games. I don't think he can do that for a full playoff series.
Well, see, that's where Golden State is right now. They're a Steph Curry-driven team. Now, Jimmy Butler is great, but you don't put Jimmy Butler on your team for the regular season. Jimmy Butler's on your team for the postseason. You know what I mean? That's when Jimmy Butler does his best work. But we're watching right now. We're watching the last play of regulation.
Well, I wanted to get Rob's opinion on this. Rob, do you think this was a foul right here?
Yes,
Jokic?
One that they will never call. Draymond on his arm? Yeah, they'll never call that. They're
yeah,
never
especially with
call
Draymond, because he's considered a good defensive. So yeah, they're never going to blow the whistle.
Never going to. And Jokic knows that. So you can see how hard he's going towards the rim. Like he knows he's not going to get a call there.
We were having the free throw discussion last night. Matter of fact, we were watching the first game where SGA, because it went into double overtime, and SGA dropped 55, right? But he shot 26 free throws in that game. He was like 23 or 26 from the free throw line, and we're like, oh, man.
Somebody put out a tweet.
I do not want to do another season of this. I don't.
You're going to. You're going to do every season for the rest of his career like that. Somebody put out a tweet that, like, the Nuggets haven't played a game yet, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has already taken 39 free throws.
Yes. You know what? That's true. That's true, because he had a ton in the first game, too, in that double overtime game. Yeah, that's insane. That's insane.
Here's what I want to ask you about that last shot.
Let me just say this. The Nuggets played an overtime game last night. The Nuggets as a team had half of the free throws taken of just SGA. SGA had double the amount of free throws that the Nuggets took as a team
Which
last
is
night.
So crazy because they're like, and I think it's just because they're so big and powerful. But it's just, I mean, I don't know. We all get sick of the SGA free throw baiting. You know what I mean? And the fact that it's kind of it
works, and they win. And I mean, there's a reason he won the MVP. Probably shouldn't have, but there's a reason he did. I mean, he's a baller. Basketball is entertainment. We talked about that. I want to be entertained, and watching SGA go for 55 is slightly entertaining, but I just don't enjoy it as much as like that.
But he doesn't
Nuggets
go for
Warriors
55.
game last night.
He goes for 30 and 20 free throws.
You're right. You're right.
You know what I mean?
You're
So
right. Yeah.
it makes it less entertaining because half those points are coming at the line.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. I don't have a problem with the 2-man game they ran for the last play. I thought they even got a good look out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Joker nails that shot 95% of the time, and you walk away with a win. So I'm not too critical here. Did you want, though, to see maybe the hot hand there?
Ooh, yeah, I thought about that. Like, you get the ball to Aaron and see what he's...
At least make him an option somewhere on the play. Like
I would almost guarantee that Jamal Joker pick and roll is one of the most undefendable things in the NBA right now. You know what I mean? So if you got something like that, go to it. And, I mean, when you got the greatest player on the planet currently, go ahead and let Joker take that shot. Because if Aaron was open, Joker would have found him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and once again, I thought that shot was going down for Joker. But, I mean, listen, they played an overtime game last night, and Nikola Jokic played 41 minutes, and Jamal Murray played 40 minutes. And it was an overtime game, but guess what? We're already in the too many minutes for those guys.
Yeah, but like Valanciunas played what, 10, 12, something like that?
I was surprised that, but I wonder if this is if this is the plan, well, first off, it's just the first game, so we don't know. But that rotation was interesting. Matter of fact, KJ and I were talking about it because they were doing the same thing where they had Jamal on the court sometimes, where Jamal was on the court with the 4 bench players. So you'd have Jamal and you'd have Jonas and Tim and Bruce and Peyton out there, and I mean, Malone was kind of using that rotation last year, not with the same players, but he was having Jamal, play with the bench players.
Run the second unit, yeah.
And I was wondering if that was going to happen or if they were going to switch it up or if they want to throw Christian in there or whatever they're going to do. But that was not the case. The bench rotation was interesting because it's all the vets they signed. You know what I mean? They're just like, listen, man, there's a reason we signed these guys.
Have you heard what Scotty has called them?
No, what does he call them?
The Booth Boys.
The Booth Boys.
He says the Booth Boys are going to have trouble getting off the pot.
I get it. Well, that's part of the reason that Calvin and Malone got fired, right? Because Calvin kept telling Malone, you got to play these guys. And Malone's like, late in games, I'm not putting these dudes in there. And so they started butting heads on. I mean, that's part of the whole reason. So, no. I mean, listen, we talk about Nuggets rotations constantly, but I'm sure it's going to be an evolving thing over the first month or two of the NBA season.
I wanted that to end with 2 wins so badly.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, with Avs point streak's alive. I mean, you were down 4-1 and you still got a point out of that. I know. Although you outshot those turkeys like 4. What were the shot totals?
And with Minor in goal, you get a point still.
Yeah.
I mean, I get you. It was a good point to get. But like in the blue sweaters, in the Nordiques jerseys, your first double dipperoo of the year. I wanted 2 wins so bad. And so, like, again, I'll say, no panic, right? Like, I'm not worried about either of these teams.
Right.
I think they both showed you the powerhouses that they can be. But it was just like, at the end of the night, didn't you feel kind of let down?
Well, yeah. Every time you get hit with double L's,
I was so ready for
it's a little bummer,
them to both pull it off. And, like, that Nuggets game, it was in hand in the first half. They had a 7-point lead with how many minutes left in the fourth quarter? And they just could not finish. And that was tough for me. I was bummed at the end of last.
I mean, were you concerned about the Nuggets defense? They gave up 137 points, but once again, the game did go in overtime. And once again, you are playing against the greatest shooter in NBA history, probably.
I also think they showed this last year. They're willing to play a little bit faster. And I think Adelman's going to continue that where, they're trying to get more possessions. So, because their efficiency is just so high.
If you would have told me that last night, hey, the Nuggets will shoot over 50% from the field and 40% from 3 and 90% from the free throw line and Aaron Gordon will go for 50 points, I would have bet my house and your house and all the money that they would have won that game. Yep. But Steph is going to Steph, man. Steph Curry's going to do that Steph Curry thing.
He can't do that. He can't, right?
I mean,
because if he plays like that every night, then yes, they are in that contender tier. I just don't think he can do that every night.
Well, it's like Steph played 5 minutes less than Joker did in that game. You know what I mean? And that was, once again, an overtime game. Like, Steph's playing time is going to be, I bet you they will keep it around the low 30s, right, this season? You don't want 37-year-old Steph just burning out his knees and legs before you get to the playoffs.
But it's the same thing to a lesser degree with Jokic, isn't it? Like, the man's over 30 now. Like,
that's true. Well, he is exactly 30 now, right?
Well, so he's over 30, right? He's 30 in a couple days. Listen, there's so many things I want to talk about, too. Like, is Joker a little bit out of shape? Did he look like he tired to you?
Probably not. Everybody says that at the start of every season. But I mean, you know what's going to happen on Saturday? The Phoenix Suns are going to come to town and Joker will go for like 45 and 20 boards or something stupid.
He was still really good, but he just seemed a little fatigued.
I don't know. Well, I mean, it's the first game of the season.
Right. Game shape is game shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just, you want these guys to come out blazing. We talked about that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And then of 8802 on the text line, 1 for 8 on the power play.
Oh, yeah, we haven't discussed that yet. Listen, KJ, Springer was sitting there for 2 hours straight screaming at the power play. And I was just enjoying it because Springer was losing his mind because he's like, this is it. This is the power play. This is the power play they're going to score on. This is the power play they're going to get. Yeah, and I know. You can't. But I'm not going to complain about a team that's yet to lose a game in regulation.
What's wrong with the power play right now?
Well, we had a 40-minute discussion about that amongst ourselves last night, and I don't think we came up with the right answer. Like, other than the fact that we were just like, keep Val right there.
I was going to say, the Val thing was kind of what everybody pointed to, and that was the one that they converted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So him in front of the net,
they're going to figure it out. There's a reason they hired Hackstall. There's the reason they're looking into this. They're going to figure it out. You can't have that much talent and then not.
One for 8, man.
I get it. And for some reason, 3-on-3 hockey ain't their game. I know. You know what? We got to take a break. But when we come back, we'll get to some of that. But we do want to talk about the Denver Broncos and the Dallas Cowboys on a Bud Light Football Friday next.
I mean, I think everybody in this kind of locker room knew what type of player he was. And again, sometimes all it takes is a fresh start. It's not a knock on us or them or this or that. It's simply it's time for somebody to go somewhere new. And happy for him because, man, he's earned it. He plays hard. He's about the right things. Was a teammate of mine. So, man, friend of mine. Happy to see him doing well ultimately, but not so much this week.
I mean, I'm just going to go out there and play my game, do what I got to do, and try to make plays for my teammates. I feel like it was kind of just mutual. They wanted to go a different route. I felt like the Cowboys wanted me, so that's where I wanted to be at.
That right there is the Broncos JFM and the Cowboys Javonte Williams talking about this matchup coming up here as Javonte returns to the Mile High City as one of the leading rushers in the NFL and with 6 rushing and 1 receiving touchdown on the season. So Javonte's feeling good, but I'm not sure. Okay, well, I guess welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Bud Light Football Friday as we discuss what's going to happen this Sunday when the Denver Broncos take on the Dallas Cowboys. Rob, the Vegas believes this will be the highest scoring game of the weekend. The over-under on this game is 50.5.
That's interesting.
50.5. So Vegas thinks this is going to be the highest scoring game, but that also, it would make me a little. I don't know how to wrap my head around if the Broncos offense goes off. I shouldn't be shocked because the Cowboys defense is not great, and obviously the Cowboys offense is amazing. So that's why I think obviously Vegas thinks it's going to be the highest scoring game of the weekend. But when's the last time the Broncos got into a full on shootout?
Well, I mean. So have you ever done implied score?
No.
You ever
What's
heard of that?
No.
It's when you take the over-under and then you take the spread and you figure out what Vegas thinks the final score is going to be around, right? So what's the line on that? I'm trying to look right now to see.
Right, it's Denver minus 3.5 and the over-under is 50.5.
So the implied score is like 27-25 Denver.
Interesting.
Right.
And that sounds about right.
And
but
that's what I was going to say.
If for Denver to get a win, if this game is in the 40s, right, you'd expect the Cowboys to get that dub.
Right. I think that's the only way they can.
It's just outscore the Broncos. But I mean.
So do you think – so here's the real question. Do you think the Bo Nix and the Broncos, the way that offense has played the last few weeks, is capable of scoring 4 touchdowns? Can they put up 28?
Yes. The Bronco team I saw on that fourth quarter certainly can, right? But this time, I just like you started a little bit earlier than you did last game.
I think we
just a little bit earlier than you did last game. So KJ's got some stats for you. And so let me ask you this. Dak Prescott is 19-10 when he throws for 300 or more yards. He is 6-4 when he throws for 400 yards or more. And Javonte Williams is 3-1 when he rushes for 100 yards or more. So if you're the Broncos defense, you focus on Dak and what he's doing, or you just like, shut down the run and say, all right, well, see, if there are teams that you can say, all right, QB, beat us with your arm. But Dak Prescott is exactly the kind of quarterback who can beat you with his arm, right? Especially with CD and George running all over the place. And you can only shut down 1.5 of those guys, right? Because you put PS2 on the best receiver on that team, which is CD Lamb. So you got Riley sitting there with George. George is on a contract year. All he wants is massive yards and a bunch of touchdowns. And so he's all game long. It's just be go route, go route, go route, go route. And sooner or later, you're going to get torched or you're going to get a penalty flag. You know what I mean? You're going to get a PI called against you.
But it's like, I'm trying to think of like a good analogy. Like if you're playing basketball, do you put your best defender on the best shooter? Yeah, of course you do. Right? The best thing that you have is your defensive back end and your pass rush. So you have to trust those guys to win without help. And then you focus on stopping the run. What you scheme up is stopping Javonte Williams. And you say, Riley Moss, PS2, Jaquan McMillan, Barron, you guys need to shut down that passing game for long enough that Cooper and Benito and Allen can get there and hit Dak.
He hasn't been hit a lot this year, though. He hasn't been sacked a lot, neither is Bo. So
but like you're saying, you can't do both. You got to pick one. So what are you picking?
Well, How about this question? The Dallas Cowboys defense, which is not a strength of that team, but they did make some changes after the loss to Carolina. They lose to Carolina. Everybody's like, well, man, you're losing to Bryce Young and the Panthers. What's that all about? Then they house Washington. And defensively against Washington, the Cowboys made some changes. They're normally a zone defensive team, you know what I mean? But against Washington, almost half the time they went man. They were just like, all right, man, we're just going straight up.
Which they have the personnel for. Like that, it kind of made sense.
But they had been doing it. That's the most they played man all season long. Yeah. You know what I mean? They waited until game 7 to be like, let's change it up and see. And it worked so well against Washington. And Jane Daniels, I'm assuming they're going to break that out against the Denver Broncos. So do you think the Broncos receivers can get loose against that Cowboys defense?
I think this is going to be a big Evan Ingram game.
Ooh, see, I hadn't thought about that name. I hardly ever think about that man.
We've all been waiting for it.
Ever since the summer when we were like, Joker.
Who's your man? You don't have another man beater. Cortland Sutton, like, yes, you can throw 50-50 balls to him. You don't want to be doing that all game. It's a losing proposition. Yes, you can try to hit Troy Franklin over the top and just have him burn somebody. Same thing with Marvin Mims. But who is really your man beater? It's Evan Ingram. Like, you are trying to get him matched up on a linebacker and just make that guy look silly. You know what I mean? But to get him matched up on a linebacker, you got to run the ball. You can't have them in nickel and dime covering Ingram with a corner because he's not going to beat a corner. Mm-hmm. But he is going to he can try to out-physical a corner, but he's not going to beat a corner. He will beat a linebacker. But the way you get that linebacker on the field is run the football. Run them into a base defense.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I guess maybe the most fascinating thing to me about this game is exactly what Sean Payton's offensive game plan is going to look like. Will he do what the Cowboys defense, like Cowboys defense struggled, and then they're like, to hell with it. Let's change all this up. We're going to run it. We're going to go with a different scheme because this ain't working. And I don't think, and Sean Payton's not going to do that, right? He's not going to be like, let's switch all this up because it's not working. He's just going to try to make the things that he wants to do actually work in this game.
Which you can try to screen your way through a man defense.
No.
I mean, that is one of the ways you do it.
No. If I see another bubble screen, if the first play he runs is a bubble screen, then we know he's just trolling us. Right? At that point, yeah, he's just trolling us if he rolls out a bubble screen as the very first play of the game.
Did you see the good ones? Yeah,
I saw the good ones.
Did you see the good ones?
What? Everybody keeps telling me, every time we miss, they're like, he ran 11 of those, didn't you? 11 of those in that game. 11. And I was like, man, okay.
Nope, go back and watch. But you see the good ones? Go back and watch.
Sean Payton is also thinking of the future. Like, he's calling these plays, setting up teams in the future to fall for these little schemes and gambits that he's got going.
But it goes back to the question of, like, what else can you do to beat man? And I don't think they've got just the talent on the outside to just beat man. Like,
you mean the Cowboys or the Broncos? You mean the Broncos can't beat man?
Yeah. I mean, you could run crossers with Franklin and Mims and just hope that their speed horizontally, they run away from people.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't have people who just win on routes like that. And so I would expect a big Evan Ingram game. That's what I would be looking for because he is, if you can get the right matchup, he's the guy. But I also think you're going to see a healthy amount of screens. I think they're going to try to.
What do you think the
out.
Cowboys defense keys on? Because it feels like a lot of teams are like, you know what? Let's see this young quarterback beat us. Let's make Bo Nix beat us. But Bo Nix has shown this season, like, yo, man, he will beat you. So did the Cowboys go the reverse of that? The Cowboys just say, you know what? Let's see if they can. We'll go nickel. Well, I mean, a lot of teams play nickel all the time. But we'll put a package where we're going to dare you to run the ball. We'll dare you to run the ball.
That would be the first thing I would think if I was the defensive coordinator is I'm going to dare you to run the ball. And the Broncos have the offensive line to do it, but I want you to feel uncomfortable doing it. Make me change personnel first. And then the other thing I'd say is everybody knows who's his whoopee. Cortland Sutton. I'm taking Cortland out of the game, right? Like, I am making
if you're the Cowboys, you're like, we're shutting Cortland down.
You're not throwing the ball to him.
But see, once again, like, I feel like Marvin Mims is more dangerous than Cortland.
That's fine.
Right?
So is Troy Franklin, to be honest. If you're talking about
Troy
making
Franklin
a big
is
play.
a roller coaster ride of emotions with me, man. Like, half the time I'm like, wee! And the other half I'm like, what is that, bro? All right, you know what? Let me ask the text line. The Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Broncos country, how you feel about this game against the Cowboys? How you feel about the Broncos right now? They're 5-2, but man, if it doesn't feel like the way people are talking about it doesn't feel like they're 5-2. But you can't. I mean, that's 5 wins.
But what's wild about it is we could be 7-0 right now.
Yeah, I get
we
it.
could be
but
having
you
a
also
conversation.
Only have like 1 or 2 wins. You know what I mean?
You
But
could
that's the
be
nature of the
2-5.
NFL.
You could be 7-0.
Yeah.
Like, it has been that close. And at the end of the day, we'll go with the Parcells line. You know, you are what your record says you
Sean
are.
Payton was asked that question this week, and he agreed with it. Although I kind of don't. Like,
do you know what your record says you are, Berto?
Yeah.
First place in the AFC West.
Yes.
That's what your record says.
Yes, but I don't know how many people out there really consider the Broncos the best team in the AFC West, and that's even though that's what their record says they are. You know what I mean?
You have 2 chances, maybe 3 if you want to count the Chargers game. But you got 2 chances left to prove you're the best team in the AFC West.
Mm-hmm.
So
right, if you win the games you're supposed to win, then nobody can catch you, right? Because you still got 2 games against KC and 1 more against LA, and the Raiders ain't playing.
Are you supposed to win one of the games against KC? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you need to win both the games against Kansas City.
Tell me more.
You win both of them. Although the Broncos, I think that it is a little weird.
You said the games you're supposed to win. You think they're supposed to win 2 games against KC?
I think the Broncos are better than the Chiefs. I think the Broncos are better than the Chiefs.
We don't have enough time for that.
I think the Broncos are better than the Chiefs.
Start unpacking this right now.
And conversely,
right now,
Harbaugh and the Chargers make me more nervous than the greatest coach in the NFL right now, Andy Reid, and one of the greatest quarterbacks in the league, in Patrick.
I have been critical of the Chiefs. They have problems. I think they still have problems that you can expose. You think the way that they're playing right now, that the Broncos are better than the Chiefs
in a head-to-head matchup? Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Wow.
Yes, I do. This right now, I believe the Denver Broncos beat the Kansas City Chiefs 4 times out of 5 if they faced each other 5 times.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how.
4 out of 5?
Have you watched Kansas City? I mean, listen. Lately, the last couple of games, they look good. They look good. I trust it. They look good. I get it. But I just feel like this Broncos defense, man, it's special. It's special, and
so
it's got
is the witch and the wizard over there.
Yeah. And Mahomes can always do Mahomes things, but no. Sorry, Kansas City, you fell off. It was a fun dynasty while it lasted, but it's gone. It's done. It's over. But yeah, text line.
Wow.
Come on down. Tell us how you feel about this upcoming game. How you feel about Broncos country?
I feel like you're just sloughing off. I can't just let you get away with.
No, we'll ask the text line too. Am I right or am I wrong? KC Chiefs, frauds, right? At least compared to this Broncos team, frauds.
KJ, you're going to let him do this?
Also, on the text line, Christina, Coach Sanford's fine. His football team played last night. So
in Grand Junction.
Yeah, in Grand Junction. So he was out of town. He was playing. Matter of fact,
don't worry, you don't have to put up with me too.
Me and KJ checked that score last night. What was it? It was 49-6, I think was the final score.
Yeah.
Valor rolled in that one, baby. Yeah, so.
Be nice to Fruita Monument.
Yeah. I mean, well, they scored 49 the week before, too, and they put double nickels up on the board. Oh, no, 56 the week before that. Yeah, that offense is cooking right now.
It was not a level matchup, let's put it that way.
So, but yeah, right now, Sanford's stuck in a bunch of snow up in the mountains
he's
on
a bus trying to get chains on the tires or something like that.
Yeah.
He's fine. But
so, yeah, he's doing good. Matter of fact, how about this? Join Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac for a live broadcast at Jackson's and Lodo today from noon to 3. Bud Light will be on site and giving away a pair of tickets to Broncos Cowboys with Bud Light tailgate VIP passes. See you at Jackson's and Lodo at noon. We'll roll on after this. Welcome back to a Bud Light Football Friday. We got breaking sports news, and this might just change what is going on in the Western Conference of the NBA, and that's simply this. DeAndre Jordan has joined the New Orleans Pelicans.
It's over.
So the big fella's back in the league. DeAndre's back in the league.
That is the 1 seed.
Stop it.
Man, DeAndre how old is DeAndre, man? I love DeAndre. I do. Obviously, man. I love him. But how old is DeAndre Jordan? And he signed a $4 million contract with the Pelicans, man.
That's
you know what? He's as old as Steph, so he's not as old as I thought he was going. He was. I thought he was rolling up about 40, but he's only 37.
Still pretty old for NBA basketball.
Still, man. I mean, how many years has he been in the league? He was a second-round pick in 2008. DeAndre's been balling for a long time.
That's
Now he's hanging out with Zion in the Big Easy.
But Scotty and Tyler have both said I should have just kept taking. Yes, it's only $4 million.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Tyler would be making more money if he was playing in the NFL right now. Scotty would be a billion. Scotty would have made he would have got one of those $150 million, $175 million contracts. If a player of his size who could do what he does on the court right now, Scotty did play at the wrong. I mean, he got a championship ring out of it, but he played at the wrong era.
But he even said I should have taken, and for him it would have been hundreds of thousands. That's how small the contracts were back then.
No.
But he even said I should have just kept taking that paycheck because it's way better than any other paycheck I can get out there. So I say, good for him. You know what I mean? Get DJ out there. Keep getting your $4 million until they tell you that you can't do it anymore.
Yeah. So DeAndre Jordan signed with the New Orleans Pelicans for just a 1 year, $3.6 million contract.
Afterwards, he's just going to be a coach, right?
I don't know, man. He could do any just like it was Mike Miller. I thought Mike Miller was going to become a coach, but then he realized how much money you can make as an agent. And he just went and did that instead of coaching, even though he is so good with people and with players and all that kind of stuff. I think he would have made a great coach, but instead he's like, nah, I'm going to do that agent thing and make that money. DeAndre, I don't know. I guess, listen.
I thought he was going to go right onto the Nuggets coaching staff. I really did.
Andre Miller is a coach somewhere, right? Andre Miller's coaching in the G League. Oh, right. And now Ryan Bowen's down there.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing now.
But he seems like a kind of guy who Nikola Jokic would be a great coach, but it's hard for those kind of guys, and I'm talking about guys who are unicorns, who are special, to understand what the average NBA player can and cannot do.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because there was times I've heard this criticism of Magic Johnson when he was the coach of the Lakers. He'd just tell his players, do this. And they're like, what do you mean just do this? How do you just do this? And my Magic was just like, what do you mean, man? You just fake the pass and you go to the open. And they're like, yo, man, we're not Magic Johnson. We can't do Magic Johnson stuff.
I heard the same thing about Wayne Gretzky trying to
you might be,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Where he's just like, let's do it like this.
Yeah, be the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, and it's just hard. It's just hard. But I'm assuming there are some players on the Nuggets team right now who will go into coaching once it's all said and done. I mean, Aaron Gordon.
They're all going after yesterday.
Nah. Listen, I wonder. You lose to Golden State, and now a lot of people, because of how Golden State has started the season, people are like, "Ooh, I don't know. Is Golden State one of the top teams in the West?"
No,
they're not. No. They're not one of the top teams in the West. I mean, they might be a top 7 team.
Sure. Yeah, I think they can avoid the play-in, don't you?
Yeah,
I think they can avoid the play-in.
I think you're getting Golden State is getting way too much credit for beating the Lakers in that first game. Listen, man, the Lakers got some issues. Don't act like the Lakers are world beaters, and beating them in game 1 means something. But beating the Nuggets last night in overtime did, right? The Nuggets had that game under control. They had that game handled. And then right up until the point where they didn't. That third quarter bit them, and then the fourth quarter was just a dogfight that, you end up in overtime, and then you kind of fade in overtime. And I don't know if it's the first game of the season. Yeah. It's conditioning. It's whatever it is, but you did kind of fade there late in that game.
You did, but you had the shot to win it at the end. You know what I mean? You were right there.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the most disheartening part to me because it felt like if this goes to overtime, they're going to get they're going to get
right, because the Warriors kept coming at you, even though the Nuggets were sitting there with that double-digit lead, and you're like, well, you know what? I think they can handle this pretty. And nope. You give up 42 to Steph, and the majority of that came in the how many? Hey, kid, do you remember we were talking about it? How many points did Steph have in the first half? Was it like 6 points in the first half?
7.
7 points in the first half.
That's crazy.
And then the rest of that 42 all came. He scored 13 points in the third quarter alone to kind of turn that game around.
Yeah.
But at least it wasn't. I mean, they did have a lull. Joker went to the bench, and they did have a lull, and the Warriors did make a run, but it wasn't the drop off like it was last season. We still have to keep our eye on that. Like, what's the drop off when Joker goes out of the game? But the Warriors are dealing with the same problem. When Steph goes out of the game, they're just not the same team either. So,
well, they just don't have enough offense. Period. Right? Like, they've got some guys who are nice, and Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, but once again, you don't put Jimmy Butler on your team for the regular season.
Yes.
Jimmy Butler's on your team to be playoff Jimmy.
But I feel like that team, like Steph will do that the first couple weeks of the season. And then when we get to game 32 and it turns into the grindy part of the season and nobody really cares and you're playing the Hornets on a Tuesday night, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like there's no way he's going to do that for 82, and he would have to. He'd have to average 30 points a night for that team to be in that upper echelon. I just don't think they can keep it up offensively.
What do you think the Nuggets didn't take advantage of the height differential between those starting lineups? Because the Golden State starting lineup that's a tiny lineup, especially compared to the modern day NBA, man.
Yeah, we talked about it.
When you're running Draymond Green at center, that's tiny.
Well, and I was upset. I was surprised how few minutes Jonas Valanciunas got.
What was it? It was 12. It was, hold on, I got the box score.
But you could have run a huge lineup out there.
Yeah, 12 minutes. He was 4 or 5 from the field, man. I mean, it was quiet 4 or 5, but yeah.
I mean, but he played fine. Like, I didn't think he needed to be taken off the floor. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't think they took advantage of the size. It was, man, it felt like you let one slip. And I got to tell you, the one thing that I really liked was the mindset of the team afterwards. Did you hear what AG said afterwards?
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the greatest games in Aaron's career. He wanted nothing to do with it after catching that L. Yeah.
Didn't care. Because he, like I talked about yesterday, like I wanted them to come out and steamroll fools to show people what this Denver Nuggets squad can do. KJ, do you have that sound from him playing it? Why don't we so AG after the game, career night, 50 points. They ask him if he wants the game ball in the locker room.
And he says,
they're asking if I wanted the game ball, and no, I don't want the game ball. Take an L home with me. Oh, thank you. So it sucks, but it's one game. It's our first game. It's a good team. It's a really good team. It's hard to win on the road. You got to execute offensively and defensively down the stretch. So we're going to reconvene, watch the film, and go back home and try and play better in our home opener.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
That's what I want from my team. That we talk about it with McKinnon a lot and how maybe sometimes he's a little bit too much. But if the Avs had a performance, I don't want to say performance like that. If the Avs lost like that in the first game of the season, you bet your bottom dollar he would have been coming out and saying, that's not good enough. We need to be steamrolling fools. And like, I want that mentality all season from this Nugget squad.
If Aaron Gordon shoots from 3 like he did last night, the Nuggets are going to win a lot of games because that was one of the Achilles heels of the Nuggets last year. They just didn't. I mean, they shot well from 3. They just didn't take it as many threes as you would normally expect. Matter of fact, they put up 40 threes last night, and AG was 10 of 11 from downtown. 10 of 11. Like, that's – I mean, Joker had an off night. Even despite the triple-double, he was 2 of 13 from downtown. But you shoot 40% from 3 as a team – oh, you're going to win a lot of games. How about
So hold on. Did I watch a different game than these guys? There's a couple texts on the text line that are trolling a little bit. If AG doesn't drop 50, the Nuggets get killed. I was told they were motivated world beaters. What happened?
No, I get it.
Did
well,
I watch
if Steph
a different
doesn't go
game?
nuts in the second half, you win that game going away too. So I don't know.
Like, there's no panic in me about this team. I think they showed what they can do.
It's game 1. Are we getting Fire Adelman texts already? It's game 1?
No, not yet. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know if I watched a different game. I thought the Nuggets looked great.
Yes,
I thought
yes.
they were.
They looked great in the first half. They looked okay in the second half, and then they faded in overtime. But it was the third quarter that changed everything. Right? Like the Nuggets scored 39 points in the second quarter. They were held to 24 points in the third. That's when Steph went on that run and that lead disappeared.
But did anything that you saw made you feel like? They're
This
gonna have
team
trouble
isn't
this year.
hungry.
Yeah.
This team doesn't really want to win. No, none of that. I didn't feel any of that last night. I don't
didn't
know
either.
why somebody would. Listen, we got 81 more of these people.
Yeah.
80. You gotta manage your expectations. You're gonna lose your mind if you start acting like this after every single game.
Yeah, so like these guys on the text line who are like, "Oh, I was told they were world beaters. What happened?" Well, I mean, what happened? They play 82 games a year. It was the home opener for the
Like
Golden
if they
State
go
Warriors.
81-1, are you gonna still feel
Still
this
freaked
way?
out? I don't know. I'm not worried about them at all. I was bummed at the end of the night last night having 2 L's on the. But the Nuggets aren't even. They didn't even take a loss, right? They're 0-1, right?
No, they caught a loss.
No,
it doesn't work that way, man.
They got a point streak still, right?
They caught it now. But, I mean, the Nuggets could lose their first 5 games of the regular season. I really don't know, other than the fact that I might freak out at that. Once again, I'm not sure it affects your regular season.
Is there
not in the NBA anymore?
Is there anything that could turn into a problem for you?
Oh, well.
Because I got one thing.
I mean, if Cam and Christian play like that every game, you got it. Because, you know what I mean, both Cam and Christian had an off night last night.
Yeah.
At least offensively.
For me, it was Adelman.
Oh, you didn't like what he was doing? You didn't like the game plan, or you didn't like the rotation?
No.
You didn't
It was more game management. There were timeouts that he had. I didn't feel like he took him at the right time. He didn't challenge that call against Cam Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought he should have. I think everybody thought he should have. So, young guy, still feeling his way into being a head coach and figuring out this team as well. But it's not a problem for me yet, but it's something that I could see me over time being like, come on, buddy, I need a little bit more from you here.
Well, I mean, he was asked about the pressure of the first game, and he was like, I coached 14 playoff games last year. So it's a whole different, it's a whole different ball of wax when it comes to playoff basketball compared to the first game of the regular season.
Sure.
So, I mean, he's going to have to figure out what he likes and what rotation he prefers most. But I mean, he's got months to get that down. Unless you just start catching L's left and right.
Right.
Then you got to get it right. But you know what? The Avs game last night was amazing. That Jersey matchup is amazing.
It was sweet.
And we're going to get it again. You know what? When do the Avs go to Carolina? Because that's the next time the Whalers.
It's not just those. Like they're going to wear them like 7 times.
Yeah. But the only one I know for sure. The only one I know for sure is the next time they play Carolina in Carolina.
The sweetest part about it for me was the goalies with the brown pads, the real leather pads.
Yeah, well, you didn't get to see Wedgwood much because they hit 4 goals on 11 shots and they pulled him in the first period.
I know, but
you know what? Trent Miner hit some big saves in that thing, especially in that third period. Like he made some. I was like, "Whoa, Trent, go get you some, man, get it."
The goaltenders, well, the Whalers guy wore the brown pads too. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But yeah, I mean, Miner stepping in and not letting up a damn thing for the entire game to get you a point was certainly big. You think they bring Blackwood back this weekend?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got back-to-back games, so you're either gonna have to go you're not gonna go Wedgwood. You're probably gonna have to go, McKenzie, then back to Scott, or vice versa, depending on, because I think McKenzie should be. Well, we'll find out because he'll be on the plane, right? We'll find out from Moser.
You think Wedgie was just tired last night, or
probably? I mean, it was his 7th straight game.
Yeah,
right. It was his 7th straight between the pipes.
But Bednar commented on the defense,
Yeah, kind of let him down. Yeah. But I mean, you get in a 4-1 hole and you still find a way to get a point. I'm down with that. At halftime of tonight's Pine Creek at Regis game on 92.5. Tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. More NFL next. No, all that was a lie. All of it was a lie. None of those people are here. Although it is a Bud Light Football Friday, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. I'm Mark Bertinelli, filling in for Alex Ryan, and that is Rob Trujillo, filling in for Mike Sanford, who's up in the mountains with his football team, and KJ Granderson, who is always here. And we're coming to you live from the Baxter Shaker Studios. Their passion is justice as the Denver Broncos get set to take on the Dallas Cowboys this weekend at Empower Field. We had a game last night. The Chargers housed the Vikings 37-10. Did you listen? We don't have Amazon Prime here in the studios. Obviously, we were doing the games, but we were trying to keep track of it. But I have no idea what went on. Was Carson Wentz just murdered in that game? What was going on?
He was awful. He was terrible.
Because every highlight I see, it's Carson Wentz. See, there's one right there. There's one right there of Carson Wentz like crying in pain and throwing stuff on the. And I don't know what happened.
His non-throwing shoulder, I think, is real messed up.
Is torn up.
And McCarthy's not supposed to come back till next week.
Right. So they just threw Carson out there banged up, and then he got even more banged up.
Gutted it out, and it was not a good game.
See, hear this. I didn't see any of this stuff, but look at that. He is in some pain, man.
Yeah. And so
look at that.
I think McCarthy definitely
How'd you keep him out there? You know what I mean? Why'd Kevin O'Connell keep him out there when he's looking like that?
Their backup quarterback was a rookie from Minnesota. And I can't remember his name.
It's a third-string guy. Yeah.
And McCarthy was dressed, but only as the emergency quarterback. So only if the first two guys got hurt could he play.
Brosmer?
Sure.
Max Brosmer?
Yeah.
Is the third-string guy, the kid out of Minnesota?
Yeah.
You know what? The only reason I remember this guy's name is because he looks like Paxton Lynch. And he's got the like kind of the pirate goatee.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, that's the Paxton Lynch guy. And I was like, I hope he's better for you than Paxton was for us. Good luck on that one.
Yeah, man. And they just jumped on him early. Like as bad as the game was that the Chargers played last week versus the Colts, where they were down, I think it was 24-3 or 21-3 or something like that at halftime. It was the same thing last night, but in reverse. The Chargers just jumped all over him.
Just started to roll.
I got news for you too. Oronde Gadsden, Syracuse, a guy, tight end, late round pick from them. I think 4th or 5th round. Man, he is good.
He's a bad dude.
He's good. I was a fan of him at Syracuse, and it's something the Broncos might have to deal with for a couple of years here.
Justin Herbert has played one more game than any other quarterback in the NFL, obviously, since he played last night. But yeah, he's 2,140 yards, 16 touchdowns. He's doing all right. Like, what happened to my man Harbaugh and the whole, like, I want to run the ball. Harbaugh.
His O-line got chewed up, man. Like, he doesn't.
Because now it's like, I just want to throw the ball. Although Herbert threw it half as many times as Bo Nix did this weekend.
Yeah.
And he still had 227 and 3 touches and 1 pick, which, man, that's a 122 quarterback rating. Oh.
I mean, Herbert, though, is capable of that, right? Like, he's capable of being in that upper echelon of quarterback.
I feel like Bo Nix. There's all these comparables with Bo. People compare him to all these different players, but I think he can do a lot of Justin Herbert things. Because like last night, Justin Herbert threw for those 3 touchdowns. He also rushed for 62 yards. You know what I mean? Like, Justin was using his feet. He had like a 20-yard run in that game, and I was like, yeah, man, like. Harbaugh's letting Herbert loose. He's cutting Justin loose. Sean cut Bo loose, man. Let Bo do some of that stuff, too. Why do I have to wait to the 4th quarter when you have no other option to let him loose?
Do you think he's holding him back? Do you think Sean Payton is holding Bo back? Because I don't.
I don't know
if I'd go
man.
there.
I don't know. I don't think so. But it's frustrating watching the Broncos play offense. Is it not? How many quarters of just like, oh, man, frustrating offensive football have you watched from the Broncos this season? Many more than those exciting 4th quarter comebacks.
So what do you think? Do you think Peyton's being too cute? Like, what's your...
Nah. Well, no, let me say this. Sean Payton's always being too cute. You know what I mean? That's part of his swag, right? That's part of Sean Payton's life.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Yes, he's always he's always trying to... Like, Sean Payton doesn't want to just beat you. He wants to beat you and then let you know he beat you and then dance on your grave. You know what I mean? That's kind of the coach he is. And I'm fine. I'm more than happy to have that kind of coach. Because you know what? Michael Malone was kind of that coach too. Michael Malone was kind of like, you know what? I don't like you, and
Take
I'm going
that
to
all on
beat
the
you.
way
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, he's not only am I going to beat you, I'm going to tell everybody else that we just beat you. You know what I mean?
Take that L on the way out.
Yeah, coach.
I'm going to put that in the pipe and smoke it.
Get it? So I don't. But so no. It's not that. It's something else. Like it feels like Sean Payton, which is weird, is holding back some of the things that he actually thinks. Because usually he's just open and throwing stuff out there. But Sean Payton is always intentional. He's always trying to, put a little curve on the ball, whatever he's doing, either if it's through the media, through his player, whatever he's trying to do. He's always trying to do something sneaky. And so I'm assuming he's got a massive overarching plan that he's going, because, right, he gets better as the year goes on as a head coach. Like his teams get better as the year goes on as a head coach.
Yeah, in the past they have. But so let's talk about the recycled hot takes on what's wrong with the offense. Do you think he's getting the plays in too late because it's too complicated? He's got too much to think of.
Not like it was at the beginning of the season where the play clock was always running. You're like, it was like 4, 3.
Yeah.
And you're like, what is going on? Yeah. And I know that Peyton's play calls are a lot of gobbledygook. It's a lot of stuff. But, I mean, this is the offense. Because I think Sean Payton's not going to change his offense for just, you know what? At least it doesn't feel like he's going to make massive changes just because you don't like the way the plays that he's calling, right? No.
Everybody talks about tempo, and yes, one of the things that you get with tempo is getting to the line quicker, but it also gives Bo more time to dissect what the defense is going to do. Now, most of the time in those situations, what the defense is doing is more obvious than what they're not disguising as much in those 2-minute drills or when you're running tempo.
I bet you Sean Payton does go up tempo just because everybody's telling him he should go up tempo.
No, see, but he's the exact opposite. He's going to do the exact opposite of what everybody does.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I think he won't go. I think that's why he refuses to start with the thing that it seems his quarterback does the best. And I think, you know what I mean? He's like, you know what? He's just a stubborn man. He's like, I'm not going to do what you guys keep telling me to do.
The other recycled hot take is Bo outside the numbers. That defenses have decided we're taking away the middle of the field from you, we're taking away the short stuff, and we're making you go outside the numbers and deep. Mm-hmm. And I don't think you can do it.
You know what?
What do you think about that?
Let me ask you this, because Coach Sanford thinks that, oddly enough, he wants Bo to hit somebody early. He's like, I'm going to call a run play just for Bo because it feels like when he's got the happy feet and when his brain is working too hard, it's when it's whatever telepathy he has with Sean Payton, where Sean Payton's brain is going too fast. Bo Nix's brain is going too fast, and Sanford's like, no, you know what you need to do? Early in that game, I want Bo Nix to hit somebody. I want him to get hit or hit somebody, and it feels like that when that happens, Bo suddenly becomes football player instead of QB1.
Yeah, you take a deep breath. I mean, listen, I know Josh Allen has said it. A lot of quarterbacks have said it. Once you get that first hit, like the nerves go away a little bit. You feel like you're into the game. Mm-hmm. And that would make sense if that was the same case with Bo Nix. But I mean, we're talking third quarter. They still got zeros up there, Berto.
They were at home last week and they got booed. How many times? KJ, do you think they got booed at home? They got booed at the end of the first half. They got booed in the third quarter. Was there any more booing? There was booing all
going towards halftime.
Right? Yeah. They got really booed at that.
So we're not just talking like first quarter. He's a little jittery still. Right. You know what I mean? Like this was the third quarter.
It's not sports talk radio chuckleheads talking like this offense. Blah, blah, blah. No. It's everybody. Everybody who's in Broncos country, all these fans who've been watching games for decades can see what's going on the field and be upset about it, right?
And then at the end of the day, there's 33 points on the board.
Yeah, they get, yeah.
I mean, how concerned are you about it?
Oh, I'm pretty concerned, but not enough to be, you know what I mean? They're 5-2. I have to keep telling people that when we get in these conversations and people start taking shots at Bo and they start taking shots at Sean Payton and they start taking shots at the offense. And I've done all three of those things. But you're like, they've won 4 games in a row, man. They're 5-2. They've got one of the best records in the NFL.
Isn't it the quietest 4-game winning streak you've ever seen?
Yeah, but it's how it happened. You know, the stupid, weird comeback in Philly. Yep. Then the low-scoring, ugly, weird, nasty Jets game.
In a different country.
And then the greatest comeback in Broncos history. Yeah. That's what 3 of those games are. And the first one is just a hammering of Cincinnati when they lit up Cincinnati.
But
so that's a crazy 4-game winning streak. Yeah.
There are only 17 games in a season. A 4-game winning streak is massive. It's a quarter of your season that you won every single game.
When I do this what if sports when I'm like, what if this happened or whatever. It's not my favorite thing, but I do want to propose this what if. What if you beat the Cowboys this weekend? You're favored. You beat the Cowboys this weekend. You're on a 5-game winning streak, and that thing could very well be 8. Because you got Houston, and you got Vegas, and then you got Kansas City at home before you bye. Here's the weird thing, though. I think we'll have to check the schedule. I think both games with Kansas City are a little weird for some reason. The first game, I think, is Kansas City. They get a bye before they play us, I think. KJ, can you check that?
That is correct.
Okay, so Kansas City gets 2 weeks to prepare for the Broncos.
And Andy Reid off the bye.
It's right. His record is ridiculously good. Yeah. So that's a tough ass right there. Then you go on your bye. Then the Broncos, and then the last time you play the Chiefs, it's in Kansas City. And it's Christmas
I was gonna
night.
say it's Christmas Day.
So both the games have a little bit of weirdness to it. You know what I mean? Kansas City has 2 full weeks to prepare for you, and then you play them on Christmas?
Hold on. This was the guy that was sitting in
here.
here.
No. The Broncos are a better team than the Kansas City Chiefs.
Hey, 30 minutes later, walking it back.
No. Text line, tell me. Hey, Broncos country, how many of you believe that the Denver Broncos are a better team than the Kansas City Chiefs right now? Head to head. I don't care about their record against other teams. Head to head.
I think the Chiefs are too hot for me to say that right now.
No. This Denver Bronco team right now, even the one that couldn't score a damn point to 3/4 of football last week, this team is better than the Kansas City Chiefs.
I've been a big critic of the Chiefs. Right now, the way these two teams are playing, I don't think you could say that.
I don't know,
And
man.
I get it. It's a 4-game winning streak. You scored 11 points versus the Chiefs.
I get it.
You had 0
win.
points through 3 quarters against the Giants.
I know, man.
We're not talking about the Bills or whoever you think is a great team.
No,
you had 0 points through 3 quarters against the New York Giants.
I get it. The Chiefs just beat Vegas 31-0. They won 4 or 5, but I don't care.
They handled Detroit, who is a good team, and then went out and beat Tampa Bay. Right?
Now, the Broncos defensive unit is better than anything Kansas City can throw out there. Seriously, man.
Okay. What about their offensive unit?
Their highest scoring game of the season is they put 37 on the Baltimore Ravens, and we know where Baltimore is right now, man. And you know what? I don't think you can score. I don't think the Kansas City Chiefs can score 27 against the Broncos. You know what I mean? I think
Can
21.
Can the Broncos score 27 against the Chiefs?
See, that might be an issue. That might be an issue. But at this point, I'm going to have, maybe I'll rely on some defensive
Patrick Mahomes is really good at getting 1 more point than you, so it's annoying.
Before we go to break, let's check out the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. And the injury report, I don't think everybody on the Broncos, is it healthy, KJ? Are the Broncos healthy?
We looking good, man.
It's crazy.
Good.
The Cowboys injury list is long, but I don't think there is no major player, right? Diggs ain't going to go, right? Yep. Trayvon's not going to go.
I assume it's concussion protocol, so he would have to clear it tomorrow.
And there's no way, right?
You're right. So.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think he can clear by Sunday, but he might. There was 8 players limited yesterday in practices. Listen, Mingo, Murray, Smith, Carson, they were all full. But that's
if the offensive linemen don't play, that's a story. Beebe and Smith.
Yeah, Cooper Beebe. Actually, they've got 3 members of their offensive line on the center and 2 tackles because Cornelius and Guyton are also on this. Yeah. And they were all listed as limited.
You've mentioned several times how much they protect Dak Prescott and how he hasn't been sacked.
Now,
if those guys aren't in, then you can start talking about Eaton there.
Yeah, hopefully. But all right, we'll take a timeout. When we come back, it's everybody's favorite segment. It's KJ's NFL Notes. All right. Hold on to your butts. This is it. This is the segment. This is where the money, this is where we make the money, man. This is where the people flow and flock to. It's KJ's NFL News and Notes. What's up, KJ?
Well, the matchup we have not talked about at all this week, is CeeDee Lamb versus Patrick Surtain II. And those guys, they talk their talk this weekend. Here's Dak Prescott kind of leading it off, and then we get to hear from CD, and then PS2 closes us out as he kind of talks about what's going to make this matchup so great.
Just know going into this game and the game plan, right, you might not get to number 4. Sometimes you might not get to number 3, right? So it's important for the receivers to understand how aggressive they have to be and understanding the time clock, and we'll be fine.
Would you prefer a guy from a competitive standpoint to follow you around just for that competition, that one-on-one stuff?
It don't matter to me, honestly. If you do follow, cool. If you don't, cool. Regardless of the situation, I'm gonna still get my work.
He got a lot of finesse in his game. He could catch all the 50-50 balls and stuff like that. So, and they move him around a lot, which makes it even more dangerous. So we just got to understand how they're going to utilize him. Obviously, he's coming back off an injury, so it seemed like they slowly, getting him back as far as reps-wise. So, it's going to be a great matchup.
What do you think? CeeDee Lamb is probably for me, it's Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, but CeeDee Lamb is probably a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. Patrick Surtain is the best corner in the NFL, but what do you think about CeeDee Lamb versus PS2?
I think you got to tell him you have to shut him down because we talked about you've got to stop the run here. And
do you think I'm correct? Is CeeDee Lamb a better wide receiver than George Pickens? Even because Pickens is having himself a year.
Yeah, but he's CeeDee Lamb's.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if right now with their health, respectively,
Mm-hmm.
George Pickens might be a little bit better right now, but CeeDee Lamb's a better overall receiver. I don't necessarily need PS2 following him around. It's going to be a tough matchup for Riley Moss, whoever he goes against.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you've got to tell those guys you've got to handle it one-on-one. Because Hufanga's got to come down and play in the box and stop this run and force it to be one dimension.
Yeah.
So,
does it make you nervous that what the Cowboys do? You know who would love this Dallas Cowboy team? Al Davis. Remember Al Davis? He was always like, throw it long, baby, throw it long. And that's what the Dallas Cowboys do. They are going to send somebody deep every single play. You know what? Somebody's going to go deep.
But I got to be honest with you, and this is why we haven't really talked about it yet. I've only been on a couple days, but the reason we haven't talked about CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens, that's not who I'm worried about. I'm worried about
Javonte?
Ferguson.
You're worried about the tight end. Yeah, I get it.
Because
he is a dangerous weapon. Didn't he break all the tight end? KJ, what was that stat from yesterday where he was the first tight end in NFL history to have whatever it was, 50 receptions and
six touchdowns through their team's first 7 games.
Yeah, just blowing crushes Shannon Sharp, blows Tony Gonzalez out of the water. So you're right. You know what? I hadn't even thought about that. Their tight end is a dangerous weapon.
Which is even more why you have to look at Riley Moss and PS2 and say, you guys, those are great players. You're one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You got to get it done this week. You got to get it done.
All right, KJ, what's next?
Get your damn act together.
I'm trying, Jerry. Aaron Rodgers, quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, is heading back to where it all started as they play the Green Bay Packers this weekend for a rivalry that Aaron Rodgers says is technically not a rivalry. And it is Sunday Night Football, which means you can catch it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 coming up on Sunday evening on your way back from the Broncos game. Here's Aaron Rodgers talking about what this game actually means to him.
I don't have any animosity toward the organization. Obviously, I wish that, things have been better in our last year there, but, I have a great relationship with a lot of people still in that organization. And this is not a revenge game for me. I'm just excited to see some of those guys and be on Sunday Night Football again.
I don't know, man. With Aaron, who knows what that dude is thinking? Didn't he throw the entire Jets organization under the bus after he won that game? He's like, I wanted to beat every single one of those chuckleheads.
Sure did.
But the team that guess nah, man. I don't know. I mean, this has got to mean something extra to him. Steelers hosting the Packers Sunday Night Football. Right now, it's Green Bay -2.5.
I know it's all about him. I don't care.
You're right. Aaron does.
Care.
Right. You're right. Aaron
I don't care.
Aaron has the most main character energy of any football player. You know what I mean? He's the star of every show.
But it's because people make it about him too. You know what I mean? Like when you're watching the pregame show, that's what they're going to be talking about. When you've got Tirico and Collinsworth doing their stand up, that's what they're going to talk. You know what I mean? It's not just Aaron Rodgers; it's the media making it about him. But here's what I think: you gotta. Well, I don't even know what the Steelers' record is, but it's good. 4-1.
It's 5-2, right?
5-2.
No, 4-2. 4-2.
4-2.
Yeah.
And the Packers are a good team too.
4-1-1.
4-1-1. Like, are the Steelers for real? That's what I want to know.
Well, once again, you are what your record says you are.
Okay.
So 4-2 is a good record in this league right now.
You've got a Baltimore team that's puking all over itself.
Yeah.
You've got a Bengals team with Joe Flacco trying to keep it afloat.
Mm-hmm.
You got a Browns team that doesn't matter.
I'm assuming the Bengals go to 4-4 this weekend because they are hosting the 0-7 Jets, right? There's no way the Jets win in Cincinnati.
The Jets have to win at some point. And this could be it.
I mean, they don't have to. They don't have to.
I mean,
is it only that Lions team from the? It was only that Lions team that won it.
No.
Have we never had a team that went 0-17 though? Right?
The Browns, I think, did.
The Browns went 0-16.
They at least went 0-16.
Yeah,
I don't know
did.
if it was a year.
They did.
Was it 17 games yet?
Because it was still 16.
Are the Jets going to be the first team to go 0-17? Listen, man, Aaron Glenn was doing that stupid stuff this week where he wouldn't tell us who the starting quarterback was going to be, even when we know you're not starting Justin Fields.
Tyrod Taylor will find a win. He will find a win.
Ooh, that's a bold statement.
I will happily say it. Ty God will find a win somewhere.
All right, KJ, what's next?
Get your damn act together.
No.
Well, exactly. You tell him, Berto.
I would punch Jerry and listen, man.
Wow.
Listen. Only because I only say this. My father, who I love, the Colonel, there are like a handful of people on the planet that he truly hates, and one of them is Jerry Jones. And it's because of something that happened all the way back. He didn't like the way Jerry took over the Cowboys like 30, 40 years ago or something so he's holding on to some beef from a long time ago. But you know what I will say? Like, Jerry is good for the NFL not because he wins, but just because he makes money and he's a showman and all kinds of. So, like, the NFL is good. It's going to be a sad day when Jerry's not part of the league anymore. But the Cowboys are going to be a better team when he's not in the league anymore,
I don't know
right?
that that's true because Stephen Jones taking over does not mean that it gets better. If he hires a GM, maybe.
Yeah, you know what? That's exactly what he's going to do. As soon as Jerry Jones steps out, no, that dude doesn't make himself the GM. He goes and hires a GM. Stephen Jones.
I don't know why you're so confident in that.
Stephen Jones doesn't make himself. That's the worst possible thing he could do.
Why has Jerry Jones been being the GM for the last? Been a good idea.
The kid is a little bit. You know what I mean?
No, the kid is going to do the same exact thing as Dad.
No, then what hope do I have for the Rockies then?
Because
if Walker Mumford's going to do the same thing as Dick Mumford.
Because Walker has done already a couple things different than his dad has done.
Okay.
So there's hope that it'll be different.
Okay. All right, KJ, what's next?
All right,
we didn't even get to it, did we?
We did not.
Sorry, did we get sidetracked? What would you even say, man?
We did. No, you're fine.
What did you say?
I'm going to put a pin in the story I actually had there because there's news out of the NFL. So it's looking like Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson is looking like he's going to be a go. After earlier this week it was
against
reported
the Bears?
that he potentially couldn't be. Yes, it's looking like he's going to come back. So NFL Network is reporting that it is more than likely that he is going to play coming up this Sunday.
Only one team in the history of the NFL, I believe, has made the playoffs after starting 1-5. Could Lamar lead the Ravens to a wild card spot? Because you remember, KJ, me and you had this conversation yesterday because I have if the NFL playoffs started tomorrow, what the matchups would be.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's 2003 coded, 2005 coded.
Yeah. It's Broncos hosting the Chargers. It's the Patriots hosting the Jaguars, and it's the Steelers hosting the Bills with the Colts and the Packers, on the bye with the number 1 seed.
Yeah, it's one of those things like what year is it?
Yeah, but there are no Chiefs. If the playoffs started tomorrow, the Chiefs would not be in them. The Ravens would not be in them. That's how crazy things are right now.
All right, but we just talked about that AFC North. Do you trust the Steelers?
No, I don't trust the Steelers. But
do you think the Bengals can get off the mat with Joe Flacco and stay relevant until Burrow gets
no,
back?
I don't like Joe Flacco. Kinda, I don't know, but maybe.
Is Gabriel or Sanders enough at quarterback that defense can win a division?
I'm assuming one of these teams is going to hop up in there and knock somebody out, right? One of them is.
Well,
one of them is not going to stay this way.
If you don't trust any of those three teams, then why can't the Ravens come back and go on a winning streak and make the playoffs?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's impossible. That team is very good if healthy. They just haven't been healthy.
You know what? They got you know what? They could rip off 5. They got the Bears, the Dolphins, the Vikings, the Browns, and the Jets. Those are the next 5 games. You could win all of those. You might go, 3-1 in those 4 games or 4-1 in those 5. Maybe you fall at, JJ is going to be back at Minnesota, but once again, we don't know what JJ McCarthy is, right?
Yeah, but you don't know what you're going to get from Minnesota. Then they got the Browns after that. Then they got the Jets after that. Then they got the Bengals after that. The path is there for them. Let's put it that way. The path is there for them to find their way back into the AFC North race.
All right, we'll see what happens. KJ, what's next?
Get your damn act together.
So just to kind of confirm your stat there, Berto, since the merger, there have been 3 teams that started 1-5 and made the playoffs. The 2015 Chiefs, the 2018 Colts, and then the 2020 Washington football team. There's only been 1 team to make the playoffs that started 1-6, and that was the 1970 Cincinnati Bengals.
Who was the quarterback of the what'd you say?
1970.
1970? Cincinnati?
That's before Esiason, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Esiason was 80s.
Let's see. I'll tell you right now. Virgil Carter, Sam Weish at quarterback.
Okay, Sam Weish.
Okay,
right.
yeah, that name sounds familiar.
It's at least the name I know.
Eric Crabtree.
Well, you know him from coaching.
Speedy Thomas. Everybody knows Speedy Thomas, the wide receiver out of Cincinnati in the 70s, right? Lamar Parrish, Ken Riley, Bill Berge, Bob Trumpy at tight end.
What are we doing right now?
Yeah, man. I'm telling you.
I don't know, but we're going to actually move on to an actual story here.
All right.
And, we got a Buffalo Bills fan right here in the studio today. So let's just go ahead and get into it because Sean McDermott, he has announced earlier at his press conference that starting safety Taylor Rapp will be placed on IR due to his knee injury as they are looking to face the Carolina Panthers. But that's not the real story here. The real story is the injuries continue to pile up. It's between Daquan Jones and Joshua Palmer and Dalton Kincaid and Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano and so on and so forth. Can we trust the Buffalo Bills to actually reach their potential this season in the AFC, knowing that the injuries just continue to pile up for them?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you're playing Carolina this week. You don't think the Bills are going to roll in and beat up the Panthers?
Carolina's been tough the past couple weeks, actually.
Yeah.
But I mean, listen, did you say Josh Allen when you went down that list?
No,
Josh
is fine.
So I think it's going to be all right. Listen, they've got to figure some things out. I think you want to know, let's make this a little bit about the Broncos. You want to know who I think they are going to bring in? Who still doesn't have a job and plays safety? Justin Simmons.
Oh, wow. There's a name I hadn't thought about in a while.
Yeah. He doesn't have a team right now. And you're right, Taylor Rapp going on IR, but he had not played well this season anyway. I'm very interested for them to maybe talk and add somebody at safety and add somebody at wide receiver, but I know.
Did you see the report from CBS Sports that they think the one team that is calling everyone in search of a wide receiver is the Denver Broncos?
I mean, we just had a long conversation about how they don't have somebody who can beat man. So that doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. So I wonder who they're targeting if this CBS, sports report is correct about.
But anyway, it's a very dangerous case for me because I said yesterday, I think they go after A.J. Brown, but I think when you do that, you get your hopes up, and then it ends up being Tyler Lockett signs with the Denver Broncos.
Yeah,
it's
and you're
all right.
Okay,
Okay, all right.
All right, KJ, anything else?
Get your damn act together.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. And they offer every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. So one quick last story. The fines have finally come down from Blue Tent Gate in regards to the New York Giants.
Oh, really? When Daboll came crashing through the tent to see what's going on with Jackson?
Yes. So the Giants were assessed a $200,000 fine for violating the protocol. Daboll was assessed $100,000, and they let Scatterboo get off with $15,000.
Because you're right, Scatterboo ran in there too, right?
He sure did.
So yeah, listen, man, I don't care how much money you're making. $100,000 is a good chunk of change for your old head coach.
They're serious about their.
Don't mess with the doctors, right? They don't like the perception. They don't like the perception that coaches are doing that old school coach thing. Where like, let's get him out there, throw him out there,
and especially the independent doctor who comes in and checks the concussions.
Yeah.
One of my uncle's friends is the guy who does that, so I've talked to him about it before, and he's like, they are very protective of us because that's the whole point is that the coach cannot influence that decision.
Yeah.
It was a bad look. It was a bad look for Daboll barging in there.
I mean, was it a bad look last night when it looked like Carson Wentz was out of his mind? He's like, what's going on?
Head injury
and
is
they
different.
still had him out there.
Head injury is different.
But I get it.
It was
that
a
man
shoulder.
was in pain. He was in pain. He was crying on the field, brother.
It was a shoulder. Everybody knew it was a shoulder. And if Carson Wentz wants to pull himself out of that game, I don't think anybody gives him a hard time about it. But
no football player is going to do well. Anthony Richardson, but that's about the only one.
It's different. It's different for head injuries, man.
High school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight as Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl call the action between Pine Creek and Regis on 92.5 at 6:30. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA. We'll be right back.
I am the one who knocks. Indeed, also, Circus Sports Casino and Circus Sports Colorado is the sports betting app that knocks here in the Denver metro. And with the height of all things sports happening before our eyes, the main tip-off of the NBA season, Nuggets getting ready to tip the basketball here shortly. Avs are in full swing, and football is rolling every single which way. There is only one place for you to make your wise sports wagers, and that's at Circus Sports Colorado. Whether you're looking for futures for the NFL, for playoffs, for MVP, most improved player, defensive player of the year, might be Nick Benito. Whoever it may be, Circus Sports is going to have you covered. The thing I love about Circus Sports, not just sports betting, it's sports betting the way that it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like the baller that you are. So download the Circus Sports Colorado app wherever you get your apps, or visit circusports.com today. And always, just as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Welcome back to the final segment of the morning sprint.
You can get tickets to this week's game. This Cowboys game that we're talking about?
Yeah.
PhD.
Yeah.
They're going to be down at Jackson's Lodo, and Bud Light has a pair of tickets they're giving away to the game. So, I mean, good weekend to go get some Bud Lights in your mouth. You know what I mean?
It's always good to be lit at Jackson's. I've done that numerous times. Matter of fact, we just had a whole conversation about watching the Broncos lose to the Ravens in the playoffs. What was that? How long ago was that?
Why you got to bring up
with
old
Joe
stuff,
Flacco? No, man, that game was frigid to cold. That game was
I was there.
Super cold.
I was there.
I was at Jackson's. Lit.
Oh, you were at Jackson's for that?
That was a couple hundred people just not having a good time as soon as Joe Flacco hit whoever that was.
It could not believe it. It was so cold that when I took a sip of my beer, it would freeze on the side of the cup. That's how cold it was that night.
Yeah, but this weekend's supposed to be nice, right? Right? We're supposed to be nice this weekend? I don't know.
I think it's not supposed to be terrible.
Okay. It's not supposed to be negative, whatever it was, like it was that day?
Definitely not.
All right. This is the segment that we get to pop some tops.
Ooh, baby.
So let's get to it. Colorado football is back. Cheer on your Buffaloes with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, official partner of the Colorado Buffaloes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. All right, Rob, who you popping tops to this weekend? What game are you going to kick back, open a brewski, and enjoy?
I want to watch the downfall of the Phoenix Suns.
Okay, Saturday
night.
As they
come here and receive the full lashing from an angry Nuggets team who dropped that game at Golden State.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to see the home opener. I'm excited to see the entire thing. I love the show that they put on at Ball Arena before those guys come out. Like, I want to see the whole thing, the lineups. I want the crowd going crazy.
Yep.
I want to hear what Paz did for the intro. Like, I'm all about it. You know what I mean?
I think we're going to have a player address tomorrow. I think I saw that on the rundown. Well, one of the players is going to address the crowd before tip-off.
Really?
You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who it is, but somebody's going to talk to the crowd.
That's interesting.
Yeah, welcome home. The other thing is that the Suns will be on the second game of back-to-back because they got to play the L.A. Clippers in L.A. tonight.
And
they
they're
got to play the
garbage.
Clippers in L.A. tonight, then they got to go fly to the Mile High City and play the Nuggets tomorrow.
I know
you know what
they're
we
not
call that?
actually-
That's a scheduled loss for Phoenix.
Right.
That's a scheduled L right there.
I know I'm not supposed to say any team is garbage yet because who knows, they could be good, but they're garbage, right?
Yeah, well, the funniest thing about it is that it was Bill Simmons, right? Called him garbage, and then the owner of the Suns got angry at Bill Simmons and was like, "You don't know ball."
So I'm popping my top watching Bill Simmons be right, and that's a nightmare.
Oh, okay. You know what? We have yet to discuss some of the fun college football games this week. And KJ, you're a huge college football fan. Is there any one of these, like Ole Miss, Oklahoma?
I'm tuned into that.
Yeah, because you're an Ole Miss dude.
Listen, anything SEC, I'm there.
Okay, you're just an SEC
That's so
dude.
weird to me.
That you're an SEC guy?
Why is that?
I've always found the SEC honks weird.
Why
are you rooting for your biggest rival?
You know what? You are pretty arrogant as an SEC. You know what I mean? But that's the best football in the listen.
That's what I'm saying.
No, Big Ten can kick rocks, man. ACC can kick rocks, man. It's the SEC. It's the SEC.
Cool. Did they win the title last year?
No.
Were they even in the title game last year?
Well, and also 2 of the SEC teams that are ranked are Missouri and Vanderbilt. And I'm like, come on, man. Really? Missouri and Vandy? That's what you're letting dominate that conference?
Fine. Those are the teams I actually want to watch.
Okay, well, let me just say this then, because let's stay with Missouri and Vandy there, because I do think whoever wins that game has a chance of representing the East and the South in the SEC.
Okay.
I'm fine. I would love to get some new blood in that.
I think Georgia's going to slip and lose one. I don't think Georgia wants to represent because they know as long as they have 2 losses, they'll get into the college football playoff. They know that. So
there's another SEC battle. There's number 3 Texas A&M at number 20 LSU. How you feel about that one? Little Aggies versus the Bayou Bengals. You ain't got nothing for that? You're not feeling that?
Texas A&M is going to absolutely roll over.
I do think they're going to roll them.
Listen, sometimes LSU just don't look right, but that's LSU football, right?
Who doesn't want to see Brian Kelly all bright red, though?
Listen,
screaming.
Yeah, Brian Kelly is just a psycho. He is just a psycho, man.
And I hate to pull the Coach Sanford card, but I coached with Coach Elko at Hofstra University when I was a grad assistant, and he's the head coach of Texas A&M. So
yeah,
I'm a gig him guy. Go get him.
No, I get it, man.
Sounds personal.
Listen. Listen.
I'm not name dropping as much as Coach here, but I did in my one coaching stint coach with Coach Elko.
Right. No. Well, I mean, I went
his DNA.
I went to Baylor, so I don't trust Texas A&M at all for anything ever, and I hate all Aggies everywhere. Although my sister's married to one.
So is this you saying that you hate him, or is he?
No, I like no, I like him. I like him, but he's not your average, Texas A&M grad either. He's kind of psycho. But yeah, the 7-0 Texas A&M Aggies at the 5-2 LSU Bayou Bengals.
Should be fun.
There in Baton Rouge. Other than that, I mean, Michigan State goes at it in the Big Ten.
I mean, listen, I'm an NFL guy, so I sit and watch the full slate as much as I can. Is there any other game that is tipping your interest? Is there anything that you're interested in?
In the NFL?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Monday Night Football, Commanders and Chiefs.
Yeah.
But that's a ways off. But yeah, I'm going to be checking out all these games.
I think I want to check out the San Francisco Texans game. Like, that's a future opponent, and the Niners have been a mash unit and still been winning. It's crazy.
Yeah, and you know what else is crazy? The Houston Texans are 2-4, but if you look at their defensive stats, they are stupid dumb. They are ridiculous. Like every single defensive stat that the Broncos don't lead the NFL in, the Houston Texans do, including fewest points allowed per game. But somehow they're still 2-4. Like it feels let me ask you this: if the Broncos' offense completely falls apart, it still feels like the Broncos can win because of that defense. How come the Texans can't?
The Texans are just the bizarro Broncos.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's weird.
You had a couple games that didn't go your way, but if the Jets hit a field goal on that last drive, if the Giants don't choke and let up a couple deep passes, all of a sudden you're the ones that are 2-4, 3-4. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. It's so weird. You've got if the Broncos aren't the best defense in the NFL, then the Texans are.
Great question from 9376. You hate all Aggies, you said, the Texas A&M Aggies. What about Von Miller?
Oh, see, that's a tough one for me. That's a tough one for me.
You can't do it. Don't say it.
Because I put Vaughn in the same category as my brother-in-law. Like, yeah, you all right. You're all right. Like, we can hang out. But you're still an Aggie, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, my God.
Right, we need your Broncos pick. Give us, what do you think this score is going to be this weekend, Broncos and the Cowboys?
I think after I talk so much noise about their offense for the last 2 days, that they're going to come out and just absolutely blast.
Okay.
So I'm saying 34-30.
Ooh.
Broncos win.
All right, I'll go exactly what I'm going to go 27-24 Broncos. I think that's good enough. I think if the Broncos defense can hold the Cowboys to under 30, you're good.
24 is tough. You're going to hold that Cowboys offense to 24?
No, I want 2 safeties. And no, what do I want? I want 2 touchdowns, a missed field goal. I want some weirdness to go down in this game.
Oh, yeah, the World Series starts tonight. I didn't even forgot about that.
Listen, this is you're talking to people who live in a sports city with the Colorado Rockies, man. I used to watch baseball constantly. And I can't do it anymore.
Can we at least pop a top for it? I mean, I feel like, all right.
I do have. All right, give us a pick.
Worthy.
Dodgers and Blue Jays. They start the World Series tonight in Toronto.
I would love Toronto to win it. I was a huge Dante Bichette fan when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
And so I've always liked Bo Bichette. I think Toronto's fun.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it. But, hey, listen, if Shohei comes out and has another series where he's just hitting dingers and striking dudes out, that's fun too.
Yeah. All right,
Whoa, what about you? You don't get off scot-free. What's your pick?
No, there's no way I'm picking the Dodgers in the World Series. No way, man. LA can kick rocks, brother. Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac, they are next. They're live at Jackson's in Lodo, so stop by and say hi from noon to 3. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light will be on site and giving away a pair of tickets to Broncos Cowboys with a Bud Light Tailgate VIP pass. Thanks for tuning in for the Morning Sprint. From Rob Trujillo and KJ Granderson, I'm Mark Burnell, and we'll talk to you on Monday.
We are live at Jackson's. This place is, talk about a Denver sports bar institution, 30th anniversary coming up for them. This place has just been through the thick and thin of everything, man. It just sort of lasts like a stalwart.
You know, before we had all the condos over there, right? It was just a giant parking lot.
Yeah.
I once did in this exact spot we're sitting in today. I was telling Tyler, opening day. Opening day here one time, me and Logan. Do you want to talk about?
Holy cow!
It took about an hour and a half to go a block.
Talking about but talking about also, and we had a show 3 to 7.
Mm-hmm.
So the after crowd comes in, right? And it is just a drunk fest in here. I was here one time for a remote. You probably remember this. Remember when Sandy would do the thing where he would goaltend and you had to take a shot on Sandy?
Captain Zero or Dr. Zero.
Dr. Zero.
Dr. Zero.
Before they had the booze over there.
You take a shot at Sandy.
Yeah, you take a shot at Sandy. I was over here for a
like
remote
as a goalie in the goalie gear.
Yeah. We did one of those right over there. So we did a remote one time on the back patio.
I've, oh my God. Well, now that I'm here with Altitude, this might be the 5th different radio station I've done things here with over the years. We're going back to KVPI back in the day, and
yeah, you guys might have been upstairs.
I've been
downstairs.
I've never
everywhere.
been upstairs.
I mean, there's an up there, and then there's a upstairs. There's a roof deck, and there's an upstairs, and there's. I don't know, man. It's a great place. It's a great place, and it's been here forever. So
get on down here.
Yeah, so many businesses in this neighborhood have come and gone, or McGregor Square just. But I was just talking to the manager. He's like, "Yeah, McGregor Square is great, you know."
DMac loves signing autographs, so come on down.
Yeah, that's my jam.
And float his ego a little bit.
Autograph signing. It's only $10 an autograph today.
You know? Really? You're charged? Yeah. Well, you got to pay for that parking.
But I won't sign.
That was
certain
$12 actually,
elements.
Scott.
Well, the parking?
Parking was $12.
Yeah, it's free for me.
Yeah, rode the bicycle.
bling bling for rode the bike.
You look just like Lance.
I got it for 11.
No?
Yeah, I parked it down about half a block.
Guys, we'll get into the games last night for sure, but just Bud Light Football Friday, all right? Feeling good? Feeling not good? What's the vibe?
You know what? And maybe it's because I'm watching the Avs get beat.
I know.
Not get beat.
I know.
Get beat again in the shootout.
I know.
Watching the Nuggets give up
That's a good deal. That's a good deal. You lose games, but you didn't really lose.
Don't really lose. Yeah. Watch the Nuggets give it away in the last minute and a half of regulation.
Mm-hmm.
That was a fun game, though.
It was a fun game, but then I'm coming back going. In fact, I was taking a leak on the way out. I jumped in the shower, take a leak, but I'm thinking, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. I said, now I got to
a little bit.
I totally forgot last night because we had Nuggets and Avs. I literally blinked that there was a football game on.
Yeah.
I'm the football guy, and I'm like, I looked at Twitter, and all of a sudden I'm looking at Carson Wentz smashing his helmet. I had no idea there was even a game on.
But you know why? Because I can sit there in my remote. There's a Nuggets game. There's the Avs game. Back to the Nuggets game. Back to the Avs game. Now I got switch over, boom, boom, get to this controller, get off a different thing, get on the SA9. Oh, now I can get the football game.
I think there was some English in there.
Yeah, it's terrible. I hate app sports.
No, I'm feeling. You know what? I'm on a Bud Light Football Friday.
Yes.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling optimistic. I am.
Yeah.
The Broncos. This would be a fun stat. Let's see if I can look this up really quick. When was the last time that the Denver Broncos went on a 5-game winning streak?
I think it was last year.
Was it?
Did they not win?
They did a 5-game winning streak last year?
I think they did. I think they won 5 in a row last year.
Wow.
I think they had an easy slate of games, and they picked up every single one of them.
Okay. Well, I guess it's not that impressive then if we did it last year. But I was thinking it was going to be, I don't know, a 6, 7, 8 years, something like that.
I mean, double-check my math, but I'm pretty sure they won 5 in a row last year.
Well, they did it in Tebow's era.
Isn't it crazy?
Did they do it in Tebow's era?
They did it in Manning's era.
Last time the
era.
Broncos won 5 games in a row was the 2022 season.
Oh, it was not last year?
Weeks 4 through 8.
Okay, so my bad. I thought it was last year.
According to AI, which we all know does not make mistakes.
Gosh, I thought, boy, what was their record?
Well, look it
year?
up. Who knows?
Yeah,
I mean, maybe they won 5 games last year also. But this is weird. Like, do you guys? Does it even register with you guys that we've won 4 straight games? Like this Denver Broncos team has won 4 straight games. That's weird. I heard the guys in front of us talking about it, and you just don't even register it because the Jets game was just ugly. The Giants game was weird.
It's weird.
It doesn't feel like a traditional 4-game winning streak.
Do you recall the Broncos being 1-2? Do you remember that feeling this year or not?
Heck yeah, I do.
And when I think of the record, try to see if you think about this. Call the Philly game lucky, call the Giants game lucky, whatever. But then if you do that, you got to call the Indy game unlucky.
Sure,
right?
You could.
You could call the Chargers game a little unlucky, and you're like, wait a minute. On one hand, you could probably be 3-4, or you could be 7-0.
I know, and I really don't know if we're closer to a 7-0 team or a 3-4 team. It really could be either one. I think if you put me on the spot. And this is crazy because I don't think we're that kind of good. I think we're closer to 7-0, you know? So, anyways, long way of saying I'm feeling optimistic about this game. I do think the Broncos are going to pull it off. I think they're going to go on a 5-game winning streak. And the main reason why I feel this way, look, man, it's going to come down to a matchup of good on good. You've got the best offense in the league going up against one of the best defenses in the league. Which one do you trust more? I'm going to bank on our guys. I'm going to bet on our guys. And if you can keep this Dallas Cowboys team to 24 points or less, I think the Denver Broncos can win.
I just wonder how many good defensive teams that the Cowboys have played. Like, I wouldn't call it necessarily – they lost Carolina and still scored 27. Mm-hmm. Are they a good defensive team? So it'd be interesting to see. No. Yeah, you put up a whole lot of points. And listen, I do think their offense is dynamic. I said before the season started, in fact, I think I was poo-pooed because I said I think Dallas will be a tough game because Dak didn't play, but 4 games last year or something like that. I think he's a better quarterback than regular season quarterback than people give him credit for. You got 2 dynamic wide receivers and a great tight end. Why? And I'm assuming the offensive line's pretty good because – all of a sudden you got a running back who's got 6 touchdowns already in, 6 games, 7 games.
Javonte's doing great.
Yeah. So.
We had him. By the way, I know why you're right. It was AI's right. It was 4 last year. But the Kansas City game was a loss, which felt more like a win last year. And then they won the 4 after that.
All I remember is a blocked field goal.
To me, it felt like a win. But, Atlanta at Raiders, Browns, bye week, Colts, 4 in a row. 4 in a row there. So there you go. So you can win 5 in a row, but since 2022, is that right? So
yeah, 2022.
It's a nice little heater. Hey, they've won 8 in a row at home, by the way, over the course of a couple years here. So they're doing all right. They're doing all right. The Cowboys haven't won in Denver. They don't play every year, obviously, or even every other year, but they haven't won here in Denver since 1992. Adam Schefter pointed out the road home splits for the Cowboys are pretty brutal in terms of what they do. I'll take it 31-27 Broncos, and that's that. If the Broncos get on the wrong side of giveaway, takeaway, or get too far behind, I don't see a big comeback against this Cowboys team. So that's all they did was talk about starting strong. And Joe Lombardi yesterday was talking about, man, they kind of echoing what you said, Tyler, by the way, that it was there for the screens if they got the right blocking, if they got the right execution.
I'm telling you, you watch the film, and I know it was frustrating seeing 11 screens called in one game. But there was a handful there's 3 plays that you said were 10 yards or more.
Yeah.
There were a handful that were 5 or 6 yards. Those are successful plays. And there were a handful that you were just 1 block away, a dude that just got beat from being an enormous play.
So stay with it.
I hate to be the guy that's defending Sean Payton on it, but after I watched the film, I felt differently about it. Like in real time, I was frustrated. After watching the film, I was like, God, I see why he was calling him. Like it was there.
The bubble screens are there. They were unsuccessful early, but you're saying they were still there, a block here, a block there.
Yes.
In fact, the ones they did spring, I think the rookie wide receiver had a great block on one of those.
Pat Bryant?
Yeah, they had one of the Mims or whoever it was that broke for like 14 or 15, 13 or 14, but it was a block like that.
Right.
And I'm assuming, and you would know better than all of us, if you're going to get those little bubble screens, wide receiver screens, whatever you want to call them, your other receivers got to be blocking.
Well, here's the beauty of those is that, generally speaking, as long as your guys just don't get beat right out the gate, meaning you're blocking wide receivers, they're easy drive starters. They're complete. Their pitches, their catches, their completions.
They're 4 and 5 yard games.
And they should be good for 5 yards, right? If everything goes perfect, you might have a house call.
Darren Rizzi was asked about R.J. Harvey, and again, Tyler, he goes, "We practice that all the time. We talk about this all the time."
It's special teams coach's favorite rule in the rule book, and it gets talked about 1.5 million times.
And there's only a couple things you got to know as a kickoff returner. So I guess young players just make dumb mistakes no matter how many times they're told.
Yeah, that's just a young player that's not thinking. I'm not trying to destroy the young man, but that was a brutal mistake. It was. I mean, you caught that. You could have. You had 3 options, and only one of them was a bad choice.
Yeah.
The one that he chose was the bad choice: catch the football in bounds, run out of bounds.
Yeah, the clever
move. The other 2, you let the ball bounce, and it's going to go out of bounds, or you put your foot out of bounds,
Correct.
and then you catch it.
That had been the.
I don't know if he could have gotten his foot out of bounds on that one, though.
You could try. I mean, you could just stand there. I mean, you could stand out of bounds, put a foot out of bounds, and just see what happens.
I mean, he caught that, though, I want to say a solid 2 yards in bounds, maybe, right? Like, he would have really had to be stretching and reaching to try to catch that sucker with his foot out of bounds.
Well, the only reason I bring it up is the Cowboys bringing this Brandon Aubrey guy, this kicker who's, I mean, like surgical with what he can do with one of the most powerful legs. And I don't know, special teams, it might all come down to special teams, frankly, and the Cowboys have an excellent guy. They have excellent playmakers all over the place. Not much of a pass rush and not great on the road. So come on there, Broncos, you can get them. Let's go.
Right? What is it, the 3rd or 4th game he's picked like 30-some points?
That what?
You picked the Broncos to score 30-some points.
Oh, gosh, not last week. Last week I had him winning 20-16.
You've had a few games with him over 30, though. I definitely remember that.
Listen, you're going to win something 30 to something and win, or you may lose by 20 points in this one. See, it could get embarrassing for you.
He said 24. Yeah. I'm at 23.
I got about 27-24. So 24 is my magic number, that if you keep the Cowboys to 24 or less, then I think that you're going to have a good chance of winning the game.
All right, well, let's hope that's the way it goes down. We're here to talk all
about it. Nice of you to dress up for the big boss.
It's Bro Take Friday, and guess who left me out hanging?
I'm hanging about to dry. On Fridays, we do Bro Take Fridays. I forgot mine. Yeah.
Well,
DMac just refuses to participate.
They probably got some merch here.
There you go.
This is PhD live from Jackson's downtown. It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and you can join our bosses and eat lunch.
Well, thank God for them. We have a crowd.
There you go. When we get back, we'll check the injury report for the Broncos and get a double LOSEaroo, sort of. I don't know. There was an interesting muggle debate last night after the hockey game, and did they really lose? We'll talk about it coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Been dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction. You want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. In every case, it's different. But if this is something, it happened once or twice, it's no big deal. Okay, now it can be a big deal. Now you can get treatment for it and get your life back. ED is an intimacy destroyer. So if you remember that first time you failed to perform, let's put that seriously in the past with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and here's what you do. The initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised at test dose, if it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. But get that man machine going in the right direction. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations, great location in Castle Rock, but they're also in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. Visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I see a grown-up playing quarterback. I mean, he is playing at a high level. He is putting those guys in the best plays. He's taking care of the football. They're scoring points at a high volume, and he's playing really good football. That's all I can say. I mean, when you watch it, man, I mean, it's what an NFL quarterback should look like. You know, the ball's out quick. He's not taking sacks. He's keeping plays alive. He's taking care of the football. So, I mean, that's what it is. He's playing great.
Who is Dak Prescott, real quick? And we'll get into the odds and nuggets in a second. But
top 10 quarterback.
Yeah?
Yeah.
In the regular season.
He always has been. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, his postseason success is, well, there isn't any. But he is a top 10 quarterback, statistically speaking, almost every single year of his career.
Yeah, he puts numbers up, man. That's why, like I said, he didn't play hardly at all last year. He was hurt most of the year. Did he miss like 12 games, something like that?
I don't remember the number, but yeah.
Big number. But, dude, he's always throwing numbers up there, and then they just it's got to be something in Dallas because Romo did the same thing. Romo would put regular season numbers up too, and then they never could do anything in the postseason.
That's true.
I mean, was it been 25, 30 years since they won a Super Bowl with Aikman in them? I mean, it's been that long, and they've had good quarterback. I mean, Tony Romo
DMac, how many times? When was the last time the Bills lost the Super Bowl?
The last time the Bills lost the Super Bowl?
There you go.
It's my first year in Buffalo, Tyler. Thanks for the memories. That would be 1994.
There you go, Scott.
Well, that was their last Super Bowl. I was at that game.
Wasn't that the last one for the Cowboys?
That was the last one for the Cowboys?
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Yeah, they lost 2 in a row to the Cowboys. They lost to the Redskins, and they lost to the Giants.
It
was Cowboys.
So the 94 one was the one they just killed them in Atlanta. I was at that game.
Well, what are your memories of that one? Do you remember the Bills actually leading at halftime?
You want me to tell you my biggest memory of that week?
Wait. This is my bad. Nobody really cares about the Bills Cowboys.
You have.
No, but you're going to care.
I apologize. I really didn't intend it to go down that road.
He asked me to know my biggest memory of that. I was staying at my buddy had this great house, 20 minutes southeast. Well, I don't know what I'm directing.
Wait, where was the game?
In Atlanta.
Okay.
It's just outside Atlanta. Stopped and got some hot Krispy Kremes late at night after a night at the bar. Boom, boom. I'm sitting in the kitchen. My buddy was gone. He let us have his house. Beautiful house.
Nice.
He had 2 of these big giant dogs, and he had the bar collars.
Nice.
The big electric. I said, does those things really work? I took one.
I've done this.
You put one on?
And this is like 2 o'clock in the morning. I took that thing and put it on. I went, ruh, nothing. Ruh. Moved it around a little bit. I went, that thing. So my biggest memory was trying a dog shock collar at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'm going to get yelled at by the PETA folks for this, but I got my dogs an electric fence one time, and I was like, my rule on it was, well, I got to feel what it feels like if I'm going to actually do this. So I made them set up the line, and I put that thing around my neck, and I just walked back and forth, and I just kept shocking the hell out of myself. And I was like, you know what?
That answers a lot of questions.
Yeah, it does. It does, right? Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to the Broncos.
Well, it's not mean if I could handle it, right? Yeah. But it would have been mean if I couldn't handle it.
Did you say, hey, turn it up, Joe? Turn it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, down.
No,
down
let's knock that one down
let's
a little
bit. Let's knock it down a smidge right there.
Bump it up for the dog I don't like.
Is that a bad thing for dogs?
Well, I don't know.
A lot of people are not fans of electric fences.
Really?
Yeah, they also don't want you to eat them.
What do you think, we're in Ohio?
That was the delivery on that was solid. Yeah, it wasn't just the joke; it was the delivery.
The Avs have an 11.8% power play. They have not lost a game in regulation. Their power play is the 3rd worst in the NHL right now. Okay, here's Cale Makar talking about the power play for a second.
Yeah, it just goes back to us as a group. We're a team all together. It's not just one guy. It's not just one guy on the power play either. So for us as a collective whole, there's just a lot of chatter, what guys are seeing. And when times get tough, everybody seems to uplift in this room now. And that's a sign of a mature team. So we just need to continue to do that, especially on the power play. And chips are going to fall where they may here, but we're going to find a way at some point to be a consistently good force. And
Okay, so the power play sucks. Last night they were 1 for 8. They actually did score on the power play.
They scored on their 7th. They started the game 0 of 6 on the power play. They scored on their 7th.
Correct. It was so being there was like, you got to be kidding me, because it's like one opportunity after another. You're like, it's got to go in at some point.
Well, especially after you got. A week ago, McKinnon saying you guys are dumb. I guess you guys
you're booing us.
More. You don't know what a good power play is. I heard Moser before the game, or when they went into their first one, they were 3 on the season, 3 of 26.
They have 4 power play goals.
So now go add that 1 and 8. So they're now 4 of 34.
Dude,
4.
Not great.
No,
they were playing Carolina, and Carolina's power play is actually worse, believe it or not. And then last place is Nashville.
Are we no longer yelling at the fans that they don't know what they're looking at with a good power play?
Nate wasn't
because that was the go-to last time. Is you guys just don't know what a good power play looks like.
Nate wasn't hanging around to chat with afterwards. It was Gabe Kale and Trent Miner. Trent Miner played because Wedgie got pulled 10 minutes into the game or whatever because it was 4-1. There was a lot of action in that game early.
Yeah.
First period, Trent Miner or Wedgwood gets pulled.
But they also
is he tired?
He left that first.
I'm being serious.
That first goal, hell of a shot. He was perfect, and that was a hell of a shot over the shoulder. I don't know if he could do anything. The next 2 goals were turnovers by I think one by McCarr and a terrible one by Gabe. I mean, Gabe just fired it back to the middle, and it starts a break 1-on-1 or 2-on-1. So 2 of their goals were like turnovers.
You're going to love what one of the excuses was, though. So you saw all the gear they were wearing, correct? All the Nordique stuff.
Yeah,
really cool looking.
Good looking on TV.
Did you see the goalie pads?
Oh, they looked like plastic brown.
They were the old school brown-looking pads.
Yeah.
Both goalies were wearing them. We heard that the pads were slick because they were new, and so the pads that he were using for fashion's sake probably weren't the best for actually playing goalie in that game last night. So and if you notice, Trent Miner when he came in he was just wearing his same pads, same helmet. I mean, Wedgwood had
they couldn't afford 2 pairs of them.
I guess not. So he comes in, he's just wearing his regular gear. Nothing special aside from the jerseys and everything like that. So I think seriously, Wedgwood, I think he was a little burned out, from playing every single game. I think there's something there. I think his equipment wasn't right, and he just was off. Miner comes in there, and it's great. They don't score another goal. He does the trick. He gives them a chance, and they come back and they tie and they get a point, and then of course they lose in a shootout. And if you notice, McKinnon did not take a shootout. I mean, listen, I get it. He stinks in shootouts. The whole team stinks in shootouts.
How
apparently.
can he stink at shootouts?
I don't know.
I don't
because you stink at power plays.
Well,
Nathan McKinnon stinks at shootouts.
Tyler, I couldn't agree with you more. And I'm sitting there like, I don't care what his percentage is. He's the best player in the world. I'll take my chances. You throw him out there. I mean, if he doesn't get it, he doesn't get it.
Triple D, dude.
I would have McCarr, Natchez, and McKinnon.
It was you would have Val. Because Val was on
Val,
5. Val was
yeah.
like ridiculous yesterday. So, and it was Val, Lehkonen, and Natchez. And I don't know. They did battle back, and they got a point. But what everybody was like debating, all the Muggles, the hockey Muggles, boy, they love their hockey.
Oh yeah.
Boy,
yeah.
do they love their hockey.
They're still in the world of delusion that they could probably stay within a goal or 2 of the Avs.
The Muggles love their hockey more than the basketball Muggles love their basketball.
And that's saying something.
That's saying something. Okay, here was the debate. See what you guys think about this. Would you rather have shootouts that suck, but you do have a winner and a loser, or, as was suggested by a couple people in there, just have a tie. That's it. Go back to the way it used to be. Play 3-on-3, do an overtime for a certain period of time, but if you don't have anything, like football now, it's a tie.
Nope.
Like the Cowboys have a tie. The Cowboys are 3-3-1.
Why are we anti-shootouts?
Because it's too random to determine a point. Like you play an entire game.
Who cares? Who cares? You already got a point anyways.
Generally, everybody hates shootouts.
You got a point just for going to overtime. You're cool. You're good.
Well, all right. So you like the shootouts. You're fine.
Yeah,
there are plenty of people that were arguing for that.
Absolutely. I think the shootouts are nice. Yes.
Even though the Avs suck at them, which they do.
Okay, I'm not going to change the entire league rules because we happen to suck at it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hate the new overtime rules in football.
I do too.
What do you don't get to hate the new rules of overtime.
I hate them.
You do not get to hate them. You begged for this.
I wanted the other team to have the ball,
but you begged for this.
Tyler, if it was up to me, you would go to the college football style. You'd start the ball at the 40-yard line. You'd turn off the clock. and we figure out who's got a winner, just like college football. That's exactly what I do. Start at the 40, not the 25.
You could do that like hockey, where you play it out to the end of the regulation, and then you could do a 2-point-a-thon. You could do
a 2-point-a-thon. What's a 2-point-a-thon?
Well, after the end of regulation, if the score is tied, you just keep doing
Each
2-point
team goes
conversions.
for 2 points.
You keep going for 2-point conversions until somebody doesn't get it.
Oh, okay. All right. Whatever. I hate that the game can end in a tie, period, in football, okay? I mean, almost anything besides that would be fine by me. And I do want I want both teams to have possession of the ball.
Didn't they also change overtime in NFL to 10 minutes?
Yes, they shortened it.
See, and I think that's
right.
That's what I hate about it.
Yes.
That's what I really hate about it.
They did change it, and it went between the combination of shortening it and now the other team getting the chance at a rebuttal. It's never been easier to have ties.
Yeah, I'm anti the 10-minute. It's just too short.
It's too short. It's stupid.
Yeah.
The fact the Cowboys have a tie on their record it's just dumb. But they do, and that's the way that goes.
Well, but hockey went 50 years of
they had ties forever.
Yeah, ties forever, and same thing. I mean, you still got beat, but it didn't count as a loss. But you still get a point. It's the same thing. They're pointing it the same way they used to do in ties, right?
Yeah, yes. So the Avs didn't lose again, but they did lose.
Kind
sort of.
Yeah, they kind of sort of didn't
Sort
lose
of.
a game that they absolutely lost, and they've done that twice.
Three times.
Three times.
They
three
were the
times.
better
3 times.
team, though, second, third period.
They very much so, and Bednar said that. He didn't like their first. He was fine with their
They were
second,
sloppy
third.
with the puck, I'm telling you.
He called it casual D.
There you go. two of their goals came on bad turnovers. Can't have that, man.
I got something for the NBA, too, I want to run past you. How about we do an overtime where we play up to a score rather than turn the clock off, too, and we just play up to first team that gets, you name it, I don't know, 9, 7, 11, whatever it is.
I mean, that would be kind of fun, but I don't think the NBA needs to do anything kind of rinky-dink. Like, I understand why hockey has to do it. I could even understand why football would need to do it. But basketball, you're going to get to finality.
Listen,
I just find like end of basketball games where for the last 12 seconds I hold the ball and the clock just expires, boring. I feel that's stupid. And I understand if you played up to something, you might have to end with a free throw. That's not the most exciting thing. But you're going to have game-winning shots if you play up to something. Yeah. And they've experimented with it. It's not like some sort of newfangled idea.
Was the game officially over when Jokic decided he didn't want to play defense?
I don't know.
I'm asking. I'm asking my basketball
when did he
guy.
not want to play defense?
They're down by 6. There's about 28 seconds left on the clock.
And Curry just go in and just shoot a layup.
And Jokic just turned his back and starts walking backwards, and Curry just runs right up past him.
Well, Curry's going to get his. He's got to go get his because the game is over. But, well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I thought you lost the game, me personally. You're up 5 or 6 with a minute 40 left. You didn't hold the lead. Then it's tied. You got the ball. And instead of running the play.
Jamal dribbles the ball for 35 seconds.
And Jamal had a statistically nice game, but he tries to hold the ball so he can take the hero shot at the end and win it and misses it, and so you go to overtime. And then, again, it's like either a 2-point game. And listen, Jamal played good, but it's a 2-point game. And the one thing as a point guard, I read this great book about teaching point guards how to play. You got the out-of-bounds line. Good point guards take 3 feet in around the whole court. That's their out-of-bounds line. So they don't trap themselves.
Right.
Well, what did he do? He goes right in the corner of the half court and the out-of-bounds line, gets trapped, turn it over, and then the game is over right there.
All that being said, boy, they got the look on the pick and roll right there at the end of the game. They got the look. I couldn't believe Jokic missed that.
Yep. He missed 2 easy ones late.
Jokic had a bad game.
With a bad triple-double.
He had a bad triple-double.
But you know what? Go back to last year. Whenever Joker struggled from the three-point line and took a lot, they always lost.
Yeah, I don't know what he was I'm not sure what he was seeing or how he was vibing with it, but 2 of 13.
But I thought Michael Porter Jr. had a typical game.
I'm just saying we didn't miss Mike.
It was a very, very typical Michael Porter Jr. game.
He had a typical game for the Nuggets and the Nets.
Yeah.
So
he's 5 of 15.
He's perfect.
I will say this. And you got the highlights, first game. Everybody's excited. You know, you got the revelry that's going on. You get national television, blah, blah, blah. It was maybe too soon. I thought David didn't use his bench.
Really?
Yeah, I thought he shorted it.
Because he did something kind of quirky with his bench, didn't he, with Spencer Jones?
A little bit early, yeah.
Yeah, I was having a little like, ooh, we told you so moment right
But
there.
I didn't see him in the second half, though, did he? Did he get in?
He only played 6 minutes.
In the second quarter, it was pretty good.
Who were you looking for more?
How many minutes Valanciunas play?
12.
What was he shooting?
He shot 4 or 5. He was good.
Plus
4?
I thought he should have got more minutes.
Okay. Instead of who?
Well, Joker. Joker not making shots.
All right. Yeah, Jokic played 41 minutes. But, I mean, this includes overtime.
That was not.
But that's 5-minute overtime.
Wait, how many minutes?
So that means 36.
That's 36, yeah.
How many minutes are we expecting for Jonas?
I'd like to get him 16 to 18.
That seemed real light.
So you want him to play on the court with Jokic?
No.
I don't care.
I mean, you'd have to if you're playing that much.
If Valanciunas is rolling, he was 4 and 4 at half.
Yeah.
He got one shot in the second half.
Yeah.
I just feel he should have played more.
Well, Adam,
and you know what? Peyton Watson, who played great in the preseason, I didn't think he was very good.
Well, he didn't even get a shot off.
Yeah, he had a bad turnover when the momentum was changing.
Brucey V had 4 points.
Yeah, Brucey didn't really do anything.
And Michael Porter Jr., Cam Johnson.
Who hasn't shot?
Michael Cam Jr. Johnson Porter.
Cam Johnson has not had a good shooting night since the trade. He didn't shoot well in preseason either.
Well, we did say
one game.
There would be okay. Well, we talked about there are going to be games where he just disappears, just like MPJ, and last night was one of them.
And then saying that.
That being said, they had the game won.
Yeah.
Why have we not mentioned Aaron Gordon's name yet?
Yeah,
because my Lord, just puts up 50 points, drills 10 3-pointers. I mean, the guy was unreal, and then we weren't getting the ball to him in overtime.
Well, let's take a break and talk a lot about him and what he did after the game, which I bet most athletes would never do.
Which was awesome.
And we'll get to that next.
No good. Rebound down to Jokic. Denver could go 2 for 1 if they hurry or if they want to. Gordon has it. Looks like they're just going to settle for just a bucket here. Gordon, top of the key, over to Jokic. Back over to Gordon for 3. Got it! Aaron Gordon! His 10th three-pointer of the game puts Denver up 120 to 117.
Crazy stats. The last player to hit 10 three-pointers on an opening night, aside from AG last night, was Terry Rozier.
Oh wow!
I heard the boys, Shaq and the boys talking about it.
That?
They were like, "Yeah, we better go to break after that one."
How about that for some bizarre karma?
That is weird.
It's really weird. Good for AG, man. That guy, in terms of work on his game, and Jokic was funny afterwards because somebody said, "Well, how did Gordon get so better shooting?" And Jokic was like, "Oh, probably more shooting." And Jokic has a way.
That's a coach right there.
Has a way of boiling down. But you know what? That's exactly what AG actually has been doing for the past couple of years. And it's gotten better and better and better.
Well, as he said, he's got a house with a court on it. He said he ought to get better.
He's got a warehouse.
Yeah, he's got the ultimate man cave. I listen, AG is one of my favorite dudes in Denver sports history. His attention and detail to the craft of his game is unbelievable. So, hey, man, all good things to AG, and let's hope that's the year that he becomes an all-star, which would be a wild ride for him from where he started off to where he is now to earn that. And we thought a couple of years ago he could have been an all-star, and then he went through some injuries. But great start, unfortunate finish, and check this out. When Katie was talking to him last night after the game, he had 50 points, career high, 10 3-pointers, 10 for 11 from 3. Unbelievable. Best player on the court by a mile. Even better than Steph Curry, who was bananas good.
Who was great late, yeah.
Who was great. But AG was the best player on that court. Here's what he said about the game ball.
They're asking if I wanted the game ball, and no, I don't want the game ball. Take an L home with me. Oh, thank you. So it sucks, but it's one game. It's our first game. It's a good team. It's a really good team. It's hard to win on the road. You got to execute offensively and defensively down the stretch. So we're going to reconvene, watch the film, and go back home and try and play better in our home opener.
How many guys would turn that down?
Wait, real quick, no dumb question. Is he talking about from TV? TV offered him the game ball?
No,
or is he
coaches.
The coaches.
Oh, I'm shocked the coaches offered one. To be honest, I mean, did you guys do game balls after? We never did game balls after a loss.
We never did one, but you'll see guys if it's a major feat, if it was your 20,000th
okay,
point,
that's true.
Something like that. And
okay,
so,
career high. Yeah.
Career high 50, and it's 50. And
is 50 one of those numbers?
10 threes. 50 is kind of one of those numbers. Yeah. I could see it, but
like 40's not one of those numbers. 40's real good, but that's not one of those
not
numbers.
Not anymore, yeah.
50? 50?
Yeah, 50's the new 40.
I would say
it's kind of weird putting a game ball up on the mantle that says 50 points, but we lost the game.
Yeah, and that's.
I think most guys would sort of say, "Hey, man, like I'm bummed we lost, but I'm happy that things went well, and here's my ball."
I would say the majority of them would have taken the ball and had it painted and done all that stuff. Yeah,
I would say most guys would too.
Yeah,
but he didn't.
No,
he's AG. Yeah,
but it's all memorabilia that doesn't matter anyway.
Freaking.
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I guess if you're
hey, man, I say pile up the NBA professional athlete memorabilia as much as you can possibly get it. Yeah. I mean, that is stuff on a different level.
When is Steph Curry going to be bad at basketball? I mean, that freaking guy. I tweeted out after AG hit that three right towards the end of the game. And I'm like, all I tweeted out is AG. 2 seconds later, Steph Curry takes a logo shot with 3 guys in his face. Doesn't even like doesn't get it set. He doesn't just freaking launches that sucker. Nothing but net. When is this guy going to slow down?
Well, the 1-3 he hit was out by the logo.
I know.
You'd almost like to get it on defense, but I mean,
you tip your cap, bro. What are you going to do?
Here's why I don't like Steph Curry.
No, you don't like? Okay.
I think he's too big of a showboat for me.
I agree.
Yeah, he's too big of a showboat for me. And he's smart. He's super smart. He's a great shooter. But that shot he took, I think, to tie the game up, that was literally out by the logo.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And it was crowded, too.
It's one of those that, oh, look, I'm cool and a hero if it goes in. And then, oh, we forgive you because no one can make that shot except you. If he missed that shot, game's over. Denver wins, I think, in regulation. But he's special, man. He's the greatest, as I tell Dempsey, if you're listening, Chris, top 100 long-range shooter of all time. But how about this? And this shows you how splashy the three-point is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what he is? And he's played, 17 years now, something like that? Is that what it is? He's 37.
Yeah.
Maybe not that long, 15 years. Do you know what he is in scoring in the NBA history? He's the leading three-point shooter and maker in the history of the NBA. You know what he is in scoring? He's 24th.
What are you saying?
Top 50 shooter.
He's a great shooter.
You've always been a little bit rough on. Yeah, I'll tell you this, and we're lucky enough to have seen him a lot of times. I can think of plenty of games where Steph Curry has come up short against the Nuggets. Lots of
last year, a couple times.
Yeah, man. I don't sit here as a Nuggets fan afraid of Steph Curry because I've seen the Nuggets beat him a million times.
No,
but he was on a heater last night.
But you watch him enough to know when he's on that heater, and it's kind of like that story told on that Monday nighter, and Elway scores, but then you give Montana the football back with 1:40, and you're like, too much time, right? And with him, I was good through three quarters because I thought he was just average, and he was just kind of average. And then all of a sudden when he started making about midway through the fourth, I went, oh. And then you got to get the ball off his hands. You got to let everybody else try to beat you, and that's where I thought the mistake was made by the Nuggets.
You don't like the 99 stuff, Tyler? You don't like all that? He tried to bait Jimmy Butler into doing it, and Jimmy Butler wouldn't play along. Jimmy Butler's a pretty straight arrow. For kind of a kooky guy, Jimmy Butler's not really super flashy like that. He just kind of straight ahead.
Yeah, he's a lot, though. He's a lot. He's a showboater for sure. Scott, I got to ask you a random question here. As a fellow facial hair brethren, and I cannot believe I'm doing this because this might be the first time in my life I've ever said this about another man's beard. I don't know why, but Christian Brown's beard isn't working for me.
Yeah,
it's not working for me. You can't just go for baby face to looking like you're out of South Philly. What is it about that beard that's not working for me?
Well, maybe he's tired of looking like a baby face.
Yeah. I
guess.
I mean, because it's not him. It doesn't look like him. I don't know what he looks. It's not just the facial hair; it's the short haircut too.
I know.
He looks like a different person. That I don't know. He's trying to do something. That's a good point, man. I don't know what he's. I don't know what he's doing.
Literally have never been not liked a dude's beard. Good beard, ugly beard. Hey, you got a beard. I'm a beard guy. I can respect a beard. Whatever it is about him, I just it's weird.
Yeah,
I don't disagree.
We'll see. I have a couple of games where you just got to average. You tend to change everything.
Jokic is definitely committing to actually your look. He's growing out the.
I'm an inspiration.
Are you? You guys have had little chats?
I did have a chat with him.
Well, he's sticking with that, man. I mean, he's had other sort of changes, but he's sticking with that. He had an off game, man, and how about the fact that the Warriors played a rotation of guys, and we talked about their size, so they tried to get bigger. So it wasn't about the Nuggets getting smaller. The Warriors tried to get bigger, and they played a rotation of guys they haven't even practiced with. They didn't use in preseason and didn't use in game one. And they just were sort of improvising. And you realize all of a sudden that's what the NBA is for the first X amount of games. We don't know. There's nothing. You can't simulate an NBA game other than playing an NBA game. You can't do it in practice. You can't do it in preseason.
Not even preseason, really, because no one goes.
So there has to be
there's nothing on the line. Until there's something on the line. I'd say the same thing with the NFL. I mean, I know there's jobs in making teams, but for starters, some teams don't even play starters anymore at all.
Right.
So until there's something on the line, do you really know?
I don't think you do. So there may be some stumbling and fumbling with the Nuggets here in the beginning.
I didn't think the Nuggets played bad, though. I didn't think they played bad at all. I think they had a chance to win a game against a pretty good basketball team.
Yeah, on the road. And
the Warriors did have one game in front of them.
All right, tomorrow night, You ready to rock and roll?
Yeah. We got a meeting.
You guys ready?
Yeah, we're getting ready.
What can we look forward to for the broadcast on TV?
I got to believe we'll talk about 10 threes.
Okay.
Somewhere down the line on whatchamacallit. I don't know. We'll probably just talk more, I would assume, probably the big three and, where they're going to go. And
Are you going to talk about playing Valanciunas more?
No, we won't. Not in the open.
Okay.
We might during the game.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Is it going to be something of 12 minutes? Okay, so, that's fair. It was 12 off the bench last night. What's a more comfortable number?
Well, listen, it goes back to your last comment. I think David Adams is in the same position.
Got to figure it out.
We got to figure out where we're going. I think Valanciunas will play 16 to 22 minutes.
All right, well, we'll see the Nuggets tomorrow night home, and it's a weird schedule as they ping-pong back and forth. By the way, another double dip tomorrow because busy day
Avs
on
play
Nuggets.
at 1, though.
1 o'clock against the Bruins, and then the Nuggets at night, and then the Avs play again in Jersey in like later afternoon, something like that. So very, very odd scheduling for the Avs over the weekend. And then the Nuggets go on the road. Are you on that road trip? Or are you?
No, it's a national game.
Where are they going after?
Minnesota.
Minnesota, that's right. That's
Tuesday.
right.
And then back home for 2. And
back for 1, and then on the road again.
And then out on the road again for 1.
And that's when you're going.
Yeah, that's when
you're leaving. We'll get rid of you at some point. On Sunday, $20 Bud Light buckets here at Jackson's. $20 Bud Light buckets. And the World Series starting tonight. Has all the audio and tons of TVs piped in for you at Jackson's.
And it's
right
a
across
cool
the street.
bar if you like good, just plain sports bars. And
I agree.
And I'm not even saying plain. This is like this is a sports bar.
It's an institution.
And if I lived downtown, this would probably be, and I still drank, this would probably be my pub.
The latest with Chauncey Billups and what's going on, the fellas on ESPN, they used to be on TNT, they chimed in, and I think they all got it slightly wrong. You'll hear it coming up next. Well, it's October, and we're at 20th and Blake when it's, nothing's really going on. So good time to come on down here, easy to get down. We wouldn't want to be bothered by, the World Series being played here or anything. We don't have to worry about that. Probably will never have to worry about that. But at Jackson's, there's $20 Bud Light buckets. That's happening on Sundays. The World Series, that is the Dodgers and the Blue Jays, gets going tonight. And you can watch it down here. You can watch all the sports down here at Jackson's, celebrating their 30th year being down here at 20th and Blake. That is just awesome. So we'd love to see you. A reminder that we have high school football on Altitude tonight with Nate and Andy on the call. Pine Creek and Regis, 6:30. High school football powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHSAA. And don't forget, at halftime during the game, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week. It's presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Fellas, before I get to it, any thoughts about Chauncey and everything going on now that we've had 24 hours to sort of digest it? Anything that you've seen or heard or are aware of?
No, nothing new, although I guess since we were on the air yesterday on different things I've listened to or read, all of a sudden Kevin Garnett's name popped up today.
I did not hear that. Yeah.
Paul Pierce's name popped up yesterday.
Yeah. I got something on that.
You know where I heard that one? There was a poker player talking about it 2 years ago.
We have that. We have that audio.
Okay.
Matt Berkey. Maybe we should just play it and then you can talk to it.
Yeah. But real quick, there are some new allegations with Chauncey that I'll update you guys on as well.
Okay.
That unfortunately now involves basketball.
Okay, here is what you're talking about. This is a couple of years ago. So this isn't just yesterday or whatever. This is a couple years
ago. We do know this investigation was like going back in
2019
or 2019, 2020 time, right?
Yes. So this has been going on a long time. Yeah. But this guy, this was from a poker podcast or something.
Who knew?
Jeez, that got me. And here's Matt Berkey talking about the game.
It is from 2 years ago.
Yes.
This must have been like 5 years ago, 2019-ish, I think, where there was this game. It started in LA and then it came to Vegas for a few days, and it was all built around Chauncey Billups. And the person who told me about it was like, look, I know the game runners. I'm telling you 100% this game is on the up and up. And I was like, well, I know a lot of the people that are involved, and I'm telling you 100% that it is not. I had some friends who went and played it both in LA and in Vegas. And it obviously was for sure confirmed to be cheated. Mm-hmm. Like people who clearly didn't even understand the rules of No Limit Hold'em are just jamming hundreds of big blinds in with a gutty and then just drilling it. Yeah. Only the pros are losing. It was basically confirmed amongst all of the pros that the game was cheated, but there's just no recourse.
Gotcha.
And they got absolutely flayed.
Okay, ouch. The attorney for Chauncey Billups writes, anyone who knows Chauncey Billups knows he is a man of integrity, and men of integrity do not cheat and defraud others. To believe that Chauncey Billups did what the federal government is accusing him of is to believe that he would risk his Hall of Fame legacy, his reputation, and his freedom. He would jeopardize those things for anything, let alone let alone a card game, and kind of goes on from there. Chauncey Billups has never backed down. He does not plan to do so now. He will fight these allegations with the same tenacity that marked his 28-year career. We look forward to fighting this in court. Okay, that's that. Do you want to say something about the other basketball stuff?
There is some other stuff that's popping up now, and it's. At the beginning, it felt like Chauncey was only being associated with the poker stuff, whereas Terry Rozier was obviously associated with basketball. There's a non-named defendant that matches Chauncey's description. Okay, there was somebody from the Portland Trail Blazers that informed one of the co-conspirators that on March 24th, the Blazers would begin tanking out the rest of their season. Right, so. The co-conspirator tells this guy, Eric Ernest and his comrades go out and they place $100,000 worth of wagers on the game. and the information was passed on to them before it was public knowledge. There was another incident on April 6th when the Trailblazers were playing the Orlando Magic, and information was passed on to the same co-conspirators that the Orlando Magic would not be playing their entire regular starting roster. And so they went out and they placed a bunch of bets, this time in favor of the Trailblazers. And again, I think it totaled up to about $100,000 worth of wagers, something like that, right? So, it's trickling over. This is what I said yesterday. There was the tip of the iceberg that came out yesterday, and now you're going to start hearing all the other allegations.
What's the iceberg then? If this is the tip of the iceberg, what's the iceberg?
Well, here's what Tyler's talking about, which I think there'll be nothing on that other than what we've talked about on this show for years, teams tanking. And the comment basically is that, we've got 10 left. We decide we're going to sit our starters and we're going to tank the season to try to get a higher draft pick. Well, that guy here takes that noise and now on his own. So I don't think there was a contrived, hey, let's, give me in on the bet or anything like that. I think that was something they teach us in our classes that we take for anti-betting, that he should have known that unless that guy is your assistant coach, probably your GM, you probably shouldn't say anything to anybody. So that's a lesson learned. So
Scott, I think you're being awfully kind in your assumptions there, though.
But I've talked to people the last 24 hours about that. It's stupid, and stupid can get him in a lot of trouble. I'm not going to say that won't get him in trouble. It might, but I don't think that's as nefarious as calling the guy, goes, hey, lay down, like Rozier supposedly did, lay down a bet, I'm gonna play the under, whatever. But here's the tip of the iceberg. He ain't gonna be the only one. We ain't got no names yet, have we? But what you mentioned, it happened in Orlando. Well, who shared that information?
Well, allegedly it was Chauncey.
Not in Orlando. How's he going to know Orlando's is trying to take it?
They were playing. They were playing them, and apparently had information their starters weren't playing.
Yeah.
According to this, I mean.
But it doesn't say Chauncey passed that on.
Well, the description of the match is Chauncey Billups.
Well, it did on the first one.
The same one. The second one.
When I read it, I didn't get the second one.
Okay.
What's interesting is that
but either way,
is
that Berkey guy that we just heard. He said, well, Pierce and Billups, and is like, oh, it's the same thing. So wait a second.
Well, he goes on. He goes, and the guys kept going back and playing. He goes, yeah, they kept going back to play.
Yeah. Well, he said, I'm not going to because I know it's a rigged game.
But he said these guys were getting filleted, as he meant. Went back again and played again.
Because they like playing with stars, and the way he kind of a slip of the tongue with Paul Pierce is like, wait a second. Now, this is not
all we know about Pierce. Or something
so what? Paul Pierce is involved as a face card, too?
Well, it sounds like he's about to become involved if he's not already.
Well,
it does.
The warden called me on the way down here, and she read something today, so I don't know if we can find it, that basically somebody said that Garnett had hosted a couple of those games, too.
All right. Well, it makes way more sense that there's a handful of NBA guys who were the face card sort of thing. That is not just Chauncey. This whole thing is centering around Chauncey Billups.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. And as much as we love Chauncey, is Chauncey the biggest star in the world to front a game like this?
No, so I think that's part of the iceberg that'll probably be exposed, that this has probably been going on for a lot of years. And again, this was in 19 was before he was the coach even, right?
It was.
So I think a lot of ex-players probably, hey, just come down there. As we said yesterday, we'll give you $50,000.
Well,
front you on the thing. Let's go.
And that's what the guys, Kenny and Shaq and Chuck, were talking about, basically. Like, what is this all about? Kenny Smith was saying it's addiction. And addiction is a powerful thing, and you can't help yourself. And the addiction, because it doesn't make sense if you're making $26 million a year for $50,000. That makes no sense whatsoever, aside from you're addicted. But Charles Barkley thought that was ridiculous. Here's what Chuck had to say.
The reason I'm mad at Kenny is, man, this ain't got nothing to do with damn gambling addiction. This ain't got nothing to do with addiction. These dudes are stupid. Why are they stupid? Under no circumstances can you fix basketball games. Under no circumstances. I love to gamble. The notion, like, Rozier makes $26 million. Him betting, giving people information or taking himself out of games, how much is he gonna benefit taking himself out the game to get unders? Like, he's making $26 million. The notion he gave, how much of these guys he gave a head up, he took himself out of games on prop bets. How much money is he going to make?
Well, if he did that, you're proving my point.
What do you mean?
That means
that's
that
not
it's
addiction.
an illogical thought process.
No.
If you're making $26 million to try to win $50,000, like that's illogical. So that you're proving my point.
No,
It is
that's
an
not addiction. That's stupidity.
The same reason someone goes and uses drugs when they in the NBA.
Hey, drugs are addiction.
So there's no gambling addiction?
No, yeah, they are gambling addiction. But the notion that you're trying to make sure these guys being addicted, you can't fix basketball games. You cannot fix. Like I say, this is separate from Chauncey. But the notion that guys are making all this money and giving information, come on, man, stop that.
There is another thing, though, besides addiction or being stupid, is that because the mafia is involved, there's threats out there that they're afraid of something.
It's all intertwined. It's all intertwined. Look, Chuck's right. It's stupidity. Kenny's right.
There is an addiction.
Addiction leads to stupidity. Why is he willing to take himself out for a $100,000 prop bet? Because he's got an addiction that $100,000 means a lot to him right now. And it's whether it's fear or whether it's
it could go from one
thing
thing to another, couldn't it?
Of course
you're addicted to the juice.
I mean,
you're dumb to do it, and then you do it, and now you're threatened. It could be all of those things together.
Of course, but I actually do think it starts with addiction. It does.
I think both those guys. I think this is what you both are saying. We're right. You know, there is addiction. There is people that are addicted to a lot of things. We've seen it: drugs, alcohol, sex. Gambling. I mean, that's why even today when all those, fan deals, hey, addiction problem, please call, boom, 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 right? They on all the gambling commercials we see, you have a hotline to call, right? So that's real. I'm with Chuck from this standpoint, and maybe it just can't get through, his thick mind and my thick mind. Make it $26 million, you ain't doing it because you're addicted. You are stupid. But I tell you what, you're addicted more so than gambling, Tyler. And you and I touched on this yesterday. You're addicted to that juice.
The high risk behavior.
That high risk behavior. That I'm not going to get caught, with these two hookers. I'm not going to. It's this bulletproof mentality that we as athletes have lived our lives in under way too long. And I think that's part of it. You want to call it stupid? Yeah, it's probably stupid. Doesn't make sense to a logical man that I'm going to risk $26 million for 50. But it's a bulletproof mentality that I'm above everything. I can handle everything, right? Which now you get into the addiction thing. And yeah, it is stupid. But
all right, well, we'll see where it goes. Are you guys going to address this at all on Altitude tomorrow night?
I doubt it, but I don't know.
You just stick to the game. It was interesting to hear the guys talk about it, that's for sure.
But they got the platform to do it.
They sure do. They sure do.
And they had to do it. But everybody wants to hear what those guys did. And it's great that they have fights and bring up different opinions. I think
they're being honest.
Yeah.
I don't think that's fake or phony at all. I think that's the real deal.
But in a minute and a half open, I don't think that's I don't think Doris and whoever, of course, we didn't get to see the open.
I don't know if they talked about that at all during the game.
Because we didn't get to see it. We joined the game in second quarter, right?
Yeah, you guys all have ESPN News?
Yeah.
Do you have ESPN News? Do you know where to get ESPN News?
Yeah, 36 or 37.
I'm just saying that's what they do in those games.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, they. Do you know ESPN News is like the Ocho? They really do have cornhole contests and all sorts of dodgeball sports that actually are on ESPN News all the time.
I did not know that.
The only reason I know that is because when Denver sports starts late, it kind of drips on there, and you have to go there to find it, and you can see an assortment of
I'm sitting there
idiotic
watching a pretty good, double overtime game in Indiana.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, I wonder what's going on. I didn't want to look at the score.
I feel you. I got you. All right, we'll get back into the Broncos. Mike Fisher is a Cowboys legend muggle down there in Dallas. He'll join us at 1:30. And I do have a game if you guys want to do it. You win absolutely nothing. It's up to you guys if you want to do it. It's Cowboys player or Pro Rodeo Hall of Famer.
No. We're making this a staple of the show.
Yeah. Or then I got a game. Who's the first guy to get a kiss at the bar?
Well, number 30 right there looks kind of cute. The bald-headed guy with the goatee.
Yeah, there you go.
That's my goal. All right, it's PhD here on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss right now, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're fantastic at what they do. Guys, Dr. Tanya Pauls is absolutely legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best in the industry. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the comfort of knowing that there's literally nobody better at what they do. Guys, matter of fact, Advanced Hair Restoration believes in what they do so much that they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, we're live at Jackson's. You know this one, Tyler?
Say it again.
You know this one?
Is this Zach Brown?
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know it.
Florida Georgia Line. That's actually what I meant to say. It really is.
Playing country music here, like kick-ass. Well, is this here? Turn it up a little bit, Dan. Is this a banger?
That's good. Good song.
Good one, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good song.
Well, what's the idea here today, guys? We're getting ready for the Cowboys. This ain't really up my musical alley. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, you're boxed in. You're not very diversified.
Okay.
You've always said this is your favorite country band.
It is, because they do the Up Down song. I love that song. Up down, up down, up down. The bobber in the pond and the. Okay, all right. Listen, again, it's not my thing. If you guys have any specific suggestions,
it's something when a guy with a clean court makes fun of country folk.
I'm not making fun. I just don't know it. How am I making
two country concerts I went to, they were exactly this genre though. Sturgill Simpson,
yeah,
and Chris Stapleton.
Yeah, I told Dan.
It's really good.
You know, they're both badass.
Yeah, but it's not like fired up songs for like football though. Is it?
Probably not.
Okay.
Well, they probably can find one or two, though.
Yeah.
If you got some,
you can find Chris Stapleton one or two. Probably not Sturgill.
Dan, you think I'm bad? You should hear me and Dan having this conversation. Like, up for suggestions. By the way, text line or you guys, if you want to throw some in.
For the love of God, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Help us out.
Yeah. So a guy that can't get a date in the last 10 years and a guy that has a clay court are making fun of country folk and country music.
You realize the clay court was my uncle, and he lived 5.5 hours away from where we grew up.
Did
yeah,
he
he did. He lived in Stowe,
Family
Vermont.
money gets passed down.
Okay. Mike Fisher will join us, our Cowboys insider, but we do have time to play Cowboys player or pro rodeoer. Pro rodeoer.
Love this game.
Do you know where the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame is?
Colorado Springs.
It is in Colorado Springs. So do you want to play with
Have you been to it? Neither have I.
I might have gone when it first opened.
Okay.
But I have not been there in the last 10 years.
I have been there because I worked in Colorado Springs for 5 years, and we would do events every now and then at the Pro Rodeo.
And you still hate country folk.
I don't hate country folk. I just don't know much about it.
You just don't respect country folk.
I was into rodeo for quite a while. It's kind of weird. Like, I was bizarrely into rodeo.
I kind of like rodeos.
Yeah, I was really, really into it, and I used to go to them all the time, and I became Cade, my guy, who's a rodeo, not a clown. They call him, oh, gosh darn it. It's not a clown. Oh gosh, the distract the
guy that
I think they're called bullfighters. I think they're literally
the guy that save the guys and gals that save the riders' lives.
I think they're called bullfighters, not rodeo clowns. I think there's a distinction. I got a belt buckle, and I've been to the rodeo up in Granby. I don't know if you ever seen that one. It's unbelievable.
You ever gone to Cheyenne? I went to Cheyenne.
I have been to Cheyenne. Cheyenne's a little tricky though to me because it's so big.
Yep.
And it's more like a carnival rather than just like the rodeo. I kind of like the smaller versions of the rodeo.
I got to sit right back behind the staging of the bullfighters.
Yeah.
Like 2 rows by bull.
Well, that's good because the bulls don't go anywhere. They just get out to shoot, and they just kind of circle around right there. So the closer
you realize how big those suckers are?
All right. Do you want to play the game or not?
Yep.
Yeah.
Tyler, we just lost Tyler on this. He's growing up in Greenwood Village.
I had some fries to eat.
Yeah, I gotcha. Do you want to play with, like, one of our listeners or not?
By the way, I bet I've been to as many rodeos as any of you people. Just for the record.
What did you say, you people?
You people.
Oh, if you
what you mean, you people?
List out your favorite ones?
Yeah, sure, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. When was the last time you were to the Elizabeth Rodeo?
Last summer.
How is the Elizabeth Rodeo?
It's great. It's fun. I'm being dead serious. It's fun.
Okay.
When I first started going to Grand Lake, there's a rodeo place right there before you get to Granby, and they would have rodeos every Friday or Saturday.
Dan's telling me we don't have time for callers. It's just you two, because we have Mike Fisher.
Oh, well, Dan can ruin the game. I mean, we gotta have.
We can always go back. I got 10 million names. We can do this literally at any
Dan
time.
hates country folk.
Okay. Dan, play the music that we have for this, and we'll just go back and forth and see how Tyler and Scott do against each other. They can win nothing, and then we can play with listeners later.
Well, that's what Tyler plans on doing.
All right, you guys ready for this? Cowboy.
You're on it today.
That's 2.
That's good.
Cowboy player or pro rodeo Hall of Famer. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker. Tyler, strong rodeo name. I know from my youth.
In your own name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tyler Booker.
Rodeo.
Okay.
Well, I already picked rodeo. Yeah.
You can both agree.
Yeah.
Okay, you're both wrong. He's the starting right guard for the Cowboys.
Right now?
Right now.
Wow. I don't feel bad losing, but I mean, you're an offensive lineman.
I probably should have known that.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Next one, TJ Bass. TJ Bass.
You can't use current players because that's just going to embarrass us.
It might embarrass you. TJ Bass, Cowboy player or rodeo Hall of Famer?
Huh. TJ Bass is a he's doing the calf roping.
Yeah, rodeo.
He's the backup to Tyler Booker at right guard for the Cowboys.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, cool.
Okay, next one.
Well, this game's fun.
Cody Custer.
Definitely rodeo.
I'll just go rodeo all
That
the way.
is a rodeo guy. He was inducted in the Hall of Fame in 2017.
Oh, you should have done rodeo Hall of Famer or Cowboy Hall of Famer. That'd have been good.
We could do that next time around.
Yeah, that might have been pretty.
We could do that next time around.
This game blows.
Okay, we can stop right now if you
We'll
want.
do one more.
We don't have to do it. I mean, we're done.
We're 1-2, so let's get to 500.
This is your worst idea ever.
We can stop right now. Literally, we can stop right now. I really don't care.
Let's go. Keep going.
You want one more?
One more.
I'm a glutton for punishment.
Lane Frost.
Oh, come on. Everybody knows Lane.
Yeah.
Are you being serious with that one?
Lane Frost.
That's like one of the
There's a movie about Lane.
There's one of the most famous rodeo guys in the world.
There is. That's one of those guys.
Yeah.
All right. I was going to go tough heat.
Is that 8 seconds?
So we're 2-2.
Is Lane Frost 8 seconds?
Was he the one 8 seconds?
I think so.
Luke Perry.
Oh.
No, well, yeah, he did.
Luke
Luke
Perry's
Perry
actor.
played
Yeah.
him. Yes. And you would know Tough Hedeman, of course. That'd be an easy one, too.
Tough Hedeman.
Okay. One more. Let's see. Kenny Clark.
Kenny Clark was my teammate.
Okay. So you're saying a Cowboy.
I don't recall him playing for the Cowboys, but yeah, that sounds like
Sounds like a
name.
football name, yeah.
That is a football player. He's
3-2.
He's
Yep,
questionable.
yep.
So you guys won the game. So there
That's
you
what
go.
we won.
All right, let's go.
No, that was precious.
We don't have to do it. I said
It
we don't
was
have to
precious.
do it. I'm saying it's
Why
not that
are you
big of a
so,
deal.
I hope it pours all afternoon.
Mike Fisher. Why? So on my ride home?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
What a jerk. All right, Mike Fisher. He is a legend. And
Writer.
He's done it all. He literally has done it all. Works for CowboysCountry.com, but 36 years Cowboy beat writer. Got to start covering the Elway Reeves Broncos for the Greeley Tribune. So Mike Mike goes back a long time. Mike, thanks for joining us. What kind of Cowboys team is this? Is it a dynamic offense that can't be beat, or is it a Civ-like defense that can't be trusted?
Well, first of all, I just got to town. I did not get the memo that you guys are at the bar, so I feel a little bit left out.
Well, come on by. We're here for another.
We're here another hour and a half.
Yeah, we're here for change. Come on down.
But then when you started doing rodeo talk, I realized I was probably on the wrong radio station.
Well, maybe.
Well, how would you have done on that, by the way? I would like to think that you know your Cowboys players.
Tough Hedeman is obviously a local guy. He's a Greeley area guy. And then, yes, Kenny Clark plays for the Cowboys, run-stopping defensive tackle that they get in Green Bay in the Micah Parsons trade. So I would have gotten 2 right.
Would you have known that Tyler? Would you have known that Tyler Booker is a guard for the Cowboys, not in the Hall of Fame?
I think I would have been able to nail that one, yes. Although he's got that kind of talent, if that matters. Yeah, and then in answer to your actual football question, this offense is absolutely a juggernaut. And they've put up 40 points or so on the road. They haven't quite the other way around. They'll put up 40 points here and not 40 points there. Of course, one of the times they didn't put up big numbers was week 1 at Philadelphia. And they still scored whatever it was, 24 points and lost by 4. The problem in Dallas and the problem for Dallas on Sunday here in Denver is not going to be the offense. The problems are, and it's not going to be special teams. It's going to be everything else. Those will be the problems.
Hey, where do you put Dak Prescott in the upper echelon of quarterbacks? I mean, obviously having a fantastic year, but he's just a weird guy to really evaluate year in, year out because in season it's so good.
Yeah, part of the reason for the weirdness is that there's a certain level of excellence expected by quarterbacks in Dallas, and maybe there's some of that elsewhere. But, here in Denver, certainly it's Elway, and then Peyton Manning, kinda. But in Dallas, I mean, it's Staubach and Aikman, and it's Super Bowls. And if you do anything short of that, you're just not the guy. In fact, Danny White, you guys know, I mean, Danny White was outstanding, and nobody cares because all he did was go to 3 straight NFC championship games. He never got up and over the top. So that's a lightning rod in that regard. And obviously the fact that this team doesn't win playoff games, no matter what Dak does in the regular season, that's in play as well. I would say Dak is one of the handful of guys in all my years covering the NFL where you can actually talk to talent scouts. You can actually talk to people that know what they're talking about, not just guys like me. And there's a wide range of what they think of him. Oh, he's okay, all the way up to he's outstanding. He's certainly been outstanding this year. If the Cowboys end up with a winning record and he keeps doing what he's doing, he will get MVP runner-up sort of attention, and he will have deserved that. But can they really continue at this pace on offense? Maybe. Can it add up to having a winning record and being a playoff contender? The jury's very much out on that.
Well, I was going to say, you're going to play a team that's probably just the opposite of you guys. They've had some struggles, albeit one quarter last week in the fourth. But their offense has been struggles, but defensively they've been pretty good. Has the success of the Cowboys offense gone up against a defense like they're going to see this week?
Yeah, one thing that they do well as it regards what they're going to see against Denver. Denver, number 1 in sacks in the NFL, right? 8 more than anybody else in the league. But the Cowboys protect Dak in that regard, and they've devoted a lot of resources to that, not only with their players, but their offensive coordinator is just first-time offensive coordinator. He was an offensive line coach. They went and hired a standout offensive line coach from college. So they've really beefed up what they've tried to do there. Dak Prescott has only been sacked, I believe, 8 times. And for all the times that they've slinging around the ball here, that's quite something. And then part of the balance that they do on offense, and you guys know him well, Javonte Williams, who has been a revelation here. He is performing like a top 5 running back in the NFL, which I guess if you go back to his rookie year, and you guys saw all that, maybe that's not shocking. But, then he has the injury issues and kind of just becomes a rent-a running back. He's on a 1-year, $3 million deal, kind of a prove-it deal. Well, he's proven it. He's doing everything you could ask of him, and high-quality guy and all the rest, too. So the Cowboys are very pleased with what they put together offensively. Chemistry, talent, all of which even includes George Pickens, who leaves Pittsburgh in that trade to Dallas with a great deal of baggage, and there has barely been one whiff of problem with him. So, yeah, it's all thumbs up for Dak Prescott's offense, indisputably.
All right, on the broadcast, they were making a big deal about going from zone defense to man defense, that Eberflus made this adjustment. They're bringing the safeties up into the box more because they were getting gashed by the run. Is that a legitimate, significant change that's sustainable? Or is this just kind of, fit the Commanders, who are kind of down a bunch of players, and it's not something that's that big of a deal?
Significant, and why did it take you so long, Matt Eberflus? One of my endorsements of Eberflus when he came back here is, if you look back at his career, linebacker coach and whatever, he's worked under all kinds of different defensive coordinators with all kinds of different styles. And so he knows everything there is to know about defensive choices. And yet they stuck with playing zone defense for the first month and a half, like almost exclusively, more than anybody in the league, 90% of the time. And then miraculously, after, I don't know if we could say semi-swear words, but after, we'll call it griping, after griping not only from the public, but inside the building, inside the Star, miraculously, suddenly, instead of being 90% zone, they're almost 50-50 man and zone in that game against Washington. And Schottenheimer and Eberflus come out after a while. That's personnel based and opponent based. So Washington, which is baloney. Washington is so special that you scrapped your entire defense that you've been working on for 8 months, that you're completely committed to for 8 months, and then for 1 week you decided to unplug and do something completely different. So no, I think the failure of Eberflus here, who generally speaking obviously knows more about football than all the rest of us put together, is that he decided to install a defense that fits him instead of a defense that fits the talent. The cornerbacks here, they have 2 guys that have been Pro Bowl cornerbacks here, and they got to be that way by being man defenders who then get a chance to go play the ball. And he took that away from them. I bet you on Sunday, once again, he'll give it back to him.
All right, good stuff. Mike, what's your vibe? Are you picking the Cowboys or the Broncos on this one?
I can't ignore 5-2. And I know in Denver, and you guys have probably spent the whole week on it, was that a good win over the Giants?
It was
or
weird.
Was that an almost loss? Yeah, very
well,
weird.
It really takes us back to like Tebow times there, Mike. You know, we've seen this story before, but it's not sustainable. We know it's not sustainable.
Right. I think it might be sustainable for one more week, though. The Cowboys, the only way the Cowboys win is in a high-scoring affair. High-scoring affair is going to be tough to do against Denver. I hope for the Cowboys' sake they haven't psyched themselves out too much about the mile-high issue and the altitude and all that, because it's been talked about a lot in the building. I will go Broncos 30, Cowboys 28.
Okay. All right, good one, Mike. We appreciate you being on with us. And, yeah, we're here at Jackson's 20th and Blake. You want to come on down? We'll buy you one.
Yeah, if you're downtown, we're not
sure. Come on down.
As you guys know, I grew up in Greeley, and so I've got all kinds of family and friends listening to your radio station. In fact, I'm just joking when I say I probably got 10 people listening to your radio station. I may have doubled your listenership.
There you go. You might have.
There you go, Mike.
That was really nice.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Mike Fisher.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
You got it, CowboysCountry.com. That's interesting about the defense, huh? That it just didn't work, what they wanted to do. And fitting.
I kind of roll my eyes at it a little bit, though. They're dead last in secondary, right? I'm pretty,
in some categories.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're
passing they are.
Yeah. Well, that's the secondary. Yeah,
that would be the secondary.
Yeah. So they're dead last in that. Traditionally speaking, if you don't have studs in your secondary, and they've actually got a couple players that can play with Diggs and Bland for sure. But if you don't have studs, you don't trust playing man-to-man defense a lot.
By the way, we can do the injury report right now. Injury reports is, hold on a second, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. I'll point out, questionable is their starting safety, Donovan Wilson. Junea Thomas, I think I'm screwing that name up, but he's questionable, and Diggs is questionable as well. Meanwhile, the only guy that's on the Broncos injury report is Jonah Ellis, who I think is probably going to be out again, and that's it. Other than that, they have Greenlaw for his injury, but not injury, for his suspension. But that's it. So they're a little banged up, too.
CCU's injury report? They're coming off a bye, and they've got like 20 players on it.
Is that an injury report or a punishment report?
Well, I don't think you can fudge the injury report, can you?
I don't know, because Prime has said that players will face the punishment for. So is it both? Like,
well, I don't think you can put a dude that is gonna miss the first half or the first 2 series on the injury
report. Okay, no. Well, that doesn't bode great for CU. No. That means there's a million guys that are hurt.
Although let's hope that Utah doesn't get their quarterback back, because now I'm hearing there's still a chance that he might play.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I'm pulling for Bert Ficklin, the freshman there. But that's tomorrow night at 8 o'clock.
Go, Mr. Ficklin.
Ficklin. It's Ficklin.
Yeah, you're very fickle on how to pronounce it.
We'll come back with no dumb questions next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with ED, oh, come on, that's not fun, and you've been dealing with this for a while. It's embarrassing, and now maybe it's something that just stops you from enjoying life the way you should. It's an intimacy destroyer. It can draw men away from their partners. It's just not good. We all know that. So if this has haunted you for a while and the pills or herbals just aren't working, well, try my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. It can be fantastic. It can be a complete game changer for you. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So if you schedule a consult today, that initial visit's only $99. You get that consult, the T and a PSA test, if medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So this is simple. Call today. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We're live at Jackson's at 20th, and Blake would love to see you. Thank you to Bud Light on a Football Friday. Be here until 3 o'clock, and Nate and Andy take over. And then they're on the call of Pine Creek and Regis a little bit later. I mentioned that ESPN News is kind of like the Ocho with the things they have. On the text line, no dumb question. Have you guys ever seen pillow fighting? And I have. They have pillow fighting on the Ocho. You got to turn up Tyler there. Cole, my man. Yes.
They do it like in a boxing ring. Have you
seen it?
I have seen it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like an MMA match. But
you are right.
Yeah.
And they really okay. Talk to me. Say more about it.
I mean, I probably caught this on X or something. I don't think I've actually seen a live pillow fight, but I definitely have seen what you're talking about.
I couldn't believe there was actually.
I mean, they're doing like whirling 360s. They're jumping, trying to get around the head.
There seemed to be like a standardized pillow. There seemed to be moves according to the play-by-play people, and they're scoring like sort of like if you do karate or something,
like Olympic boxing.
Yes.
With the
you get points for whatever.
Scott, you know what this is? The wussification of the world. We can't have a boxing match anymore, so now we got regulated pillow fights.
No.
I couldn't believe it when
We're
I
not
saw
putting
it.
tigers in arenas anymore either.
Well, maybe we should.
No dumb question. Does Nate still think the power play isn't that bad?
Who's Nate?
That'd be Nate McKinnon, who said he heard the crowd booing them on the power play. I did not notice that last night being at the game, but I did notice like a Bronx cheer sort of thing when they finally scored. Like everybody's happy you scored a goal, but there's also just kind of like a, hey, can you believe it?
Right.
I mean, last night they're going 0 for 6, I think, and then on their seventh one
they scored.
Then they didn't. They had a power play in overtime and didn't score, but they also killed all these power plays too. I don't know. It was a weird ass game last night.
What would I say? 3 of 26 going in, 1 of 8 last night.
1 of 8 last night.
So you're 4 of 34. And I think the league average is at least 25% or something like that on scoring on power plays.
On their power play?
The NHL's league average is like 20-some%.
I would believe that. Yeah, I mean, the top team is like 33%, which is crazy, right? Yeah, I got it right here. The league leader right now is the Penguins at 33.3%, Vegas 32.1%, 31.8 for Dallas, and it goes like that.
So
it goes
real
down.
fast, and I know it's early in the season. Played 8 games.
The Avs, by the way, are at 11.8.
Yeah, so they've only played 8 games. But isn't it funny, the second and third best power plays right now are probably 2 teams you're going to have to get by to get to the Stanley Cup.
Well,
right?
Do you believe – but the Avs have had a point in every game despite their power play sucking. And what Cale Makar said last night is, hey, listen, this is going to, this will click in eventually.
Yep.
Everybody thinks it'll click in eventually. There's just too much talent out there. Does this indicate to you guys when it does click in, whenever it does, the Avs are going to pound teams? I mean, it's going to be kind of ridiculous.
I think that's what Nate was saying a few games back is like, yeah, hey, you guys don't know what a good power play looks like. We're getting shots on goal. We're doing what we need to do. We're controlling the puck. These things are going to land.
Yeah, they're probably undefeated if they're power play. Because I think one of the game that they tied was that the Golden Knight ones that they tied. I think they were 1 of 5 in that one, or 1 of 6, or 0 of 4, or something like that. So, listen, you expect good teams to turn things around, and they'll probably have a month where they score on 40% of their power plays, and they're going to be crazy. But you look at a team at 5-0-3, and you're thinking, dude, you probably should be 7-0-1 or 8-0 even, if your power play is a little better.
No dumb question. Why can NBA players have their toes over the line to box out on free throws? Is that not a rule?
It's supposed to be a rule, but you got crappy officials that don't play by the rules.
Did you catch the Michael Jordan shooting a free throw in front of like 3 kids?
Now, do we believe him that he hadn't shot a basketball in what was he saying, like 10 years or something?
He said he was terrified by that moment to Mike Tirico on the NBC broadcast, and they showed the video of it, and it's like 4 kids and like a rental property that he had for like the Ryder Cup. And they said, hey, will you come out here and, whatever. He also, what was interesting? He explained why there's a line, like a semicircle, behind the free throw line.
The Wilt rule.
Did you know the Wilt rule before
I did
that?
not, no.
Do you know the Wilt rule?
I know pretty much all of them. Let's see if this is correct. What is the Wilt rule?
Go ahead, DMac.
The Wilt rule, according to Michael Jordan, who's explaining it to the little kids, he's talking to like 7-year-olds. Wilt, I guess, used to run and jump and be able to lay the ball in. So the NBA installed a rule where you can't go outside of this area. So you can move anywhere you want behind the line, but not further back.
He would do that on free throws.
He would do that on free throws.
That's freaking epic. You got to respect the creativity of that, right?
If you read his book,
get a running start. And
If you read his book, there's a whole bunch of. I didn't know that's why it was, because I thought there was always something.
Apparently, according to Michael Jordan, that's the Wilt Chamberlain rule.
Well, that's. I think that's a good mythology.
Oh, you don't believe it?
No, because if you go back, if you ever talk about it and you hear him say it now, you got to get the ball in the key. And the reason they said that is because the old lanes look like a key. Skinny bitty lane, big circle up top, like a thing. So to me, that little circle up top's always been there.
You think so? Okay.
Because it was a key. But what they did say is you couldn't cross the free throw line until the ball has to have left your hand before you cross the line. And they did, and maybe it was that circle up top, but they did make a rule to keep him from doing that. They also had a play where they'd throw the ball over the back of the basket inbounds, and he would just catch it and dunk it for out-of-bounds play. So
awesome.
Teams first started putting nets up there when they play against him, and then they changed the rule. And then they changed the offensive goal tanks. I think you could catch it above the thing and put it in there. They lengthened the lane from that little bitty key that I was talking about to what it is now. Because Chamberlain, if you got on the block, he's too close. He's dunking on everybody.
He changed the game, man. He changed the game.
Yeah, he changed it.
I have one more thing. It's not really a question. It's an observation. The Nuggets have built a new case for the championship trophy outside of the locker room. So outside of their locker room now, where everybody walks by, the trophy used to be actually inside of the locker. Like you could see it through the door if the door was open. But now they've established a case outside of their locker room where everybody in the hallway can see it.
We used to have that with the Broncos also until they're like, oh, you know what? These Super Bowl trophies in the middle of the locker room are making you guys complacent. Let's rip these suckers out of the locker room.
Heard about that.
Yeah,
I heard about that.
They used to be in the locker.
I heard, and the rumor I heard about that is nobody asked Gary Kubiak about that. They just did it. And I heard that it was kind of a weird issue or something.
Well, in front of the Avs locker room, they have a case like that, too. And they initially were putting it in there, the trophies there, too. And recently, I haven't seen the trophies there.
Do you guys like this new one? This new little
it looks cool.
It's fine.
I thought it was really cool. I thought it was neat. And I bet you anything that's featured a lot on all sorts of broadcasts now from now on. Whereas you couldn't see the trophy before. I mean, it was kind of cool, but it was like inside of the hallway.
Well, guess what? Regular people can't see the trophy now also. Why do we care if Muggles could see the trophy that was back in that little hallway?
Yeah, but this one goes to 11.
This one goes so the Muggles can see it better.
Big question of the day. We'll get to that coming up next.
Broncos have first and goal from the 4. Shovel pass. Julius Thomas. And a touchdown. Peyton still has the football. Can you believe it? Peyton Manning runs it in for the touchdown.
He bootlegs in running formations.
You ready for this? His first rushing touchdown in 5 years.
I mean, I'm just going to go out there and play my game, do what I got to do, and try to make plays for my teammates. I feel like it was kind of just mutual. They wanted to go a different route. I felt like the Cowboys wanted me, so that's where I wanted to be.
They can get off the field here. These are huge early wins for this Denver defense.
4th and 2. Prescott over the middle. Incomplete. Don't know if that got tipped to the line. You see Vic Fangio with a big yeah.
They've got a lot of guys playing well at a high level, and especially when, you know, the receivers are all healthy, and they are. So they're doing a lot of things well.
Gregory coming on the rush. Block going deep, cutting it deep for Patrick. He's got it for the touchdown. A 44-yard bomb to Tim Patrick.
The throw, and it's intercepted. Trevathan picks off Tony Romo, and the Broncos are set up with 1:57 to play.
I see a grown-up playing quarterback. I mean, he is playing at a high level. He is putting those guys in the best plays. He's taking care of the football. They're scoring points at a high volume, and he's playing really good football. That's all I can say. I mean, when you watch it, man, I mean, it's what an NFL quarterback should look like. You know, the ball's out quick. He's not taking sacks. He's keeping plays alive. He's taking care of football. So I mean, that's what it is. He's playing great.
They make it about a 28-yard field goal attempt. They unbeaten to run the win streak in the regular season to 16. Raiders for the win, and the kick is good. 51-48. Broncos in the 4th highest scoring game in the history of the NFL.
That was kind of cool, man. I mean, you don't see the Cowboys that much, but the Broncos have beaten the Cowboys 7 straight times. The Cowboys haven't won in Denver since 1992. Kind of forget about all those cool moments against the Cowboys over the years. I mean, like...
And I think you're missing the biggest thing.
Which is that?
Cheer, VJ? Is that a little shot at Bo Nix?
Oh, wow.
What?
Wow, explain.
What he's talking about playing like a grown man? What
plays like a grown man. That's what an NFL quarterback's supposed to look like.
Oh,
I was
man.
Like,
Scott's
I love it.
Scott's pulling his best DMac right
I know.
now.
I'm standing and I'm applauding.
But does that have a little more validity than the ones he's trying to pull out last couple of days?
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
Hey, Dan, if you can play that soundbite, play that soundbite.
Our coordinator is taking a shot at our quarterback by complimenting Dak Prescott.
Well, do you think a head coach is making fun of another team's quarterback by complimenting the other quarterback?
Yes.
So do you think it's possible VJ was inadvertently taking a shot at Bo Nix?
I mean, maybe because you read those lines.
I mean, I love it.
Hold on, Dan.
If
you can play that, just that soundbite, I'd like to hear it again. You tell
I see a grown-up playing quarterback. I mean, he is playing at a high level.
He
is putting those guys in the best plays. He's taking care of the football.
No, there has to be an inherent comparison between Bo Nix and Dak Prescott.
That's what an adult looks like.
That's what an adult looks like. So the kid,
stop it. There was an inherent comparison when Sean Payton was talking about Russell Wilson.
I'm with Scott.
Okay, play that again, and then the second part too.
I see a grown-up playing quarterback. I mean, he is playing at a high level. He is putting those guys in the best plays. He's taking care of the football. They're scoring points at a high volume, and he's playing really good football. That's all I can say. I mean, when you watch it, man, I mean, it's what an NFL quarterback should look like.
Wow!
The ball's out quick. He's not taking sacks. He's keeping plays alive. He's taking care of football. So I mean, that's what it is. He's playing great.
Oh man, Scott, you got it.
Scott, you're better than this.
You nailed it.
You're better than being a little child.
You drilled it.
That's a grown-up football.
You got like a card reader table. You drilled it.
It's a guy.
Scott's reading those X-ray vision glasses that Chauncey was wearing at the table.
That's a guy putting points on the board. Yeah, that's what an NFL quarterback should look like.
Yeah, boy, there you go.
The next question.
Shots fired.
The next question should have been comparing to where Bo Nix is right now. Then you could have known.
Actually, that would have been a great follow-up question if somebody was really paying attention. If somebody could have said, well, what can you compare? Does that mean that
compare that to where Bo Nix is right now?
Yes, that actually would have been a great follow-up question.
Right?
I don't think that's what VJ was doing either. However, that's funny as hell, man. I love it.
It might not be what he's doing, but when he says it, you step back and go.
Sure, let's compare and contrast. That's their guy. This is our guy. Well, what does our guy look? All right, what does our guy look like compared to their guy?
Scott, I'm letting you play your own game.
No, I'm letting you go, dog.
I'm letting you play your own game. I mean, if you're asking me if Dak Prescott's a better quarterback than Bo Nix, yeah. If you're asking me if Dak Prescott is scoring at a dynamic rate when we can't do anything till the fourth quarter, yeah. I mean, of course, Dak Prescott is in a far different level than
Dak
Bo
Prescott,
Nix right now.
if I'm saying Dak Prescott looks like an NFL quarterback, you'd say?
Yeah.
What does our guy look like?
Our guy looks like he belongs in the NFL.
Young.
Our guy is a legitimate starting quarterback.
Doesn't take sacks.
But he's not like when you talk about Dak Prescott, you have to put him in the upper echelon.
Where's our guy?
He's just existing as a starting QB.
Let's ask VJ where our guy is. We got a kid that ain't moving the offense, ain't putting points on the board, and he's trying to be an NFL quarterback.
I 1,000% agree with VJ. I mean, that is exactly what Dak Prescott looks like compared to Bo Nix, because Bo's
VJ didn't compare to Bo Nix. At no point did VJ compare to Bo Nix.
That's a grown-up quarterback.
That's a grown-up playing quarterback.
That's what a grown-up looks like playing quarterback.
That's what it looks like.
Now, if you want to compare it to Bo Nix,
awesome.
You're right.
I love it.
I don't think that's as big a reach as the ones he's had this week.
No, Scott, that's right up there, buddy.
Really? But at least there's validity to this.
By the way,
he can never put any validity on him.
What are you talking about? Where have I been reaching this week?
Something about mac and cheese is better with noodles instead of round noodles instead of long.
Well, who can argue with that?
It was like simple. It was simple, like.
I mean, I think I nailed that one. I mean, the noodles.
Oh, I remember what it was.
Nailed it.
DMac was talking about Javonte Williams talking trash about the Denver Broncos.
Oh, yeah.
Because he said that they had a mutual party in the
Yeah,
ways.
they didn't really
D-Mac's
want me.
like, boy, well, coming up in the next segment, Javonte Williams taking shots at the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Oh, my
All
God.
right. Hey, Dan, get ready
taking
again.
a shot that they cut me?
Get ready again. So if I were to tease this, when we come back, is VJ taking a shot at Bo Nix?
I see a grown-up playing quarterback.
No!
I see a vote. Well, is our guy a grown-up playing quarterback or not? I mean, if he's not, he's got room to grow.
You know what? You said this a year ago. The most grown-up thing he's doing right now? Living in Castle Rock.
Yeah, yes. And,
That's pretty grown up.
His wife is pregnant. Yeah,
that's pretty grown up.
Creepy or not, did a drive-by of his house the other day.
Did you really?
I did.
How do you know where it is?
I got a
little birdie?
I got a friend that lives next door.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Really?
Okay, and
it's a very nice house.
Nice joint.
It's a very nice house.
Hey, we got to get to know his friend.
I guess so.
we get to know that zip code.
I've actually spent kind of a shocking amount of time up in the Castle Pines area.
Well,
Never thought I ride my bike up in there. And I'm not looking for information as to where it is, but is it fair to say that it's a grown-up location, meaning like it's a very place a CEO would live?
It's generally
speaking, 23-year-olds cannot afford to live there.
Right, in general, correct? Hey, man, you're up there in Castle Pines, bro. There's the Pines Sports Bar, by the way. Been there several times now. It's a sports bar with an Indian flair on all your traditional food. It's really good. Not as good as Jackson's, of course. But, no, yeah. So it's like Indian food, like a chicken sandwich.
Country with curry on it.
Stuff like that. It's like such a really creative twist to that. But that.
Do they have.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, That's it, my friend.
Do they have cricket on all the TVs?
They have plenty of TVs, and if cricket was on, I'm sure they would put it on. They've got bands on the outside. I'm just telling you, so far in Castle Pines, I've seen that as the only nightlife spot in the whole area. Now, I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong.
Drive across the highway and go to downtown Castle
That's what
Rock.
I was just going to say.
You could go down the highway.
Downtown Castle Rock's 5 minutes.
It's pretty cool.
It's awesome.
I agree with you guys on that, too. And there's good stuff. But that's not exactly where – well, I don't know. I wasn't doing drive-bys. I wasn't, like, stalking them like you were the other day.
Well, it was one street over. It was worth the drive.
Let's go check it out.
Yeah.
No, but you know what? Honestly, probably where he lives looks like a place where an NFL quarterback looks
A grown-up.
like an NFL quarterback that's grown up would live.
Where should Bo Nix? Where should he be living? If he's not a grown, where should he be living?
No, he's probably be living out by you, close to Dove Valley.
No, honestly, I think you guys don't fully get the logistics of the situation here. Castle Pines to Dove Valley is super easy.
I'm just saying maturity. If we're just talking metaphorically and maturing-wise, if Castle Pines is where grown-ups
listen,
live.
I'm going to tell you right now, where you buy your home does not indicate maturity. Do you know where Jay Cutler bought his first home?
Out in Parker, but
in the Timbers at the Pinery.
Yeah,
which is the exact same type of neighborhood as Castle Pines is.
I got you, but he also bought an apartment downtown.
That is
at
true.
the same time.
Okay, you got me there. You know
How
what?
about that move, by the way?
All right, you got me there.
That's like
what was that place? Lime or
that's
not
like
Lime?
Ballers.
What was that bar, man? Gosh darn it! It was everybody used to go to it right around here. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was
right when you stop Laramie or one of those roads.
Larimer,
right kind of close to the edge.
Darn
right there.
it, man! Like all the pro guys.
It might have been Lime.
Was it Lime? Was that it?
It might have been Lime.
Yeah. Anyways, I ran into Cutler. Everybody ran into Cutler there.
Yeah.
Literally, you couldn't.
You hang out in bars.
I don't know. Hey, Tyler, any other guys owned a place downtown so they could just stumble to the place downtown rather than have to go back out to the suburbs?
Not here, but when I played in Washington, our facility was in Ashburn, Virginia, which was a solid 35 to 40 minutes from Washington, D.C., and there were at least 5 or 6 guys that lived in D.C., and a couple of them had a full-time driver that would drive them to practice back and forth every single day. One of them had to have a full-time driver, if you understand what I'm saying.
I gotcha.
That was more. And in Atlanta, they did that. We were out in Buford, which was really far away from downtown Atlanta. Matt Ryan lived in Buckhead.
Yeah,
he would drive 45 minutes to get to work every single day.
So just get yourself a little apartment. Get yourself a little.
Tom Brady did it with Foxborough. He lived in Boston.
Just get a little joint.
Well, what was the quarterback that stayed in San Diego when they moved?
Phillip Rivers.
Phillip Rivers stayed.
Yeah, well, that was different though. That wasn't to go out and party at night. That was to keep his 9 kids in school. So he had a customized van and a driver, and he would study film 90 minutes back and forth.
Which is still baller.
No, it was a total baller move, and it was a dedication to his family. That's crazily respectable. And as time goes on, we realize the real jackass in that scenario was Jay Cutler, not Phillip Rivers. Remember when we used to think Phillip Rivers was the bad guy?
Yeah.
He wasn't. We had the bad guy. We had Cutler. All right, we come back. We have Let's Football Go with Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner. I like it, Scott. You're nailing it.
I made you feel good right there.
PhD on 92.5.
Hey, it's Friday, and I know a lot of you guys go car shopping over the weekend. If you need a new or pre-owned vehicle, the best dealership in Colorado to go to, my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best inventory, the best customer service, the best prices, and I do believe that relationships matter in life. That's why I keep going back to Phil Long Ford ever since my rookie year. The only car dealership I ever need to deal with. Guys, they're going to get you in, they're going to get you out, they're going to treat you with respect, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Don't drive all over the state. Go to Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. New or pre-owned, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long. They've already got the best prices. Phil Long Ford also has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right, the clay court thing.
Dan dated a blow-up doll.
Well, that is true.
One date.
One date.
Well, you dated.
He couldn't even get a second date with the blow-up doll.
Yeah.
I threw it in the trash after the first date.
We want to thank Maverick and remind you, wear your black and gold Buffs gear on CU game day tomorrow night against Utah. All you need to do for a free fountain drink of any size is walk into any Maverick convenience store location. That's it. No catch. Wear CU gear, walk into a Maverick convenience store, and get your free drink on CU game day. Sco Buffs. Spill was the name of the place. Spill. Yeah, no. That was the bar that No Sean's reaching out and saying Spill. Saying Will Spaghetti had a nice little joint downtown, too. I'm getting all sorts of, guys who live downtown so they can party.
There you go.
So thank you, No Sean. Appreciate that. All right, story number 1. Go for it. Dan?
All right, fellas, Javonte Williams makes his return to the Mile High City with the Dallas Cowboys. Here's VJ yesterday talking about how Javonte's looked so far with the Cowboys.
Well, that's allowing Dak to play, very well. I told the defense, they got the 2 receivers and they got the runner and the quarterback, and that's where it starts in this league. Of course, the offensive line, but he is playing at a high level also. He looks like he's got his legs back. Explosive. He's breaking tackles. He's catching the football. He's playing on all 3 downs. So I'm happy for that dude, man. He's such a great person. Obviously, that's our opponent on Sunday. So we got to get him stopped, but I'm happy for him.
So thoughts on Javonte's return, guys? And also, do you guys view this as a true litmus test for the Broncos defense going up against a high-powered Cowboys offense? Is this the game where we will really figure out just how good or not good the Broncos defense actually is?
It's about as tough a test as you're going to find. We'll see if Dallas can produce what they do at home on the road. They haven't been. Their 3 losses have all been road games. But on paper, guys, yeah, this is as dynamic as an offense you face all year.
Well, the Cowboys offense has got a good running game, obviously, in Javonte, who's having a career season.
Yep.
But they got 2 studs out there playing wide receiver, right? And
Yep.
George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. It's 1A, it's 1B. The good news is the Broncos have got a hell of a secondary. I was just looking at a next-gen stats that has got Riley Moss. They say that Riley Moss has allowed the lowest completion percentage, which is 39.1,
right,
of any defensive back this season.
How about that?
And where is he at as far as thrown at, too?
Right.
Probably very high.
Up there.
Yes.
Well, he's
Sure.
got to be one of the more targeted because there very few teams have got a guy like Pat Surtain on the other side. So my point is, it's a good-on-good matchup, right? This is ones-on-ones. We got a good secondary going up against 2 elite wide receivers. We fix it and find out, as Coops would say.
Well, I listen. You got choices. With Surtain, it's no won an accident. He was Defensive Player of the Year. That's how good he is, right? So you always have options. That one guy's going off a little bit, you can flip and match and boom and ding. But he and Moss combined, I don't think they're respected as such, but I think they're as good a duo cornerback tandem in the league.
I agree.
VJ said yesterday it helped preparing for Cincinnati because of Higgins and Chase to get ready for this week. Do you agree that has some sort of carryover? If you prepare for one team that has similar traits, it helps you with another?
Outside of the fact that Cincinnati didn't have a quarterback that could throw them the football.
But still, you got to plan for it. I don't know offensively. If you face another team that does things similar to another team, does it help?
Sure.
Is it an advantage, that sort of thing?
Sure.
So VJ said that was hopefully working to their advantage. It's going to be fascinating to see how it all, how it all comes out in the wash. It'll be a really interesting game on Sunday. Maverick brings you Let's Football Go, and they're giving away a $50 gift card. Text FREE along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. All right, Dan, next story.
All right, guys. Jonathan Jones, who's an NFL insider for CBSSports.com, is reporting that the Broncos could be the biggest contender to trade for a wide receiver at the trade deadline. He said the Broncos are 5-2 with a top-ranked defense and a quarterback on his rookie deal for at least another season. People around the league are watching the Broncos to see how aggressive they may be. So on a scale of 1 to 10, guys, How likely or unlikely do you think it is that the Broncos trade for a potential number 1 and number 2 wide receiver before the deadline?
Now, who said this, first of all?
This is Jonathan Jones. He's an NFL insider for CBS Sports.
Tyler Polumbus said this 2 weeks ago. I brought this up 2 weeks ago that I think the Broncos need to be in the market for a number 2 wide receiver. I think I brought it up as what would you rather have, a new left guard or a number 2 wide receiver? And I think that this makes a lot of sense. Look, man, we're actually dangerously close to a special season. And if you're dangerously close to a special season, all of a sudden that turns you into buyers at the trade deadline. You win this game against Dallas, and you got to start thinking about what pieces can we add that turns us into a Super Bowl contender.
If you lose?
If you lose, well, I'm not saying it takes you out of it, but it takes the enthusiasm out of it.
So what would you give up for, say, Chris Olave?
Another New Orleans guy.
Well, why do you think I'm bringing his name up?
He's a good receiver.
He's a good receiver, and he's one of the more highly regarded guys who could be traded for.
He got a little speed, doesn't he?
And he's connected to New Orleans.
Yeah.
What would you give up for him? I mean, is this the guy we're talking about? Is this the guy that would fit the bill?
Yeah, he would fit the bill for sure. I don't know in terms of trade value. I guess it's really hard to say. You know, players are like a used car. They generally speaking, they just lose value.
And I bring it up only because George Payton has been stingy wanting to do any of this. So I'm not saying that they couldn't benefit from it, but Dan's question is, what's the likelihood of it happening? So if I were just to go through the George Payton school of I value draft picks more than anything, I'd say it's highly unlikely to happen. Could it help him? Sure. But I don't even remember the last time.
But hold on. Who's running the show, George or Sean?
Well, there you go.
Because
there you go.
Because Sean is Mr. Give It To Me Now.
Dude, when was the last time the Broncos were actually buyers at the trade deadline? When was it? Wasn't last year, and they were pretty good last year. In fact, they were sellers, if you remember. But I don't even remember.
Who did we trade last year?
It was your guy,
who?
The pass rusher. Gosh darn it.
Oh.
Do you remember you did some things with
Did I have beef with them?
No. We're buying.
The way you're setting it
I'm
up,
sorry, I don't know how.
I had beef with them.
No. You're buying stock in them. Like you're investing in them. I don't know how else to put it.
Oh God, who was that? Who was that? I was doing ads for him.
You were, and I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah. God, who was that?
You did ads for him.
I know. Yeah.
I can't remember either.
Yeah.
But you literally.
You still got the stock, don't you?
I did buy that stock.
I'm sorry. I wish there was another. I can't. Baron Browning. Baron Browning.
Yep,
They traded Baron Browning last year.
Yep.
I would offer.
Oh, that was exhausting.
I would offer a fourth.
No, you ain't getting him for a fourth.
I think, yeah. I mean that. Of course, they would do that.
I mean, here's the other deal. If you trade for Chris Olave, he's on the final year of a rookie deal.
Yes.
So you're going to give him a new contract too, which I'm down with. I'm totally down with it. You know, that's wide receivers are the most coveted players in the NFL these days.
How about a fourth and your rookie wide receiver?
Which Pat Bryant.
That ain't getting it done either. I think on the on the low end you're talking about a 2 and some change
and a contract.
On the high end you could be talking about a first.
Now, if you want to throw in Pat Bryant because of that, if there's somewhere that equals out the balance, sure. Would you guys do that deal? Let's just say you can.
A second rounder and
Sure.
Pat Bryant? Yeah,
Yes.
I'd do that. Sure.
Would you do that, Scott? It's a second rounder. I'd say yes.
Well,
too.
all I know is you got picks in 1, 2, 3, 2 and 4, 5, 7 for next year.
I think this goes to, do you believe in Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin or not?
I believe in Marvin Mims to the degree of who he is as a football player, but I believe he's about at max potential right now. I don't think that Marvin Mims has got another gear.
You don't think he's really a number 2 receiver?
I don't.
Not really.
I think he's
Good
a nice,
special teams
he's
player.
a nice little option.
Yeah.
You're going to keep him involved in the game plan.
Yeah.
He's going to do a lot of good things for you, but we've probably maxed out on that.
And Troy Franklin's kind of 2B, right? Like maybe he'll be a 2 at some point.
Right.
But Olave would be a slam dunk number 2 to Cortland. maybe battling Cortland for that number 1 guy.
For
right?
sure. So would you trade a Franklin and a Fordo?
That would be painful to trade Franklin.
I would. Yeah, I would.
You may have to do something like that, though. All right, Dan, next story. And just a reminder that if you text FREE, you can get a $50 gift card to Maverick. That's 303-504-0925. Dan, what's next?
All right, fellas. Well, speaking of trades, we've got more rumors circulating in Cleveland regarding Shedeur Sanders. Here's Cleveland radio talking with Tony Grossi about Albert Breer's report on Shedeur.
Albert Breer wrote today, he thinks there's a possibility the Browns could deal Shedeur Sanders before the trade deadline. Would that then open up an opportunity for them to activate Deshaun Watson? Do you think that's totally off the table, or is there a possibility Sanders could be dealt?
Well, they're covered if that opportunity arose, because first you got Zappe, who could serve as an emergency number 2 until Deshaun Watson's ready. I've heard that they anticipate having him cleared medically after the bye week.
Watson,
correct. Which means they would then have up to 3 weeks to activate him, or they could activate him sooner than that. So timing-wise, it can happen. I just question who's, inquiring about Shedeur Sanders. Okay. But if the Browns feel that they're covered and they have an offer, why not?
Guys, what are the Browns doing when it comes to Shedeur Sanders? Why did they draft him?
I don't. That's
better question is who drafted him.
Yeah,
who drafted him? Clearly, it was not Stefanski. The owner claims that it wasn't him. Andrew Berry wants nothing to do with it.
Right.
The only thing that makes sense is that it was an owner pick, even though the owner claims it wasn't him.
This is where I get into conspiracy theories. Thank you, Scott, for being my partner in this. And just to say that we're building a new stadium in the suburbs and we want a Super Bowl in 2030 or something.
Oh, shut up.
And, well, thank you. And we're doing some favors for you because we don't want to look bad because this is getting silly with Shedeur.
It could
give me a better reason why he was drafted.
Well, here's what I would think. Because now we're talking about maybe a draft pick if someone wants him. There's a handful of teams that could use a quarterback.
Who? For Shedeur?
Yeah.
Who?
Well, Carolina's quarterback's hurt again. There's probably a handful of others. If Penix isn't going to play this week, and it looks like, but you got a veteran
guy. They got
guy.
Kirk Cousins, though.
But if you can also move him and get some really good assets from somebody else, then you could bring a Shedeur in somewhere. There'd be plenty of room. I think if I were a team, I would have thought about this. I'd have drafted him, especially in the 5th round. I'd have drafted a guy because I said, listen, this is an asset. And this league is all about assets.
But the league told you what they thought of him.
That's fine.
And depth at quarterback isn't the same as depth at corner.
I understand that, but the need of quarterback isn't the same as need of corner, or maybe it is.
They're not even giving Shedeur reps, and he's the backup.
I understand, but you're missing the whole thing.
What am I missing?
You're Kenny Smith right now.
You're just not very smart.
It's stupid. No, I think that by the time you're in the 5th round like that, he does have some value, even though he hasn't played and all that. Why not take a shot at him, fly? If he's great and he plays good, okay. If not, there's going to be teams come trade deadline that are desperate for a quarterback that might say, hey, we kind of liked him, and we ain't going nowhere this year anyway. Hey, we got 8 games to see if this guy can play. If I'm a bad team, I would try to trade for him.
Well, what will be comical is if the Browns drafted him for a 5th, and like most players, they lose instant value.
Right.
It's a used car.
Right.
They draft him for a 5th, and they trade him for a 6th in the same season without ever having played the dude.
Right.
Could be.
Definitely could be. You think they're getting more than a 6th or a 7th conditional? Something like that?
What if you traded him and you got this year a 5th this year and a 6th next year?
You think you're getting that for Shedeur Sanders?
Boy, what are you so? He's back to being down on Shedeur.
I'm not down on Shedeur. I want Shedeur.
Remember last year he was down on him, and then he kissed up to him, and then
because he hates his dad.
What?
Yeah.
I hate Prime. I thought you were talking about Peter.
You know why he hates Prime? Because he's country.
I'm Skill Buffs all the way here, pal. I don't know what you're talking about.
But you don't like country people.
Prime told these guys to be back Sunday. And they thought reading day was just going to keep going. I'm not down on Prime.
No, you're down on country folk, and
You hate Prime.
I don't hate
Yes,
Prime.
you do. Yes,
No,
you do.
That is silly.
You despise Prime.
I wrote that first check
You literally
to
can't.
CU, and I was all about Prime.
You literally can't listen to Prime open his mouth without having something to say.
14,300.
I love Prime.
Is that what you put in the little memo on the check?
Yes, all the thousands, and then I love Prime in memo. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, we want to thank our great friends here at Jackson's and Bud Light, a Bud Light Football Friday. A reminder, $20 Bud Light buckets are here for football Sundays. The World Series all weekend, so that's going on. And our Bud Light winner is Raul Medina, who gets 2 tickets for the Broncos and the Cowboys and 2 VIP Bud Light tailgate passes. So congratulations to Raul. Way to go, Mike.
Did you ever see that movie, Eating Raoul?
I'm sorry?
Eating Raoul is a old movie.
Old
I do
classic.
That.
Yeah.
That is. I know the name, but
a small independent film.
Okay, I don't recall all the
that actually
details.
did pretty good.
All right,
It's about Alfred Packer?
No, it's a story like that.
Okay.
Great story, Alfred Packer.
Yeah.
Matt Stone and Trey Parker. That's what they made their student film about before they got South Park going.
Which on the tours.
Can you imagine they did that as a student film?
The ghost tours of Littleton or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I'm going tonight.
Yeah.
I think Packer had a house down in Littleton.
Is that right?
And one of the stops is the house he was renting a room at. Yeah.
There you go, man. It's just full circle.
Come on now.
There you go. Nate and Andy will be out calling a game tonight, doing the high school football thing, which is awesome. And
You know what I'm doing next week's game with? I'm calling the Evergreen high school game next week, which will be cool.
Yes.
You know who's doing with me?
Who?
Mark
Bill.
Johnson.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Yeah,
You and Mark. Oh, but he lives out there, right?
Yep. But he wanted to do it because of what it means and everything and what Evergreen High School went through this year.
Is that at Evergreen?
It's at Evergreen High School.
Oh, wow.
So Mark and I are going to be calling that game.
Oh, that's a little extra special.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
I agree.
Yeah.
Wow, that's going to be
really cool of Mark. I mean, I work here, but really cool of Mark to do this game with me.
What about a thrill
really
for those
cool.
kids, right?
Listen,
his
man,
voice is all iconic, isn't
they've
it?
They've had a rough fall, man. So that's awesome. That something really positive can come. That's where sports is great. With all this crap with the gambling and all that sort of stuff. You want to talk about things that lift people up, lift the community up. Does anything lift the community up more so than a good high school football game on a Friday night?
Right.
I mean, it's the best, right? So have fun for all the Friday night football guys. Where does Friday night football fit in your pantheon of football? Like where would you rank it?
Pure. Like I don't know how to rank it, but like when I think of Friday Night Lights, like
good memories.
Man, it's just pure. Like the excitement, the energy, wearing the sweats and the jersey to school,
all of it.
Coming out on Friday nights, hanging out with the boys, getting lunch, or getting an afternoon meal in before the game, and then coming out there. I played in the old school Stutler Bowl. I wore, what I wore on that thing? Because that was like the old school AstroTurf. I wore basketball shoes on that sucker.
Did you really?
Yeah.
That's a ride.
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys wear your jerseys to school?
Yeah.
On the day of the game?
Yeah.
What nights were your high school basketball games?
Well, I played varsity football too.
No, I understand, but But on the
we're talking football. I don't know why you got changed.
No, I was going to say something nice.
Actually, I think they were like Tuesdays and Fridays.
So it was a Friday night thing.
I think so.
I seem to recall that that's the way ours went too.
Yeah.
Because we had a jerk head football coach or a basketball coach, Frank Marcus, worst coach I've ever had, and a lot of us like to ski, so he would schedule
practice on Saturday.
Yes, and the starters. I was a scrub. I didn't even play in high school, right? So I couldn't go skiing because he had a weird thing about that. So it would be like some crazy shoot around, nothing. The starters would do nothing because they had played the night before.
Yeah, my senior year we had just shoot-arounds, but I think there was semi-optional, but everybody always showed up.
Yeah, well, we showed up too because, you thought you were doing the right thing, but he was going to play me no matter what.
Yeah, why didn't you just go skiing?
I did the next year, senior year. That's exactly what I did.
Go skiing on those little hills you had out there that were pure ice?
Well, hey, I haven't skied since back there. Trust me, I'm not going to fight that battle. I'm not going to say you're wrong. I will say, though, playing soccer and baseball, I always was envious about football and basketball because I always thought in high school we had some crowds for baseball and soccer, some stuff, but it was never like. And football was great, but football's in a big stadium, even for high school, and it can get lost in the wash. Those small packed gyms for basketball, when the students and the crowd is just, I mean, come on. How great is that?
Yeah.
And then I know you've played in front of packed arenas and Super Bowls and the whole thing, but there's got to be something romantic about those days.
My senior year, and we played in an old gym, basically. Still there. I don't think they don't play high school basketball there anymore. But and it was one of those old gyms, all multi-purpose, if you will. But from the basketball court out of bounds to like a wall that went up like 5 feet, and then the stands were above it. So you were literally in a bowl-like thing. My senior year, they were pulling fold-out chairs all along the side out because we were stuffing that small gym with, all the kids came.
How cool is that?
All the parents came, and then half the city came that had no connection other than we were really good.
Good luck to all the high school kids playing tonight, and that's awesome. You're doing that next week as well. We want to thank Safeway on the Safeway Twitch stream where you can order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
I got a no dumb question when you get
a chance.
When you get done.
Go for it.
Are we in an era right now, Tyler, that we're going to see, because it's always been a position that's kind of been iffy as far as getting into the Hall of Fame. Do we got more Hall of Fame tight ends playing right now?
Well, probably because it's like
Kelsey's in.
It's an era of Shannon Sharps. It's an era of the tight ends that put up
Tony Gonzalez, right?
They put up wide receiver type of stat lines. Like, honestly, if you didn't know the position they played, you look at the stat lines, you're like, wow, 7 catches for 75 yards. Like, pretty good game, That looks like a wide receiver game. And we're about to face off against the best in the league this year, and Jake Ferguson. I mean, this guy, Broncos got to have a game plan for him.
Well, and he's still rather young. I mean, you wouldn't call him a Hall of Famer yet, though, right?
No.
But Kelsey.
Kelsey, Mark
ballot.
Andrews.
Mark Andrews is a Hall of Famer?
I think so.
Wow.
Kittle?
Yeah, Kittle. Yeah.
What about Ernst? Ernst still playing, isn't he?
No.
He is still playing.
He got a championship. He's been a hell of a tight end for a lot of years now.
I think
There's
he's going to have to wait.
Longevity. You guys talked last week.
I agree, but he's going to have to wait. He's going to have to wait a little bit, I would believe.
Brock Bowers had a Hall of Fame rookie season.
Now he's hurt.
It's a little. Is he real? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he missed last game, I think.
I did not even know that.
Game or two, I think, yeah.
I don't know what the Raiders are doing. I have no idea. I know they're terrible. I know the Broncos face them in a couple weeks here, which I'm looking forward to. Texans are after this Cowboys game.
Another no dumb question.
Hey, man, you win this game, you probably win the next two, by the way.
Another no dumb question. Any chance ever in your world other than you, I think you would love it.
What?
That Bill Belichick becomes the coach for the Raiders?
I think there's a stronger.
They go from the oldest coach in the NFL to an older coach in the NFL.
I think there's a stronger possibility he goes to the Dolphins.
Ooh.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
You guys want to put a steak dinner on Bill Belichick never coaches the NFL again?
Wow, you're down on that, huh?
I'll take that steak dinner.
What do you think? Where are the Dolphins going?
His senior
I don't
advisor,
know, but not to Bill.
Why not?
His senior advisor would love South Beach.
I'm sure she would.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That doesn't have some appeal? Wait. Why don't you think Belichick would fit in Miami?
Okay, I don't need to answer that question. You need to answer the question, why would Bill Belichick make sense in Miami?
Because he's the exact opposite of Mike McDaniel, and that's what these owners tend to do. When something doesn't work in one way, they go the exact opposite way.
That is fair. That's fair. But trust me when I tell you, Bill Belichick's worn out his welcome in the NFL. It's done. It's over.
Okay. Because what are you doing there in Miami?
I mean, I don't disagree with your premise there of who the next type of coach will be for Miami, because that is what happens. A lot of times if you got an offensive guy, you go defensive guy. If you got a young guy, you go old guy. Old guy, you go young guy. That's an absolute fact. But Belichick's toast, bud.
Where does Mike Vrabel, another no dumb question,
they're
where
rolling.
Does Mike Vrabel fall, whose tree does he fall under?
Belichick.
No.
He just played for Belichick.
He never coached for Belichick.
He's the Belichick. It's the whole thing. Josh McDaniel, Belichick. He's under that whole thing.
Why?
Where else would he? Because that's where he came from.
He didn't.
That's who he was. That's where he learned football.
Well, I mean, I think he would tell you he comes from. What's wrong with me? College coach, Ohio State, that likes the girls at the bars. Coach the Jags, Urban Meyer.
Urban Meyer.
Yeah.
Does Urban Meyer have a tree?
I don't know, but that's who he coached for.
All right. I mean, you think he's more influenced by Urban Meyer or Bill Belichick? I guess Urban Meyer.
Was he in Houston with Gary at all?
He did coach in Houston for a minute, didn't he?
Seems
I think
like
he did. I don't think it was Gary.
the Patriots may be an issue. They may be a problem.
Well, I think they got a good coach. I like Vrabel in Tennessee, and you don't think Tennessee's going, what did we do right now?
Yeah, but that had like run its course. Like that was just kind of done.
Had he run his course, or had ownership so stupid?
Whatever.
They ran their course.
It's all the same thing. I mean, ownership's not going to fire themselves. They're not replacing themselves. And if it just ain't working. By the way, we saw our guy Mike Malone. I don't know if you saw that. Michael Malone, sorry. But he was pretty definitive on ESPN the other night about, I want another shot at coaching.
You know, he was looking a little frumpy for a TV guy.
Ah,
Did you notice that?
Frumpy?
He's just a little frumpy. The beard's a little bit big.
Yeah,
you know, he just
yeah.
he didn't look dialed in like a TV guy usually does.
I guess I should have assumed this, but he's still living in Denver.
Oh, yeah.
And I suppose that makes sense. He was wearing a
he's got that mansion in Highlands Ranch.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Boy, you're stalking everybody's house? You know where people are.
I know where he is.
Okay. Well, he was wearing like a Carolina hoodie because his daughters, they play volleyball out there, right?
Yeah.
So he wants back in. He said he misses the camaraderie of
the locker room,
of all that stuff.
Yeah.
See, you chase that thing the rest of your life. So I hate to be a jerk about this because it's testy, but Chauncey did get suspended by Portland. The NBA did crack down on that. Who's the new coach for the Portland Trailblazers?
Thiago Splitter.
Permanently?
He'll get a chance this year. But I don't
Not
know
Michael Malone.
They're going to have to be careful, though. They're going to have to let this thing run its course because they can't fire him before it runs its course.
Okay. Well, run its course.
Yeah.
I mean, this might go for years.
Okay, well, all I'm saying.
I mean, they're going to have to hire a head coach at some point.
That's probably true. That's probably true. But they're going to put themselves in legal waters if they end up firing him for a situation that he was found innocent of.
Let me just back up. Do you think Michael Malone has a shot if the job becomes available in Portland for Portland?
I think Michael Malone has a shot for every job becomes available.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Trying to think who might be if they have a bad year. Could Jordy Fernandez be in trouble in Brooklyn? I mean,
where is that going, by the way?
A New York native.
That is going to be a disaster this year. Who has a better year this year, Michael Porter Jr. or Cam Johnson?
I think they'll look a lot alike.
I was going to say that, or do you think it's going to be kind of the same thing at the end of the day?
Statistically, they were the exact same player last year.
They were. Cam Johnson was slightly under Michael. Points per game, yes, but if you just looked at both their games, I mean a little bit. He was a scooch under Michael Porter Jr. And he was paid a little bit less than Michael Porter Jr.
About $8 million less.
Kind of the same game, though. Yeah. All right, it's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Andy Lindahl sent Scott Hastings a video. What did you send Scott Hastings earlier today, Andy?
Someone sent it to me. It was Sean Kemp tackling him at the baseline, and then I think the video cuts off. I don't think Sean felt like he made the right decision because Scott crushed him pretty good.
But wasn't it like a two-legged, like a takedown?
No, it was. Yeah, he got me, pulled my pants down.
Yeah, Scotty, but then that was it. You got a hold of him, and I didn't see anything about him coming back much.
No, let me just tell you the honest truth. I could sit there and lie to you and say, yeah, I got up on his ass and whooped him. But he got me. When I fell back, I went in between the seats and the back stanchion, and I couldn't move. I was pinned. I had
What's the whole – back up. What's the whole story? This is an anniversary. So 1992.
The 22nd. Yeah, the 22nd of October.
1992.
We were in a preseason game, and how about that? They're playing preseason games in October 20,
Oh, my God,
22nd.
really? The season hadn't started?
No.
Wow.
And a teammate of mine went up for a layup, and Sean cheap shotted him and knocked him off his feet, landed on his wrist, actually broke his wrist.
Whoa.
And so got him up, boom, came back down the other end when play resumed, and Kemp came down the the lane, and I threw an elbow and hit him as hard as I could hit somebody.
Wow.
I mean, I popped him really, really good. Play kept going, and next thing you know, he wasn't even a fight. I hit him. He just turned around and dove. I mean, I'll show you the tackle.
I've seen it.
It's a great tackle.
Yeah.
When you say that's
it's like in wrestling, it's like a two-legged takedown.
Yeah, it was a
He like wrapped you and drove through you with the shoulder.
Which in NBA fights, it was you start swinging each other.
Not this.
And next thing I know, he had me. And like I said, when I went back, I'm stuck between the chairs right here. Sean Kemp, 280 on me right here.
What are you thinking?
And the back. Well, he tried to choke me out. He put his elbow on my throat.
So you're thinking I need to breathe.
I'm thinking I need to breathe. I'm doing everything I can to breathe and get him. I can't roll at all. To get him over, whatever. He's got me pinned. He's trying to break my neck. Is what he's trying to do.
So he's really trying to hurt you.
Oh yeah, he's trying to hurt me.
Wow.
Didn't, but
okay. Who came to the rescue?
Well, I don't know. I think about 20 people on both sides.
Okay.
Pulled him off. I've never seen the conclusion of it, other than I was going nowhere.
How did you feel when he came? Was it like I could breathe? Like relief?
It was a relief when I could breathe, and then I was like, A, there's a part of me that goes, ooh, well, he just whooped my ass. There's a part of me who's thinking that, and then B, I'm like, stand up and fight. Wrestle. This ain't a wrestling match. It's a basketball game.
Yeah.
But no, he dumped me, dog.
Were you able to hash it out with him later at some point?
I've never talked to him since then.
Wow.
No.
So you guys haven't, after all these years, hashed that out?
And the funny thing.
That's interesting.
I was offered the job.
Because you must have run into him.
I was offered a job and didn't take it that would have made me the assistant coach for the Cleveland Cavaliers when he was in Cleveland.
On purpose because of him?
No, because they were cheap.
Oh, all right. Okay. But never. What would you say to him today? Would you be all right with things, or is this like?
Hey Tubby, you're fatter than me, and I'm older. No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think. Listen, I had a long conversation. Probably 20 years after the fact when I fought Jeff Ruland.
Yeah.
And Jeff was coaching. I think might have been coaching up at Portland. And he was talking. He was out there, and Maurice Lucas was out there.
Okay.
I think no. It was somebody else, but it was an old-time guy talking with Jeff. And so I go up there, and I shake Jeff down. And I said, man, let me tell you a story about Jeff. And so I told whoever was with us. I thought it was Maurice, but it might have been somebody else. And that story is I hit him hard as I ever hit anybody. Now, I did see the conclusion of that thing, and he was wobbling. Now, I thought it didn't affect him.
Okay.
But I think I wobbled him. I think he was a little bit woozy.
Okay.
But same thing. We got in a knockdown, drag out. I tripped. I go down to one knee. He's got a hold of my lapel of my shirt like this. In fact, I got the jersey still. It's got a rip in it. He's got a hold over here. He raises his arm to crush me. And Tree Rollins grabs his arm.
There you go.
So he's got his left arm on my lapel. He's got his right arm being held. I'm on one knee, and I punched about 10 times right in his scrotum. I looked at that scrotum as if it was a speed bag. It was like
speed bag.
And finally he let go. And that was it. But I told that story, so I did make amends with Ruland.
Okay.
And I think it was Maurice Lucas, and he was laughing. He thought that was a face thing because I did the same. I mean, I really did. I couldn't get this big joker off. You remember how big Jeff Ruland was?
He's a big fellow. Washington.
I couldn't get him off me.
By the way, so Scotty, my question is, would you have said that day that Sean Kemp was your daddy?
Wow.
Well, let me tell you this
See
way.
what I did there? See what I did there?
If he wanted to force a kiss, I wouldn't have been able to stop him.
Well, and that's also a reference to he's got quite a few Father's Day cards coming his way, too, doesn't he?
Add Scott to the multiple list.
Well, hey, listen.
The group email is large.
Dude, there was a time I'm like thinking, dude, I can't breathe down here.
Yeah.
This is not
he's
good.
He's got 285 pounds leaning forward.
He's a Rain Man.
With his forearm and elbow right in my neck. And I'm like, I was glad somebody pulled him up.
Tomorrow night on Altitude TV. We'll see you there. Have a great weekend. Let's come back with the Broncos win. We hand it over to Nate and Andy. It's the pregame show to Pine Creek and Regis that starts right now.
Dudes, thank you. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Just nothing but 3 hours of high school football pregame here today.
Yeah, let's do that.
Maybe we'll do a couple of other things.
That.
Our friend, he hasn't even been on our show yet, and I already know he's our friend. RJ Choppy of 105.3 The Fan in Dallas is going to join us coming up at 3:20. Guys, RJ is the guy that interviews Jerry Jones every week.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
That's exactly where that comment and hundreds of others that we have played on our
Get
show
your damn act together.
have come from, and we're
What's your
very
point?
excited.
Without this guy.
We're so excited to talk to RJ coming up at 3:20. Jeff Legwald at 4:20. Andy, we got a ton to do today on the show, but we begin with Aaron Gordon. That's what we begin with
today.
You know
who he tied last night, didn't you?
I did see that.
Ernie Johnson could not help but slip the note in at the end of the night.
EJ Spring, do we have the audio? It was too
I love
good.
EJ's just so silky smooth.
That EJ, it was from the you have to hear it to believe it department. That last night scoring 50 in a season opening game, the most since. The classic, the most since. It was too good of a moment. Let's have it. Last night inside the NBA, which, by the way, inside the NBA, do they have like a little bit of renewed juice on a new network? The show is just great right now. Let's hear it. Here we go. Roll it, Spring.
Aaron Gordon has made 10 three-pointers tonight, tying Terry Rozier in 2020 for the most in a season opener in NBA history.
Of all days, he can't quit making headlines.
Of all dudes.
Yeah.
That was the name.
Yeah.
You know somebody threw that stat in front of him, and it was just like, yeah, serious about that.
Nobody says anything. They're just like, it's kind of like that little offer you slide somebody across the table. Have a look at this.
You're gonna enjoy this one. Yeah, AG goes for 50 last night in defeat. But still, he went for 50, and he made 10 of 11 from 3, made his first 8, hit his 10th 3. The only problem was then Steph hit a 35-footer because, that guy's just the greatest shooter that's ever lived, and he's on his way to the Hall of Fame. The Nuggets, they had a win in their grasp. They choked it. They lost it. Get him tomorrow night against Phoenix.
Look, I'm still super high on the team.
Yeah.
And it also
Andy, you
is.
should be.
Yeah, listen, everybody that's upset, and I get it, it's annoying, but Steph Curry hasn't looked that version of Steph Curry in quite a bit. He went full prime winning championship Steph Curry in that fourth quarter. Somebody tweeted at us, they ought to play horse instead of overtime. I'm like, dude, Steph's been playing horse the whole fourth quarter.
Dude.
The places he was making shots from was utterly stupid.
And Andy, you know me as a basketball addict the way that I am. It was so weird because Steph Curry has basically given me just like a dozen years, hell, longer than that now, of entertainment. I love watching Steph Curry play basketball. Nobody can stop you dead in your tracks on a basketball court quite the way that guy can. He's unbelievable. And he's doing it to my team last night, and I was even the 35-footer, and just Draymond just body checking Jamal off of him, and then he hits that shot. Even I had to be like, "Well, that was awesome."
Yeah. Well,
it sucks, but it was
he had
awesome.
2 or 3 where he's like mid off balance, high off the glass, and okay. I do have a serious question for you though.
He was feeling it.
Because this is what I thought of all the guys. Like Joker had a weird night. Jamal.
I'll tell you what's going on with Joker.
Dude, Jamal, again, bro.
Wait,
don't dribble too much.
He had a bad possession.
Yes.
He got Al Horford on a switch.
Yes.
And he couldn't beat him.
Should they have given Gordon a look, though, at the end of the game? That's all I'm saying. He was down there. He was in a position.
Sure.
The guy had been hot. I understand he's not normally option 1 or 2, but isn't that a night where maybe you think about letting him get that last shot just because of the night he'd had?
Do you mean rather than the Jokic floater?
Oh
no, that was a perfect shot.
Well,
he will make that shot more than he will miss it. You're talking about the best player in the world shooting the ball in floater range going towards the basket. He's going to make it way more than he misses it.
But you could take a peek over at AG too. Just that one time. Just that one night.
If my choice is kick it out to Aaron Gordon or have Nikola Jokic shoot a floater, I'll take 100 times out of 100 Jokic shooting the floater. And Jamal had a bad possession. He played great last night. Jokic was the problem.
It was wild.
Yeah. He was terrible.
Whoa.
He really was. 21 points on 23 shots last night. And I'll tell you this was my observation of Jokic last night was he's not in fighting shape right now. And I get it because it's the opening of the season. And I hope Nikola Jokic spent a lot of time off his feet this offseason because he played just too many minutes last year. And he's 30, and he's at the stage of his basketball life where I think he's going to view it as I will play my way into shape. But the result of it was that last night, and this is the way that his fatigue manifested itself in the game. Did you notice where he was catching the ball last night? Everything was everything was outside the arc.
Right.
Like he didn't feel like going in and fighting to catch the ball at the nail. If he catches the ball, top of the paint, now the offense, now it all operates through him, but it operates closer to the bucket, and it results in easier shots. Last night, it was, I'm more than happy to operate from right here at the top of the key, and the Warriors were just like, cool, man. Fire away, dude. And they had no problem with it. His comment after the game of, they were good shots, they are because he's open, but they're not because there were better shots to be had. He just didn't feel like trying to find them last night.
Yeah, well, and look, I do expect that there's going to be some feeling out going on. Cam Johnson went through a little bit. He had a tough shooting night. I'm sure some MPJ fans wanted to point that out, but I like Cam Johnson's defense, man.
See what Porter did last night?
I didn't. So
no, what's going on right now with Cam Johnson, and this is Andy, I said this, 3 weeks ago. I'm not making any conclusions about him until December 1st.
Yeah, because look, you got some
new.
Intimidating people to play with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. This is new.
But
this is a new system.
He gets on his guy. Look, there were points where they played some really good. In the fourth quarter, I'm going, you could tell none of them are totally in game shape.
Right.
And it showed itself the last 5 minutes of the game where they just couldn't summon the energy to hold off the Warriors that last bit. And look, you can talk to me about any out of town game you want to.
Uh-huh.
I had enough trying to just juggle the Avs, and because I'm watching the Avs and their sweet unis, and then I'm watching. You know what's crazy yesterday? I sent you guys a tweet. Of all the things I thought I was going to hear about from Cash Patel yesterday, Cash Patel could not quit tweeting about how sweet the Nordiques and Whalers uniforms were and that it was the best throwback matchup ever.
Well, he'd had a long day.
I saw 3 tweets from him about these uniforms. I'm like, well, you're home with a beer with the feet up.
So, I had this thought, by the way, just real quick on the hockey, because, Andy, I love the sweaters. I love 90s NHL. I love it. I had this nagging thought a couple of times of how do the people in Quebec and Hartford feel about this right now? Did they
that was pointed out. I mean, it is a little weird. It'd be like the Baltimore Ravens wearing Cleveland Brown throwbacks. I mean, we have to acknowledge that.
They're great uniforms. Also, I would have preferred if we just called them the Whalers and the Nordiques during the game. But 5-4 Avalanche fall last night.
They did for the most part. They kept slipping up, but they did. By the way, though, Jean Martineau.
There was some stupid stuff in that game last night.
The whole game was dumb.
Carolina scoring off a shin.
Here's the thing.
Granted, the Avs scored off a hand. So.
Well, but the Avs had one of their classic slow starts and too many turnovers in the zone. John Michael Lyles is not afraid to call it out. They got a little too loose with the puck, and that's why Wedgie got pulled. I don't think he totally deserved to.
Cale had a bad turnover.
He had a bad turnover, too.
Yeah.
But, hey, man, congrats to Trent Miner. Great job getting in the net and getting it done. If one of your guys could just maybe hit the cage in the shootout, that'd be cool. But I was like, all right, whatever.
Mm-hmm. And then the Nuggets.
The Nuggets were the ones where I was like, look, other than the start, you had that game. I was a little more upset you gave that up, but whatever. It's first game of the season.
Yeah, they didn't close, and Aaron Gordon deserved better last night. That was my conclusion from that game was Aaron Gordon deserves better. we got to go to Dallas. We got to get you ready for Broncos Cowboys. We'll talk to, let's be honest, the host of the Jerry Jones Show, RJ Choppy, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas.
there was a lot of criticism that you guys didn't add, didn't spend, and don't add, and don't spend, and are not aggressive enough with some of the problems that are still haunting the Cowboys today that we see play out on the field. That's the point of talking about the offseason.
Oh, I remember those criticisms very well. Okay, so what?
Are they playing out to be accurate?
What's your point? What's your point?
Every week, it makes our show. The weekly Jerry Jones interview on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. We're really excited about this one. Broncos play the Cowboys coming up here on Sunday over at Mile High. But joining us right now, one of the hosts of the Sean and RJ show on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. By the way, that's a good fan radio station, by the way. Yeah. But RJ Choppy joins us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. RJ, welcome to the program. How you doing, man?
What's happening?
It's great to have you here on the show. RJ, you guys do the Jerry interview every week. You've had your jobs threatened by Jerry Jones, and every single week it feels like you guys get yet another memorable soundbite out of the guy. Take us inside. This is why we wanted to have you on the show. We want to go behind the curtain a little bit on the Jerry Jones weekly interview. Like when you and Sean prep that interview up, what's it like every single week, and do you know what to expect out of Jerry?
Well, we don't know what to expect because it depends on his mood. And we have an idea, like, oh, he's going to be in a good mood today, or he'll be in a bad mood, or if he doesn't talk after the game, which he usually talks, but there's sometimes where he doesn't. We have an idea going in what kind of mood he's going to be in. But that day, that was almost a year ago to the day that interview happened, where he kind of got onto us. That was one of those times, and these times happen, where he goes into it wanting to make a statement. Like he wants a message to be sent. He'll use the media to, maybe talk about trades that might happen, stuff like that. But he definitely wanted a message to be sent that day. In terms of the prep for it, we kind of do our own thing. Sean will come up with his questions, I'll come up with mine, and we'll kind of talk during the segment about what we want to do next. Where we want to take the interview next, and stuff like that. It's not like a plan going in terms of like, hey, we're going here. We kind of go with the flow.
Well, what's funny about it too, RJ, is like it does occasionally become adversarial. At other times, it's very funny, and you guys, I think, bring out a lot of personality in Jerry, but also like he's the rare NFL owner that he wants to talk to the media every single week. He talks after games. He talks on your show. Like he is the most accessible owner in the league, and it's not even close. And like, him doing your show, what's so funny about it is like, I think even if he's in a crappy mood, he has something that he wants to accomplish, and he really wants to be doing it every week.
Oh yeah, he loves it. I mean, he craves the attention. He is he has to be in front. If you told him like you get a Super Bowl, but you can't do any more radio interviews, I don't think he would do it. I honestly don't think he would do it. I don't think he would give up the general manager title anyway, because the way he sees it, he goes, they truly believe that everybody in the league runs the organization the same exact way they do. They truly believe that there's no such thing as a general manager, that everything has to get filtered through the owner anyway. Like the owner has to sign off on everything. So they've just eliminated the title of GM, and they've just given it to the player personnel director, Will McClay, and then he brings all of his recommendations to Jerry, and Jerry signs off or doesn't. But they view it. They truly do view it as no different than any other team in the league. I mean, that's just their philosophy on it. It's kind of crazy.
All right, I do have a football question, but I got to know because it's my favorite. We quote it here all the time. Get your damn act together. Who got that? Was that you or your partner?
That was not the get your act together. Was not me. That was Sean. I was the. I'm saying what I'm saying. And he was like, I asked him what he was saying. He goes, I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that makes that clears it up for me.
You know what's funny? My dad's from Texas, and so I've gotten a few of those lines in that same sort of Texas drawl, and that's why it's so endearing. All right, look, your offense is on. The Cowboys'
Hold
offense.
on. I got way more Jerry questions before we dive into Dak Prescott and the game here. RJ, did you know anything about his history of eating raccoons and squirrels before that became a topic on your show?
Oh, dude, every Thanksgiving, we know all about his meal. I mean, every meal he's ever had, I know the story. I know was it LOSEaroo peas?
LOSEaroo, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves those. I mean, he loves to, cook up an old hog, anything to get his hands on. Yeah, they'll go during Thanksgiving after the Thanksgiving Day game. They'll fly up. I think they got a ranch. It's either in Arkansas or Missouri. It's in either southeast Missouri or northwest Arkansas. And they'll fly up there. They'll do their little hunting trip, and we know all about Jerry's palate.
Did you know before Hard Knocks that he adds extra salt to an Egg McMuffin?
Yeah, what the hell was that?
No.
And then he handed it over to his kid to do the salting? I mean, it's wow.
I had no idea that somebody could add more salt to a McDonald's, but he did. He did. I had no idea that he did that. That was wild. We were like, we talked about that on our show at least for 3 days.
Yeah. Have you been on the Bond villain yacht that he has too? Because that thing during the draft was pretty impressive.
Yeah, do you guys get invited to hang out at all?
So we have not been on the. It's called the Bravo Eugenia. That's the name of the boat. That's his wife's name. His wife's name is Eugenia. The Bravo Eugenia. No, that's hers. That's for her. He is a guest on that thing as far as he is concerned. That is her yacht. I've been on the bus. I don't think Sean's been on the bus. I've been on the bus before. That's the thing. You'll see that. I mean, you'll probably see it this week. It goes to every game. The driver leaves and it goes to every game. I've been on that one time. It was on the old one. It hasn't been on the new one. But the stories on that thing is something. Never been on Air Force One. That's the helicopter, and I've never been on the airplane.
Yeah, well, God, you bring up the helicopter when they forgot his kid. You guys we just need at least a week at Cowboys Hard Knocks. I think or maybe we just need to follow Jerry around.
Just get us more, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, RJ, have you guys ever taken the tour of the facility down at the Star? Have you ever stood outside the weight room and gawked at the athletes doing squats or anything like that?
They gave us a tour before it was built. And then I've taken.
Oh no, cell phone issues. Oh, there we go.
You got me?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I was one area. It's driving by a school. Like they just shut the cell phones down. Yeah. So I've taken the tour, and then I've taken the tour after it was built.
Wow. I didn't realize there were that many tours. All right, are we cool with the...
yeah.
Go for it.
Are we done with the Chris Farley?
Sure.
Jerry, remember the time?
Let's talk
Remember
Dak
that time,
Prescott.
man? Yeah. All right. See, you're like the friend that we have, but you don't know us at all. We're like your radio listeners, I guess, because we listen to we just take cuts every week and find it hilarious.
Weekly, man. They're fantastic.
They are. We do. We've always got to check in on what you guys going on. So good for you. All right. So you got a great offense. Cowboys are struggling a little bit defensively. How are you feeling about this team? What Denver fans? It's going to be interesting if this becomes a shootout because we're not so sure the offense is going to be able to hold up with that Cowboy offense the way they're playing right now. Give us the good and bad of this Cowboys team so far.
Well, the bad's the defense. The defense is awful. At least it has been. Now, last week it was good at times, but they didn't have the receivers. They didn't have their quarterback at the end of the game. So you got to take that into account. The offense is just something else, man. Like it is clicking on all cylinders, with or without CeeDee Lamb. I mean, don't forget, CeeDee was out for a couple of games, and they still were fine. You know, George Pickens has turned into be a really good player. There's been absolutely zero issues with him. He's been like nothing short of amazing. So that's the good, that's the bad, and then there's the in between. And the super good is the kicker, Brandon Aubrey, who is probably going to kick a 70-yarder this weekend. They've already talked about it. They've already kind of been hinting at, they might let him go. They might let him go, kick it from 80 yards because that's thin air. So they get a win behind them. Don't discount it.
RJ, Javonte Williams playing out of his mind. Our old running back here in Denver, and went through an ACL, pretty massive leg injury a couple of years ago. He looks good, but as you watch him week in and week out, kind of give us the full context of why he's playing so well. Is this, the beneficiary of an unbelievable passing game around him, a better offensive line in terms of run blocking? What's going on? Why is Javonte playing so well?
Well, it seems like he's got a little speed back, a little bit of his burst back, and they always talk about the year after an injury, 2 years after, whatever it is, right? It's just something didn't click for him at the end of his Denver tenure. But so far, man, he's been a bruising back. We didn't realize how much of a power back he was. We thought he was more of a speedster, but no, that is not the case. I mean, he's got speed, but he's a physical back. So they have gotten way more positivity out of him than I think they thought they were gonna. I don't think that they thought they were gonna get this Javonte out of him.
Frankly, neither did we, because again, we loved him, and he was a run-to-contact guy. You could tell he had an NFL game because we paid a lot of attention to him coming out of college. But he had a brutal knee injury, RJ. I mean, brutal. And he should not have come back as quickly as he did. And everybody in Denver, I think, is really kind of realizing it now that we see him fully healthy out there. We went through the Jay Cutler trade, which is probably the closest thing I can get to the Micah Parsons trade, where you tried to tell yourself it's going to be okay, and then you watch the guy play even though he threw a lot of picks, but you'd still rather have that than the Kyle Orton we were stuck with. How have you guys been about Parsons leaving? Is it worked out okay? Do you think ultimately they'll be okay, or do you still watch the Green Bay Packers and go, man, I wish he was back here?
So we, at the beginning for sure, we did. Green Bay had a blip. They had a couple of week stretch after they played us. They tied, where they had a bye week thrown in there. They kind of lost some momentum. But, no, we have absolutely kept an eye on Micah. We kind of think that he won that game for them last week with his 3 sacks. There's no doubt, because it's hard not to. But this is a guy who, and I don't even think they got decent value for him. I don't want to say decent. They got good value. They got 2 firsts and Kenny Clark. I'm not going to scoff at that, but those are probably going to be late round ones. So yeah, there's no doubt we're keeping tabs on Micah. You'd be foolish not to. He is a electrifying football player. He just, for whatever reason, it didn't work out. Jerry, I think Jerry has their side. The Cowboys have their side of the story, which essentially is we made him an offer. He agreed to it. And then he went to his agent. His agent got in the way, and we were not going to, redo our offer. Our offer was what it is. Well, the problem is that offer was made back in March, right, in the spring. And since that time, a couple of guys had gotten signed to the position, and the money changed. The money changed. So from Micah's standpoint, whether he agreed to it or not, his agent didn't. And at the end of the day, that was it.
All right, I am curious because
I thought his name was Michael.
Yeah, he's called him Michael a few times.
Michael Parsons.
Jerry, see, we got them all, RJ. We got them all. We're obsessed with Jerry Jones here. I am curious, do you think, is Jerry okay with this, not just because of the money, but because his offense is so fun again? Is he more worried about the offense than the defense? Look, I know he wants to win Super Bowls, and frankly, I was a fan of the mid-'90s Cowboys because the Broncos sucked, and they were a fun team to watch, and I'd rather watch some good football. So I watched, Troy and the triplets and the whole deal. Does Jerry just like it that his offense is fun again so he doesn't worry about what happened with Micah?
Well, that helps. I mean, we put up 40 points. It doesn't really matter who your defensive players are, right? Unless you give it up 41 or more. No, I mean, I wonder when they made that move, because they made it at in the middle of camp, right?
Right.
End of camp. I wonder when they made that, if they didn't take a look at things in camp and be like, hey, we're not going to compete this year. I don't know. Maybe that is what they looked at and said. The reality is that Jerry he's a marketer. It's much easier to market great offense than anything else, and that helps. It helps when the games are fun. There's nothing worse. If you're going to lose a game that's high scoring. If you're going to win it, win it. Doesn't matter how you win. But if you're going to lose a high scoring game.
Or tie a high scoring game. You can do that too.
Either one.
That's right. RJ Choppy, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. RJ, last thing. Dak Prescott, is he a legit MVP candidate right now in your mind?
Well, he can't win the MVP unless they make
get a top
the
2
playoffs.
seed. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Top 2 seed, really. That's really what it is. And they're not going to do that. He's Joe Burrow from last year.
Mm-hmm.
He's having a very Burrow-like season. So he's fantastic. I just don't see it happening.
RJ, have you when you guys made your pick today on your show, what was your view of this game with this great offense going up against this excellent Denver defense?
I said 31-31. They're going to tie again.
Yeah.
But even the check down merchant Bo Nix can score in this Cowboys defense.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, we're hoping that he can.
Well, you're going to stir up our text line now, RJ. Thank you.
Yeah, a whole bunch of texters going. Yeah, it's kind of what he
half
does,
of
isn't
them
it?
are, and the other half are angry. But
No, he's elite. RJ Choppy, everybody. 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Host the Jerry Jones Show every single week. Sean and RJ in the mornings. RJ, man, that was fun. Thanks for jumping on the show today.
Anytime, guys.
All right, that was good stuff right there with our dude RJ. What's funny about that, too, is like he hosts the show where they talk to Jerry every single week. Okay, like they're having conversations with him on a weekly basis. Like they live and die Cowboy football, and in some ways, like his explanation of the Parsons trade, it was sort of like didn't it kind of feel like it lived in that weird ambiguity that we all sort of view it through of just like, well, I think this is what they think, and he's like right up next to it. That's what's so weird about it is like as they attempt to track all of that news and information coming out, like that story evolved and changed and was weird and had different things said about it by the particulars, most notably Jerry Jones, what felt like on a daily basis as it was all going down, Andy.
But I do feel like he hit the nail on the head. Jerry thought they had the number.
Yeah.
He lollygagged or whatever he did with it. That's
Sure.
a Jerry Jones word, isn't it? Lollygagging.
Lollygag around the infield.
Yeah, and then the money, because we saw this with Von Miller. You and I talked about it at the time. Fletcher Cox was the one that screwed up the Von Miller deal. Who else got paid? Like 2 or 3 guys got paid that were pass rushers.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the Micah Parsons thing is too rich for your blood, and you got to do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really really is what happened.
Yeah, sign deals early in the offseason.
And do it with the agent. Don't talk to the guy. Well, I'm not talking to your damn agent. I'm talking to you. We shook a hand on it. Well, it's not you're not landman anymore, Jerry.
Colorado football is here. Cheer on
Come
your
on
Buffaloes
now.
with
Can
an
I
ice
get you to-
cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. Not a seltzer, it's Surfside, official partner of the Colorado Buffaloes. Must be 21. Please drink
I need
responsibly.
a Colorado.
Buffs are on the road at Utah.
Colorado.
8:15 tomorrow night.
Colorado. Do we have an excited Colorado? Do we have like a Gus Johnson?
No.
I don't have a Jim Nance style Broncos for Colorado.
No.
Okay.
All right.
Well, Sean.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Klingwald coming up in 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Broncos. Remember, enjoy responsibly.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, it's the weekend. You know what I talk about when it comes time for the weekend, and I'm curious if you got plans for the weekend, romantic plans, maybe trying to get out on that date. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, maybe not the top thing on your mind, so let's change that for you. You don't need to fight with this problem. You can go and you can find people that can help you. Those people specifically are the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Maybe you've tried some other stuff, tried to get this fixed another way. They've got other treatments for you. They've got treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail. Get on in there, have a conversation with these folks. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED is affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that it happens the last time. First visit at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test. You'll talk about the results, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, well, then it's free, so nothing to lose but your problem there. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready for action the next day after the appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including up in Fort Collins and in the Springs. They also have a great revamped location in Castle Rock they'd love for you to check out, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Gordon has it. Looks like they're just going to settle for just a bucket here. Gordon, top of the key, over to Jokic. Back over to Gordon for three. Got it! Aaron Gordon! His 10th three-pointer of the game puts Denver up 120 to 117.
50 points on 21 shots. Is that good? I think that's good. 8 rebounds for AG. By the way, AG, I got AG on a good mid-round fantasy pick. He was clutch for my squad last night. So thank you to him for that. AG 50 points last night, 10 of 11 from 3. And Andy, like, I saw some of this on Twitter last night. I'm not trying to look at it too much during the game, but it's, the lamenting of like, oh, like why isn't Aaron Gordon getting it? Like just let AG cook. And it's like, watch his 50 points. He's scoring it within the flow of the offense.
Right, and he was getting wide open shots.
Right. It was they were sagging off of him. Sometimes it was him trailing the play, sometimes it was him getting looks in transition. Other times it was, kick out threes that he was getting, but like he had a possession in the fourth quarter where he kind of tried to force it and shoot a fadeaway, and he damn near missed the backboard altogether. Like, Aaron Gordon is many things, but more than anything, he is a smart player that knows this is where I get my looks within the flow of our offense. He's never going to be a guy to force it.
Yeah, and again, he make 8 threes before he finally missed one.
Yeah.
He's another guy also that it just felt like there were some guys where you could see the legs. This is game one.
He looked
We're
great.
not in basketball shape,
right.
But at the end of the game, a couple guys, like, again, it didn't look like the legs were quite there.
I thought AG's energy was great. I thought Jamal's energy was great. I thought it's kind of, I don't have any question on Christian Brown's conditioning. I don't know. Like, again, people are killing Christian Brown. Get over his screen. It's like, yes, and he's not the greatest at that, but also look at the guy that he's chasing right now.
Sure.
Okay? Like, that guy he's the best mover without the basketball that has ever existed on this planet.
Listen, the Nuggets lost last night because Steph Curry summoned something from the past that, frankly, we haven't seen in a while.
35 of his 42 after halftime.
I'm going to be honest with you.
He's fresh right now.
I don't think we'll see that version of him. We may not see that version again. It could be just because it was their second game or whatever.
I don't know, man. He's still pretty good.
I know he's pretty good, but
still
even
pretty good.
He's still older.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
37.
But he had those. I don't know that we'll see that version of Steph in March.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
And maybe we will. You're right. Maybe we will.
Yeah.
But he did have his legs. By the way, I want to give a shout out. And I got tied into last night. This is all making me feel so old is the theme of this. Shout out to we've had him on the show. Josh Carlson, my friend's kid that played at DU, signed his first pro contract with Vancouver today in the NLL.
All right.
Congratulations to him. I'm so psyched for the kid. He used to come to all the Mammoth games. Great player, was a starter at Apple High School. So I got to get out there because I'm really proud of it. His dad was literally my line mate, not just my teammate, but my line mate in high school. So that's awesome. But it brings me back to watching Tim Hardaway Jr. and Gary Payton Jr. last night on the floor. And I'm like, when did I get so old that there's like multiple players that I grew up watching? Now their kids are out there playing, and they kind of look old.
I was going to say, Tim Hardaway Jr. is 33.
No, I know that's why I felt old. I'm like, look at Tim Hardaway. He doesn't look young. We're not talking about 22-year-old Tim Hardaway Jr.
Del Curry's kid was out there last night, too.
I know, but he's not Del Curry Jr., so that helps me a little bit. I don't remember Del Curry as much. Although, Charlotte Hornet?
Charlotte Hornets legend. He was a great shooter in his own right.
I've seen the shows.
Yeah, it's his kid kind of overshadows him a little bit.
Actually, Steph is Wardell Curry II.
Is he? Well said. Said. Yes.
Wardell?
Yes.
He goes with a Wardell.
His middle name is Stephen.
Okay. So you just didn't want to be junior?
When he was at Davidson, I interviewed his coach, Bob McKillop, because they were playing a first-round game, and I just told my producer, hey, call all 64 coaches, see if you can get anybody. Davidson got back to us, Andy. So this would have been 2000, I don't know, 2007, 2008. Whatever year was the year that Steph and Davidson made the run. And I remember when I did the interview with Bob McKillop, and he was cool as hell, but I was like, so it looks like your best guard's a kid named Stephen Curry. What's going on with him?
Tell me about this guy.
Exactly. He played at Davidson. I had never seen him.
Did you do the same thing? Our guy from the Clippers that went to San Diego State.
Kawhi?
Did you ever have that with Kawhi? Tell me about this Kawhi guy.
No.
Kawhi.
So, yeah, what that was I was sitting in a room with Steve Fisher before Kawhi's freshman year. And Steve Fisher was another one. Steve Fisher, just an absolute gem of a human being. And I sat there and I told him the story of, hey, just FYI, when I was a kid, I made my mom buy me the stupid shorts like you had at Michigan. And he was just like, yeah, your mom probably hated it. I was like, yeah, she kind of did. She thought they looked really stupid. But no, I remember sitting right across from him and I had the roster and like the guide, and I knew the kid had hype, and I was like, before we do the interview, Kawhi? Yeah. I had that with him. Oh, real quick. So yesterday, so I was at Mountain West Media Day yesterday. So new team in the Mountain West this year, Grand Canyon.
Okay.
Grand Canyon coached by Bryce Drew. The legend. Bryce Drew coaches their team. Hit the buzzer beater for Valpo back in, 98? And he was awesome as could be. But I got to tell him a really stupid Bryce Drew story, which happened my senior year of college, because it was NBA 2K2. It was the only year that Bryce Drew was on the Bulls. And after the bars one night, we got a game of 2K2 going, and it's Bulls-Sixers, and I was the Bulls, and they sucked. Like, that was such a bad Bulls team. That was like the Jamal Crawford, Marcus Fizer, like Jake Voskuhl was on that team. They're terrible, okay? But they had Bryce Drew out of Valpo. And going to the fourth quarter, I was down like 20 or something like that, and then somehow video game Bryce Drew just went unconscious.
Decided to get on a heater.
And I hit like 6 threes with him in the fourth quarter and came back and won. And my roommate threw the controller, the Dreamcast controller, at the window. It didn't go all the way through, but it cracked it completely and spiderwebbed the thing. And we lost our security deposit. And as I explained to Bryce Drew yesterday, we to this day joke about we lost our security deposit because of Bryce Drew.
Because of you, pal. Did he offer to give you a little of it back?
No, he didn't do that, but he did find the story very amusing.
Well, I'm glad he at least found it funny.
He was cool as could be.
Speaking of funny stories, I got to give a chef's kiss out to Mark Springer, because, again, with all the stuff that went down in the NBA yesterday, people were a little worried that maybe you had caught up at a couple of poker games. And so Spring was worried maybe the FBI talked to you about, fixing your family Go Fish game or something like that.
I was clean. Yeah, no,
was Go
worries.
Fish the card game of choice there?
No, we right now the card game of choice in the house. We're a big Uno house.
Okay.
But the game that we play right now, follow me on this: Taco Cat Goat Cheese Pizza.
Okay.
Taco Cat Goat Cheese Pizza.
Yeah.
What?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Joker.
It's really fun.
Okay.
It's like slapjack basically, but the cards are a taco, a cat, a goat, cheese, and a pizza.
Well, I haven't played slapjack in forever.
It's a fun game.
I got it. I might have to search that to remember what slapjack was.
Not gonna lie, it gets pretty competitive.
Does anybody get slapped in slapjack?
No,
or do you just slap the
stack
down?
of cards?
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's
It's
right.
kind of the same thing. Taco Cat Goat Cheese Pizza. And as far as I know, it doesn't get fixed.
Well, but as far as you know, listen, X-ray table guy.
X-ray tables.
X-ray tables, card counting machines, and smart glasses.
What are we doing? Contact lenses?
Dude, I told you. I kept saying this felt like Casino. The more I thought about it, this is like some game out of James Bond in Casino Royale. It feels like that's what he would do, right?
Well, at Casino Royale, the way they cheated was they tried to poison James Bond to death.
Sure.
And then he had to get out to the car to get like his antidote.
Yeah.
To then jam into his neck so he could live. And then the next scene where he shows back up at the table and the guy thinks he's going to be dead. Was that Mads Mikkelsen? Oh, so good.
With his bad eye scar.
Oh,
Didn't he
man.
have the bad eye scar?
God, Casino Royale was so good.
Oh, it's a real good one.
Yeah.
Do you like that, or do you like when Han wins the Millennium Falcon off of Lando? in Solo.
I like the weird little chess that Chewie and C-3PO are playing. Let the Wookiee win. Yeah. All right. Good segment. Kreckman and Lindahl.
Someone pointed out Taco Cat spelled backwards is still Taco Cat.
Sure is.
You know that?
I did know that. Yes. It
Really?
Sure is. I did. Mm-hmm.
Is that why you named it that?
I didn't name it.
Oh, it's really a game.
Yeah, I didn't make it up.
Does it not sound like a family made up
sounds
game?
like something you made up.
It's a real game. Google it right now. It's a very fun game.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's brought to you by Kreckman Industries.
By Vandalay Industries. Jeff Legwold coming up in 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We got high school football tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. Oh, man, what a sexy duo. They call the action between Pine Creek and Regis Jesuit on 92.5 at 6:30. High school football powered by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHASA. Yeah, it is a Ska Friday. It's a Bud Light Football Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Starts with high school football tonight. Pine Creek and Regis coming up at 6:30. Oh, we're jam-packed all weekend long. We got afternoon Avalanche tomorrow. We got Nuggets and Suns tomorrow night. Border War, 5:30, CSU Wyoming on AM 950 tomorrow as well. Man, nothing but storied rivalries this weekend, Andy. CSU Wyoming and, of course, CU and Utah.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you that CU Utah goes, you know what? It could have been.
What was it? The Rocky Mountain?
Yeah.
Something?
Rocky Mountain.
Yeah. It never had a chance.
What was it? It was like the war. It was some real aggressive word at the end. It wasn't showdown, but it was like,
Utah has a hated rival, and Colorado never had any chance of touching it. It was a stupid idea to begin with. There was no history to it, and yet the Pac-12, they tried, man, because everybody else had the natural rival, right?
Yeah.
Everybody else, Apple Cup, and everybody had the natural rival. Well, it's got to be Colorado and Utah was over here just feeling like we already hate BYU. We have a rival.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't.
We're good.
Our dance card is full.
We're all full of.
If you don't mind, we'll play Colorado like they're in our conference. But it just ain't happening.
Boy, I wish I could remember what it was. Now it's driving me nuts.
Rocky Mountain. It wasn't Rocky Mountain Showdown. Rocky Mountain.
Whatever. It never took.
Exactly.
Just that's why we can't remember it.
Right. It never had a chance.
Now, that said, they've got their hands full this week. It's going to be interesting, Nate, because I guess Utah may be starting their freshman quarterback, and Coach Prime suggested a few guys didn't get back from their little bye week quick enough.
Ooh.
And he said at his presser, it will be reflected on the field, and so you guys are going to be asking, just know that's what it's from. And now I'm really curious to find out because I have a few theories as to who it could be, but I'll wait and see. I don't want to throw them out there until I know it's an educated guess.
Andy,
how about
did
that?
you hear this podcast clip? This is from back in 2023.
I've had a few people send this to me.
Pro poker player Matthew Berkey is on the Only Friends podcast, and he gets to talking about a particular strange game of poker he had recently participated in. Spring, roll this clip. This is from the Only Friends podcast back in 2023.
There are a lot of stories about it. There's one that cropped up. This must have been like 5 years ago, 2019-ish, I think, 4 years ago, where there was this game. It started in LA and then it came to Vegas for a few days, and it was all built around Chauncey Billups. And I had heard about the game, and the person who told me about it was like, "Look, I know the game runners. I'm telling you 100% this game is on the up and up." And I was like, "Well, I know a lot of the people that are involved, and I'm telling you 100% that it is not on the up and up."
Yeah.
And we kind of went back and forth, and I agreed that like I just wasn't going to go play it, but I had some friends who went and played it both in LA and in Vegas, and it obviously like was for sure confirmed to be cheated.
Mm-hmm.
Like people who clearly didn't even understand the rules of No Limit Hold'em are just like jamming hundreds of big blinds in with like a gutty and then just drilling it.
Yeah.
Only the pros are losing. Like
how is it figured out? Like it just
I can't remember if this was the game where
no over the loudspeaker.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That was Pierce.
Oh, okay. Well, it's still. I mean, it's not like Chauncey and Pierce don't know each other. You know, I feel like it's probably the same crowd overlapping there,
Gotcha.
but maybe not. Either way, it was basically confirmed amongst all of the pros that the game was cheated, but there's just no recourse.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no recourse.
Interesting.
If you're participating in a non-sanctioned event, you can't really call the cops, can you?
Right. Hey, man, we got this high-stakes poker game that, well, never mind. I didn't want you to know about that. Never mind.
Hey, I was in a Mafia poker game, and they cheated.
Yeah.
What were you doing there? Mm-hmm.
Well, even if there was recourse, you said mafia, so you probably want to just be like, I'm just going to go.
And Albanian Bruce and Spanish G are going to be there.
Good day to you, sir. I'm going to head on
How about the names that came out in this thing?
Oh, my gosh. Well, the names.
Old school, man. The Bonanno, Gambino, Lucchese, and Genovese crime families. My apologies to Vic Lombardi. I'm sure I butchered those Italian names right
there. To Vic
there.
Lombardi, you better apologize to the families. Vic's the least of your problems.
I'll end up.
What are you worried about? Vic rolling up in his Vespa? Come on.
I'll be sleeping with the fishes.
Vic ain't your issue.
Be wearing the concrete shoes.
All you have to do is get your RAV4 and Vic's not catch you on the Vespa. You're all right.
So, yeah. Chauncey, my dude. Not good.
Heartbreaking for some of us, frankly.
It's a disappointment. I will say this, okay? I want to use this as a good reminder for people, okay? Like, Andy, I interviewed Chauncey numerous times. He helped me do a feature story on him one time for Mile High Sports. Like, I found him nothing to be but professional, polite, and engaging. I loved him as a basketball player. When he got here in 2009, what happened with the Nuggets, it was phenomenal, okay?
A lot of fun.
But a reminder for everybody. We don't know these people.
We don't. It's why you and I try to be careful about using the words great person.
Right.
Because, unfortunately, there's been a few cases where you're like, man, didn't see that coming.
Right. And look, does this mean that Chauncey Billups is a bad person? Or did Chauncey Billups make bad personal choices and end up getting too deep and wrapped up in something unsavory? Like, I'm awaiting a lot of those kind of details when it comes to this story, but like some of the reaction to it is it's like, I can't believe it. And it's like, well, I didn't know him personally.
Sure.
Again, every dealing I had with him was perfectly professional. And I know people around the league have the utmost respect for Chauncey Billups, but like clearly, and you heard in a podcast from 2023 of somebody talking about a poker game that took place in 2019, that the King of Park Hill view that we have here in Denver of, our favorite son, Chauncey Billups, that was not universal.
Sure. Yeah. You know what I want? What if we break a little bit early?
Okay.
Jeff Legwald's had something pop up, so now we'll keep an eye on his Twitter thread to see if that's what's popping up, but we don't know. But either way, you and I had a conversation in the car. And Spring, I want you to jump back in because I was telling Nate I thought some of the great points you were making when we were talking about this very issue yesterday. We did promise everybody that we would give you your time, even though it was a yesterday's story. You were at Mountain West Media Day. We made that clear to everybody because of the jokes going around. But
I just happened to be in Vegas while
you just happened to be in Vegas, yeah, while a big sting went down.
But you know what? I was in a place where it's legal.
Yeah, you were. But
it's not illegal to, defraud sports books and, give information like, hey, 4 of my starters aren't playing tonight.
But you had a great point. This is why I kind of wish you were here yesterday, because you know much more about this than I do. I made that clear on the show yesterday. But you have a point why legalized gambling didn't cause this. And I want to give you a time to maybe educate a few of us, because I did not think about some of the things you brought up. I'm going to give you your platform next.
All right, we will do that, Kreckman and Lindahl. It is a lovely Friday afternoon. It's a Bud Light football Friday. In fact, Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember, enjoy responsibly. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. 4 great auctions available for you to be able to bid right now. They got a great contractors, vehicles, tools, and equipment auction that's available to bid right now. This is open for 3 more days, so get to roller.bid and check it out. I love perusing through the list of items that is available for you to be able to bid at Roller Auction, especially, by the way, guys, if you're ever looking for tools and equipment, this is a great place to be able to find it. A lot of these things are available on the secondary market. Roller Auction snatches them up, and they are able to get them to you at some excellent, excellent deals. So get to roller.bid and check this out right now. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude, because we give away tickets. We got Nuggets Heat tickets coming up on November 5th. So we will certainly perhaps draw your name if you sign up. And if you get drawn, you get an autographed Jokic picture as well. That would look pretty good on the wall, right? Get to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid right now and check out all the great auctions available for you to be able to bid online at Roller Auction. That's roller.bid. Scott Friday, Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. At halftime of tonight's Pine Creek Regis Jesuit game on 92.5, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Jeff Legwald, 445. We're fungible here on a Friday afternoon on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Nuggets and Avalanche both losing in extra periods last night. Nuggets doing it via overtime. The Avalanche falling in the shootout. They're not a good shootout team. By the way, Chargers, they came back and got a victory last night. Good bounce back for them. Vikings are a mess. Herbert looked good. They had a run game with Kamani Vidal. They look good. Plus, we got the college football weekend. It's all happening. Oh, yeah, and game one of the World Series is tonight.
Yeah, about time. I was like, when the hell are you going to start this thing? Let's get this going.
This is like the best sports weekend of the year.
No, I agree.
This is phenomenal.
But,
Let's do this.
By the way, it was Rumble in the Rockies, thanks to the multiple texters that told us.
Rumble in the
Rockies. That's what it was. I appreciate it. Yes.
I don't even know if I remember that's what it was.
Yeah, about all that. All right. By the way, I love Jared Bednar. I really do. Why are Kale Spring? Can you help me out? Why do Kale and Nate not shoot in the shootout?
They're not very good at it.
Correct. Nobody is.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing about it.
But everybody sailed the net last night.
Yeah, it's
I can't get the chair face Kale to just get a shot.
Yeah, no, they both have kind of been terrible at it.
Oh my God! Okay.
Isn't that so weird though? That's two of the three best hockey players in the world, and yet they don't do that part of the job. It is odd.
Okay. Well, that's off my chest. Look, they've scored points in every game. Let's not. This start is so much better than a year ago. And even, look, all the goalies look like they're pretty good. All the goalies look like they should belong. So anyway.
Lost in a shootout.
All right, educate me, Nate, because, again, one of the talking points, as you can imagine, when you get going with a big scandal like this.
Yeah.
Well, what's changed? Why are we hearing about this? So on and so forth. Well, it's got to be the legalized gambling. It's going to be easier to get to people. And look, I was partly on that side, but you kind of changed my opinion in our pre-show conversations.
Andy, there are issues with legalized sports betting. There are societal issues that legalized sports betting have created. There is more wagering. There are more wagering addicts. I have no doubt about that. More people
who don't know how to handle it
are exposed to it exactly and may develop troublesome habits. And I'm talking about casual bettors right here, okay?
And I want to add, I'm also hearing some disturbing things about how young they're we're talking like high school age kids that shouldn't be doing this.
I also will raise my hand and say when the gold rush came 5 years ago when it was legalized, I cashed in, all right, and I hyped legalized sports betting. And I say this as somebody that I have a betting app on my phone. Yeah, I like betting on sports. It's fun. It is a fun way for me to engage with sports.
A lot of our listeners agreed with you yesterday.
I like predicting the outcome of a game, and I like being right. And Again, I wager everything very well within my means, and I've never considered it an issue. It's just something that I think is fun.
Proof is you've won plenty, but guess what? You're still across from me.
Still here.
You're still staring at Spring.
Exactly. But that's just it, Andy, is like I am very much a casual sports bettor. All right? There is some of the response to it is, of Rozier and Jonte and Damon Jones and Chauncey of, well, what do you expect? Betting is everywhere. And my pushback on that is this isn't happening because of legalized sports betting. They're getting caught because of legalized sports betting. Okay? We have had sports wagering scandals in this country for over a century, dating back to the Black Sox in 1920. Okay? Like, you can look low through the years, Andy. Boston College basketball, Kentucky basketball in the 50s, Tulane football, Pete Rose, Phil Mickelson, Rick Tocchet, Tim Donaghy. Like, there are names upon names of guys that have gotten nailed on this stuff. Why? Because sports betting has always existed. Why did Jonte get caught? Why did Terry Rozier get caught? These guys got nailed because the books caught them and alerted the feds and said, whoa, we are getting a weird amount of action on these unders. What is going on right here? Why'd that guy leave the game that early? And the federal government, which has a few issues of their own that they have to deal with, suddenly, essentially what they've done, Andy, is they have farmed out the work because the books don't want to get screwed. DraftKings and FanDuel and ESPN Bet and BetMGM and everybody, like, they don't want funny business happening on their app because they will financially take a hit as a result of that. Like, all the underground stuff that nobody ever saw was because nobody was paying attention. Now, like, why are people getting busted? Because it's legalized right now. That's why we're hearing more about this. And I'm not using legalized sports betting. I'm not using this as like a cudgel for my argument of like, this is why legalized sports betting is good. No, this is just a product of it all. And so for everybody that wants to be like, yeah, what do you expect at DraftKings and FanDuel? And I get it, man. The ads are annoying. Okay? I don't need to see Kevin Hart sitting in the mansion ever again in my life. But Chauncey Billups didn't have mafia ties, allegedly, and was not allegedly luring people as a face guard to illegal poker games because of too many DraftKings commercials. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, that to me is there's a false equivalency that is going on right there. The busts are happening right now because more people are paying attention, because the leagues have an eye on this stuff. What the NFL suspend 15 players a couple of years ago?
Yeah. Wazirike being one of them.
Exactly. Like, nailing Calvin Ridley and assorted other dudes on this stuff. Like, it's because people are paying closer attention to it now, which was always one of my arguments why I wanted to see legalized sports betting was bring it out of the dark and give it some regulation. But this stuff that Jonte and the Terry Rozier and Chauncey with selling the information on the tanking allegedly, all of that stuff, that's not some dude on FanDuel. We're talking about organized crime. We're talking about guys that had racked up massive debts and needed to pay it off and needed a quick fix on this stuff.
And that was the debtee's solution.
So, Andy, like, while I think there's a nuanced discussion to have about the issues of legalized sports betting, without a doubt. But I believe I don't think that this is because of that.
And by the way, we have a texter here, and then Spring, I want to bring you back in to get back into one of your solutions yesterday, but we have a texter here saying, do you think the books ever have insider information? Yeah, I do, but to Nate's point, that's not because it's now what Nate pointed out. A lot of what is happening was happening before this. They've always had it. Again, the class I have to take, I have to watch a video. I'll be watching it in a month before I call my first Mammoth game. And yes, it's leagues as small as the NLL. They're watching us too because you can bet on the sport.
Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier and Jonte Porter and Damon Jones have all been educated upon educated about what they were doing and how wrong it was.
And what you can say and what you cannot say and what could give competitive edges to people and why people will come and try to get the information from you.
Now, as for do the books have inside information, I will tell you this. The books are always after inside information. Why? Because they need to adjust lines. They are trying to stay ahead of the sharp bettors.
They really don't want you winning their money.
No.
Understand that.
That's just it. And so, like, injury information, like, that's what's so funny is, you'll sit here and be like, oh, so-and-so's a game time decision or whatever, and then it's Schefter or Shams or whoever gets the tweet out there, and here's the information on this player, and it's like, okay, boom, you open your app. It's already adjusted, man. Like, the books, they don't want to lose. So they are chasing the information just as fast as everybody else out there.
All right, Spring, tell Nate, I want you guys to discuss it. He knows because I told him what you had said, but remind everybody what you thought would be you'd like to see. You want to adjust prop betting.
Well,
right?
I told you, Andy, I saw Mike Florio tweet out that his prediction was that this would be the end of prop bets. But
also, we thought that at Jonte. We were they'll get rid of him, and no, there's still a massive market.
But another thing,
them.
and Nate, you touched on it very well, and I even said this yesterday too. When you see even one $10,000 Jonte Porter prop bet,
your antenna goes up.
Yeah, I mean the books immediately, even if they see one,
right?
Let alone 2, 3, 4. So
that was the thing. Didn't they ended up betting like $80,000 on Jonte unders,
and they're going to investigate that.
Idiot.
So
it's like the Alabama baseball coach. It's like
we brought that up too.
5 figures of bets are made on a college baseball game. I got questions.
Sure,
100%.
In the middle of the spring, when it's not the College World Series.
So I had said I wouldn't mind if they got rid of prop bets. I don't like player props. That's just me personally.
Mm-hmm.
I think that night to night it's very unpredictable and wonky. I'm more of a spread total money line guy.
Sure.
I like betting the overall game and just enjoying the 2 to 3 whatever hours of the entirety of the game. But that's me. But like we just said, they probably don't even need to get rid of prop bets, because if you are going to throw these insane numbers on these stupid prop bets, we're learning. You're gonna get caught.
Right. I think there's several things at play right here. Is what we're seeing is, and first off, Andy, you and I have been around pro sports for, again, a combined 4 decades, okay?
Yeah.
We know we have heard much over the years about poker games, about sports betting, about bookies, about and again, whispers that you may hear, but there are a lot of people in professional athletics that are hyper competitive, that have a lot of disposable income, and that combination, put it together, sometimes it becomes a problem. And guys find themselves in bad situations and dealing with unsavory people like Albanian Bruce,
right,
and Spanish G.
Don't ever want to meet those guys.
These names that were in this indictment. Again, it's like a freaking mob movie, but also we saw Uncut Gems and we saw Blue Chips, and this is very real, and it is not shocking to me that pro athletes, hyper competitive, looking to blow off steam, again, piles of cash sitting around because they earn pretty well. I mean, the NBA for a while tried to do away with, leagues have tried to do away with card games on the plane and things like that because players were getting into fights. God, go watch old clips from All the Smoke podcast, and those guys will, they bring on guests, and it's like, all right, let's tell old stories about gambling debts and guys getting into brawls at practice after getting off the plane and things like that. That's all very real, and when it goes too deep, it can get ugly, and clearly with a few of these guys, their alleged behavior suggests that they went too deep.
So we talked to John Michael Lyles yesterday, and I asked him specifically about the competing part, because we get the text a lot of how come these guys are so rich? How did the mom get a hold of them? And JML talked about, now JML said his game of choice, and it was really funny. Who was it? It was like him, High Note, and Landy, I think, used to play Tiger Woods golf.
Okay.
So it wasn't that, but of course, and again, he didn't even say they were betting. He's like, I'm not a gambler, and I believe him. But they would be yelling at each other. He said they'd literally be screaming at each other over this stupid Wii game of Tiger Woods golf. And I had him just talk about from the end, because you and I know a ton of them. Athletes thrive. They've spent their life competing.
Right.
And yes, they'll tell you they missed the locker room, which I know is number one on the list for these guys, but so's winning. So's being better than other people because that's what their lives have been. And so oftentimes, gambling becomes the only outlet when you say blow off steam, winning a bet, like you said, being right about a game, it fuels that competitive side of them.
Yeah.
The closest thing I had, the biggest thing that I had with this one time that was almost financially detrimental to me, and it's funny, I told you, it was a stupid eBay thing. But I was betting on this dumb G.I. Joe aircraft carrier. And because I was leading the stupid auction the entire time, and all of a sudden the guy sweeps in the last 5 minutes, I bet that damn thing up to $300, and all of a sudden I was like, "Oh my God, what am I doing?" It wasn't even $300 when it was brand new.
Did Albanian Bruce show up and say, "I'll get you that"?
I think he got it. I think he took it because then the seller came back and was like, "Hey, that guy was a fake. Do you want it?" I was like, "No, thank God, no, not at $300." Although now I could sell it for probably $3,000. But
You got beat by a bot
years later. But I'm just saying, so I have a little bit of empathy for these guys because I wasn't even thinking. It was just like, you're not beating me.
Yeah.
That was my win. You can't have it. I'll show you. And then finally, like I said, I had a moment of clarity. It was like, you're about to pay $300 for somebody's old toy. The hell's wrong with you? You don't have $300 to pay for someone's old toy. You need, I don't know, groceries.
I just want to say this about the competitive aspect part. Like we talked about this yesterday, Andy, and I was thinking about it more. Like what Chauncey's accused of doing, like he was set up to win. Where's the joy in that?
Well, but we don't know what he did.
We don't know
he
to
lost.
get into it, though.
To where
to get into it, yeah.
He may have owed a debt to them, just like Jonte.
Sure.
Jonte didn't want to do what he did. He owed them money.
We don't know how this path was embarked upon. And that's the book, the movie, whatever we eventually get over it. More information. And there's the possibility that Chauncey's name could be completely cleared. If I was going to bet on it, Andy.
Hey-o. I know. It is the FBI, so you're like, that's pretty intimidating.
They typically, they don't usually drop the hammer without a lot.
Sure.
Strong
case.
Again, in this nation, everybody is innocent until presumed guilty. But am I the least bit surprised at this? No, I'm really not. By the way, tweet today from Pablo Torre. Number of former pro athletes played at private poker games organized by those indicted by the DOJ in Operation Royal Flush. One of them, according to multiple sources with direct knowledge of a game that took place in 2019, was Kevin Garnett. All right? There's it. For any of you that either read the book or saw the movie about Molly's game, about Jeremy Bloom's sister, the amount of ex-Yankees that used to take part in that poker game in New York. This is not... There's nothing that I saw in this story other than like the initial surprise that it was Chauncey Billups.
Sure.
But Andy, almost nothing else in this story did I see and go, how does that happen? I have no shock over this story in the slightest bit.
The amount of famous people now being linked to this is getting interesting.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
I don't want to put some of the stuff out there because it's not all even sports figures. There was one about just a celebrity pop culture person that was out there, at least, and not that the person was involved, but their residence was being used. And so this story, I think, has a lot of layers still to come.
Yes, I don't think that this thing is going away anytime soon. And, it's a bummer. It's the king of Park Hill, man. It's Chauncey. I'm always going to love him as a basketball player. There's no doubt. But, again, this is just a good reminder for everybody. We don't know these people. And a part of fan culture is like investing in the person.
Right.
And we don't know what
well,
these guys
and again,
are up to.
Most of the stories you see done about these guys, it's all controlled. We're just trying to do a story about you, and we'll follow you around for a bit. But you have control. You still have control of the access we have to your life.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're
not sleeping overnight at the pad just to see what the full day looks like usually.
Although maybe you could sleep over on the Bravo Eugenia or on was it Jer Force
Bravo,
One?
Jer Force One. Boy, that was sweet.
Jer Force One, the helicopter for Jerry Jones. Jeff Legwold coming up here in just a moment. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Friday afternoon. Yeah, Jeff Legwald brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Jeff, I want to start with a kind of a prediction-based question. Dak Prescott, 4 consecutive games with 3 or more passing touchdowns and no interceptions. That's the longest streak in Cowboys history, tied for the second longest streak in NFL history. Does that streak end on Sunday?
Well, I'm going to say it will have its toughest challenge this Sunday.
Yep.
But he is on a heater, that's for sure, and that their whole offense is. And I'm not sure anybody would guess in all of that it's their tight end that leads them in targets in the passing game. So it's a pretty diversified deal that they're just sort of now working CD Lamb back into. And when you've done all that, you haven't had Lamb full time, I think it says a lot about that offense. But this will be his toughest challenge, and it will probably be the Broncos' toughest challenge too.
Yeah, Jake Ferguson. How do the Broncos match up with him? What is the plan there?
Well, they better have one. I mean, we just saw a game where 2 tight ends who aren't nearly as good as Jake Ferguson both had big play touchdowns against the Broncos. And they've had their difficulties this year against the tight end. I don't think we have to, the Indy game this past Sunday. I mean, they've had their moments when people have isolated the Broncos linebackers in coverage and succeeded. So that's definitely, I got to believe Jahdae Barron's in the mix there somewhere. He has played more and more in a different nickel package than they showed earlier in the season. So I think we'll probably see some of that at least on Sunday.
All right, you're our ears to the ground. You're the guy that knows how to make a lot of phone calls. Did you get any indication what exactly was different about practice that they attempted to try to make things feel different for faster starts?
Andy, I think it was just a lot more things being done that resemble game situations. You don't stop the play here, come out of the huddle, hold up the card for the scout team defense, come out of the huddle, whenever, at whatever pace sort of you're feeling. I think they tried to keep the pace of things more to a game day, use the play clock like it's real and all of those things they do. But sometimes practice just naturally gets slowed down for like the teaching moments. Like, whoa, okay, back it up, go out of the huddle again. I think they just sort of did it more like a game if people have, explained it to me properly. Now, I tried to ask Sean that question today, and I didn't phrase it exactly right. He took it as, did you run more tempo? And I was really looking for what I had heard was they ran things more on a regular season game type of minute-to-minute schedule. Like you got this many seconds on the play clock, get out of the huddle, run the play, all of those things.
Jeff, what about the penalty issue that this team is dealing with right now, and especially for Vance Joseph? Like this is the most penalized defense in the NFL, but also a lot of great defenses, they have to walk that line. A lot of great secondaries have to be physical. A lot of great pass rushes are going to jump off sides. For Vance Joseph, what is the trick to finding the happy balance of aggressive, physical, nasty defense, but also getting fewer penalties?
Yeah, I think any defense, Nate, that plays as much man-to-man as they do is always going to be high in flags. And I think that's why when you hear Sean Payton talking about all this, he spends a lot more time talking about their third highest in the league on offense in penalties. And those are the ones that seem to be, lighting the red alert. Like I think everyone assumes if you're going to play this much man with aggressive corners, and they are coached to play as aggressively as possible in their defense, that you're going to have some of those PIs and you're going to have some of those holdings. What they don't want is the silly jersey grab, the late, jump on the pile, the silly face mask type of. They don't want those, but they'll live with some of the PIs and, a couple of the offsides, by Benito or Cooper or something. I mean, Von Miller would have a pretty wide variety of those by a season's end, but that's the trade-off if you're going to attack the line of scrimmage the way they do. But it's those other, the preventable ones. You didn't have to grab that guy's jersey. You didn't have to push him out of bounds. Those type of things.
It's interesting because, Jeff, we had on a guest, one of the guys, let me get his name right, RJ Choppy, that does the Jerry Jones interview in Dallas every week. And so, of course, they've provided us with a lot of great clips from Jerry, but obviously asking him about the Cowboys. And he said they've been very surprised by what a physical runner Javonte Williams still is. And even the Cowboys were maybe not realizing they were going to get this good a version of Javonte. I know I heard you talking in the morning, guys, and you were talking about now this is a 2-year injury. I'm used to them talking about it being a 2-year injury in the NBA. Is the NFL starting to look at this thing differently when you have an injury like Javonte had?
Well, I think they should, because it's been shown over and over again. It's really a 2-year injury. And unlike a lot of guys, Javonte sort of played through his recovery. I mean, he came back that next season. So a lot of his recovery was done while everyone was watching. And a lot of it is just confidence. I think it's hard for all of us to sometimes, if you've had that painful of thing happen to you, it's really hard to have confidence in that knee or ankle or whatever it is to go full speed. That's a really difficult hurdle. And most of us don't face it. We injure ourselves doing whatever, and we have as much time as we want to recover and regain. Okay, now I can jog again, or I can go on the treadmill again as like I used to. These guys are so explosive and pushing the limit so hard. It's really hard to get that confidence back, and that's what I see. He believes his knee is going to hold up. And I'm not sure he always felt that way the last 2 years, because he was, in a lot of ways, still recovering. And I think the Cowboys and the people I know there thought they would get a better version, but he's running like he did as a rookie. And like you said, I'm not sure even they and the best of, they didn't give him a contract like they did because they thought they were going to get the second leading rusher in the league. Those numbers just don't match up. So even they got a better version.
Jeff, Deron Bland had a pick six last week, but generally this is a Cowboys team that you can move the ball against and throw all over. Is this the week that the Broncos' sleepy passing game kind of wakes up? And I'm not talking about desperation fourth quarter down multiple scores. I'm talking about, can the Broncos consistently throw the football against these guys?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing they will be able to do is test the Broncos' patience. You're going to see a lot of zone. If Diggs doesn't play, I mean, they're going to do whatever they have to do to keep everything in front of them. So if you're going to just keep trying to throw over that, I don't think that's the strategy. They're going to need a lot of the zone beaters, catch and runs, open space. Receivers finding the spot to settle down and work the ball and then, take your shots. But if they attack this as, okay, let's take shots early, I'm not sure that's going to work against the defense that's played this poorly across the board. I think if they're willing to attack the intermediate zone aggressively, they'll find room to work and they will move the ball. It's just a matter of, sort of patiently doing that.
Jeff, when you say the intermediate, do you mean like what statisticians refer to as the intermediate, which is like 11 to 19 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, or is it like Denver intermediate, which is like 3 to 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, I'm talking the usual. My intermediate sort of the 15, 30 yards.
Okay.
Area.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Just wanted to make sure, because that's
the non-screen game is
right.
Not the intermediate.
You never know when Bo's going to just air one out 7 yards beyond the line of scrimmage.
Let it loose.
There you go. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. We talk to Jeff every single Friday. Jeff, have fun, man. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry I was tardy, fellas. See ya.
It's all right. We made it work.
Well, you got business. We know.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL and a little drinking game before we get out of here on Kreckman and Lindahl. Let's get right after it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, and we begin with injury reports, Mark Springer.
Yeah, the Broncos injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. They are completely healthy.
Like, really healthy.
I mean, Dre Greenlaw is suspended. But
That's not an injury.
But that's it.
Yeah.
Jonah Ellis, Mike McGlinchey, full participants last 2 days. Jonah Ellis missed the last 2 weeks. He's back. Everyone's playing. Hey, Sean Payton is going up against the team he was a former assistant head coach and quarterbacks coach for from 2003 to 2005 before he took the Saints head coaching job. Today, Sean was asked, what was it like working for Jerry Jones?
I had 3 great years there. My first year after the season, I went out and interviewed for the Oakland Raiders head job and was offered the job by the late Al Davis. That was an amazing experience, and I had purchased the black suit, the silver tie, everything. When you're young, you're driving 150 miles an hour. Like there are only 32 of these jobs, and then Bill called. He was down in Florida. I remember the conversation. He said, "I want to talk to you more like a father than the head coach," and he gave me reasons why to stay, and then the phone rang, and it was Jerry. Asked me to come over to his house. And so if Jerry's the last guy you see, you're probably staying. And look, I was young, and it ended up being the right decision. And then a few years later, there were a handful of opportunities. But he was tremendous to work with. And he's got a passion. He's done more for this game than, it's unbelievable.
All right, what year was that now? Was that the year then Shanahan took the job that apparently Sean didn't want, and then Shanahan got screwed out of money?
This would have been, this was well after that.
Okay.
Sean's a little younger than Mike. 03 to 05 was when he was the Cowboys quarterbacks coach. His quarterbacks in those seasons, Andy, Quincy Carter, they actually went 10-6 that year. Vinny Testaverde and Drew Henson in 04, and they had 1 year of Drew Bledsoe in 05 before Tony Romo supplanted Bledsoe in 06, but Sean was the Saints head coach by then.
Yeah, Bledsoe, after he got cut by the Patriots, ends up with Sean.
Yep, he went off to Dallas. They had a 9-7 season together. They were not a playoff team. But yeah, it was kind of Sean was there in the dead years between Aikman and Romo, where the Cowboys were not great.
Remember Drew Henson was playing baseball and everybody thought he was going to come back and be the thing, and he wasn't?
Michigan State? No, Michigan. He went to Michigan, Drew Henson did. Yeah, he was a two-sport athlete. There you go. Little trip back through time with Sean Payton right there. Thank you, Sean. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, now for the Cowboys, their injury report. They will be without cornerback Trayvon Diggs. He is out with a concussion and a knee injury. Linebacker DeMarvion Overshown was his practice window was open coming off IR. He sustained a knee injury last season. I was limited in practice all week, but he will not play. He is out. Those are your two key injuries there for the Cowboys. Today, Sean Payton was asked about Javonte Williams, who's having a fine season with Dallas. Here's Sean.
Man, I'm one of his biggest fans, and so there's always that, what's the market, and I think that he found a great opportunity, and I'm like, you talk about a wonderful, you guys covered him longer than I coached him, but a tremendous guy, a tremendous player, smart. So I'm happy to see the success he's having. I'm glad he's in the NFC.
And, Sean, it'd be really, really nice if your new back, J.K. Dobbins, gets consistent carries early on in this game. You guys establish the run against the zone defense that the Cowboys are going to throw out there and, hang on to the ball for a while. This would be a good week for the new guy, Sean.
Yeah, because they're bad against the run.
Yep.
So just go ahead and
Even
I realize
with
they're a
Kenny
bad
Clark.
defense, period, but really let's ride the new back. By the way, was that Jerry's copter? Was that what Jerry 1 is? Do you hear that thing rotating around in the background?
Jer Force.
Jer Force 1 is the captain. Hey, man, what you got going on here? That was more just plain hick than Jerry Jones, but
I mean, listen to the raccoon cut. Like they're kind of it's one and the same.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm flying this copter over your facility right now, Sean. I got all them game plans in mind.
He gets back to that place. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, this is an excerpt from a column on CBSSports.com.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Written by Jonathan Jones, NFL insider. He writes, perhaps the biggest contender for a receiver at the trade deadline is not the Steelers, but instead
the Broncos!
Cortland Sutton is 30 years old and just signed a 4-year extension with an out after next season. Denver has all of its picks through the 5th round and added a 4th from the Saints in the preseason.
Yeah, make the phone calls, man. Like if you can add somebody at that position, Andy, I advocated for Rashid Shaheed from the Saints.
I'm on it.
I certainly like him. I think he would be an excellent fit here in this offense, but make the phone calls, man. Don't be afraid to get aggressive right now at that position, because as the passing game has sputtered a little bit here of late, it's pretty clear one thing that could perhaps get this thing going a little bit, especially with Bo Nix and the lack of pressure that he has seen and the lack of sacks that he has taken, is better playmakers to get the ball into the hands of.
Yeah, I'm all about it. Go ahead, especially because, again, I don't think you said it the other day. What, are you going to give up? 4th-round pick? I think we could probably live with that, although you've done well with your 4th-round picks in the last couple of years. But, yeah, let's go ahead and try to add a little something, because, again, it just doesn't feel like the number 2 is going to solidify with guys on the roster at this point.
No,
so.
it just get some more depth at that position. Spring.
High five.
All right, the Eagles host the Giants on Sunday. Giants beat
rematch, big rematch.
Yeah, Eagles trying to get one back on the Giants. Obviously, the Broncos just came back and beat the Giants. For the Eagles,
by the way, when that came 2 weeks ago, that scheduling snafu is so weird. When you get a team,
when you get the old 2 and 3,
2 and 3 weeks, that is so
Broncos
goofy.
have done that with the Chiefs.
Sure have.
A little sandwich.
Eagles will be without A.J. Brown. He's out with a hammy.
Oh, the hammy on the Sammy.
Exactly.
So is it a Bronco sandwich, since the Broncos were smack in the middle of the whole thing?
Broncos!
That's a great question. No, it's an Eagles Sammy.
Okay.
Because it was Eagles. It was yeah. But how'd it go? Eagles, Broncos,
Eagles, Broncos. But it's when the Eagles be the bread?
So it's a Broncos Sammy? No, because you're playing the Eagles twice.
Right, exactly. But a sandwich is 2 slices of bread, but the meat in the middle is the thing the sandwich is named
There's
after.
a lot of things I need you to explain to me. A sandwich is not one of them.
It sounds like you do need it, because...
No, but I understand. But if you're playing the Eagles twice, doesn't it make it the Eagles sandwich?
No, because a sandwich is named after the thing in the middle.
Why, if I go there doing the Broncos sandwich, you go, oh, why is that? Because they're playing the Eagles twice. That don't make no sense.
It makes perfect sense.
You are drunk.
You don't call a turkey sandwich on sourdough a sourdough sandwich.
Because I know I'm getting the damn bread.
Exactly.
Listen.
So the bread is not what you name it.
Listen, speaking of drinking, we got to get to that. So let him wrap the high five.
Okay, go ahead.
High five.
And finally, hey, after the Broncos host the Cowboys, they will go to Houston to play the Texans. Well, this Sunday, the Texans host the 49ers. The Niners will start Mac Jones once again. Brock Purdy is out for the 4th straight game. Also, no Ricky Pearsall for San Francisco.
Okay, can I give you a take on that game?
Please. And are you going to give me a take on the Brock Purdy contract? Man, this is a rough first year of that, right?
Those are 2 really teams to watch. Have you watched those teams? Like, and the Niners win, but they're a rough watch. And the Texans are blah. Offensively, that thing just stinks right now. Yeah, like that's a matchup you look at and you're like, okay, it's not a bad matchup, but like sit and try and watch that thing. It's a hot pile of garbage. That is 2 not watchable football teams right there.
No, it isn't. But Mac Jones, man, I mean, at what point are you going to – it's so weird how things like the Niners draft Trey Lance and Brock Purdy becomes their guy. Now they paid Brock Purdy, and it feels like Mac Jones, who they thought they would draft over Trey Lance in the first place, might end up starting to become the guy because Brock Purdy can't get healthy.
And he's just trying to survive out there. Yeah, he's got his own injury issues right now.
Now, if you want to say the Broncos are sandwiched around the Eagles, then that's fine. But the oddity of the scheduling is the fact you're playing the Eagles twice in 3 weeks. When you call it a Bronco sandwich, it somehow doesn't give you any. Anyway, hey, let's drink. This conversation makes me want to have a bourbon. You and I are a long way from bourbon, man. Although, should we just go Harry Carey at Regis and, hey, everybody! Nate at the that's the Regis touchdown.
Talked to some parents a few weeks ago that I think were hitting it a little bit. You going to have a white bread sandwich for lunch tomorrow?
Here's Brady Walton really ran that sucker in. Touchdown, Pine Creek.
It's time for the Broncos-Cowboys drinking game. Let's get this thing going. Sunday, 2 o'clock, CBS National Window, Andy.
We get some, boy, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Spring pointed it out. We better not have Romo and Nance threaten another weird loss for us.
If Jim Nance is yelling about the Broncos, go ahead and drink. Also, if Tony Romo does the thing where Tony Romo makes a bunch of weird Tony Romo noises, you should probably drink.
Never touched him. That's a catch.
Why don't you try that tonight on the broadcast, Andy? See how long it takes until I interrupt you.
Oh, boy.
Yep. Nance over there just looking at his watch. Are you done?
Shut your mouth.
I'm going to get on with this.
Did I? I don't think I gave you any of those.
No.
First time.
Hey,
now
maybe.
It's a goal.
I was going to say, bourbon. Normally, Andy, we specify the penalties. I don't think we need to do that.
They're
This
getting
week,
all the penalties.
Anytime the second most penalized team in the NFL is flagged, go ahead and drink. Drink at every Bronco penalty in this game. My God. If Jerry Jones is seen in the visiting owner's suite out there at, God, what do we call that thing, Empower Field?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and drink. If you hear the phrase, by the way, in another CBS broadcast, if you hear the phrase Burnham Yard, yeah, drink. They like to make sure they throw that in there.
Are we gonna
Burnham Yard? Or will we get the rendering of the... Actually, it's not even a rendering anymore, like the photos of the new facility. They got to slide that in there. They got to always do the thing where they suck up to the owners.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Is it that? Well, I guess November is when they were hoping it was complete, right? I haven't been out there in 2 months, so I don't know how far along they are, but it's got to be. Well, you know what? You and I might cruise by it on our way over to Regis.
We'll swing by. Andy, if Bo Nix completes a pass behind the line of scrimmage, you should drink.
Duh.
If Bo Nix has a pass batted down at the line of scrimmage, that's a drink.
Brutal.
What do you have, 6 last week?
I don't even remember.
My
Too
God.
many. Too many.
Anytime Bo Nix scrambles for a first down, drink. Make plays with the legs, Bo. You're good at that. If you look it up and you see the big paw of a defensive lineman in your way, if you see a big Kenny Clark glove in front of you, just run for it, man. If the Broncos fail to block on a screen pass, you have to drink.
I'm drunk.
Boy,
Yep.
Sean really got kind of uppity about that, and I was a little surprised. I'm like, Sean, your guys are not blocking the screen, and it's blowing up your play call.
You're an elite screen designer.
Why are you mad at us?
And your screen game stinks. It's a problem. Cortland Sutton catch, drink. Marvin Mims run, drink. You know we're getting an end around, a jet sweep somewhere in this game. Nick Bonito or Jonathan Cooper sack. We're going to go with both of them, and we'll throw in a Zach Allen batted pass. Zach Allen's been getting really good at getting the big mitt in there, although Dak's kind of a big guy. If Patrick Surtain breaks up a pass intended for CeeDee Lamb, go ahead and drink.
I like Pat.
If Javonte Williams breaks a would-be Bronco tackle, you should drink.
I don't feel so good.
Javonte Williams touchdown, finish your drink. And there it is, Andy. That's your
If
Broncos.
J.K. Dobbins
we got
doesn't
J.K. Dobbins.
get 15 carries,
You should drink.
half a drink.
Well, I think fans will be drinking that way anyway. Oof. What do you think this game is going to be?
I have no idea. Because guess what? You know what? We're lucky. It's still October.
Yeah.
And October, Shawnee he's got a magic. He's got some voodoo. So I don't know. Because again, he's already won 2 in October. They should not have won. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
It's
very true.
Ooh, I like this. Johnny Jazz Cabbage. If Jerry Jones gets caught giving the fans the bird, drink. That's a pretty good one.
If Jerry Jones hands his glasses to somebody and makes them get cleaned for him, I always love that with Jerry.
Okay, what do you expect? Nate, I really don't know. I don't know because I'd like to see this offense get going. Here's what I said yesterday. I'll throw it at you real quick.
If Jerry has an open sore on his face, sorry.
And he didn't put some salve in it on camera.
liver spot.
Smiles and glory holes.
Salts, whatever the hell he is eating. You know what? I said this yesterday a couple of times. They need to have the 2015 Green Bay Packer game. Do you remember that?
I do.
We weren't sure this defense could hold up against the vaunted Packer offense. We weren't sure what the offense would do, and it came out, and it was one of their best games of the season.
Aaron Rodgers threw for 73 yards that day?
Got sacked a ton and was completely miserable.
Right.
So I'm hoping that's what we witness come Sunday.
Well said. I like that. Do you think that's what you get?
No, I'm not. I don't have any idea. Do you?
Yeah.
This has been a weird year.
No, I don't.
They've got 3 games they should have lost that they won, and 2 games they should have won that they lost.
Yeah, I do think the Broncos have been kind of dancing with danger a little bit here.
Dancing with the devil in the cold moonlight,
if you will. A little bit too much here lately. Was that the original Batman you just quoted right there? I guess it wasn't the original. That was Adam West, but still.
Well, it was. Yeah, it was our original.
Yes, Jack Nicholson. Good Joker, Jack Nicholson, by the way. So
the Joker.
Say we need a Joker.
Hold on,
It's all
George.
burned
What do you got, George?
Trying to find a goddamn Joker.
You're going to have a tough time on drop of the year because there's a lot.
It's going to be a good year. It's going to be.
Yeah, baby. I'm with you. Nah, that one sucks.
God.
You weaponized against us that too much.
Too much.
That one's out.
Too much.
I hate it.
Yeah, too much.
Spriggs like
He's a good player.
Harbaugh was in a good mood last night, by the way.
Psycho Harbaugh.
He was having a good night. Did you see the footage of his post game in the locker room? Oh, he was weird as hell.
Dude, I was trying to stay up late enough to catch both the endings of our games.
I know. So it was a good sports night last night. It was fun.
Oh my gosh, what if we do get that 70-yard field goal by the Dallas guy?
Brandon
Is that a whole
Aubrey?
drinker?
Oh yeah, great call. Brandon Aubrey, 60+.
Yeah, that's Matt the texter,
Yeah.
60+. He caused you to drink a whole drink if that happens.
Yeah, finish your drink right there. Andy, I just think the Broncos have been living too dangerously, and I think they're going up against an opponent that can flat out score points. I got Cowboys winning this thing 27-20.
Interesting.
I think the luck runs out this
So
week.
you think the Broncos need to hold the Cowboys to 23 or under?
That's probably where they would have to be.
Because I'd
for
asked
them.
you earlier in the week, what's the point threshold?
Yeah.
So we finally got it.
Yeah.
I got Broncos.
Okay.
30-24.
30. All right. I like it.
And you know what?
Are all 30 points scored in the fourth quarter?
Nope. Pick 6, baby. I'm calling a pick 6.
Pick 6. Who gets it?
Your boy.
Riley Moss?
No, Pat Surtain. Justin Sternat.
Did I just profile my own boy?
Hey, Nate likes a white corner. What can we say? He likes corn and white corners.
I always kind of root for him a little bit.
He needs a bowl of soup.
Look at him go out there.
He likes white bread sandwiches.
Good for you, buddy.
Yeah.
What's Nate's
Jersey classic.
The Shane Gillis
Jason
joke.
Sehorn.
In the Shane Gillis joke, what is it? It's when a white guy catches it on Sunday. Oh no, they got him.
Nate loves a good old fashioned possession receiver.
That was a tough, smart run right there.
He's a
let me tell
possession
you.
receiver. He knows where the sticks are.
I like a Peyton Manning slot receiver. Austin Collie fan for life.
Oh my God.
That was my old AOL instant message screen name. That'll do it for us. The Blitz starts next. Birdo and Spring, because we're going to call high school football. Good night.
What's up, you ska-loving chuckleheads? Welcome to Kreckman and Lindahl. Springer, which one do you want to be? You want to be Nate or Andy?
Oh, my gosh.
Which one do you want to be?
I'm going to be honest. I feel like you have more Andy in you.
See, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Why don't you
and I have
give,
more Nate in me.
Right, precise, insightful sports takes, and then I'll just lose my damn mind. And start screaming into the microphone. Let's do it like that, man. I don't want to switch up Kreckman and Lindahl. You know what I'm saying?
We got to do the thing. Okay. So sports gambling, Birdo.
Yeah. You, man. If there's anybody who knows sports gambling, it's you. Give me the exact age you laid down your first sports bet.
That's
Spring.
a great question.
When's the first time you laid down a sports bet, bro?
You want to know what inspired me?
The movie The Color of Money with Paul Newman and Tom Cruise.
No, I didn't. Wow.
You need
what a
to watch
couple
that.
legends.
That's
okay.
a great movie. It's about pool hustling, man.
All right.
Yeah. It's a young Tom Cruise.
Was Tom Cruise a pool hustler?
Yes. He's a young pool hustler. Paul Newman is an old pool hustler. And Paul Newman takes Tom Cruise underneath his wing until the end of the movie when they have to play pool against each other.
Well, that's kind of like what Chauncey Billups is accused of being as a hustler.
You know what? Let me give you this question, because obviously I've had a lot of talk. I've talked to a lot of people about the stuff that happened yesterday morning. And matter of fact, you and I were talking about it last night. I asked Kaz about it, which I had to do, but he's a good close personal friend with Chauncey. So he's
I'm
got
seeing a lot of people being like, I can't believe Chauncey did it.
Yeah, and Kaz was very much like that. Very much like that. But let me ask you this. Listen, we're more information is going to come out. More crazy stuff is going to come out. More celebrities are going to get thrown directly into the bus.
Did you see Kevin Garnett today from Pablo Torre?
Yeah, I saw it. Matter of fact, and there's rumors all over the place. But outside of that, we got to wait on the FBI and see what happens with all this stuff. But let me ask you this, because this was another interesting thing I heard from somebody. And they said this. They're like, you know what? They're going to figure this all out, and they're going to get it right, because there's billions of dollars on the line, and you when the integrity of your sport is put into question, you do everything and anything you can to get that right. But let me ask you this. Here's the problem. The NBA investigated Scary Terry. They investigated Terry Rozier, and they were like, nah, he's good. He's fine. We're good.
You're right. That is odd.
So what I heard was that, you know what's going to happen? And the federal government is not going to let the NBA investigate a damn thing anymore. You know, they're like, hey, because they're like, no, why would we trust you on why would I trust an NBA investigation into anything right now? Into anything. So what's going to happen is that now you've got the federal government putting their fingers in your pie for the rest of the league's history. You know what I mean? And that's not sustainable.
Maybe not sustainable, but I'll say this, I like what the FBI did.
Well, yeah, you're a gambler, man.
This crap
right, I know.
Gone.
Yes, I get it.
I don't want to be betting on a game and it turns out
you already have. You already have.
I know, and I don't want to do it. I want to minimize that.
I think it's a good thing too, right? I think we were talking about yesterday on the Blitz while you were doing the Avs game. We were talking about the one thing we could change for these sports to make, because we were talking about SGA and his free throw shooting, because we're watching that game. SGA gets 55 points, but he shoots 26 free throws in that game. And we were complaining about, that was a point of emphasis this season. What's going on?
Yeah, but if a foul's a foul,
now,
it's a foul.
That's what I mean. But you got to you got to make your game watchable. You got to make. You know what I mean?
At the Avs game last night, me and Raj were talking about it afterwards, and man, I didn't like that embellishment on Jack Drury.
Yeah. What is it, man? This has nothing to do with but we were talking about Sebastian Aho had a thing for Jack Drury last night.
I brought up on the show how you and I were talking, and you specifically were like,
going on? Aho, every time Drury Aho was there, man, in his face talking.
Yeah.
I was like, what did Jack do to you, Sebastian?
But one thing Raj said was the Avs had a few more power plays than Carolina at that point, so maybe they just wanted to even it out, and they put Drury in the box for embellishment. And it's I hate the evening it out. It's a penalty or it's not. In some games, one team is going to commit more penalties or more fouls than the other team.
Right. There shouldn't be a thing in professional sports that's a makeup call. You know what I mean? You always say that's a makeup call, and you're like, no, and especially
we got to
in the NBA.
even it out. We got to even the calls out.
Yeah, I get it, man. I get it. Yesterday I talked about the NBA's got a free throw problem. The NFL's kind of got an officiating problem. And the NHL's length of games are too, like, I don't think the Avs have played a game under 3 hours this season. Now, three of the 7 have gone to overtime or a shootout. But I'm like, I don't think that's sustainable either. You know, not for hockey, for college football and the NFL, that's fine. But not for the NHL, man. You can't be having 3.5-hour games. The people are going to tune you out.
But why do you?
Or those TV contracts aren't going to come.
Let's kind of put a full circle here. And I said this to Andy yesterday, and I'll say it in a different way. Why do you think your random Joe Schmo is watching a 3.5-hour hocky game?
Because he's got money on it.
Consistently.
Yeah, he's got money on it.
Yeah.
He's Springer.
Yeah.
He's got money on all these things. That's why, I mean, gambling is a part of sports. It shouldn't be part of your league. Like, listen, the free throw thing is a problem in the NBA, but I think having the mafia in your league is probably a bigger issue. You know what I mean? When they're talking about the mafia infiltrating your league, then you got even bigger problems than just the watchability of your sport. Now you're talking about the integrity of your sport.
Okay. A couple, like, and Nate brought this up, and he's right. I know he's right from experience. Just because it's legal now doesn't mean it wasn't going on before it was legal.
Oh, yes.
And this honestly really does only impact the bettors. If somebody's tipping, if somebody's tipping information, which some people are accused of doing, like saying, "Hey, man, listen, we're going to go ahead and tank the rest of the season, so I'm going to start resting starters. So if you guys want to start putting money on the unders or on the loss total, whatever, you go ahead and get that." But think
goes
about
to
that,
the
though.
integrity of your sport, man.
Yeah, but think about it. Unless you have money on that game, what does it really matter? You're just watching. You're just watching. If you're Trailblazers,
play to win the game.
Yeah, but and look, what Chauncey did is accused of doing is not cool. You know. But the Blazers were out of the playoff race.
You play.
I know.
To win.
But if you're a Blazers fan living in Portland, watching the 32-41 Blazers in March.
Way. You're telling me if I give my listen. There is a contract. There is a contract between the fan and the team, man. And that is, I give you my hard-earned money. And I will cheer for you, and I will love you.
And you are giving them
And
your
you will
time.
go out there and try to win the game.
You're right. You're right. And you're giving them your time.
And anything less than that, like one of the worst things you can say about a professional player is that he quit. Right? That's one of the worst things, if not the worst thing you can say about a professional player. He quit. And now you want to tell me not only did you quit on purpose, you quit because you're getting paid to quit? Hell no. That you can't have a sport like that. You can't have a sport like that. You can't.
The good news is,
you have to drop the hammer on all this stuff.
No, you do have to drop the hammer.
Up.
The good news is, though, and part of the deal is that there has to be proactivity. You'd hope from the NBA itself, but apparently that didn't happen. That's very concerning.
Right, that's a big issue.
Very concerning.
The NBA investigation turned up nothing? Is that what you're telling me, man?
Concerning as hell, actually.
Yeah, that's an issue because you know what? The government will come and just take all responsibility.
Fine. Because I'll tell you who is going to be proactive about it: the books, DraftKings, FanDuel, etc. Because when they see a $10,000 bet placed on the under on a Jonte Porter
they hit that big
prop,
red button, right? They're like, bam, bam, panic button. There's something freaky going on.
So I am glad to see that it should be hard to get away with because these books, they don't want to. You think they want to lose $10K?
No, but it's happening, right? Why the hell did the mafia they built Vegas, right? They built Vegas. I seen that movie. They built Vegas, man. And I'm assuming, like, if they're involved in the NBA, man, you're telling me they're not involved in the NFL, the big money maker?
It crossed my mind.
The big money maker, you're telling me not there? No,
or another sport.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not a conspiracy kind of guy. But you can't tell me they don't have their fingers in that pie too, man.
I know. Yeah. The best you can do is look at the irregularity of bets. And is there something that catches the eye of the people behind the books where they're like, whoa, what is this bet?
Yeah, I don't
and
know.
that gives you a hint that someone's in on something.
You shouldn't be in lockstep, hand in hand with the professional criminals, is what I'm trying to say. You should try to avoid that at all. But get them out the league.
You know what's sad about it is that whether it's sports betting or even just casino games, poker, whatever, blackjack, all of it. Like, what do they say? The house always wins.
Yeah, it's all tilted towards the house.
So,
but nobody thinks they're going. You know what? Everyone's
if the odds are already stacked against me, like, how dare you stack them even more?
Because that's what they do, man. That's what they do.
But that's where I'm. Thank you, FBI.
Do you think
Do
you think anything's going to change in the sports world because of these arrests? Or do you just think it's going to be a few NBA players, a few former players, a few whatever are going to get thrown into the clink, and that's all that's going to happen?
I have no idea, but I'm with you. It's probably more.
It goes to the integrity of your sport. This is what we do, man. This is what we do. If you want to just go and watch the Savannah Bananas play, if you want to watch the whole Harlem Globetrotters play, then go ahead and live your life over there. But I'm here for the winning sports, man. I'm here for the competition.
Sure.
I'm here for the blood, sweat, and tears, man. And this undermines all of that. It's just, and I mean, it's a big, dark hole that's sucking in all the good and joy in the NBA, and I don't know, or in sports in general. But now I have no problem with gambling itself, but this crazy nonsense.
Well, the thing, and these
blackmail
players, I think these players need to realize it. You're already making great money. I remember years.
It ain't about the money, though, man. Right? It ain't about the money.
Years ago, yeah, but it kind of is because.
Is it about the money for you, bro? It's the juice, Spring. It's the juice
it's winning.
For you, brother.
It's winning and winning.
If it was about
winning.
the money, you'd be doing that professionally, right? You wouldn't be here hanging out with me, man. You'd be
sure,
in
no,
Vegas.
because it's very difficult to do. But for these players who make millions of dollars, like I remember years ago, I saw somebody say, like, if you're making that much money, it actually makes no sense for you to gamble. Because you already have money.
It doesn't make sense for anybody to gamble, right? It doesn't make you're like, I could have this money, or I might lose this money. Let me go with option B, where I might lose the money.
Yeah, but a lot of normal people are
keep
really just putting $5, $10, $20 on something.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
that's still cash that you're going. I just spent $10 on a Slim Jim and a Dr. Pepper, man. You know what I mean?
I know.
That's still worth something. $5, $10, still worth something.
But for if you're telling me it's about like for these players, it's like a competitive thing. No,
I think
you're
it
not.
is.
No,
I think it is.
There's nothing. There should be nothing satisfying about rigging anything.
Let me tell you
that
this,
doesn't
Springer.
satisfy the competitive juices.
Do you know that I believe the NBA has banned poker and boo-ray and gambling on their planes? Because what would happen is NBA players would play a game, they get on a plane, they fly somewhere, and 5 or 6 dudes would sit down on a table on a plane and gamble all night long.
You know what, though? But that's competitive juuces. I get there's
it's
no
why
rig.
Gilbert Arenas brought weapons into the locker room. You know what I mean? Because they were gambling on the plane. And so I think they banned. I think almost every NBA team, if not every NBA team, has banned gambling on the plane.
Honestly,
Can't do
as
that
long as it's not rigged, as long as it's on the up and up.
X-ray tables.
That's not the up and up.
Glasses that can read marked cards, brother. Well, I don't know, man. It feels like yelling at the moon or screaming at clouds right now when we're talking about it. But I mean, I don't know if it's going to change sports for the better. I'm trying to think of it. There's really not another episodes in sports like this one. You know what I mean?
I will say, the vast majority of sports are on the up and up. Like when the vast majority of games I watch, I rarely think.
How do you know that? I don't know that.
You're
now.
right.
I don't know.
I'm watching Avs Hurricanes last night. Avs fought back, tied it at 4. It's a great competitive game. I didn't see any indication that anything was wonky there. I wasn't able to watch near as much of the Nuggets last night.
This is the problem. We're already questioning it. We're questioning it, and that's an issue. It should never be an issue that these two teams are competitive against one another. It should never be an issue that a team is going to throw a game or point shave or go with the under on those props. Man, it should never even enter our brains.
The vast majority of players are not doing that. It's just a small percentage.
Sure, prove it, man. Because now I got questions. Now I got questions.
Look, that's why these bets and specifically with Terry and Jonte they were player props on their own props. They were. It wasn't team bets. It wasn't whether or not their teams would succeed or not. It was the player themselves.
Right, but you understand why both those guys, like Jonte already got a lifetime ban, and Scary Terry's going to get one too, because there is no room in professional sports for a player not giving his all in a game.
After that game where Terry Rozier left early, the Heat benched his ass for the rest of the season because they knew.
Maybe.
They were like, "What the hell is Terry doing?"
Yeah, then why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you say anything?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
He was just sitting on the bench making $25 million or whatever he was making, $20 million. Like, no, man, nah. It's bad. It's bad. All kinds of bad news. But you know what? We got to take a break and let's talk about something else. Let's talk about the Denver Broncos and the Dallas Cowboys. We'll do that next. Welcome back. We're coming to you live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. If you want to be part of the program this evening, if you want to comment on Springer's new haircut, the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. All right, we got ourselves we got a number of football games. Matter of fact, we got some college football going on right now, don't we, Spring? Hey,
We got Virginia Tech and
Let me look at it
Cal.
before I decide whether or not you've got money on these games. Let me look at them first, and I'll tell you whether you
All
got.
right, yeah. Tell me what you think.
Oh yeah, you got money on these games.
Nope.
You don't got money on Cal, Virginia Tech,
Nope.
bro.
No.
Okay. Wait.
I did consider betting Virginia Tech. I looked at the line today, but I
There's
decided not
Boise
to do it.
State, Nevada tonight there in the Mountain West.
No, Boise State's like 2-3 touchdown favorites at Nevada.
Oh my goodness, you're right. It's
yeah.
minus 20.5. That's my bet. That's going to be a beat down. All right. We do have the first game of the World Series today. Man, I'm so checked out on baseball. I usually blame it on the Rockies, but I mean, Dodgers Blue Jays should be a good series, right?
Yeah, I think it will be. I think the Dodgers are going to win. I don't know in how many games, but he's the greatest baseball player of all.
Yeah, you know what's
time.
crazy? We didn't even talk about that game he had. It was not this Friday. It was last Friday, right? Where Shohei was just like, check me out. I'm going to strike out 10 dudes. I'm going to hit 3 home runs. I'm going to take the Dodgers to this World Series. Yeah, it was just one of those things you just don't see in sports anymore. It felt like it was a Nikola Jokic performance. Speaking of which, the Nuggets played and lost last night. They will play again tomorrow night, and you know what, Springer? They're going to win tomorrow night. You want to know why? That's a scheduled loss for Phoenix. They're playing tonight in L.A.
Okay.
So the Suns play the Clippers tonight in L.A. Then they have to fly to Denver and play the Nuggets tomorrow night. Nuggets are going to steamroll those chumps tomorrow. Now, tomorrow afternoon, or I guess tomorrow morning, the Avs and the Bruins go at it in what should be a pretty fun game there in Boston. And then on Sunday, they'll be in New Jersey.